Jack could not understand how long he had been unconscious. Tomorrow was the university entrance ceremony, and he could not be late. When he opened his eyes and felt slightly dizzy, he remembered that he had been hung upside down and beaten to the point of unconsciousness. Jack looked at the hooligans and realized that they were not going to let him go. They said he was the same garbage as their classmates. The main one said that he used to beat Jack up all the time at school, but he was too resilient and didn't die. This guy's name was Caleb, and he was a tyrant. He made fun of Jack's character in the game, saying that he wouldn't become cooler because of him. As Caleb stabbed the tied-up man in the body again, he shouted that he would remain a wretch. It all started because Jack accidentally pushed him, and now it was useless to apologize. Caleb would not let go of him. Having already had a lot of experience with such people, he realized that it was useless to ask for mercy from such people, and who made him awake. Awakening is a second birth. Through the game, Confrontation of the Heavens, some awakened players have made it their main job. In reality, they can also get gaming skills, and this is the awakening. The younger and stronger they are, the more they are respected. They are the top of the elite. Caleb shook his hand, saying that he was covered in blood, and his sycophants began to persuade him to stop because Jack could die. The gang leader turned to his friend and asked him if he felt sorry for this squalor, and the boy replied that he was only afraid of getting into trouble because of it. The bully replied that no one would care about Jack's death, that the elite, like Caleb, would not do anything about it. Jack was bleeding, but still, with the last of his strength, he looked at the people in front of him, and he saw that Caleb was looking at him with great hatred. Seeing that the victim was looking at him, the guy shouted that he hated Jack with a battle cry, which was a skill of the awakened. A wave of battle cry threw the tied-up guy away from the scream, a skill that shook the ground and could hit the target it was aimed at. Caleb was very angry that Jack was morally resisting him anyway. The guy was shouting that he was awakened and the victim had nothing to count on. Jack began to cough up blood from the repeated shockwave, and he thought that he would really like to be awakened too. Then his fate would have been completely different. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the hooligans, who, referring to the late hour, were about to leave. Caleb said that he didn't even hit Jack with full force, and when I said that he needed to get him down, he said that he wasn't done yet. Jack remained hanging from the tree, thinking that it would be great if he had more strength. But this was just his dream, not reality. When night fell on the city, he was already at home. After such a difficult day, he just needed to wash away all of Caleb's efforts to humiliate him. After wiping his wet hair with a towel, the boy looked at the game helmet lying on the table next to him. He found this world rather unwelcoming, so he preferred to be in the world of Heaven's Confrontation. A few seconds to load the game, and he was already inside it in the cathedral location. His ID was Jack, level 120, class Thief. He considered himself a talented player, but was inferior to others because he started playing very late. Yesterday, it was not easy for him to get a dark golden dagger, but his level in the rating of thieves has only gotten lower. The players who were on the board with him didn't go far either. They found some cool loot in some cave. Probably someone took them there. Now, Jack himself was in 3,960,000th place. This was his sad reality, no matter what efforts he made. It took him a whole year from 2061 to 2062 to climb from the nameless list to the ranking of the first 100,000 players of his class. He probably won't be able to overtake the other players in the first 100 names on the first page now, except for the gods. Jack turned away from the ranking table and sighed sadly. It was no longer possible to make it to the top 100. The thought of the tops of all classes only drove him into absolute terror, and Jack decided to move away from the rankings table altogether. If only he had another chance, maybe he could become one of the awakened ones. Passing by one of the many clusters of players, he heard that someone from the clan needed help on a quest. The girl they approached replied that she was already in a team with someone else and didn't want to stress the clan, so this time they would take him. Her interlocutor replied that in that case, he would be her bodyguard and guarantor of safety because anything could happen in the game. In response, the man heard that she was not a child and knew what was what. The three had paid a lot to accept the challenge. The man replied that there was another player who was not involved, probably left over from the last party. Jack, realizing that it was him, said hello and said that he was level 120 and a thief, and he had come to help. The guard replied that he could do without it. They had seen his messages. He was only hired for the full party. No need to get in the way. In reality, Jack didn't really like to talk to people, not to mention in the circumstances of the game. But he still wondered why some people, even in the game, were so cruel. One of the partygoers said that, according to rumors, the guy was not from the clan and was not even awakened, and Jack replied that he was just a solo player. A clan is a group of technical players, special players, who help to fulfill quests or requirements in a party for a fee. Jack's skills have long been enough to join the clan, but he can't afford the entrance fee, and he still needs to live on something. Another participant said that he was frightened by the solos who enter the party. It is not clear whether they can play, and in general, there are no guarantees. Jack reacted to these words with coolness, crossing his arms over his chest, which infuriated the author of the speech, who wondered if the guy was playing the tough guy. The girl decided to hush up the conflict because the guy had already been accepted into the party. The quest hadn't started yet, and there were problems like this, so it wouldn't work. The guard said with a smile and smugness that everyone could relax because he was in the party. The party was fully assembled, it was time to teleport, and Jack was let in first. He did not hesitate and entered the bright white light with blue lightning. But when the guy disappeared into the portal, the light of the teleporter changed, and all the players present had never seen such a sight in their lives. Yellow and blue lightning began to strike everything around them, and the players ran away from the square as fast as they could to avoid being struck. The party participants did not understand what had happened. Why the teleport was so strange this time. This had never happened before, so was there some kind of system error that Jack was able to slip through? Meanwhile, the guy didn't realize where he was either. He seemed to have warped on a quest, but was he in the right place? Jack looked around him, trying to figure out where he was, but all he could see was a strange teleporter. Suddenly, the guy noticed that his body began to fall apart. Something was definitely happening. Jack started to press the exit button like a fever, but he couldn't do it. He was afraid there was some kind of mistake. Despite the fact that his body was disintegrating, Jack kept trying to quit the game until his hand was scattered into pixels. Jack's last thoughts were that he really was a loser and that he had found a bug. What else could he expect? He was already wishing that he would be erased as soon as possible, even to make his soul feel better. In his own way, he was overwhelmed by this feeling of relief. Jack had been very tired all year, and maybe the idea of erasing him would even be for the best. In any case, it's not a pity to say goodbye to a life like his. There are too many regrets. The players who were looking at the teleporter didn't even think about leaving, waiting for the guy who hadn't shown up yet. The security guard at Jack's party was looking at this spectacle thoughtfully. He found everything that was happening very strange. He opened the quest table with a list of party players, and Jack's account disappeared as well, with no solo anywhere to be found. A few seconds later, Jack opened his eyes and looked at his arms, which had become very long, as if it were some kind of illusion. The guy sat up on the bed. He had strange sensations. His body was somehow unusual. When he saw a mirror next to the bed, he picked it up and looked at his face in surprise, wondering if he was still in the game. The voice of an old man interrupted his thoughts, noting that the boy had finally regained consciousness. When he saw the boy drop the mirror to the floor in fright, his grandfather said that he didn't seem to remember anything. He said that he found Jack in an alley. The guy was lying under the rubble, and Jack asked where they were now. The grandfather, pouring soup into a battered bowl, replied that they were in his home. He added that the guy had been unconscious for a whole day and was probably very hungry. He urgently needed to eat. On TV, Jack heard that several countries had signed a contract to produce the game Heaven's Clash, and that recruitment had been going on for 3 months. The Heaven's Confrontation has already attracted a large number of players. The number of applications has broken all possible records, and Jack could not believe his ears. On TV, they said that this game had already become the most significant event of 2060, and the announcer invited everyone to join the game and make their dreams come true. Jack stared at the TV in amazement. What 2060 is this? It was 3 years ago. After a few seconds of stupor, the boy loudly shouted to his grandfather to immediately answer what year it was. The old man froze with a bowl of soup in his hands. After some thought, he replied that, just as they said on TV, it was 2060. But the boy no longer paid attention to his grandfather's words that he was probably going crazy from hunger. Had he really returned 3 years ago? Did the gods Jack prayed to hear his prayers and really give him another chance? His grandfather saw that the boy was frozen in place and decided to ask if he was okay, but all he heard was laughter. Now Jack could get on the list of the best players, become the strongest awakened, and start his own clan. Everything was fine. By the grace of heaven, Jack could now achieve everything he had longed for. Finally realizing what kind of world he was in, the guy started eating. He was really hungry. The grandfather begged Jack not to rush, saying that there was still food in the pot, but the boy replied that he was extremely hungry. Hearing this answer, my grandfather said that in that case he would immediately go to put on an additional portion. Grandpa decided to ask Jack if he was the only one in this world, carefully putting on an extra portion. Jack is frozen in thought by this question, as it seems he has been alone all his life. He didn't even know where his parents were now, and judging by his recollections, they probably didn't exist at all. It could be that they really left him. The boy told his grandfather that he was all alone. The old man replied that even if the boy didn't know what the place was, he could still come. Jack looked around him. He really didn't know where he was, but the whole situation looked like something very specific. It was like a so-called ghetto, a refuge for all those who could not survive in the neighboring town. My grandfather sadly confirmed that this was the place where the poor gathered. Jack recalled how in his past life he had rented the nearest cheap dormitory with his savings, not knowing what kind of place it was. My grandfather, meanwhile, told me that for the game we were just talking about, you need to buy a helmet, and that's when he spent all his savings. His son was very malnourished in order to buy this thing, and maybe that's why he didn't live long. He planned that if he could become an awakened one, he would change their lives for the better, and he believed very strongly that he could succeed in this game. That's what the boy said at the time. He really wanted to help his father leave this godforsaken place. Turning to Jack, the grandfather said that it was impossible to change reality so easily with a game. His son was just a foolish child. But Jack interrupted the old man and said that his son was right. It was possible. If you become awakened, then you can change reality. This is an unusual game, and the son did not deceive his father. In the future, confrontation is not just a virtual world. The grandfather looked at his new acquaintance in silence, remembering his son's words that he would definitely get them out of poverty. The enthusiasm with which Jack spoke about the game reminded him of his son, and he decided to thank the boy for it. Judging by the boy's appearance, Jack was still studying, and in the future, if he had nowhere else to go, he could live here. The boy was amazed at the kindness of the old man, with whom they were almost strangers, and thanked him in surprise for his words. And as if not to let the boy come to his senses, the grandfather said that there was something else he could share with the boy, that his son was gone, and there was no point in keeping it. He was shuffling around in the closet for a long time, but finally pulled out a helmet and handed it to Jack, saying it was a gift. It was a first-generation gaming helmet, and his son would not want it to bury his hopes and turn to ashes. If the boy wanted to, he could continue to fulfill his son's dream, and Jack replied that his grandfather shouldn't worry about it. Not only was he going to continue his son's dream, but he was quite sure that he would achieve it. He will definitely realize his dream and start doing something for it right now. The guy put on a helmet and started creating a new character. He chose a name, and it came to choosing a race and class. It's more comfortable to play as a human. People's intelligence and perception increased by 1 point with each level, and he never really liked elves with their ears. They had magic and dexterity that increased with each level. There were also orcs, whose strength and defense increased by 1 point with each level. Jack was confused. He couldn't make a final choice. Although each race had its own advantages, it would matter when choosing a class. In the game Confrontation of Heaven, there were 5 classes to choose from: warrior, mage, archer, thief, and priest. When choosing the thief class, the game offered 3 branches: a human thief, a shadow who could sneak and kill. The second branch was the elf thief, a fast and agile character, a real assassin. The third branch was the orc thief, a real bandit who was happy to go for a frontal attack. In the end, Jack decided that he would probably choose a human. After all, in the past he played for the shadow, and he shouldn't waste his past experience. Jack has received the basic active backstab skill at the first level, which gives 12 points of characteristics, which are now displayed on the game board. This time, he decided to pump his agility to the fullest, taking into account the next level. When there are no more free characterization points left and armor is obtained, the character begins to load into the game. A few seconds later, when the countdown was over, the guy finally found himself in the City of People, on the square near the cathedral. Teleporting to the square, Jack looked around him. Finally, he was here again. In the past, he started playing only the following year, but this time he had a pretty good chance of becoming the best. The only thing Jack didn't expect to see was such a crowd of people. It was impossible to get through. The recruitment for the game lasted only 3 months, and there were already so many people in this world who wanted to join. Jack realized that he just needed to seize the right moment and think things through, and he needed to look at the ranking lists. Now, the Black Cloak, a level 12 warrior, was at the top of the ranking list, the same player as in his previous life. He was a player who hid his data. No one knew anything about him. He did not join clans, and he was the strongest player. In his past life, Black Cloak was also always at the top of the rating list, and it was not surprising, he was always a master. Apparently, the top players are mostly past life masters and legendary clans, all of whom are already making their first progress. In order to put his plan into action, Jack had to speed up. This time, he will have to go through the experience of his past life in this game again. This is the only way to realize the goal of becoming the most powerful and invincible and reaching the level of God. The teleporter had already activated, preparing to transfer the hero to the next quest, and now the goal could be reached with devastating speed. No player has yet become an awakened one this year, and Jack had the perfect chance to become the first. He couldn't waste another second and decided to take it to the next level right now. The teleporter worked properly this time, and in a few seconds the guy arrived at his destination. Although Jack had also been to this location often in the past, and shouldn't have been surprised by anything, he was not. Every time he came here, Jack was very surprised at how many people were here. In the main town, the village of the newcomers, trade was in full swing, and you could always agree on something. Merchants offered newcomers to the first level to buy equipment and armor for 1 silver coin. These armors were supposedly better than the initial loot, so they could level up faster, but the number was limited. The newcomers were very willing to accept such offers. Of course, they were still poorly versed in the game. In the past, Jack also spent a couple dozen coins to buy a dagger for a level 1 thief. This blade was better than a standard dagger by 2 points of attack, and now the boy was realizing that he was stupid. The kind of loot he had spent so much money on could be found at level 3 locations. These traders do nothing but make money on newcomers, and after the 3rd level, they mostly drop out. At the beginning, it is not so difficult to level up, and it is impossible to get to the beginner's village after the 5th level, only with the help of a special quest. Now, from the height of his experience, Jack was well aware that getting better from scratch was a definite achievable goal. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a girl who asked to join a party, promising to be obedient. The guys were completely delighted with the beautiful elf. The players here are good-natured until they reach the 3rd or 4th level. But when the players reached the 5th level, the highest in the village, they were mostly all at the old man's house, who offered to level up. A level 1 player can only assemble parties with players 2 levels apart, so players of the 5th level in a party for a sweep was a common occurrence. A player of level 1 can form a party with up to 3 players, and the number of players in the party is determined by the captain. There are too many newcomers accepting the quest. In order to kill the monster of the 1st level, newcomers have to stand in line and wait for their opportunity. There was no main storyline in the game. It was important for the player to explore the world and develop. It was difficult to kill the monster, so the progression was slow. But Jack, of course, knew the fastest way to get the 5th level in this game. He needed to find a shopping street. The shop for beginners was somewhere around here. The shop was crowded, and there was a crowd of guys behind the counter discussing the beauty of the NPC saleswoman. Jack tried to make his way to the counter under the stunned gazes of the top-level players who didn't understand what he was doing there. The NPC girl politely asked what he wanted. Jack asked for an initial acceleration scroll and a disposable cat hook. Their dialogue was interrupted by the laughter of the other players, who laughed at his choice because Jack spent all his bonuses on 2 items. The most ardent supporter of the NPC seller shouted that Jack could give him a scroll or money and he would help him level up. But the agreement came to fruition, and the saleswoman asked to pick up the guy's order. The items were added to the equipment. It cost 90 copper coins. In front of the amazed spectators, the guy took his order and was about to leave, not even reacting to the laughter and remarks. To somehow hide their humiliation, the guy started calling Jack a stupid newbie. And that's what stopped Jack and made him answer. He asked how long they had been training to get their level. They started answering one by one. Some took 15 days to reach level 3, some 13, and that was still quite fast, while many needed 10 days to reach the level. Jack was finally clear. He said that the guys would still be here in a couple of days. And to the stormy answers and questions of his interlocutors, the guy just silently waved them off. As he turned the corner, Jack said that they would meet in a day, because in a day they would understand everything. He needed a sunset mountain that was north of the main city, with the top of the mountain touching the sky and hiding in the clouds. When Jack got to the place, he looked around in surprise. There were not many people here. Although there were few initial quests, he thought that if there were fewer people, there would be less gossip, and he could easily improve his level. Jack overhears the other participants talking about opening a dialogue with the old man from above, and the quest will begin. One player didn't understand what it meant at all. After the dialogue, the quest starts counting down to 10 minutes, and you have to get to the top in 10 minutes. The interlocutors agreed with him. Even in 20 minutes, it was unrealistic to do this. They were still too low in terms of characteristics. The first part of the road was fine, but it's important to note that there is a cliff in the middle. You need to go around to the other side of the peak and only then continue on. The elf nurse Jack had already met shouted that there was a bottomless abyss if you didn't go around it. She even jumped once, thinking there was a hidden platform, and as a result died. These words caused a storm of emotions among the boys. The girl said that her party had disbanded because of this quest, and the guys offered to take her to another place to get pumped. In addition to listening to other people's chatter, the guy was focused on finding the quest pickup and drop-off point, which was supposed to be here. Suddenly, Jack heard the voice of an old man offering to look at the landscape on a mountaintop, but the other man refused. It was the same NPC of the elder from above that he needed. There was no time to waste. He approached the NPC and politely greeted him. The old man asked if he was ready to take a chance and see the scenery on the mountaintop. Jack replied that that was correct. He had come to appreciate the view from the top of the mountain. The conversation stopped, and all the players began to follow the thief of the first level, wondering if he was going to take this quest. He must have heard the others talking about the quest, and the thief didn't even think about whether he could do it with his rank and skills. The only thing that was obvious was that high-level players could finish this quest, and the elf was very sorry that she had wasted so much time here. Everyone was wondering what would happen. They wanted to wait until the guy failed the quest and came back like a beaten dog. Meanwhile, Jack received a message that the old man's NPC was offering him to accept the quest, and the 10-minute countdown would begin after he accepted the conditions. Prior to that, Jack had allocated all 12 characteristic points to intuition, specifically for this quest, to get the maximum speed bonus. This is a special quest. He has already tried to complete it and failed many times. And if he succeeds this time, Jack will receive special equipment. This was supposed to be his first step on the way to success, and he decisively called up the game dialogue screen and accepted the quest. After that, he looked back to the elderly NPC and said that soon they were destined to meet on the top of the mountain. The countdown started, and the guy took off as fast as he could, leaving all the participants and NPC behind. The clock read 9:59. Jack's speed was incredible. He flew like lightning, avoiding all obstacles in his path. The other players watching his path called him stupid and looked forward to his failure in this quest. They hoped that the wait would not be long and that they would be able to see it soon. But unexpectedly, their expectations were interrupted. The thief did not follow the serpentine path as they expected. Instead of a serpentine path, the thief chose forest thickets away from the mountain road. The path through the mountain serpentine was undoubtedly safe and comfortable, but at the same time winding and difficult. The path straight ahead between point A and point B is the shortest. If you walk along a well-trodden mountain road, it will take several times longer. None of the players had ever walked through these thickets because they had their own pitfalls. The game system was designed so that it could carry out clearing in the forest at any time, for example, with the help of a grass big-mouthed monster. In his past life, Jack had learned the fastest way to the top for a thief, and he had gone through this path countless times. And these large-mouthed grass monsters were the secret to quickly climbing to the top of this mountain. As usual, these monsters did not take long to appear, and this time Jack saw them after a few seconds in the forest. They were the most common monsters in the mountainous forest thickets. Although not a threat to travelers, they were a headache. The existence of these monsters ensured the achievement of Jack's goal, and he activated the stabbing skill. A second later, he flew behind the monster, striking, and a system message announced that the backstabbing was 80% complete. This was the key to all of Jack's movements, and by using the backstroke, he reduced the time he spent climbing. A system message announced that after all he had done, Jack had aroused a very high degree of hatred in the grass, big-mouthed monster. 20 seconds later, the guy who did not stop for a second received a message that his stabbing in the back had resumed. As soon as the announcement was read, Jack immediately began to use his skill, striking the enemy again. Meanwhile, at the foot of the hill, other participants were betting on how many seconds a first-level thief could last while completing this quest. The elf nurse wanted to be the first to guess. She said that the guy would not be able to last a minute. Her assumptions were eagerly supported by all the guys who were in love with her. The thief was level 1. The monsters would have swept him away in 3 seconds. Jumping from one branch to the next, Jack only noticed that a huge crowd of grass monsters was already following him. But there was no time to stop. The next point was a rift near the top of the Sunset Mountain. Jack realized that he needed to jump to the other side and that somewhere nearby he would see this fault. His intuition and memory did not fail him this time, and a few seconds later he saw a huge abyss in front of him. It took at least 10 minutes to get to the other side of the mountain, but if there was any way to cross the rift at this point, it was 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and Jack could clearly see the top of the mountain in front of him. He remembered this rift, and there must be a nest somewhere where the grass monsters gathered. Looking through the fog at everything around him, the boy finally saw that the nest was indeed where he thought it was. Jack realized that it was time to use the claw scroll in acceleration. A system message made it clear that the scroll was activated. The scroll's power was activated for 9 seconds, so he had to act immediately, and the guy activated a stab in the back. The grass monsters, who had gathered in a crowd in the nest, seemed to feel something right then and there, but the feeling alone was not enough. Jack was already behind one of the monsters, preparing to strike. This was the only chance for the guy to get to the top, and he was going to use it to the fullest. Striking blow after blow around him, Jack simultaneously pushed off the monsters, trying to jump even higher up the mountain. He realized that he had gained enough speed to reach his goal. Through the thick fog, Jack could see an old dry tree, which he needed to cling to the other side of the mountain. The guy threw a hook in front of him to catch onto the branch. He thought the distance was right, and all he had to do was grit his teeth. It could not be called anything other than a leap of faith. Jack was simply flying over the abyss. He could already see the other side of the mountain, where the last step of the quest was waiting for him. This big grass monster that appeared on the edge of the mountain and looked at Jack was the last obstacle to victory. Jack was very encouraged by the last obstacle he saw on his way, with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. 5 minutes and 17 seconds before the end of the countdown, the guy landed on top of the mountain, having cleared the last obstacle. At the top, an old man was waiting for him, and he said that he had never thought he could do it, that he had reached the mountain without spending even half the allotted time. The NPC old man called Jack a young adventurer. He flew through the fog and reached the top. He had extraordinary determination. The guy replied that if he hadn't been determined to admire the views from the top of the mountain, everything would have been different. In this case, he would not have fully comprehended the perfection of climbing a mountain peak. The NPC elder replied that he thought the boy was a rather interesting young man. He noted that Jack is a man who is able to unlock incomparable power. The boy discovered a special hidden mission of the elder, proof of incomparability, which shocked Jack a bit. The old man asked why Jack was so surprised. Having spent only half of the allotted time, he was supposed to receive a special hidden mission. He noted that the boy with his determination reminds him a lot of himself at a young age. The boy, like a madman, was filled with a firm determination to become king, and the old man handed Jack a game object. The amazed guy took the object. He could not believe his eyes. It was an extraordinary piece of luck. It was a dust-covered proof of glory that hid the mysterious history and travels that great people received. As soon as Jack picked up the item, a system message announced the opening of a special hidden mission called The Glorious Path. Nothing specific was written. It seems to have been a research mission. Jack had never heard of such a thing in the past and had no idea what it was. The old man said that this was a reward for climbing, given in accordance with the type of activity, and he was pleased with the boy's determination. A panel with a description of a new item appeared in front of the guy. It was a special quest equipment that had exceptional properties. The Perfection Kit had a perfect power of 1000% damage to all monsters of the 5th level or below. It disappeared when the 5th level was reached. Jack was eager to get equipped with the perfect kit right away, and he was all for it. A few seconds later, the guy passed through the panel and was already wearing new armor. The NPC elder said that his purpose on this mountain had already been fulfilled. Jack asked who the old man was, because he began to suspect that he was not such a simple character. The old man replied that they would definitely see each other again if the boy still had the determination to conquer another peak. This statement intrigued Jack even more, and he mentally repeated the words about conquering the summit. The old man said that he wanted to walk the boy for a while so that the people at the foot of the mountain would witness their return. The boy must return with the majesty of a mountaintop conqueror. At the bottom, the players were still waiting for the thief to return, thinking that the guy would not return at all. But the heated, sarcastic dialogue stopped when one of them saw some bright flashes in the distance. A few seconds later, the flashes approached and hit the ground with a powerful beam of energy. None of those present could understand what was happening, whether it was some aliens or a game bug. But when the smoke cleared, everyone was amazed at what they saw in front of them. It was the same first-level thief with the old man. None of the players could understand what was happening, whether these two were the plot characters of the game. Indeed, the thief couldn't have actually completed the climbing to the top quest. He was a level 1 thief. The elf nurse suspected that Jack had succeeded because it looked like he was wearing a reward for completing the quest. No one could have imagined that such equipment could be won in such a quest, and Jack realized that they had created a real stir. Looking around him and seeing the crater they had created by their arrival, the boy realized that this had made a huge impression on others. The old man said that he could only take the boy to this place, and Jack realized that he had to deal with the others himself. He thanked the elder NPC out loud, and then, unexpectedly, he began to generate a golden stream of energy. This spectacle impressed everyone present, including Jack, who did not understand what kind of NPC could do such things. Everyone thought that this old man was a simple NPC who did not stand out from the rest. One of the players shouted that this set of equipment that the thief was wearing could be a set of a unique quest. The elf nurse asked what kind of unique quest he was talking about, and the guy answered that the quests of the Sky Lord are divided into 3 large-scale types. The first type was a reward quest, which is a quest or dungeon that players most often encounter. The reward for completing such quests was usually experience, money, and equipment. The second type was a quest adventure, in which the player can meet an unusual character or get interesting information. In these quests, the player can be rewarded with additional special characteristics or special artifacts, and so on. The third type was unique quests. They are very special. If the player completes this quest, he will disappear forever and others will not see him again. Each type of quest also has 2 ways to complete it: group and single. In addition to the unique quest, where the difficulty level is set, in the other 2 types, you can choose one of 5 types of difficulty levels. The elf nurse was fascinated. Now it was no wonder that this equipment looked so good. Meanwhile, the old man said that he and Jack would meet again if he ever dared to travel the Shining Path. And despite the boy's questions about the mission, the old man said goodbye to Jack as a candidate for glory. A second later, the old man disappeared in a golden glow, leaving Jack thinking about the words he had just heard. It was completely unclear what the difficulty of this quest was and whether it required a certain level. But none of this mattered now. Jack urgently needed to raise his level. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by an elf nurse who attacked him, saying that she thought he was very cool. She began to ask to go with Jack to improve her level because she thought the guy was a master, and Jack noted that the girl's figure was not bad. The other participants of the game heard these words and did not like the elf's behavior, and she promised them the same. The guys began to say that Jack didn't have long to enjoy his life because the old man could kill him at any moment. But the elf nurse immediately came to Jack's defense, saying that the envious people hadn't completed the quest themselves and therefore weren't as strong. Jack realized that he might have to hide his equipment and conceal his identity so that he wouldn't be harassed anymore. A second later, the effect of the equipment was hidden, and the other players now saw Jack in his normal form. When the elf saw Jack leaving, she asked him how he could leave them like that, and he replied that they could not stand the places he was going to. These words made one of the players challenge Jack to a duel in a solo. The guy was sure that he would punish Jack for his arrogance. The thief Jack stopped and half-turned to his potential opponent to ask if he really wanted to try a duel. This determination forced the enemy to immediately retreat, and everyone around him began to realize that Jack must have been completely insane. Realizing that there would be no fight, The guy muttered under his breath that he had no time for idiots and a girl of easy virtue. The elf thought with regret that this thief had no respect for her, and now she would have to go along with these idiots again. A moment later, the girl was standing next to the guy she had betrayed and asked them to take her for an upgrade again. To settle the previous conflict, the girl agreed to show the boys a cooler set, and they immediately melted. Meanwhile, Jack's path led him to a 5-level map of the Ant Army's Hollow, in which the quest was already underway in the middle circle. One of the clan members shouted to the captain that he was about to run out of mana and that he had used up all his pills, so he had to retreat. The captain replied that now, in the middle circle of the Ant's Hollow, the soldiers could not be higher than the 4th level, and they would soon succeed. Everyone agreed that it would be good if everything worked out that way, so tomorrow we could try the inner circle, and we had to look for items. But one of the participants said that the soldiers in the inner circle are all level 5, and they can also conduct group attacks. Lord of the Sky has a rule that prohibits players from going to places on the maps whose level is higher than their own. They are already lucky. It is said that now the players who have entered the inner circle are all 5-level elite groups of the 5 great guilds. Each has a level 5 golden suit and 2 nurses to restore the damage taken, which requires a lot of strength. An elite squad of majestic guilds went there because they were looking for rare equipment. They needed to kill monsters more persistently. Suddenly, the attention of some of the players was drawn to a guy who had quietly appeared in the circle, alongside the other players. The thief stood up to an army of ants in a solo, and the competitors couldn't believe their eyes. This player was at the 1st level, but he easily tore the ant soldiers apart. The fight immediately stopped. No one could believe that this was possible. A 1st-level thief could not have gotten in at all. The elf girl who first saw Jack realized that he was definitely trying to get somewhere. Was the guy doing exactly what each of them wanted for themselves? The thief was going to the inner circle. In front of the amazed spectators, the guy walked to the edge of the abyss and jumped. And in their opinion, what this stranger was doing was just crazy. 15 minutes before these events, the guy opened a map of the Army of Ants Hollow while in the recreation area. The 5-level map Ant Army Hollows is for players above the 5th level, and it was the only chance, because Jack could not re-enter. The outer, middle, and inner circle gradually increases in difficulty with each subsequent one. After passing through the gate, the boy saw that the attacks of the ants in the inner circle were a real terror for all the players. But for Jack himself, complete with perfection, this area was the perfect place to level up. The guy decided to clean up the inner circle, and by the time the new batch is spawned, he will have already reached level 5, which is a big bonus to experience. Suddenly, a fight between players of the 5th and 4th levels caught his attention. A girl of the 5th level said that in order for the opponent not to think about returning for the lost equipment, they had to get a new level first. I had to have the courage to kill the player, and you can still come back here. The penalty for death for the Reds is the loss of random equipment. Doesn't it get it? Don't be a joke. It's a disgrace to the guild. The Red player, in addition to losing experience, can get a penalty by losing random items. The time this nickname disappears depends on the level of the RC's status. The culprit made the excuse that he was cleaning the middle ring, but he could not have imagined that there would be so many ants in the inner ring. His remarks were echoed by other players, and in the inner circle, even a party with the 5th level should be very careful, because everyone could die. Because the guy lost 1 level and became level 4, they were no longer a 5-level party. He had nothing more to lose. In the end, the argument ended with the fact that the main thing was that everyone was alive, and they didn't crucify themselves in front of fools. And Jack realized that it was the Foggy Bottom Guild. Jack realized that this was one of the 5 great guilds, and it seems that only talented players from the Big 5 Alliance have the strength to enter it. They noticed the guy and immediately started shouting at him for staring, saying that he was a level 1 thief and shouldn't be eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Before Jack could say anything in response, a sword was already held to his neck, threatening him with conflict. The leader of the party said that the guy would not make it any further. It was not a place where newcomers could survive like that. If the guy is hoping for luck, then it was just a waste of time. You need to level up on the 1st and 2nd level cards first. Jack realized that apparently the players in this alliance were not so bad and much better than some spades. The guy decided to answer them and offered to take the lost equipment out and sell it to them. A partygoer who had lost his weapon asked if the thieves were okay with their brains. The party leader gritted her teeth, saying that they had no time to joke. He was too young to enter the inner circle. But Jack replied that he was short on money and asked where their equipment had fallen. Maybe someone had already picked it up. The guy who lost the weapon said that they deliberately chose one rock, and the 5-level flame spewer staff fell out right there. Even if the thief has an invisibility potion, he still won't be able to get it, because by the time he gets to the location, the buff will have already expired. But Jack's answer was unwavering. He assured the interlocutors that they did not have to worry about it and instantly disappeared. Finally, Jack said that for now, the players can rest and prepare their money. He will not return until he finds their item. The players asked the commander how much they would have to pay the thief, but she replied that he would not be able to cope with the task. Jack easily walked the outer circle and observed a large number of players trying to pump the level. He realized that he shouldn't waste his precious time on this and decided to go straight to the inner circle. Today, the guy's goal was to be promoted to the 5th level, and he was determined. The middle circle met him with a spawn of new 3rd-level ants, which immediately started a fight. But a second later, the enemy was punished and cut in half by a swift counterattack from the guy. Along the path Jack was traveling, his recent acquaintances were fighting at the foot of the mountain. But suddenly, all the players' actions and plans came to naught, as the ant they were resisting was cut in half. The amazed players looked back in the direction from which the energy of the impact had come, and they were very curious about what had just happened. It was just Jack, who had just reached the middle circle and was rapidly moving toward the border of the inner circle. The guy ran as fast as he could without wasting a single second and used a blow to the back to make his movements even faster. The guild members, meanwhile, were competing in the middle circle, and they almost finished off their opponent when they saw the thief. The elf shouted that it was that 1st-level thief. His rote was impressive. The guy in a solo was running rapidly towards the inner circle. It was really crazy. No sooner had the girl said this than Jack jumped into the abyss of the inner circle, right into the center, which was teeming with ants, losing his health. The ant soldiers, of course, immediately rushed toward the enemy, but were cut in half en masse at the same second. Thanks to his new armor, Jack could easily cope with a large invasion of monsters and has already reached the 2nd level. The guy was happy to read the notification, and indeed, in the inner circle, more experience was dripping into his personal account. Jack realized that now was the time to take advantage of the absence of players and finish off all the ants. It was getting dark, and almost all the ants in the middle circle had been killed, but suddenly the players noticed what was happening in the inner circle. The players gathered on the border with the inner circle and watched the actions of the 2nd-level thief. The party members who had finally destroyed their opponents were amazed that the thief was still alive. This guy soloed the inner circle, gaining increased experience, and already, starting from the 1st level, reached the 5th. Everyone was curious how long it took Jack to get so pumped up. No one knew what kind of equipment he had. He probably hid it. Finally, Jack could rest a bit, sitting on a rocky ledge, holding the same staff, the flame spewer. And to top it all off, he could finally say that he had taken the 5th level of self-improvement. As soon as a system notification appeared that Jack had reached the 5th level, the Excellence Kit automatically became unavailable to him. Meanwhile, it was already night in the recreation area, and the participants disbanded their parties as it was getting harder to kill ants. The participant who lost his weapon started talking about it again, and the head of the party grabbed him by the chest, warning him once again to shut up. Even though their squad was the 3rd tier of the guild, and Foggy Cliff was one of the 5 major guilds, a 1st-tier thief would not return the weapon. She shook the boy in all directions and shouted at him not to embarrass himself, and finally he started screaming to be let go. The girl was very angry. She didn't want anyone to hope for the staff's return, but despite her efforts, there was still faith in the team. The guy who lost his weapon said that at first glance, the thief seemed to be completely credible. The party members didn't pay attention to the gossip that was already spreading in the recreation area about a thief who had upgraded from level 1 to level 5. Messages from various people who admired the work of the unknown thief began to appear on the forum. Finally, the head of the party noticed the gossip that was going on, and she wondered what had happened in the inner circle, as everyone was talking about it. But before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by the screams of her comrades. They saw Jack. Turning around, the head of the party saw a guy bloody from head to toe, holding a staff and asking how much they were willing to pay for it. She looked at the level glowing above Jack's head, and he asked her if she recognized it, because she didn't seem to recognize the staff either. The guy who lost his weapon recognized his flame spewer, and all the partygoers were amazed that he had reached level 5 in one evening. Jack replied that he had killed an ants and that it gave him more experience, and the guy said he had 3 coins, but the thief could take everything. The head of the party thought that even if the equipment Jack was talking about could be obtained, there were still some other things to do. A system message announced that Jack had received 3 silver coins for his work, and he said that it had been a pleasure to do business with them. Jack quickly said goodbye to the partygoers, despite their questions about his membership in a guild. The girl was still shouting that she could help him with a recommendation and he could get into the Big Five ahead of schedule. The Foggy Cliff Guild was one of the Big Five, and when he first entered the game, those guilds were already full. In the past, he wanted to get a high level as quickly as possible, spending 2 years on it, but after the opening of the pet system, the leveling decreases. On the other hand, after joining the guild, Jack may miss out on high-level equipment and special quests. Using the guides, he found his own way of upgrading and can indeed reach the last level in a short time and start earning money. This way, he would have at least some money in his life. At that time, joining the guild was just a dream. But now everything was different. He had a choice, and the guy just thanked me, saying that he would think about the offer. It was only a matter of time before he joined a guild, but it was up to fate to decide which one he would join, and Jack wanted to get a set of equipment first. As usual, the Casfado area of the newcomers' village was crowded, and everyone offered to join them. Everyone was just running after him, asking him to participate in their parties, and level 5 players were really in great demand. Everything was the same in the newcomers' store. The same guys were discussing the thief and his possible return. The guys' contemptuous comments were interrupted by Jack's voice, who noted that they were still here and hadn't even advanced 1 level. The boys began to stare enviously at the 5th leveler glowing above Jack's head, not understanding how he did it. The seller kindly asked if she could help him this time, and Jack replied that he would like to sell some loot. For his next goal, he needs to sell everything he doesn't need. So he asked for 20 enhanced incendiary mixtures and 3 simple stealth potions. When everything was sold and bought, the girl thanked him for the purchase and said that all the things were moved to the guy's inventory. Jack also planned to buy something temporary from a gun dealer in the neighborhood. The guy decided to buy a 5-tiered smooth dagger for this mission. The pumping will now go quickly because no one has opened the Queen Ant's Lair dungeon yet, and the 5-level dungeon will resume after the sweep. After that, the hidden dungeon, Dark Forest, will appear, and it was found only 5 months after the game's launch. And all this was for the sake of collecting a stronger set of Dark Forest equipment for thieves up to level 10, the Persistent Difference Kit. But in this particular life, the boy had every chance to become the first. The notification announced that he had found the Queen Ant's lair. He already had quite a large number of soldier ants waiting for him in the nest, and he no longer had any special equipment. However, in a past life, after many trials, there were players who knew quick ways to pass this dungeon. To do this, you need a simple potion of stealth. After drinking it, the player becomes invisible. The action time, 9 seconds, so you need to start. The guy jumped into the abyss and started running past the soldier ants, who did not notice him, and he had to hurry. When 9 seconds passed and the system message announced that the potion had expired, the ants immediately saw the uninvited guest. But none of the soldiers had time to react, because Jack immediately drank the next potion again. Despite the fact that the soldier ants could not get the boy, the system reported that a large number of ants were very angry. Thus, the boy moved deeper and deeper into the lair, and finally used the last concealment potion. All the ants he managed to run past rushed after him, wanting to tear him to pieces. But Jack had almost managed to reach his goal. He could already see the silhouette of the ant queen in the distance. A few seconds later, the queen was clearly visible ahead, and they finally met in person. Now the guy just needed to use the ant's fear of flames, so Jack activated the enhanced incendiary mixture. One by one, he started throwing bottles around him in different directions, turning everything into flames. Jack knew very well that ants had a great weakness for flame and would burn with double the force. Although the queen has a lot of health, she has no attacking abilities. Her entire existence is based on the continuous sleeping of the soldier ants. Now that the soldier ants were being held back by the flaming wall, the queen was trapped one-on-one with Jack, and she was doomed. The guy took out all the incendiary mixtures he had left and said that he thought it would be better to fight one-on-one. No one was to blame for the fact that the queen could be so easily deceived, and no one should be accused of meanness. The remaining mixtures will be enough for the queen to enjoy the sensations to the fullest. Sometime later, the queen ant's death cry was heard from the lair, announcing Jack's next victory. A second later, a general notification informed that an unknown player had cleared out the queen ant's lair and incurred the hatred of the insect army. Some time later, the guild council met, and some of its members were very unhappy with the reason for the meeting, considering it petty. The chairman of the board, Justin, said he was hoping someone had found some hidden equipment or a special NPC. After saying this, he looked at the girl and asked what had surprised Samantha so much. The head of the party replied that Justin had not witnessed those events and therefore did not fully understand. The thief had leveled up from the 1st to the 5th level. She was sure that his real power was enormous. If they didn't accept him now, the other 4 great guilds would later. Another member of the council, Wasabi Man, noted that a level 5 thief would not be able to influence the balance of power between the great guilds. But Samantha didn't give up. She replied that he deliberately hid his personal information. His power and aura were different from other players. The brewing argument was interrupted by Tiana, the deputy chairman of the board, who said that Samantha was probably worried about the future of the guild. If this thief was as talented as the girl said, we should invite him to take the entrance test when the opportunity arises. The game was released not so long ago, and many players applied to join the guild. So let this guy get a chance. Samantha agreed with Tiana's decision, noting that she herself had thought about taking the thief to her squad. She found Tiana to be very gentle and beautiful, and it was very rare to see such pretty orc girls here. Suddenly, the guild council meeting was interrupted by a general system notification, and everyone was looking at the pop-up game windows. It was a notification of the destruction of the Queen of Ants and the opening of the Dark Forest dungeon. This guy did a solo sweep. He was really a pro. Tiana said that first of all, everyone needed to calm down. This notification should be received by all platform players. A hidden 5-level dungeon has been opened, and all players will rush there. They should also hurry up and find new promising talents. Justin agreed with his deputy. She was absolutely right. The guild should not waste time. He stood up from his chair and solemnly announced that the Foggy Cliff Guild was going to the Dark Forest location. Whether it was in the Foggy Bottom Guild or any other of the Big 5, even on the streets, players couldn't stop shaking at the news. Everyone was wondering who would take part in this dungeon, why it had opened only now, and what equipment or inventory might be hidden there. Huge queues formed in the newcomer shops, and players wanted to get equipped as soon as possible. Players with advanced levels attacked the magician in the same way, and he was in a hurry to open the portal. No one understood what kind of pro opened this location. There was a buzz over the streets packed with players that didn't stop for a second. Only the lazy didn't discuss the opening of a new dungeon. Finally, Jack arrived at the specified location, and he got out of the teleporter, looking around. As expected, the place was full of people. This mission was a special assignment for the team, and players kept coming here in packs. The fact that the mission had no level restrictions was actively discussed, and absolutely everyone could enter. Jack knew that the dungeons had special conditions and rules. No restrictions for team members. Only players above the 5th level could not enter. To get started, Jack had to somehow find 4 people and form his team. He decided to look for the right people near the mission crystal, and a notification announced that he could now use the dungeon portal. The light yellow portals nearby were all of low level, while the golden-colored portals were of higher difficulty. At this level, a mutation phase was added to the final boss, and the first losing teams shared their impressions of the difficulty of the quest. Players lacked equipment. 5-level armor did not protect them even from simple boss attacks, and attacks were too strong. Jack overheard the players talking about how one of the losers was a member of one of the great guilds. The guy realized that soon this place would become a real guild arena, and at this rate, solo players would have nothing to catch here. One of the newcomers shouted that the representatives of the 5 great guilds responsible for finding talented players had finally arrived. All the players looked around and saw the silhouettes of people watching them from the wall. This time, the Foggy Bottom Guild needed to find more gifted players. Last time, they failed to intercept several newcomers and were taken away by other great guilds. Justin reasoned that if he could find a couple of good recruits, he could apply to join the 2nd tier. He wanted Tiana's attention, but suddenly the girl of his dreams interrupted his thoughts by saying that the other guilds had already arrived. Now the important task of setting dungeons records rests on the shoulders of the 1st and 2nd echelons, and their task is to look for outstanding newcomers. The hidden dungeon has attracted a large number of players, and there must be potential recruits, perhaps even the thief himself. Tiana was looking forward to meeting this mysterious thief with an incredible aura. Every newcomer was surprised by the number of people at this location, as it seemed that this was the entrance to the dungeon. Soon, Jack's old friends came to the entrance of the dungeon, along with an elf nurse, also looking for a party. The elf couldn't wait for the mission to start. She was hoping to be able to upgrade 1 or 2 levels. A few minutes passed and Jack crossed paths with these non-trivial personalities again, and everyone was a little surprised. The players asked him what he was doing here, but Jack was no less surprised because it was a 5th level dungeon, and he should have been the one to be surprised. 5 players were needed to complete the dungeons, and they are just 1 player short. The elf immediately attacked the guy with sycophancy, which caused a wave of indignation in her company. Jack realized that if he were to look for other people, he would have to spend time explaining himself. But with these 4, everything would go much faster. The thief's proposal caused a wave of emotions among his interlocutors. They could not believe what they were hearing. One of the guys asked if Jack was really sure he could do it. If their team was destroyed, he would have to pay. The guy replied that there was no problem, but he had one condition. The entire team had to hide personal information for 3 days. And of course, the reward. After clearing the dungeon, he will take only one thing. The rest the team can divide among themselves. After announcing his conditions, the guy asked if the others were satisfied with his position, and of course, he received no opposition. As soon as everyone agreed, Jack said he would open the portal right away. One of the players on the team started to ask if they didn't need to discuss the plan of action first, but the guy wasn't listening anymore. Jack generated a dark red teleporter and announced that he would explain everything once they were inside. The reaction of the players was priceless. They froze in place, believing that they would die instantly. The dark red color of the portal meant that the level was insanely difficult, and the dungeons would start in 3 seconds. Justin looked through the spyglass at what was happening under the wall and didn't understand why so many people were gathered there. He called Tiana to look with him to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. There was definitely a large number of players gathered in front of something they couldn't see. With a little effort, Tiana was finally able to see that all the players were looking at a dark red portal of the highest difficulty. Justin couldn't believe his eyes. Someone dared to try the crazy level of difficulty. The dungeon had just been opened, and someone was already daring to challenge the insane level. The guild members wondered who did this, because only people from the first echelon of the first guild were capable of doing this. After some thought, the members of the guild council decided that solo players could do this to try their luck. Even if it was true, it was impossible to pass this level, so Tiana suggested that we go downstairs and see it too. The crowd, meanwhile, had already completely surrounded Jack's party, trying to find out who had dared to open a level of such difficulty. Some of the party members started to get a little nervous. They wanted to enter the teleporter immediately to avoid embarrassment. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the members of the Foggy Cliff, who were approaching the center of the circle. The guild members were unhappy. They had to wade through the crowd to get to the solo nubs. Did this event really deserve such attention? One of the players said that they didn't need to go there anymore. Because the party members had gone into dungeons, it was a solo affair. When the newcomer looked at who he was talking to, he completely lost the topic of conversation. It was Justin, and he was applying to join Foggy Bottom. Justin was unhappy and said that everyone should be selected according to the rules. Did such a fat man still dare to think that he would pass? The newcomer was unhappy with this reaction. He didn't like the fact that, because he had a drop of power, the guy could look at everyone like that. Competitors called Justin and the company very nimble when it came to recruiting new hires, but every time they didn't get the right fit. Looking around, Justin and company saw that these were members of the third of the 5 guilds. White Jade, 3 of the 5 main guilds were now here. The newcomers could not evaluate which guild was better, but they agreed that Foggy Bottom should not be underestimated. Only it seems that White Jade and the Foggy Cliff were not very friendly with each other. The competition was for recruits. Tiana told Justin to calm down, because this was not the place to be a wordy person, and you can't let others make fun of you. Suddenly, a girl from White Jade recognized Tiana, calling her the mage girl from the last monthly guild war. Of course, she recognized Tiana, but she wondered if she was Justin's girlfriend, if she had such bad taste. She began to mock, saying that she regretted not finishing Tiana off that time, to which the orc girl replied that she did not remember her at all. A second later, Tiana added that it was difficult to remember such a mediocre appearance and apologized for the remark. In response to her opponent's objections, She added that she did not mean anything by it, but simply stated the facts and turned around to leave. Looking back one last time, she added that not all girls need a strong male shoulder, so the rival needs to work hard. These words completely knocked her opponent out of her rut. She could barely keep herself together, but Tiana's fellow girl liked her answer. He walked up behind his friend and put his hand on her shoulder, holding back her anger, thinking that she shouldn't worry. He believed that there was only a week left before the next guild war, so he had to focus on killing her and taking down a couple of levels. The two decided to wait for the solo players who opened the portal to return and ask them a few questions. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, Jack was faced with a bunch of questions from his party members, who had no idea what to do. Jack replied that if the players continue in this vein, the entire dungeon will flock here, as the mobs in the Valley of Eden are quite intelligent. Once again, the question arose as to what each of them should do, and each of the party members was afraid of death. Jack said that he had dropped off equipment for everyone. He had chosen it for their classes, plus it was well suited for this dungeon. A screen appeared in front of each of the players, informing them that they could choose a weapon, but first they had to dress appropriately. Among the favorites were the gauntlets of the dancing flame, the sacred staff of restoration, the robe of the exile of the flame, and the flaming armor of the thief. The party members were amazed by the weapons, each of which cost at least 10 silver coins and had fiery damage. Jack explained that he got most of them while grinding mobs. Insects have a weakness to fire, and now they can increase their damage. After these words, the guy completely charmed the elf nurse. She could not wait to start the quest. When everyone put on their weapons, the overall spirit of the party was increased, and everything looked incredible. The most anxious member of the team was in the best mood of all, saying that he now had the strength of a king. But even with such equipment, it was still a crazy level of difficulty, which left a trace of anxiety. Meanwhile, Jack ordered all the participants to come closer because the enhanced incendiary mixtures had to be shared among everyone, as they were extremely necessary. Due to the restrictions, Jack was able to bring 60 bottles. Each of them will take 15. They are needed for the boss, and players began to ask what to do with the ordinary mobs. Jack told everyone to stay calm. They would discuss everything on the way, and now the guy was distributing the characteristic points evenly. Right now, he will be able to wear the same 5-level outfit that was created for the Dark Forest and cost a lot of money. By nature, he did not want to waste a single second in this life, so he decided not to waste time here either. The thief from the party opened his mouth in surprise. He saw the same expensive set of flame damage equipment in the shop. It was the Flaming Star kit, and Jack said that if a team wants to clear dungeons, they need to know that everyone has their own characteristics. And when there are features, it means there are also weaknesses, and if the party can find them, they will definitely win. The so-called crazy level is also playable, and right now, they will go and be the first to complete it. Over the years, the players have discovered that all insects in the Heavens Confrontation have a high sensitivity. That is why, if they feel threatened, they often run away or hide in a safe place. For example, a common mob from the Dark Forest is the Kamakiri mantis, a very cute-looking creature. Jack interrupted the elf nurse's enthusiasm, calling the girl a naive fool, as if she didn't see the prey under the Kamakiri. If you're not careful in a dark forest, you can easily end up in the place of the prey if they really wanted to take its place. The mantis has fled. Insects in this game are quite cautious. If they had stayed in sight a little longer, the whole dungeon would have known about their appearance. The thief asked them what their battle plan was, because although insects have little health, they are very fast and hurt. Mobs here have additional bonuses to health, attack, and defense power, with the effect of cuts, a couple of such blows, and they can be carried forward with their feet. Jack was in full agreement with the thief, but they would not fight with all. The Dark Forest is divided into 3 sectors: the spider, butterfly, and mantis zone. Each sector of the forest was guarded by a different kind of insect, and they had just seen the mantis with their own eyes. However, in addition to these insects, there was another special kind of mob, a neutral mob, a crying bird. It was this bird that was their key to passing the dungeon. The elf nurse was delighted, another cute creature that cost a fortune. Jack noticed that by using the natural enemy of insects to intimidate them, they would take a secret path, easily reaching the boss's lair. After a few seconds, no one but Jack was serious, and he started to get annoyed, and he didn't want to repeat himself several times. The guy realized that he was going to have to do without unnecessary hassle and suggested that everyone give their nickname to simplify communication. The thief said with a smile that his nickname was Invincible, but everyone could call him Victor. The second participant asked to call it Eternal Loneliness, but the other players decided to call it Anti-Mainstream. The disturbing player said that his nickname was Long-Faced Handsome, but everyone can call him Long-Faced. The elf nurse said that everyone can call her Jane. She likes money and cool guys. All that was left to do now was to deal with the crying bird, and suddenly Jack saw something in a tree. A second later, the boy was sitting on a branch and holding a giant bird by its legs, listening to its chicks crying. Jack tried to calm the mob down, saying that he just wanted to feed it tasty bugs, and a system message announced that the bird was happy. To show your good intentions, you just need to feed the bird with bugs, and they will receive some items as a reward. A system notification announced that the party had received the Weeping Flute of the Chirping Birds. Players should remember there were no useless NPCs in the Confrontation of the Heavens. Now with this flute, they can take a shortcut to the boss's lair, but there's a little surprise there too. Victor asked how Jack knew about this shortcut and the flute, if he had ever encountered anything like it before. Eric lied and said that before coming here, he had visited the library in the main city of Casfido, read a couple of books and wrote down some information. He couldn't tell his partners that he had done the dungeons many times and said that only after reading them did the result appear. For example, this crying flute has a restraint effect and could not be activated without the appropriate knowledge. Victor was amazed to find out that the library offered such useful information, and he hadn't expected it to be possible. There is a swamp on the edge of the dungeon. No one goes there on purpose. Mobs are scattered randomly across the swamp, and the shortcut is not so safe. The crying bird is a special mob that hunts insects, their natural enemy, and the flute makes sounds resembling birds chirping and scares away enemies. Jane was delighted. They now had a flute and a shortcut. Everything was just great. They had to go urgently. But the girl still wondered if there was no other way than this mud, which was getting her clothes dirty. The rest of the party started whining after the girl, and Jack instantly stopped the screaming by asking if his friends wanted to go back and fight the mobs. If the group members are not ready to make such a small sacrifice, they may not even dream of playing on the crazy difficulty. All team members must remain silent. This is where the monster zone began, and party members must follow Jack exactly. The words of the party leader did not affect Jane in any way. She was upset because of her beautiful dress and the fact that it was wet between her legs. But the appearance of giant spiders had an immediate effect on the girl, and she immediately fell silent. These spiders, clustered on both sides of the swamp, had a very frightening aura that affected everyone present except Jack. The players saw the silk spiders of the 5th level start to move in their direction, and Jack immediately began to play the flute even more actively. After a few seconds, the spiders stopped and trembled all over. This flute really had a strong effect on them. It seemed to the players that the silk spiders were really afraid of the sounds of this flute, although at the same time they were very angry and wished them dead. When the mobs fled, Dovgoliki concluded that the bird turned out to be quite useful, and that was the power of a natural enemy. Jack ordered his comrades to remain vigilant and follow him as quickly as possible, warning them that this path was not so easy. If someone gets lost, they will encounter all kinds of insects in this dungeon, and they were everywhere. And this was the payback for the short journey. The guy's statement scared the hell out of all the team members, who immediately started moving at a faster pace. Sometime later, Jack announced that they had arrived at the safe zone, and the players were trying to get out of the swamp. Everything went quite well. Even though it was a short way, it still took them half an hour to get here. But the players were very tired and dissatisfied with the way things were going, and Jack asked them if the goal wasn't worth it. A system notification announced that the dungeon exploration was complete, and the party had reached the boss lair, and the players saw a red portal in front of them. Jack was immediately overcome with nostalgia, and Dovgoliki asked if he had read some kind of life hack to avoid the final boss. But unfortunately for the guy, Jack replied that it was impossible. They had to rely only on their own strength to fight the boss. The boss was a clay dragon, a 5th level swamp lord who, among other things, was also enormous. Using the general chat, each player took his or her position, ready to execute his or her part of the plan, which had to work. Jack asked everyone to listen carefully and memorize what he was going to say. With their level and equipment, it was almost impossible to resist the boss. The enhanced incendiary mixtures that Jack gave them need to be used during boss attacks to break through his defenses. By throwing 3 of these cocktails at him, you can cause combustion, and the boss not only has a weakness to fire, he also has a bonus to attack power. Dovgalaki said that if it's as Jack says, where they will throw them, it's too dangerous. In addition, there was a restriction on the range of the attack in this location, but Jack asked his comrades not to worry about it. He said that he sent the players the coordinates of the necessary positions, and a second later the boys and girls received a system notification about it. As for when to throw the mixture, they just have to wait for a signal from Jack. Victor was sure that this information had been passed on to Boss Jack by his contacts, who had already completed the quest on an easier level. Boss Jack had planned everything very well, and we had to trust him, but it was very difficult to do so because all the players were very nervous. Victor was eager to watch Jack fight the main Danju boss. It was worthy of admiration. Jack realized that the boss of this dungeon was of an insane level of difficulty, head and shoulders above the usual bosses. They hadn't seen this boss for a very long time, and Jack had forgotten how many times they had fought against each other in their past lives. When he reached the 5th level, he got a new skill, a cumulative combo, which was a passive skill. If his passive doesn't stack and builds up, he can use the special equipment skill along with the new jerk skill. The clay dragon, the master of the marshes from the boys' attack, finally opened its eyes, a system notification informing Jack of this. The dragon opened his mouth and shouted loudly that the vile man would regret daring to disturb his sleep. They did meet again, and after another attack, the guy tried to escape from the claws of the boss. Avoiding the giant's paws, Jack used them as a springboard to deliver another swift blow. The boy developed such a high speed that he could make many cuts while avoiding the monster's blows. The clay dragon was apparently tired of enduring the pain and opened its mouth and spat a stream of acid at the boy. Jack managed to avoid the flow of green mass. He expected such tricks from this giant monster. One could argue that he knew them all by heart, and this would be a correct assumption. He remembered the limits of each of the monster's tricks and knew how to counteract them. The main thing was to get a sufficient distance away. When Jack got to the right distance, he activated the crown kick to the back and found himself at the decisive point of their fight. An hour had passed and there was still no word from the party chairman, and Jane was very bored with the lack of activity. The anti-mainstream also noted that an hour had passed and Jack must have run away as soon as the fight began. But Victor believed in his boss, and judging by the information on the team's condition, his health streak was still complete. That's what raised suspicions. Whether he hadn't fought with the boss, why his health hadn't decreased, even after all this time. All conversations fell silent when a group of players heard Jack shouting at them to get ready. Turning to face the valley, the players saw a column of dust covering the entire horizon. It seems that the two were already on their way. Jack ran ahead and shouted with all his might that the players should not rush to attack. They should wait until the guy gets the boss inside. It was absolutely impossible to make a mistake right now. One wrong move, and anyone could become a corpse. The players looked at the boss's health, and it turned out that Jack had taken down 2/3 of his health, and no one understood how he managed to do it. After a few seconds, the boss Jack shouted for the players to get ready to attack. They should throw the monster in full force. The party members simultaneously picked up their bottles of the mixture and started throwing them at the clay dragon. A moment later, the boss was burning like a candle, struck by the team's massive attack. Jane was pleased with herself. She liked the feeling of destroying ugliness with a wad of money. Jack shouted that the boss was moving on to the final stage, after which no one would be able to throw incendiary mixtures at him. This is a special ability. A second later, the notification said that the target for the enhanced incendiary mixtures had been lost, and the players asked in confusion what they should do now. Jack ordered me to take the remaining incendiary mixtures and throw them at him immediately. The shocked partygoers began to contradict him in this decision, but the guy persisted in forcing them to do so. Victor's bottle was the first to fly at Jack, and it was not surprising as the guy quickly trusted this mysterious stranger. By doing so, players activated the Flaming Star Set property, and Jack is immune to fire damage for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, there were still a lot of players near the portal, waiting for the return of the crazy solo party. Each of the waiting players speculated about what could have happened inside the dungeon, and these players should probably be out of there any minute now. Justin thought that these solo players were just hiding inside for so long Maybe they were just scared and couldn't come out. If it weren't for Tiana, he would have left a long time ago, so why wait and watch another failure? Wasabi Man noted that, on the other hand, spending so much time there is also an achievement. They would also be stuck for an hour or two trying to survive. Justin looked at his interlocutor carefully and asked him if he still thought that solo players would be able to complete this dungeon. As for that special thing that Wasabi Man knocked out last time in the 8th level dungeon, he still hasn't shown it in action. Although my colleague tried to hide it, even the deputy head of the guild was interested in the item, and the man said that, unfortunately, the item was disposable. Wasabi Man planned to use it to increase his own rank in the arena, and the energy-breaking device was perfect for this. Justin thought it was boring. Any player could enter the arena, and he had no desire to participate in such quests. Still, there was one thing that interested Justin more than anything else. And literally, it was not a thing at all, but a girl. The love of his life, the beautiful Tiana. He said to her that we should wrap it up. There would be nothing interesting here, but the girl was still looking through the binoculars. In the dungeon, the final battle was coming to an end, and the clay dragon, the master of the marshes, had entered the last stage. Victor, continuing to throw the incendiary mixture, shouted that Jack was very careful. One hit and he could have been a dead man. The guy knew that after the boss entered the last stage, the only thing he would need to focus on was the next attack. It was supposed to be over in 30 seconds, but there was a powerful explosion that threw huge blocks of stones into the air. Jack ran as fast as he could to meet the clay dragon, who also went on the offensive. Along the way, the boy tried to break as many Molotov cocktails as he could, redirecting them toward the clay dragon. The anti-mainstream was impressed. Jack used micro-control to avoid the boss's attacks and deflected bottles in his direction. Not only anti-mainstream was surprised, Victor could not believe his eyes either. The guy's micro-control technique was impressive. The notification announced that the accumulated strength of the combo hit was 3,659, and Jack activated the rapid flow. A swift stream is a powerful attack. The body is like a raging stream, and the movements are equal in speed to the light. Jack began to climb the mountain. The guy additionally activated an all-consuming spark, and in a few seconds the monster was burning as if it were a volcanic eruption. The last blow of this fight was an all-consuming spark. The damage increased fivefold, and the boss was blown away. Jane was amazed. Their team had defeated the boss, the clay dragon, the master of the swamps. She remembered that Jack had told her something before the battle. The guy asked her if she had learned the skill of healing. He gave her a book with a new skill of dispelling. She had to learn it. When it's all over, Jack will need the help of an elf nurse, and he'll need to act very quickly. And now she realized what kind of help the head of their party needed, and she was ready to provide it. The girl activated the skill of dispelling and healing at the same time. She directed her energy at Jack, and he immediately began to heal. The 30-second invulnerability ended, fortunately. The girl's treatment and dispersal were done in time. Looking at the impressed faces of his team, he explained that his style is called all or nothing. But looking at the body of his boss, who was no longer moving, the guy said that, for now, this was the limit for him. The audience, who had been waiting for some kind of dynamics, had lost all patience and began to leave, thinking that nothing would happen. The members of the Great Guild were also losing patience, but they had to wait until the end. Their task was to find and learn everything about the crazy complexity of the quest. Suddenly, all the chatter was interrupted by a notification congratulating the team that had completed the Dark Forest dungeon on the craziest difficulty. None of the players watching could believe it was true, but the table didn't lie. The solo players really passed the dungeons. One could say that this was impossible, but the record table said otherwise, even though the information about the players' team was hidden. These crazy eccentrics, who probably didn't belong to any guilds, actually managed to dungeon the most difficult level. Members of the Foggy Bottom Guild also asked Tiana how this was possible. The girl realized that this team, or rather the team captain, was a very special player, and she wondered who led them. She set herself the goal of meeting this person in person. All eyes looked back at the team coming out of the dark red teleporter, those who managed to dungeon on the crazy difficulty. It was definitely them, those solo players who completed the mission in return. The group of players who were the first to complete the insane level of difficulty were all curious about which guild they belonged to, but the information was hidden. The members of the party did not expect to be so famous, and they were surrounded by so many people. But all the sycophants were only interested in whether they could share any secrets of successfully clearing the crazy leveler. The party participants began to answer all the questions shyly, without revealing any secrets. Jack had expected such a stir, and he was glad he had managed to ask everyone to hide information about themselves. He decided to distract his comrades from extraneous conversations by saying that they still needed to discuss the division of the trophies and plans for the future. The members of White Jade interrupted all the talk, saying that the players had nothing special besides their fire equipment. Probably each of them had already heard of the third guild of the Great Five, White Jade, and the man introduced himself as the deputy captain of the third echelon. Jack had indeed heard of this team. They were very arrogant, using the glorious name of their guild. They completely cleared locations of mobs. Solo players who disagreed with such tyranny were killed in PvP, while others had to accept and silently endure all the insults. In his time, Jack also suffered a lot at the hands of members of this guild, and he suffered a lot from them. Dovgaliki and Anti-Mainstream were very interested in White Jade's attention and wondered if they wanted to invite them to join the guild. The captain noticed that everyone had hidden information about themselves, and that probably none of them were members of the Big Five Guild, so he asked who was in charge. When the other players pointed to Jack, the captain's attention turned to him, and he was surprised that the thief was leading the party. There were 2 hours left before the server closed, and Jack didn't want to waste his time on idle chatter. They had to go. This disregard for his person made the White Jade captain very angry, and he realized that he was talking to Jack at the time. The anti-mainstream also tried to draw the boys' attention to the fact that he was being approached by such respected personalities. The deputy captain burst out in anger. She believed that the guys should have shown at least a drop of respect and answered the question. If players haven't joined anything yet, they can accept the White Jade offer with gratitude and honor. If they were not actually members of a guild, they could first join a guild that was under the jurisdiction of the White Jade. But Jack's answer was the same for all their proposals. He said that he was not at all interested in what they were offering. The amazed players in his party opened their mouths, wondering if this weirdo had given up such a great option. The captain of the White Jade was very angry at this answer. He gave the guy a chance, and the guy spat in his face. If this thief thought he was so cool, he should have had the courage to fight him right now. The players and spectators were unpleasantly surprised. This captain was completely off his rocker. The whole conversation was turning into a circus. The system notification said that Jack had to accept or reject the offer of a duel from a stranger, but the captain insisted on his own. The party players were worried, wished Jack to be more careful, and decided to move away just in case. But the guy calmly and evenly replied that he had no time for this showdown. The captain replied that even if he had to become a red player, no one would do anything to him anyway. A second later, he started attacking with the exploding fireball spell, which killed his opponent and helped him avoid a penalty. Jack wasn't going to let this arrogant bastard win so easily, so he prepared to defend himself. The captain was furious with rage. He wanted this strange thief dead, but the boy, angry, showed great speed. And this speed impressed the members of the White Jade. Forcing them to retreat, the thief was able to quickly avoid his attack. Unexpectedly, the spell Impassable Thornvine came to the guy's aid, cutting through the ground between the participants in the fight. The person who joined the fight was none other than Tiana, and this girl was determined. The captain and his deputy gnashed their teeth. It was that bitch from Foggy Bottom again. Tiana had a feeling that this was the same guy her sister Samantha had been talking about. The deputy captain of White Jade screamed, demanding an explanation from Tiana as to why she had interfered in the match. Tiana replied that the thief was a friend of the Misty Cliff Guild. Was White Jade going to sow enmity between the two guilds? The captain of the White Jade and his deputy gritted their teeth as another member of the Foggy Cliff crossed their path, and this world was a small place. The deputy captain said that Tiana should cool down or she would regret interfering. No one would notice her chicken head in this crowd. But the captain turned to the girl and ordered her to put away her weapon. It was not the time for such clashes. So Tiana was defending this thief from the face of the entire Foggy Bottom, which was very interesting. The monthly guild war was supposed to take place on Sunday, which meant they would compete until their last breath. The girl was not at all impressed by the captain's words and agreed that in that case, they would see each other in the war. The thief and the Foggy Bottom member watched the captain and his deputy leave. The woman tried to find out why they were leaving, and the captain explained that he could not take responsibility for the outbreak of war between the guilds. If the top brass found out about this, he would not get away with it. So Tiana should wait for them to meet on the battlefield. They will have fun. All the members of his party ran up to Jack, asking if he was okay. They were really scared for him. Tiana knew that they were not guild members. They would not hide information because it is one of the many ways to help their guild get to the top. In addition, no guild would dare to provoke members of White Jade, and making enemies of the top guilds is not a good idea. If Tiana hadn't arrived on time, the guy wouldn't have escaped trouble. He now owed a debt. Jack knew that the girl was right. No matter how strong a player was, if the whole guild was against him, he asked what she wanted. Tiana smiled slyly and said that she wanted to ask the boyfriend to help her with one thing. In other words, if a guy briefly joins the Misty Cliff Guild and participates in the monthly guild war, the girl will reward him with gratitude, or she can give him loot and resources that she can get somewhere. Tiana thought that they needed to study this thief's abilities well, because he might be useful to them in the future. To begin with, you need to convince him to at least join the guild, and then try to keep him there as long as possible. But Jack unexpectedly refused. He said that he was not going to join guilds in the near future, even temporarily, and that he would have to accept rules that would limit him. Tiana said that as the deputy commander of the echelon, she would try to provide the guy with the most comfortable conditions. She was simply asking for help in the war, and Jack believed that Tiana's guild did not need help at all. He was only a 5th-level thief, and he was of no use to them. But the girl didn't need his abilities. She and White Jade had been rivals since the early stages of the game, when they fought for influence. With the growth of the guilds, small frictions gradually escalated into more severe conflicts, and this continues to this day. Even now, the boy has witnessed it. Not to mention the fact that she sided with the boy, she will have to answer for her actions in the monthly war. That's why Tiana asked Jack to protect her from death and level loss on the battlefield. She has to keep him. Jack replied that in that case, the girl could simply not participate, and Tiana noticed that the guy's voice was indifferent. As if the thief could not be touched, she said that participation in the war was one of the main ways to gain glory points for the guild. The girl's explanation was interrupted by a notification that a stranger wanted to add her as a friend. Jack said that this was a start, and he would think about the rest. Although Tiana took this step to exploit him, she got herself into trouble. Jack said he would respond before the guild wars began. The girl was very happy about this turn of events, thinking to herself that perhaps her tactics had finally worked. She said she would help with a recommendation and was sure he would be able to pass the entrance exam if he would just reply as soon as possible. Despite Jack's disgruntled mutterings in response, Tiana added that she would be waiting for a message. Before Jack closed the information to his friends, she noticed that he was younger than her, and the boy was very cranky. The girl was so caught up in Jack's entry into the guild that she didn't notice Justin watching the scene, and he was jealous. While Jack was hiding his personal information, the party members persistently questioned him about the topic of their conversation with Tiana. They asked if the girl had her eye on him, and Jack replied that he would leave them without loot if they continued. Only in the dark forest on the insane difficulty does the equipment he needs drop out, and this time they were very lucky. The guy decided that he would keep the gloves from the Agile Assassin's kit, and everyone would share the rest of the loot and money equally. For thieves up to 10th level who pump agility, this set will be the best in terms of characteristics and will simplify their life for a while. Jack was only interested in completing the set as quickly as possible, but all the other players were surprised by his generosity. When asked to divide the rewards equally, Jack said that he didn't need the other loot. He had underestimated his experience, so the others were pumped. This information was very encouraging to the party participants. Each of them checked their level, and all of them were promoted. Jack planned that before reaching the 6th level, they would need to dungeons a couple more times until they had the full set. He said goodbye and woke up in the real world in a good mood. So far, everything was fine. This helmet allowed the body to fully rest during the game. The helmet also did not affect real life or the gameplay. The boy said hello to his grandfather and offered to help with the cleaning. Over the next 3 days, the party went through the Dark Forest dungeon over and over again on the crazy difficulty. And finally, on the 3rd day, before he broke down, Jack assembled all the other parts of the Agile Killer Kit. As for this funny foursome, they were destined to part ways. Though they didn't like it, Jack said they would have a chance to meet again. He didn't have time to dawdle. He had to start moving to the next target. He set himself the goal of the Palace of the Singing Moon, a rather picturesque place, a level 10 map. The thing he needed no matter what had to be at this location. As he descended into the valley, he thought that he needed to be especially careful in this place. Here you could meet evil spirits of the corpse seekers of a high level, such as this one, which was 4 levels higher than him. The boy could still handle one of them, but if he was attacked by a whole crowd of them, Jack the Freak would die very quickly. It's a good thing he has the Agile Assassin Kit with the Dexterity and Perception bonus, so he can use the landscape to get around them. The guy didn't come here to kill the local level 10 boss. He didn't have enough strength for such a test yet. He had to get better first. What was more important was to get the skill book, which was located in the waterfall area. This skill was Invisibility of the Evil Spirit, and in that life, all the thieves in this game dreamed of it. The boy tried to move carefully through this location in search of the object, but unexpectedly came across the remains of evil spirits. It's unbelievable that level 10 players got to this location, and as soon as you relaxed a little, they were on your heels. Despite all the obstacles, the boy finally got to the right place, and he saw the red color already flashing ahead. As expected, the box was still intact, and his target was closer than ever. After opening this box, the guy will immediately receive a debuff, and a system notification informs him that if he opens this box, the guy will be cursed. Jack felt a little uneasy, but of course the book was worth it. He had to get it. The find was worth 60% of all the characteristics. The guy opened an unlocked cursed treasure box. All his characteristics decreased by 60%. The effect wore off after 5 hours and 59 minutes. It would take Jack some time to learn the skill, and he needed to find a safe place now. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice, a man who claimed to know about the existence of an idiot who would open the box. Looking around, Jack saw 3 guys who called their main man a genius, and the curse was given to another instead. The uninvited guest said that Jack would not believe them, but they had been waiting for a jerk like him for several days. The head of the squad laughed and ordered the boy to give them the item to see what was in the box. Jack realized that he had miscalculated and failed to foresee the ambush. And now, of course, he had the invisibility of an evil spirit. If it weren't for the debuff, he would have definitely dealt with these 3 bastards. But with 60% to all characteristics, it will be problematic. These 3 also had higher levels, 1 of the 11th and 2 of the 10th, and it was worth sacrificing a book to save your life. The head of the unit admitted that he was expecting a team fight, and it never occurred to him to meet a loner. The guys saw that the attackers were members of White Jade, a typical behavior of players of this guild, and he would not be left alive anyway. Has the majestic White Jade guild fallen so low that it steals loot from solo players? The guy asked what would happen if he didn't give the book back. The members of White Jade were surprised by the guy's knowledge, and they were also surprised by the stubbornness of this thief. In this case, all the talk was in vain, and one of the members of the squad pointed an arrow at Jack, saying that he was going to die. The guy had no choice but to fight, so he activated a backstab, and the notification informed him that the opponent could defend himself without penalty. Jack decided to fight and strike first in order to maintain the effect of surprise. However, the thief's tactics were quickly revealed, and the head of the squad skillfully repelled the guy's cunning attack with a brave block. Jack realized that his characteristics were too low because of the curse. Even his speed had decreased, and now he was the turtle's brother. The head of the White Jade unit noted that the guy had balls of steel, so he decided to attack them in this state. A moment later, Jack received a blow of great force, which deprived him of 30 points of health. At the same moment, another member of the enemy unit fired an arrow in the direction of the boy with an aimed shot. Jack saw perfectly well that he was already in a dead end, and he tried to calmly consider what could help him in this situation. But while the guy was thinking he could not stand still, he activated the stab in the back again. But his reaction failed him this time too, as one of the enemies came around from behind and delivered a dangerous blow, depriving Jack of 120 points of health. The attackers shouted that the boy could have given them the book and died a quiet death. But now they will get this item directly from his miserable corpse. The head of the squad has activated the Sword of Justice. The man promised to calm the boy down. By cutting his tendons, Jack will no longer be able to resist. The guy felt that he could not let this bastard use a pacifying skill. Despite the fact that he was once again being targeted with an arrow, Jack activated the rapid flow skill. The archer laughed, shouting that the boy probably wanted to be an easy target. If it was true, the thief came to the right address, and the guy would help him commit suicide. Jack once again activated a backstab and instantly stabbed the archer in the back with his dagger blade, depriving him of 50 points of health. This twist surprised the attacker, as the guy could fight under such a tough debuff. But what if he didn't even get it? This guy was using the time when his skills were activated to dodge attacks. Unrivaled microcontrol. The head of the squad was beside himself with rage. He ordered all the men to immediately step up and fight the thief. The guy heard him ordering to surround him and realized that there were no other options but the elemental fog of war bomb. This bomb was activated, and all the players in the range could not see and highlight the targets. The guy had a 3-second head start. The head of the White Jade squad shouted that the boy's actions were just pathetic tricks. A few seconds later, the man cast a dispel spell, and the fog from the bomb instantly disappeared. Jack, meanwhile, did not waste a single second. He activated a disposable item, a hook cat. The attackers saw that the guy was trying to escape. They had to stop him immediately, and the archer made an aimed shot. The energy arrow hit Jack in the shoulder in flight, and he lost his balance and dropped the cat hook from his hands. Falling into the abyss where the river was flowing, he made a mental note that he would remember these scoundrels. The White Jade squad was disappointed. They never received the box, even though the thief himself was most likely already dead. The squad leader was confident that they would meet again, but next time, luck would be on their side. A few minutes later, Jack's hand appeared above the water, near one of the gentle banks of the river. The guy was trying to get to the shore with his last strength. His strength was almost exhausted. Luckily, this time it was a no-brainer. He had prepared in advance and spent a tidy sum on an instant recovery potion. If Jack hadn't done it, he would have died falling from such a height. The thief didn't want to mess with the White Jade, but they asked for it. Tiana was sitting in her office when she suddenly received a call from a friend. Picking up the phone, she asked who she was dealing with. Hearing Jack, the girl melted. He finally contacted her. She waited several days for a response from him. She asked for help in organizing entrance exams for him, and he decided to accept her offer. Tiana could not believe her happiness and asked him when he would be free. Just tell her, and she would arrange everything. The girl's tumultuous flow of emotion was interrupted by Jack's voice, which said that it had to be done right now. Players gathered in the foggy exam area. Each of them received a notification in the guild channel, and the meeting was for the sake of one person. There were rumors that it might be some rich person, but Vice Captain Tiana is not someone who treats the rich in a special way. Soon after, Jack and Tiana arrived at the arena, and the guy asked why there were so many people here, and she replied that he was the first to take the exam alone. A guy on one of the tiers saw some familiar faces from the beginner's shop and wondered why they were here. They should have been better off raising their level. He was annoyed by the crowd, but Tiana told him to get used to it, because compared to the crowd after the dungeons, there was almost no one here. The girl believed with all her heart that her assumption about this guy was right, that he was indeed a treasure. Samantha also recognized the guy, and she still couldn't believe that he was the first to go through the dark forest on the crazy difficulty. The girl considered him one of a kind, and Tiana supported these thoughts. Having such a talent by her side, she would definitely be able to achieve her ultimate goal. Tiana assured Jack that it would be a very simple task to pass the entrance exam, as the examiners were already waiting for them on the other side of the bridge. Justin smiled. It was the same thief Tiana had been talking about all along, and he pretended he hardly knew the guy. Tiana explained that the admission process was as follows. The members of the unit behind Justin were responsible for the entrance exam. Jack just needs to survive 10 minutes in a battle against an examiner. He has to choose one of them as his opponent. But unexpectedly, the girl's explanation was interrupted by Justin, who asked if the guy would mind if he personally conducted the check. Tiana was amazed. It was just a normal exam. There was no point in such actions, but Justin insisted on participating. Justin wanted to humiliate the guy. The girl was confused. The difference was 3 levels, but Jack said he was fine with it. He said that it didn't matter to him at all whether the examiner was a member of the guild or not. He just needed to get going and get started. Tiana shouted that he was a division captain 3 levels above the guy, but Jack just wanted to get this boring exam over with. Justin didn't like the two of them talking to each other. He wanted to humiliate his competitor as much as possible in front of his beloved girlfriend. The girl said that the field for the exam was in the forest nearby and put a bracelet on the boy, an assessment device that every guild has. The device can determine the candidate's initial score in accordance with the level, statistics, and equipment, so she can see the result. The third division was below 100 points, the second division was 150, and the first division was above 150. The exams will be based on these statistics, and Jack said that his statistics were reduced by 60% because of the curse. Tiana was amazed at how the guy was going to fight with such statistics. She asked him how long it would last, and he said about 10 minutes. The guy was tired of talking and said that he wanted to end it as soon as possible and continue to level up, while Tiana was very worried. The audience had already taken their seats and were sharing their impressions of Captain Justin's participation. Justin explained that the time limit was 10 minutes, and to keep things fair, he would not show mercy. Jack replied that this was the right decision. Justin should use all his strength, he is an archer, and the boy is a thief. They are enemies. After being notified of the invitation to the guild's entrance exam, Justin asked if Jack really thought he was an ordinary archer. The guild captain shouted that the guy would pay for his bad jokes. He was just a petty thief. Jack, looking at his opponent, reasoned that Justin was probably a speed archer with an ice bow to slow him down. For opponents of his level, he was indeed a problematic enemy, but the reasoning had to be discarded. Justin made his first move in the game and activated the speed shot. Jack was unpleasantly surprised. From the very beginning, the opponent used such a fierce attack against him. Justin watched as the boy tried to deflect his attacks and shouted that he could not pass this exam with blocks alone. Justin was ready to pierce through each of these blocks, and after saying that, the captain fired another arrow in the boy's direction. But Jack was not easily broken. He played his own game and prepared his blade for a counterattack. So far, this tactic has worked very well to protect his health, as the guy could not fight fully while the curse was in effect. This time, his blade, in contact with the enemy's attack, caused a strong explosion. This captain caused an ice blast that deprived the guy of 120 points of health. The enemy was very furious. Out of all the viewers, only Tiana was rooting for the weirdo thief, who had to make it through the 10 minutes. The girl looked at the monitor that was counting the readings of the bracelet on the guy's arm. The guy's current overall score was 85, and he said that he was cursed with a curse that underestimated his statistics by 60%. Despite all of the above, the boy still had a very high overall grade. Jack had about 6 minutes left if he was in good condition, no matter how high his score. Justin reloaded his bow with arrows for another shot. This guy was starting to annoy him, but Jack was not going to make it easy for him. He skillfully avoided shots, trying to get closer to the enemy. Justin threatened to turn the thief into a sieve if his attacks were not enough. Jack, on the other hand, did not understand what was going on with this bastard. His hostility was written all over his face. In a moment, the guy was behind Justin's back. The debuff was really annoying him, and the cast speed was slow. To the guy's surprise, the opponent reacted with a smile. As it turns out, Justin expected Jack to go behind his back. The thief was now in for an unexpected nasty surprise, and Justin activated a blinding counterattack. It reduced the effectiveness of all attacks for 2 seconds, and also reduced visibility to 1 meter, so Jack could not see anything. He realized that because of this, he would not be able to dodge the enemy's arrows. A second later, Justin's repeated arrow attack took another 90 points of health. The fans in the arena were completely focused on the division captain and his coolness. Tiana was worried. She told the guy not to accept the call, and suddenly Wasabi Man came up to her. He asked if Jack was under debuff, because normally it doesn't take that long to stab someone in the back, and he was a thief too, so he understood that. Tiana agreed and told him that the curse reduced Jack's stats by 60%, and this information was very interesting to Wasabi Man. Justin said that there were still 7 minutes left in the exam and asked if he was giving up because he was not doing well. But Jack just laughed. He couldn't call it an exam. His opponent was just taking out his anger on him. Justin replied that it was all nonsense, but it was Jack's tactic. He had to stall for time a little longer, then he could last 7 minutes. The guy decided to change his plan of action. Suddenly, he turned around and ran toward the forest, and Justin didn't even realize what was happening at first. The captain ran after the candidate. He couldn't let his prey get away. The guy wouldn't be helped by playing hide-and-seek in the woods. The audience was confused. The fighters were disappearing into the forest. Tiana and Wasabi Man were already running after them. Wasabi Man asked the girl if she knew when Jack's debuff would end, and she replied that it should be soon. They both realized that Jack was in great danger, and Justin was losing control, reveling in his superiority. But the guy said that he had no reason to lure Justin here except to make him look like a loser in front of the guild. Justin shouted that there was 1 minute left in the exam and they would see who the loser was. Jack had to beg. The guy just smiled in response. The curse expired, the debuff was removed, and he didn't want to run away anymore. He said that it would take him 1 minute for Justin to decide whether their guild was worth his membership. Tiana could see that the scoring device was responding. Jack's score was rising rapidly. They were close. The girl was amazed at the number of points she saw on the screen, already 140. But the growth did not stop. A second later, Tiana and Wasabi Man saw Jack ruthlessly beating Justin, the captain losing a lot of health. Justin did not expect this turn of events more than anyone else. The guy's control and mechanics were impossible. Tiana and Wasabi Man were also amazed by what they saw. No one in the clearing expected Jack to be so capable. Justin, seeing the girl of his dreams watching the fight, went completely crazy. He couldn't let Jack look down on him. That bastard couldn't treat him like that in front of his beloved, and now he has to blame himself for Justin's death. Justin turned off the exam mode and Tiana saw it and screamed, trying to stop him. But the girl's pleas were not heard because Jack hurt the captain's ego and Justin activated the accurate shot. Jack, having avoided the enemy's attack, instead activated a backstab and instantly found himself behind Justin. Justin asked if the guy still didn't realize that this trick was useless against him and started to launch a counterattack. But Jack interrupted him mid-sentence, calling Justin slow. He stabbed his opponent in the back with a dagger, and a notification announced that the skill cast was interrupted. The captain didn't expect the guy to be so fast, as if his speed had multiplied several times in an instant. Justin was 3 levels higher in rank and could not believe that this was even possible. Jack kicked the boy, and he flew a long way to the other side of the clearing and fell down. Jack approached his opponent and asked what he had said earlier. Who would kill whom now? This dialogue was interrupted by Wasabi Man, who ordered the boy to put away the dagger because the captain's death would not improve his exam results. The guy smiled sarcastically in response and asked why, in that case, he shouldn't take care of the two of them. Wasabi Man was very surprised. He asked if the boy meant to say that he was going to fight the two of them at the same time. Justin was also outraged by Jack's audacity, leaning on his knees and saying that he could defeat the boy on his own. Wasabi Man reasoned that Justin had already been through enough, but it would be nice to know the true power of this thief. The man decided to accept the boy's challenge and see if he had the strength to overcome him. But Justin shouted to his friend that he must be deaf because he said he could handle the guy one-on-one. Wasabi Man replied that now was not the time to fool around and that Justin could not do it alone. He could understand that because he was a thief himself. The energy of this guy, judging by the way he was behaving confidently now, indicated that Jack hadn't given his all. Tiana said that this was enough to pass the exam, but it was more important that the boy had embarrassed him in front of her. Justin said that they knew when to stop, but he thought to himself that he was going to stomp on the little shit. He shouted to Wasabi Man that he wanted to use the same trick and rushed into the attack. He also thought that Justin had lost his mind, and that he had decided to lose the rest of his sanity along with his reputation. Justin wanted the thief to die. He wanted him to try his hardest punch. Jumping into the sky, he generated an array skill of ice arrows that formed a dome, inside which the victim was struck by ice arrows. When Tiana saw what Justin was doing, she became cold with worry. As soon as the arrows took the shape of a dome, Jack would be in trouble. Justin shouted for Wasabi Man to stop the boy from getting out of the trap at any cost. He was preparing for Jack to break through. He expected the guy to show him what he was going to do against 2 opponents. After waiting for a few seconds, he activated the backstab, instantly got behind Jack and stabbed him. After stabbing the boy with a dagger, Wasabi Man begged him to forgive him. Tiana is confused. Wasabi Man is one of the commanders and the best thief of the 3rd echelon. Most of the higher-ranking thieves are inferior to him. Still, Jack was probably too confident this time, and she felt very sorry for the guy. Justin was already excited. He said that Wasabi Man had made a good shot, but he needed to speed up because the arrows would soon hit him. Wasabi Man stood next to Jack. Something was wrong. It felt like he had pierced cotton wool. In a moment, he could not believe his eyes. This boy had tricked him. Wasabi Man was trapped, losing control of his body for 2 seconds due to the effect of unrelenting horror. And with Justin's punch about to activate the arrows, the man was in big trouble. It was too late to escape. The ice had already begun to bind his body, and the 3rd echelon thief could not move at all. A moment later, Justin's arrows began to strike, depriving Wasabi Man of health points. It so happened that the only one who came under fire from Justin's arrows was Wasabi Man, while Jack managed to avoid the guy's attack in an unexplainable way. Justin thought it was a good idea to learn this skill before coming here, but these thoughts were interrupted by Jack, who said that next time before such an attack, the guy should remember to immobilize the enemy. When Justin asked how the boy ended up next to him, he replied that he didn't have to explain anything to such a fool. At the moment they were about to attack Jack, he decided to use the invisibility of the evil spirit in advance, and the enemies attacked him. Tiana stared at the picture before her eyes in amazement. This skill that Jack had activated was truly impressive. She asked Jack to let Justin go and told him that they would give him credit for the exam. But the girl was interrupted by the voice of Wasabi-man, who shouted that the exam was not yet over. The effect of the array of ice arrows was over. The man activated the thing he knocked out in the dungeons. He originally planned to use it in the arena, but decided that Jack was more worthy of his challenge. He had 15 seconds during which his strength increased by 90%. Pointing his dagger in the direction of the thief Jack, Wasabi Man said that the boy must show his true strength. Jack replied with a smile that the third-tier thief seemed to be really interested in him. A second later, Jack stabbed Justin in the neck, which deprived him of 300% of his health. Shocked, Tiana screamed, but Jack told her not to worry. He had just knocked Justin out with a critical hit. The girl stopped dead in her tracks and didn't know what to do, so Jack ordered Justin to be pulled aside so that he wouldn't get in the way. The guy decided to accept the challenge of the Wasabi Man, to tear the veil of secrecy just to fight and decide who is the best. Jack really missed this feeling. He had experienced it many times in his past life. After endless attempts, the thief Jack finally became stronger, and he enjoyed it immensely. Tiana, meanwhile, tied Justin up with her skill and kept an eye on the fight. The girl was staring at the monitor in shock. She couldn't understand what was wrong with the computer. Something strange was happening to the scores. Tiana couldn't understand what was happening. Jack's vitals were rising rapidly. There must have been some kind of malfunction. Jack, meanwhile, stood in front of Wasabi Man. He was willing to accept these 15 seconds of increased enemy strength. In his past life, that past Jack, who tried to keep his place among the many first-class players, he invested the remnants of his own faith and dignity in endless battles for glory. He went out of his way during competitions and battles just to prove his skills. And this familiar feeling always made him move forward, despite all the obstacles. At that moment, the opponent standing opposite Jack brought back old memories, and he felt a fierce surge of energy in his heart. Despite the amazed looks of everyone present, it seemed to him as if this feeling awakened something else in him. Wasabi Man is now finally convinced that using the power release device in this battle is the right decision. Jack should not hold back. Jack was not at all afraid of the prospect of a battle with a third-tier thief. His blood had not boiled so much for a long time. They had 15 seconds to find out which of them was the stronger. The enemies clashed in a fierce battle, with sparks flying from their blades. Wasabi Man tried to strike his opponent as many times as possible, but the guy was very fast. Jack, in turn, also noted that the third-tier thief was a worthy opponent who was agile. Wasabi Man decided to keep up the pace and tried to strike again, but the reaction of the thief Jack really confused him. The guy seemed to become even faster. The guy repelled the attack and counterattacked the Wasabi Man with a punch to the chest, and a system notification announced that the man's attack was interrupted. Wasabi Man flew back, but he was not going to lower his blade and retreat from his intentions. He watched Jack run at him. The guy was giving him a good opportunity to hit him. Wasabi Man was sure that the guy would not be able to react quickly at such a short distance, so he activated the backstabbing. Meanwhile, the members of the party Jack had gathered discussed how they missed the days when he used to level with them. Thanks to Jack, they were able to get a bunch of materials and sell them, and now they can enjoy all these goodies and strengthen the buffs. Anti-Mainstream asked Victor what he was looking at so closely all this time throughout the conversation. The guy replied that he was looking at the recordings he had made during their travels. Just a couple of instructions from Jack. Victor asked if his friends remembered how they defeated the clay dragon on the crazy difficulty, how Jack gave it his all. He was not completely sure at the time, but now he has compared all the information he found and the way he played and can say something with confidence. This micro-control and the skills shown by Boss Jack were definitely top tier. Jane remarked that top time sounds like something with a deep philosophical meaning, but Dovgaliki interrupted her. He also heard rumors about top time, a state where the player completely merges with the character and can use incredibly fast micromechanics. It was originally noticed in old online games, a level that all masters strive for, a great rarity. Dovgaliki said it was just a rumor, but if Jack really is the man who managed to reach top time, then this strange thief was capable of truly impossible things. Jack, meanwhile, once again interrupted the attack of the Wasabi Man. The man did not understand how it was possible, how Jack could react so quickly. He had increased his characteristics. He couldn't believe that the power release device was nothing against this guy. So Wasabi Man activated the Clone of Death skill. Once again, Jack was able to interrupt the skill and counterattack with an accurate shot. His speed was very high. The guy gave Wasabi Man a precision strike, and he said he wouldn't let him pull out the blade, because a guy without a weapon is nothing. The Wasabi Man hoped that his calculations were correct, and that the boy would finally pay for his arrogance. But Jack had no problem using his other hand to hold back the blade of the Wasabi Man without even batting an eye. And even if the third-tier thief hadn't tried to wriggle out of it, the guy was holding his hand. He held it until the effect of the Wasabi Man item wore off, and Jack took advantage of it to disarm his opponent. After such a turn in front of the amazed Tiana, Wasabi Man said that the guy had won. He was ready to surrender. He admitted that he had been wrong all along. Tiana was right about the guy. Jack passed the exam. The guy said that if the exam was over, he had to leave them. Jack was going to return the day after tomorrow. Tiana reminded him that in 2 days the monthly guild war would be held and the boy should come. He was finally with them. Wasabi Man asked where Justin was, and Tiana replied that this time the man had been hit hard and had already left without saying a word. The thief said that this was already good and that the guy just needed time to come to his senses. He had lost all his reason now. Finally, the man asked what the final score of this thief Jack was. The girl hesitated a bit and said 86. Wasabi Man laughed. His score was 90 and Justin's was 92. He praised Tiana for her good work, but the girl was deep in thought, barely listening. Wasabi Man said that when they returned, they would have to discuss preparations for the monthly guild war. Tiana wondered if it was a malfunction of the measuring device or if they had accepted a monster into their ranks. Jack's final score was 993. Jack had been on the 7th level map for several days now, the Endless Desert map, and now he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. A few seconds passed, and the first of them rushed at the thief, followed by the others, and the guy prepared for a fight. Jack cut down all the bravest while still in the air using the wind cutter technique. The red wolf turned out to be the smartest of the pack, and Jack turned to him and said that only the 2 of them were left. The short fight was interrupted by Jack's attack, Shadow Glimmer, Flash, which fell on the leader's head, depriving him of health points. And while the wolf was feeling weak, the guy added Rapid Flow to this combination, which added to the damage to the beast. The final nail in the wolf's coffin was the bone cutter attack, as the guy realized that it takes a lot of time to test new skills. Jack had been clearing this location for 2 days, but he could only level up 1 level. It was completely ineffective to grind out such tasks alone, so it looks like I'll have to look for permanent team members. In this game, the farther you go, the harder it is to level up. And with such a slow pumping, I guess human strength does have its limits. My thoughts were interrupted by a call. Tiana asked where Jack was. The monthly guild war was starting today, and the guy should be there in a minute. Jack replied that he was just completing a task and hadn't seen the girl's message. The girl shouted for the guy to move faster as everyone was waiting for him, and Jack replied that he was on his way. A minute later, as promised, the guy arrived at the location where the entire team of players was waiting for him. Samantha greeted him and said she was glad to see him in the ranks of the Misty Cliff, while Tiana noted that they had met before. The guy looked around the crowd at the elf he helped to return the staff and asked if he still had it, and the player answered in the affirmative. Tiana said that Samantha and her subordinates are people she trusts, and they will also accompany them during the war. Each guild has a limit on the number of fighters, but they are free to form teams of any number of people. Samantha told Tiana not to worry this time. She would not let anyone hurt her. The girl replied that she was counting on an assistant in that case, and Jack noted that Tiana could get along not only with men. The guy decided to ask if there were any things he should know in advance, as this was his first experience in such global battles. Tiana answered that the monthly guild war is a competition between guilds that takes place every month. Each guild has a corresponding number of players, and the points depend on the number of kills. The guild with the best score rises in the overall guild ranking. So the monthly war is a very important event where you can show your strength. Tiana noted that they cannot change the situation, as the 5 great guilds have already shown their real power. However, there was one unspoken way of survival. Usually other guilds do not voluntarily provoke the Big Five. Instead, they target guilds that are equal to themselves or weaker in strength. This is how players maintain or increase the rating of their guild. And the 5 great guilds are not so dishonorable that they are ready to attack weaker opponents. Jack, after listening to the girls, said that this was not a way of survival, but the normal existence of the weak. In general, the guy understood the whole picture, and he told Tiana that he needed to tell her something, but preferably in private. Samantha said she didn't understand the secrecy at all. Couldn't they talk about everything here in peace? Jack said that he wanted to create a unit with permanent tags that would belong to Foggy Bottom, but exist independently of the other echelons. Instead, he offered Tiana to become responsible for this team. Jack said that he would personally select candidates who would also pass the pre-entry test, and Tiana was worried that she would only play the role of an intermediary. The girl reasoned that Jack wanted to create a powerful squad, and if she was responsible for this squad, new prospects would open up for her. Jack said that although there are many very talented players in this game, they shouldn't be allowed to join the team so easily. Tiana promised again that she would do everything for Jack's comfort, so as a third-rate deputy captain, she would help him realize this idea. But the girl had her own conditions. The guy had to promise something, never to attack her. Jack laughed and told Tiana not to worry about it. He was not that kind of person. The friends' conversation was interrupted by a short man who shouted that he should be accepted into the squad, that he would not be a burden to the team. The guy with the shield on his back was screaming and begging that he would give it his all, tank like he had never tanked before, and withstand any harm. The members of the squad begged him to leave them alone, and other teams also refused to ask him why he joined the monthly war. But the boy said that he had worked hard to win the opportunity to take part in this war, because he would lose his qualification. Jack thought the guild was taking in children, but Tiana said it was just a little boy who dreamed of becoming a first-class tank warrior. They noticed the boy's stubborn nature, so they allowed him to join the guild to gain experience. I think his name is Nicholas. Jack turned excitedly to Tiana and asked her in a raised tone what the boy's name was. Tiana was frightened to hear that the boy's name was Nicholas, not understanding why this information excited the thief so much. Jack remembered the name. This guy was one of the 6 majestic shields in his past life, and his name was Nicholas of the Sacred Mountain. Was this little orc really the legendary Nicholas of the Sacred Mountain? Meanwhile, the members of the squad made excuses for not being able to take the boy with them, as the war was about to begin. They advised Nicholas to adequately assess his real strengths and not to let them down. The players believed that it was not worth wasting time on the guy. Unexpectedly, Jack interjected, saying that he still believes that hard work opens up many interesting opportunities. The members of the squad were unhappy that the new guy hadn't even joined the guild yet and was already sticking his nose in. But Jack didn't pay any attention to them at all. He stretched out his hand to Nicholas and asked if he wanted to join his squad. Jack may not have realized it yet, but today's invitation marked the beginning of the legendary Shadow Team's first game, and the bugle sounded. This bugle meant only one thing. The monthly guild war was about to begin, and all players were ready. The Boundless Ruins of the Saints is a huge battlefield for guild warfare, literally saturated with the smell of blood, like a separate dimension. The place of guild battles, which is not limited by the rules. Kills do not affect guild points. Fame or reputation, rank is the only thing that matters. The monthly war began with the opening of all the doors through which the participants had to pass. After the portals opened, warriors of all guilds arrived through them, from the first to the last. All the soldiers, having passed through the portal, were only waiting for the war to begin, which had already begun. When the gong sounded again, all the units ran in different directions to their pre-planned locations. Nicholas saw that members of other guilds had already scattered across the map. This time it was a canyon, and Samantha ordered no one to get into fights. Most of the participants followed the strategy of finding a safe place. Jack decided that they also needed to find a safe zone first. Tiana hoped she hadn't made a mistake in letting Jack become the leader of the group, even though she wanted him to protect her. The girl was eager to see as many of the abilities of this strange, mysterious thief as possible. Meanwhile, in the Boundless Ruins of the Saints, the first battles between guilds have already begun, and cries of pain could be heard in some places. Justin's squad also fought, and its members were satisfied. They defeated the enemies very easily. Wasabi Man watched his friend. It seems that he hadn't left yet. If Justin worries about his defeat, his skills will stop growing. But Wasabi Man himself was looking forward to the next fight with Jack, so he could become even stronger. One of the squad members asked why Justin insisted on coming back here. Other groups should gather here, and Wasabi Man agreed. The third-tier thief did not suspect that Justin had a plan. Why he insisted on this particular spot, something was definitely wrong. As soon as Wasabi Man thought about it, the whole squad froze. It was an ambush. They were being affected by magic. On the cliff above them, members of the White Jade shouted that Justin's squad was trapped by the binding skill. The head of the White Jade squad praised Justin for his good work, saying that he passed the exam by sacrificing 3 comrades. Wasabi Man asked Justin what it all meant, demanding answers. But White Jade had already decided to attack. The commander of the White Jade squad said that the guy only had to provide Tiana's coordinates, and then Justin would officially join the Wolf's Fang. Wasabi Man might have believed that Justin was betraying the guild, but the deputy commander of the White Jade squad ordered him to shut up. The girl wanted to kill Wasabi Man, but Justin stopped her, saying that he was his friend and he wanted him to join Wolf Fang. The squad leader replied that although Justin hadn't said he would call anyone else, they didn't mind. Justin couldn't just let it go. In this guild war, Jack and Tiana will pay for what they've done. Wasabi Man was very angry. His friend was going to tell Tiana's coordinates in exchange for joining the enemy squad. Justin was garbage. But the guy shouted back that if he didn't get the girl, no one else would either, and that this pair of traitors would die together. Wasabi Man should understand him. Wouldn't it be good to join the Wolf's Fang and become stronger? All conversations were interrupted by a voice call, and the squad leader asked if they had found the target and received an affirmative answer. The deputy commander was very excited about this news. She shouted for the players to hurry up and deal with them. The commander put his hand on Justin's shoulder and told him not to worry. 5 thieves would be enough to finish her off, and it was all thanks to him. But the squad captain's bold speech was interrupted by a voice from the panel who said that everything was not going according to plan. The player's voice said that they were not warned about Tiana's bodyguard. Everything was bad. The guy said that he was hiding in a safe place, but the commander did not want to speak quietly despite the danger to his man. In just 3 minutes, this guard killed 4 people from their squad, and only the one who called was left. Wasabi Man realized that this person was Jack, and the deputy commander could not believe this information. He must have been joking. Now the man could calm down and leave Tiana's defense to his recent opponent. Meanwhile, the last survivor said that none of their people had yet been revived and asked if he could temporarily retreat. But the guy got too involved in the negotiations and forgot about security, and Jack appeared behind him and asked him to pass the phone to him. 10 minutes earlier, Samantha had asked why they were running so far, and in the squad's opinion, it looked like cowardice. But Nicholas replied that it was okay if someone attacked from the front. He was willing to take all the damage and let the others attack. The members of the squad did not appreciate the kid's gesture, as they believed that with his equipment, Nicholas would be hiding behind them, not vice versa. Tiana, who was running a little behind Jack, asked if he really had a plan, because no one but the guy felt confident. The guy looked around for a moment and replied that he had no plan. He just wanted to squash a couple of bugs. Tiana looked at the guy in shock. She didn't even realize that they were being watched. Suddenly, the guy stopped running and the whole squad stopped abruptly. No one understood the reason. When asked by the team, the guy said that the spies stuck to them like gum, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get them off. Tiana immediately ordered everyone to get ready for battle. Nicholas was more ready than ever. He wanted to see his enemies. Meanwhile, the spies moving along the river realized that they had been spotted. Someone from this group was very perceptive. They were underwater in hidden equipment, and no one could know their exact position, so the spies were safe for now. Jack's squad tried to calculate the location of the spies, but it was all in vain, and the players realized that the concealment skill was involved. Jack has decided to use his visual acuity to find all the hidden objects and enemies within a certain radius. In a few seconds, the guy found his target in the driver next to them. The spies realized it. The thief had a skill that revealed them. The head of the squad assumed that the overall strength of Jack's squad was low, and they could finish off the weakest first. The spies decided to be proactive and jumped out of the water, attacking the enemy. Jack ran toward them, ordering everyone else to stay put because someone might attack from behind. The head of the spy squad laughed. A 7th-level thief had decided to go against them. It was an easy target. He ordered them to avoid the soldiers and try to finish off the magician of this unit, and the spies ran to attack. Samantha recognized these spies as the Wolf's Fang squad, a group of assassins from the 3rd Division. They had high DPs. Little Nicholas told everyone not to be afraid. First, the enemies would have to pass through him. Meanwhile, Jack and the 2 spies were running toward each other, each preparing their own strikes. Overconfident spies could only hope to hit clones instead of the real Jack. They wanted to find the real target, but suddenly they were possessed by a curse that deprived them of their willpower. The rest of the spy squad did not understand what was happening to their boss, and panic began to rise among the enemies. Suddenly, Jack appeared behind one of them and advised him to take better care of himself. A second later, the guy cut the spy and kicked the other 2. After Jack took care of the first one, he moved on to the other 2, methodically lowering their health points. He told his team that all the spies had only a third of their health left, so the players could do whatever they wanted with them. Jack's team did not need to be persuaded. They were happy to do their job. The effect of the curse on the squad leader and his subordinate had already passed, and he ordered to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. But there was nothing they could do. Jack was flying at them, the speed of his attack leaving no chance for them to react. Jack pulled the same trick with these 2 as he had with their predecessors, and the spies no longer considered the guy human. Jack wasn't going to stop this time. He was coming up with new combinations of punches. For the opponents, this was completely unbelievable. They were far from being on the same level as the thief. The last survivor looked at Jack in horror and realized that his only option was to run away. But in spite of everything, Jack was able to find him again. He wanted to talk to the captain. The guy could not deny anything. He turned to the vice captain of the 3rd Division of the Wolf's Fang and ordered them to wash their necks because they were being followed and the commander of the unit would be next. The squad commander clenched his fist, and his deputy looked him in the eye with concern. When Jack had already passed out, the vice captain of the 3rd Division of the Wolf's Fang asked who the bold guy was. Was it really the same thief who beat the Dark Forest location on the crazy difficulty? When Justin confirmed this, the squad leader's anger was overwhelming. He was the same bastard. And he was delighted with this news. He realized that they would definitely meet again if the Nebula had really taken him to the guild. Justin replied that it was all Tiana's idea, and he had nothing to do with it. He was worried about his membership in Wolf's Fang. The captain of the squad was unstoppable, and he boldly said that this guy must be tired of life because he threatened him. Wasabi Man drew attention to himself, and the squad captain said that it seemed that Justin's friend had a different opinion on the matter. Wasabi Man, deflecting the dagger of the deputy, replied that they did not need to worry about him at all. Suddenly, with his other hand, he grabbed Justin's chest, saying that he was incredibly ashamed of being partners. The man continued angrily that the members of his new guild would be happy to tell about Justin's betrayal when they were resurrected. As for him, this month he was going to leave the guild war, and their problems would no longer concern him. Finally, he added that they would be enemies the next time they met and left the monthly guild war. Dispersing into space, Wasabi Man said that Justin was now on his own. The squad leader said that this eccentric didn't know what was best for him, and he missed the chance to join the Wolf's Fang. Justin saw a system notification that Tiana had unfriended him, and that part of the squad had probably already discovered his betrayal. From that moment on, Justin became the enemy of the Misty Ones, and his betrayal of the guild will lead to revenge. He said that the guy was very lucky to join their squad, but Justin was only thinking about revenge. They decided to just wait for Tiana to find them, as there was no point in moving anywhere. Jack demanded that the spy give up the coordinates of his captain, but he was unwilling to do so and betray his squad. Jack said that the spy was pretty loyal, but because he had a red nickname, he killed at least 2 people on his way here. If Jack killed him now, the guy would probably drop a couple of things. Jack smiled at the spy's face and said he'd like to let him go. The spy finally decided to confess. He handed over the coordinates of his vice captain and said that he was going to the east, which was accurate information. Jack thanked the spy and said that he would now remove him from the war in a gentler way. The guy thought that Jack would let him go after receiving the information, but he said that lying is normal in war. Tiana stood on the edge of a cliff, unable to believe that Justin would betray them, and for such a stupid reason. She was wondering how Wasabi Man was doing, and that some hierarchy would have to be changed because of Justin's betrayal. She decided that she just had to take advantage of this situation to make herself successful. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Samantha, who asked if she had seen the guild's message. Tiana replied that she had already received a message about Justin's betrayal, and Samantha said that she hadn't thought about the knife in her back from the bastard. Tiana interrupted the idle chatter. She asked where Jack was now. Nicholas pointed in the direction they were supposed to go to him. When the squad returned to Jack, he said that they were on time. He had found out the coordinates of the enemy. Tiana decided to do some magic and found out that, according to these coordinates, the squad was indeed heading east. This means that they will soon meet other Wolf's Fang groups, which will help them attack from all sides and score a lot of points. Nicholas was amazed at Tiana's insight. She knew everything about the plans of the other guilds. Samantha stopped the guy. It wasn't a secret during the guild war. He could have guessed it if he used his head. The only thing that was important during the guild wars was killing, as it brings points to the guilds, which increases the score. Wolf's Fang's strategy is to increase its score at the last minute, when no one expects it. Nicholas, scratching the back of his head, replied that, of course he knew that, he just wanted to boost the team's morale. Tiana approached Jack, and he asked if she had a plan for this. She replied that their squad could make their way through the carnage to the center and interrupt them halfway. The central area is the area that is connected to all 4 teleports. Due to the chaos of the guilds, there were a lot of battles which made it very difficult for participants to get through. Even if reinforcements arrive, they will not receive immediate help. The guy thought about Tiana's idea. He was a little worried about the chaotic battles. Jack asked if they could hide information about guilds here. Tiana replied that they could, but usually no one does that because it doesn't count as a murder. But Jack assured her that everything would be fine. Jack had an interesting idea about this. He used a mask of secrets that hid information about the user. Under the astonished gazes of his team, the guy put on a clown mask and ordered them to go to the central zone. Meanwhile, in the central area of the guild war, there were a lot of people. People were constantly on the move. This is the central area of the battlefield, where dust is raging all over the plain due to the endless battles of the guilds. The battles here were very intense, like a swirling fable that symbolized them. Each of the participating guilds had its own enemies with whom it wanted to get even in this place. Some participants wanted to take revenge on the opponents who had defeated them last time. Suddenly, members of one of the squads noticed someone behind them and wondered if the enemy was preparing a hidden attack from the rear. But this player did not look like any of the people because he was wearing a mask. Jack stood at the edge of the canyon, holding a dagger, his face hidden behind a clown mask, his hair sticking out in all directions. A second later, Jack launched an attack that was so unexpected that the opponent did not have enough time to prepare. Falling to the ground, the player called out to his captain, and he immediately stood in front of Jack, asking what was going on. The guy did not answer verbally. His response was to kick the enemy's body. The members of the other units did not understand what kind of guild had interfered in their fight, but they were concerned that the captain was on the ground. Jack looked at each member of the enemy squad and filtered out that he was a member of Wolf's Fang, and they were a bunch of bastards. Other participants began to resent the fact that Wolf's Fang was interfering in other guilds' battles. Did they really think that guild warfare was their home? Also, some participants demanded that Jack take off his concealing mask and reveal his identity, but he said he would not do so. He proclaimed that Wolf's Fang was giving them 30 seconds to escape because a squad would come here and kill everyone. If they do not agree, then let them not blame him for not warning them. This really angered the members of other guilds. They thought the guy was going too far. The reputation of Wolf's Fang had always been bad. Soon, the whole canyon was talking about putting Wolf's Fang in its place and making them pay for what they had done. The other members of Jack's squad watched the guy's actions. He was brilliant, fooling so many people in such a short time. Tiana couldn't think that Jack would use such tricks, but did he have a safe escape technique after what he had done? Jack saw that the center area was filled with players, and if everyone was here, he would put on a real show for them. When the Wolf's Fang people arrive on site, they will give them a huge surprise. They just need to relax and enjoy the show. Tiana began to worry about Jack's fate in earnest. After all, he was her protector. Soon, the real members of Wolf's Fang arrived in the central zone, and all the rival guilds focused on them. The head of the squad did not understand why so many people were greeting their arrival. Something was wrong. The first players started shouting and threatening them. The captain of the squad started naming his guild, but the opponents already knew it and considered it dog shit. The conversation was short-lived as the first brave men attacked the Wolf's Fang unit, whose members still couldn't understand why everyone was so opposed to them. Jack, who was hiding in the crowd wearing a mask, realized that something serious was coming. The commander of the Wolf's Fang unit tried to understand what had happened. He had a very bad feeling. It was like being afraid of being targeted by an unknown in the dark. Jack decided not to waste any time, and running up behind him with lightning speed, dealt a critical blow to the back of one of the Wolf's Fang members. So the guy killed the first one. The squad leader ordered all the members to be on guard. No one even noticed it happen. The deputy commander suspected that it was Jack's work, but the captain said that he did not see his face, only a clown mask. The man ordered no one in the squad to panic and activated gravitational pressure, which slowed down the speed of movement in the radius of action. Once the dome was formed, the squad captain ordered the members to get inside as quickly as possible. He believed that now this thief would not be able to do anything while they were in the circle. The deputy believed that he simply wouldn't dare to go inside and that he should be made to pay for the consequences of their confrontation. The captain began to agree with the girl, but stopped talking in mid-sentence. She did not understand what had happened. Jack stood behind the deputy, and despite the girl's screams, she came in second. The captain of the squad still could not see the attacker. His speed was still extraordinary, and the deputy had no chance. Jack's squad was in a hurry to help their leader. The coordinates for the meeting were already close. Samantha claimed that Jack wanted to give Tiana a gift, and the location was somewhere here, and Nicholas was also looking forward to it. But there was no one here, not even Jack, so maybe they came to the wrong place, judging by the coordinates. Everything seemed to be right. Tiana saw that a sandstorm was coming towards them, and that someone was walking inside it, so she ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But in a few seconds, everyone was staring at Jack, who was holding the deputy commander of the Wolf's Fang unit on his shoulder. It turns out that this rascal was the gift Jack was talking about. The guy opened the girl's mouth. Immediately, the girl began to curse, demanding to be released, which irritated the team so much that they thought about taping her mouth again. Tiana, on the other hand, ordered Jack to untie the deputy commander of Wolf's Fang, despite Samantha's objections. The deputy thought that Tiana was afraid of her and began to ensure that her squad would not touch them, as they had done the previous time. But the deputy's surprise knew no bounds when Tiana replied that she was not afraid, she was just thinking. She wondered what kind of skills she should use against such a treacherous woman as the deputy commander of the Wolf's Fang squad. The girl did not sit idly by either, and pulled out her dagger, rushing to attack to force Tiana's mouth shut. But all her efforts were in vain, as Tiana's vine blocked her movements. If the deputy was still so eager to fight, Tiana was not going to show her any mercy. While the vine was dragging the girl underground, she shouted that she would remember this, and later begged it to stop. Even when her hand disappeared into the ground, Tiana thanked Jack for the gift and said she was indebted to him. Jack said that he needed to take someone with him before returning to the central area. Tiana asked who exactly, because it was very dangerous there, but the guy said that he was safe as long as this person was helping him. Each member of the squad thought that the captain was talking about him, and only Nicholas asked who Jack was referring to. Jack looked at Nicholas and said that he needed his help, and everyone turned to the boy in shock. Nicholas himself was indescribably impressed and even began to stutter with excitement, wondering if someone had noticed and appreciated him. The boy even had tears in his eyes, and he gladly punched Jack's fist and told him that he could rely on him. In the central zone, the battle was still going on. The captain was looking for the thief, and one of the team members said that the deputy's information indicated that he had died. The captain ordered all the groups to gather immediately. They must not give this thief a chance. When they remarked that they would become a laughingstock, the captain replied that he didn't care. He wanted to punish the thief for his woman. The men of the squad were low on health and wanted to retreat to regroup, but the captain was adamant. Justin, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, was already looking forward to killing the captain, so he could get rid of a lot of trouble. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a flying shield heading in their direction. The captain was unpleasantly surprised. Once again, these annoying pests interfered with their existence. Nicholas, who had already picked up his shield, asked if the shrimp warrior wanted to be killed. Jack appeared as if from the ground on the other side of the captain, who called this appearance too naive. The man was confident in his strength. The captain shouted that he would really burn Jack, that he would experience the strongest fiery spell, and that he would not be able to escape. It was revenge for a woman, the captain tried to say, but Jack started to laugh, saying that this is probably what a man looks like in a relationship. He added that he would never have thought his opponent would be so stupid as to use a long spell in front of a fast thief. A moment later, when he was close to the captain's face, Jack said with a smile that he should follow his woman. A second later, Jack deprived the captain of a large number of health points, calling the man a damn dog. Nicholas, happy to see the spectacle, congratulated Jack on their victory. But Jack replied that this was still not the case. Wolf Fang would definitely send a large group to chase him. He called Nicholas to come with him urgently, saying that he wanted to check something. Justin said that they could not lose this war. He had a lot of experience, and all they had to do was let him take over temporarily. The captain agreed. He told Justin to show what he could do and contact other groups, and the guy agreed without hesitation. There was one more White Jade unit left, the Flying Shield, and Jack and Nicholas took on its members. Nicholas was delighted. Their teamwork was impeccable. He loved how low-health enemies were killed without being able to react. Jack was annoyed by his assistant's talkativeness, but he told him that his technique was called Rapid Flow, and the guy said it looked cool. Nicholas asked if Jack could teach him his technique. It would be good to use the shield in this technique, pushing people into the dust. Nicholas also asked Jack about the mask, and he noticed that the guy was very talkative. It seems he would never be bored with him. But this time, he brought Nicholas here to make sure he had made the right choice. He recalled how excited the boy had been to hear that he could join her group, and how Nicholas was willing to do anything to fit in with his team. All the squads he had joined before were bad, as if they couldn't keep up with his pace, but Jack told him to relax. Jack heard that Nicholas wanted to be the strongest shield warrior and asked him about it. The guy said that he stands in front of his teammates with his head held high, attacks first and takes all the damage, and is not afraid of anything. He wanted to be just like the #1 shield in the Sky Country. This player was unbeatable. Realizing that he was very distracted, Jack reminded him of his questions and asked him to name his special qualities or skills. Nicholas thought about it. This boy had the same name as a god who was revered as one of the 6 shields of the Celestial Country. If this is really Sacred Mount Zong, then it must have special qualities. Or maybe Jack came too early. Maybe Nicholas hasn't developed them yet. The boy, meanwhile, was thinking about what could be considered special qualities, and he was not sure that what he was thinking made sense. Jack was very interested in what exactly he was talking about, whether the guy really had a skill, but he replied that it was blessing. Nicholas said that his special quality was a blessing called courage. Jack froze, wondering if the legend he had heard in his past life was true. Paradise Valley contained an infinite number of unknown special skills, equipment, and additional attributes. Any player can get a mysterious reward by going on a quest. If the blessing of which little Nicholas speaks was indeed one of these rewards, then this boy may indeed be the Sacred Mount Zong that everyone prayed to in their past lives. Nicholas got a strange quest on the 3rd level. After completing it, he got a thing called courage, but he doesn't know how to use it. Jack asked if there was anything else with this thing, maybe a description of this blessing, and the guy said he would check. Suddenly, Nicholas shouted that a large number of people were approaching them ahead, and Jack turned in that direction. They were the very scum Jack needed. They found their prey, which the captain pointed out to them before he died. Jack immediately remembered all the trouble they had caused him, and he never thought he would meet the 3 of them here. Nicholas, who was standing next to Jack, seemed to pick up on his mood, and the boy did not like the situation. On top of that, he heard a very familiar voice from the recent past. It was Justin in person, sarcastically saying that they had finally met again and asking if Jack remembered him. His new rank of temporary deputy captain of the 3rd White Jade Squad shone above his head, and he said that he promised revenge. Nicholas, who had already prepared his shield, asked Jack what they were going to do because there were too many enemies. Jack told Nicholas to calm down and asked him if he wanted to become even cooler, and he said yes, but he was also afraid. Jack told the boy to cool down. He was preparing for a fierce battle with these people in advance. He wanted to see in this battle how Nicholas would use his blessing, and if it worked out, it would be worth it, even if they died. Tiana contacted the boys and said that they were on their way to help, and that members of the other clans were retreating from the playground in fear. A few seconds later, the girl, along with the rest of the squad, ran up to Jack and Nicholas, and they made it in time. The guy looked around and asked why they had come, and Tiana replied that she had received a notification about the White Jade group and thought they had already been killed. Jack replied that he had ordered them to stay safe, but Tiana said that he was their captain in this battle of the guilds. Does the guy really want them to ignore the lives of their teammates? It was not in line with the girl's philosophy. Jack was impressed by this answer. In his past life, he had always improved his level on his own. He had no team. He had already forgotten the warm feelings that these words had given rise to, and Jack said that the group needed to prepare. It would be a tough battle. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Justin's voice, which shouted that the girl was still defending the thief. To Tiana's great surprise, he added that they had no choice but to become enemies. Samantha didn't react so restrained. She shouted that Justin was a scumbag and had really become a mutt for White Jade. After he gave the command to attack, the guy shouted for them to say whatever they wanted. He was only concerned about revenge. Jack realized that the time for talking was over. It was time to prepare for battle, and everyone had to get organized. Thus began a bloody battle between the White Jade and Foggy Cliff clans, with Samantha covering Tiana's back. At one point, the girl asked Tiana to cover her back to delay those in front of her, and she replied that she would create a flower magic shield. The members of White Jade mocked the girls and told them to just give up or join them. But Samantha interrupted this stream of male chatter and counterattacked the attackers, who realized that they had no time to lose. Striking back, she smiled and said that they were stupid for wanting to kill her. Who did these attackers think they were? Samantha used the punishment of the Great Sword against them. After this massacre, the members of White Jade realized that Samantha was an attacking warrior. Tiana praised her partner for her work and said that she would take on the other side. Magic attacks would not reach them. But Tiana was interrupted by members of the White Jade, who decided to attack her with a joint stab in the back. With a striking leap of defense, Nicholas protected the girl. He shouted that no one dared to lay a finger on their team. This only angered the opponents even more. But Jack joined this sector of the battle because it was rude to insult the ladies and children. In a second, the guy inflicted great damage on all three cunning attackers, who could not counteract him. Samantha was very happy to have such reinforcements. She said there were too many enemies here, and it was impossible for her to hold them off alone. The other members of the squad asked if they were okay, and the girls replied that of course they were still holding on. There were too many enemies and they were all too strong, and Jack's squad used up all the restorative potions. Tiana realized that the team needed protection and created a medium-ranked magic shield. Nicholas was delighted, and Samantha pointed out that Tiana also has high-level destructive spells, but she can't use them in this situation. Thanks to the shield, the players were finally able to catch their breath, but if enemies came, they would need to come up with an escape plan. But unexpectedly, Tiana's medium-ranked magic shield was pierced by Justin's arrow. Fortunately, the arrow did not hit the girl, but it did hit one of the team members. The elf who had lost his staff in the dungeon was now losing consciousness and needed to be healed immediately. Justin was unhappy with his shot. He was expecting something else, but one of his associates praised him. Jack's sworn enemy, the captain, could not even imagine that the combined attack would be so strong. Justin replied that he was very familiar with this magical defense that Tiana uses. For ordinary spellcasters, it would take much longer. Justin wanted Jack and Tiana dead. No one was to survive. The squad focused on the approaching enemies while the healers healed. The magic shield was destroyed, the defenders' abilities were still in a rollback, and the attackers sought to take advantage of this favorable moment. Jack turned to Nicholas. He said that the guy had to protect others, and he had to go about killing someone. Nicholas objected, saying that there were too many enemies, but Jack said that if he wanted to become the strongest defender, he needed to be brave. The boy must help his friends and finally show them his courage. And with these words, Jack left his friends. Samantha and Tiana were amazed at Jack's action. Did he really leave their protection to little Nicholas? The thief was joking, even in danger. Nicholas stared at his hands like a mesmerized man. A coward like him, who only cries when he is scared, has to show everyone his courage. The enemies used a rain of arrows and other spells, and the boy kept digging inside himself, trying to find courage. The friends had already begun to fight the enemies, trying to repel their furious onslaught, and they shouted to Nicholas to hide behind them. He replayed Jack's words in his head, and he realized that even though he was scared, he didn't want to. His friends were waiting for his help and were begging for it, but the guy was still immersed in his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Nicholas found how to activate his power. He was fearless and steadfast. Like a mountain cutting through the clouds, courage was revealed. The attackers changed their targets. They decided to ignore the other participants of the Foggy Bottom and aim at a giant monster that appeared out of nowhere. Even Jack looked back. He was expecting it. It was necessary to bring Never to a standstill to awaken the blessing. The jackpot was hit. Little Nicholas is indeed one of the sacred shields of the Heavenly Valley Six. He is the sacred mountain of Zong. Justin couldn't believe his eyes. It was some kind of a hell of a thing. Where did this giant thing come from? Is it a player? Could it be one of the members of Foggy Bottom? The captain of the White Jade began to question Justin about it. Justin replied that even if asked, he wouldn't know the answer. He had never seen such a participant in Foggy Bottom. Along with his enemies, Nicholas's comrades could not believe what they saw. Could it really be the same kid? Little Nicholas, who was now a giant, used the destructive field against his enemies, who fled in fright in different directions. But the attackers were not as agile and fast as the boys' attack, and Nicholas's skill deprived them of health points. This zone, which the members of the White Jade got into, slowed them down, and the enemy's attack was repelled. The attackers were thinking about retreating, but Justin had a different idea. Everyone was scared just because this player was bigger than the others. The captain ordered everyone to continue attacking, because it was most likely an enemy player with unusual abilities. Justin was sure that no matter how big the enemy was, he would die here and now. White Jade launched a new wave of attacks, and Jack's squad members had almost no strength to resist, with Nicholas as their only hope of survival. Suddenly, the giant Nicholas raised one of his arms up, releasing electric discharges into the sky, which flew in all directions. The morale of his comrades immediately increased. As it turned out, the guy had used a strengthening buff. The team's magical defense instantly increased by 50% along with physical defense. Nicholas, using incredible strength, tore out a huge part of the rock and lifted it onto his shoulder. The guy activated the meteor grenade skill and threw a rock in the direction of the enemy clan. The confused enemies froze in surprise. It was a mistake. They had to run away. But the rock had already landed, scattering the players in different directions. The captain of the White Jade shouted that he had to follow orders and attack, not just stand around. Justin didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. This man had ruined all his plans. Why would he use a long-range attack? But Justin's surprise was short-lived. He didn't even have time to feel anything, and Jack had already stabbed him in the chest with his dagger. One of Justin's henchmen yelled at him to regroup, but when he didn't respond, he turned to him. If he had done it a second earlier, he could have avoided Jack's attack, but the player was too slow. Finally, Jack told Justin to take care of himself. He hoped the three bastards would have a good time together in hell. The captain did not understand why the White Jade unit had not yet been reorganized and began to call the roll, whether they had all died because they did not answer. Jack, who suddenly found himself standing next to the captain of the enemy unit, replied that he was absolutely right. All his henchmen were dead. The captain gritted his teeth, saying that the guy must be wishing for death if he was trying to attack from the front. The villain from White Jade managed to turn around and attack the thief Jack with a powerful attack. The captain smiled arrogantly and shouted at the stupid thief to go to hell, but Jack asked if he still didn't recognize him. The next moment, Jack took off the mask and he immediately remembered everything. The ability Jack had taken from that book was called Concealment of the Evil Spirit. Finally, Jack said that today, right now, the captain would fully enjoy the horror of this ability. A few minutes later, Tiana called Jack, asking where he was, and he replied that he would join them, but that they had to retreat. Jack reasoned that with the protection of baby Nicholas, they managed to evade the enemy's advance. Tiana had enough time to cast and release the sky spikes, which helped the team retreat to a safe zone. The battle in the central part of the battlefield and that mysterious giant creature became the most discussed topics after the guild battle ended. Although Tumanoi Ustvishe was still in 5th place in the ranking, their team took 1st place because they scored the most points. After the war ended and the first awaken was announced, the members of Jack's squad gathered to celebrate their small victory. Samantha knocked over her mug in one fell swoop, and Tiana, worried about her, advised her to slow down because the game had an anti-drunkenness system. The elf, who had already been patched up, laughed at Nicholas, saying that he shouldn't drink anymore because he was a child. Tiana interrupted the chatter by thanking everyone for participating in the monthly war. If not for each of them, they would not have won, especially Nicholas. The boy shyly began to say that it was nothing special, so there was no need to thank him. But Samantha told him not to be ashamed, because without protection, they would not have been able to escape to safety. His transformation is something incredible. Nicholas, completely distraught, said that he had to do something. He was just begging his friends to stop. Samantha said that they should also thank Tiana. She was irreplaceable, constantly protecting them and activating that powerful spell at the end. Samantha provocatively approached Tiana almost close to her, and she replied without a shadow of shyness that she was just doing what she had to do. Everyone except Nicholas, who had his eyes closed on the grounds that he was a child, looked at the painting with their mouths open. And yet the one who tried the hardest was Jack, and Samantha recognized that this guy was really cool. She said the thief was simply too strong and knew what he was doing, even in such a difficult situation. And the moment at the end, when he destroyed the enemies after the elf was shot, the boy thought that Jack was taking revenge for him. Diana listened to the chatter of her friends and thought that Jack was indeed a very mysterious person. She didn't know if he was aware of Nicholas's strength, but he definitely had a plan. And thanks to it, this inconspicuous group took the lead in the battle. This strange thief has completely exceeded her expectations. With his abilities, can she raise the bar of her determination even higher? The girls' thoughts were interrupted by Nicholas, who asked if Jack would join them. He had something to share with him. Tiana replied that the guy wasn't coming. Jack said he had to take care of something and left right after the battle. Nicholas was sure that it was because of the first player to change their specialty, or the first awakened one that everyone received a notification about. Tiana wasn't sure about it herself, and the announcement became a popular topic of conversation in Paradise Valley. But she also couldn't say what the real reason was that Jack wasn't with them today. Meanwhile, Jack washed his hands in the waters of a stream near one of his recent fights. Behind the guy was a mountain of chopped-up bodies of monsters from this location. The thief did a very good job this time, but Jack was still very dissatisfied with the results, so he punched the water and cursed. He was very upset with Dark Scar. The first awakened one was too fast. He didn't think he would get to level 15 so quickly. This guy was sure that he was the best player in Paradise Valley, but Jack thought he was just playing the fool all the time. Jack abruptly got to his feet and picked up his weapon, which was sticking out of the ground next to him. He couldn't sit idly by. His level shouldn't be too low because the pros from his past life have probably already started pumping levels. In this world, levels and abilities decided everything, and he needed to assemble the strongest team for this, and now he had only Nicholas. Jack calmed himself down. He didn't have to rush because of the awakened one. Now he needed to train Nicholas, level up, and look for others. The area in which he was located is very inaccessible. Are there really those who came to such a remote place as he did? The boy decided that he urgently needed to test his guesses in practice and began to move deeper into the forest. Carefully following the trail of the awakened man, he praised himself for being attentive enough. Otherwise, he would have lost this person for sure. Watching the dark charm from afar, he thought that the person seemed to have a high level. Judging by the footprints, there was only one player here. The place he was making his way through was undoubtedly rural, which is something an awakened person could forget, unless he was on some special mission. After passing through the cave where the tracks led, the boy saw a man coming out of another exit, and the man was really alone. There was a box next to the stranger, and now it was clear why this guy had come to such a place. He needed it. Jack realized that he had to leave. He was so curious that he had followed this guy. He shouldn't bother him. The guy looked at the player's information above his head. It was Dark Scar, the best player in Paradise Valley. It was strange that he was here. In Jack's past life, he could only dream of meeting an untouched awakened one, but here he was sure that he would not lose to anyone. He wondered what the difference between them would be if he competed with all his might, and he should ask Dark Scar for a duel. Thinking about it, Jack didn't notice how he had lost his target, but he was distracted for only a couple of seconds, and the awakened one was nowhere to be found. A moment later, a voice sounded next to him, and Dark Scar asked why the boy was spying on him from the cave. He also asked whether the thief was seeking murder, whether he was going to challenge him. Jack replied that he first followed Dark Scar out of curiosity and then found his ID. The interlocutor scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying that he thought someone was trying to attack him again. Jack decided to get acquainted. He told him his name, that he was a 7th level thief, but Scar said that he didn't need to be named. He didn't care. Every day, too many people come here and make a big deal of it, trying to challenge him, and if Jack is one of them, he can forget about it. The guy didn't know what to say to this tirade because he had intended it to be so, and the opponent's reaction was already clear to him. Dark Scar got to his feet and said that if everything was clear, the boy should leave. There was a box waiting for the awakened one, and he advised the guy to level up or something. Realizing that the chance was not to be missed, Jack shouted back at Scar that he wanted to challenge him. He knew that they were 8 levels apart, but he hoped that his opponent was not underestimating him. The guy was asking for a duel. Dark Scar assessed the prospect of a duel, and after a few minutes of silence, agreed. He scratched the back of his head again and said he was willing to do it just once. Despite the difference in levels, with the overlapping combo technique that Jack used against the Mud Dragon, he has a chance to win. Jack realized that he would have to use his abilities. Scar was a warrior, so he had to be wary of his battle cry. The fight started, and the guy decided to first study the opponent's attacks using his unique skills. It was necessary to somehow find the weak point of the Dark Scar, which did not even move despite Jack's rapid movements. The clever thief moved without stopping, forming circles around his opponent with his trajectory. It accelerated, and when it reached its maximum speed, it leaped toward Dark Scar, about to attack. Having activated Stab in the Back, Jack found himself behind Scar, already bringing his blade over him. The guy believed that he was caught, but a second later, his mind changed. Dark Scar instantly turned around and grabbed Jack by the throat. He sealed the guy's attack and interrupted the skill. Throwing Jack to the ground, the damage was critical. Jack was lying on the grass, spitting blood from his mouth. His health was almost zero. Dark Scar said that the thief's technique was not bad. He was probably in top-tier mode, but Jack was still weak. Among his opponents were people much stronger than Jack, but it was all just a waste of time. Jack had nothing to say to the awakened man. He could not believe that he had lost. This had never happened in his life. Dark Scar complained that he couldn't get away with challenging other players, so he probably needed to be more secretive. The awakened man saw that the guy was no longer able to attack. He said that the winner was decided and asked to leave him alone. Jack could only be angry at himself. The opponent was incredibly strong. But also, remembering the words of the awakened one, he hated the feeling of hopelessness and the look down, so his anger awakened the desire to attack. Dark Scar, who had already managed to get a good distance away from the boy, looked back in surprise. Jack was radiating golden fire, overwhelmed with hatred, and it was definitely not over. He was still alive and therefore could fight on, so the guy drew his blade again, with lightning sparkling in all directions. A second later, he was already flying at the enemy, turning into a solid beam of fiery energy. But this attack was a failure. Shram grabbed him by the chest and asked if the guy really had this ability. When the pause dragged on, Shram laughed. It was because the guy was a candidate who had not yet been awakened. Shocked, Jack did not even resist. He tried to understand if Scar meant Certificate of Excellence. Jack asked Shram if he knew about the Certificate of Excellence, if he had also been assigned such a task. The guy remembered that it was the only mission. Dark Scar was interested in this remark. It turns out that the guy has evidence of skill, and it seems that there was more than one. But putting his hand on Jack's shoulder, Dark Scar said that he was still a candidate and that he should find out for himself. Finally, he mentioned Jack's name and added that he would definitely remember it. The guy was trying to start a conversation about the fight, but Dark Scar said it was useless. The guy had no chance of winning. But the awakened one promised that if Jack ever had the strength, they would meet again. He really hoped he was worth the wait. Dark Scar said goodbye without turning around and disappeared, and the boy realized that he was making him wait for a new meeting. But Jack was sure that they would see each other next time, and that time he would definitely win. The first awakened, Dark Scar, as expected, was a very strong opponent. But Jack in this life was much more confident than this weirdo. He promised that he would take away the title of the best player in Paradise Valley. After returning to reality, Jack worked out a plan, even in a public shower, in front of others who were looking at him funny. Jack had to clearly work out a plan for leveling up and recruiting a team. It was a priority now. He didn't pay attention to anyone else. In the last game, he started clearing dungeons with Nicholas, and he needs time to learn something. And this something is a Certificate of Mastery. The Dark Scar proved that the Certificate of Mastery still has some secrets. Pouring a huge mountain of rice into a bowl, the boy decided to find out how much he could afford. His grandfather was crying. He didn't have that much money. I couldn't waste a single minute. I needed to speed up my level. It was time to start the game. The guy conceived the plan to implement the complete deity outfit, and the process of downloading the game began. A moment later, Jack found himself in the main city of Kasfa, on the central square near the fountain. Not even a second later, when little Nicholas called out to him, Jack looked around a little unhappy. He said that he met a team that refused him. It seems that they did not know how many points they had earned in the monthly war and did not believe him. These people didn't know who Jack was. He argued with them for a long time, but they still didn't believe him. The guy just wouldn't shut up. Nicholas asked where they were going, whether they were going to level up or learn something new, and Jack replied that they were waiting for one person. Nicholas asked if this person was Tiana. If the three of them raised the levels, the team would be unstoppable, but Jack said it wasn't. Jack, of course, was going to maintain his partnership with Tiana for the time being. Finally, the right person came. She said that she had reported Jack's absence due to important circumstances. Tiana wanted to thank the guy for this monthly guild battle. She was still overwhelmed with joy. The guy replied that no gratitude was necessary. He had found a partner and got what he wanted. There was an unresolved issue about the guild. Tiana was afraid that the boy was going to leave them, since they had agreed on a temporary admission and easy conditions. But the guy said that it was the opposite. He needed the guild's resources, so he wouldn't leave it for now. He had his own plans. Tiana took a breath. The results of this monthly war would definitely interest people with higher levels, but she would handle it. After waiting a bit, the girl asked what exactly the thief Jack had planned. Jack asked if Tiana had the contacts of that red-skinned thief. He needed them. It was about Wasabi Man. The guy got what he wanted, and after a while they met. When the thief saw Nicholas next to Jack, he was surprised that the boy decided to bring a shrimp with him, which angered the latter. Jack said hello and explained to Nicholas that they needed people at this stage and that he was now the deputy of the third echelon column. Wasabi Man said that Jack shouldn't be a fool. With his abilities, he could easily take the position of convoy leader. The guy said he wasn't interested. Justin had left, and this was the perfect opportunity for Tiana to get promoted. She was very busy. Wasabi Man replied that he also had something to do, and if it weren't for Tiana, he wouldn't have done it even if he was dying. Jack was looking for teammates to fight in the dungeon, and there was no one in the third tier, so he asked to find people from the second tier. Wasabi Man said that these people were superior to humans, both in terms of level and ability, and if he was present, he could ask several people to unite. He selected the people at Jack's request and spent a lot of time looking for suitable candidates. Wasabi Man immediately warned that he was not responsible for their behavior. They are very proud, so they look down on everyone, and without his status, it would have been impossible to persuade them to fulfill Jack's request. In addition, the participants were top players, and the thief had to pay a considerable amount of money to get them to agree, and he had been saving up for a long time. A second later, an arrogant voice was heard asking Wasabi Man if these two were their partners. There were players of the 9th and 10th levels standing next to Jack, and they really didn't like the fact that Jack and Nicholas were so weak, especially little Nicholas. The boys could not believe that they would take this shrimp with them. The group was joined by a girl of the 9th rank, who said that these dungeons were beyond the power of the third echelon. Little Nicholas was very impressed by the girl's shape, but Jack saw only a standard face. Jack interrupted the idle chatter and offered to get to know him better, saying that this time he would be the team captain. At first, the amazed invited players thought that the guy was making a bad joke. A level 7 thief is probably completely stupid. The captain must be able to lead the way to defeat the monster, how the team will clear the dungeon. Wasabi Man asked him not to ask anything, and if he had any questions, Jack would answer them. Each of the players completed the dungeons at the highest difficulty level together with the squad, while the record for the third tier is the average difficulty level. They believed that it would be safer to make Jensen captain, since he was at least level 10, and he was not at all against this proposal. But Jack cut the guy's confidence short, saying that if he took them through the crazy level of difficulty, it didn't matter who he was. All those present looked back at the unfamiliar thief, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest, and no one had expected such a turn of events. Wasabi Man asked Jack not to laugh. This was a 10th level dungeon. The guy's offer was too daring. Jensen laughed, saying that the guy's audacity came from the fact that he was so dumb and didn't know basic things. Selena, a girl, also joined Jensen, and she said that this level is difficult, even for the first echelon. The banter was interrupted by another player who joined the group, who asked if everyone was here to clear the dungeon. It was Hamer. Jensen was unhappy and asked what he was doing here, and the guy replied that he had just brought a friend to clear the dungeon. Selena and Nicholas were impressed by this player, who had a beautiful golden protective suit of a special level of complexity. Hamer was a player of the first tier of the Heaven's Edge Guild. Although his level was not that high, he still wore gold equipment. Jack had heard that Heaven's Edge and Foggy Bottom had a good relationship, and in general it was true. Heaven's Edge had always remained neutral. Hamer is not the strongest warrior of the first tier, but he is enthusiastic and has connections, and he has friends in several large guilds. Wasabi Man had heard that even the leader of the Skyline maintained a good relationship with him, and Jack understood that great connections are also a manifestation of strength anywhere. Jack had gone through all these difficulties in his past life alone, and now looking back, he really didn't understand how he ended up here. Meanwhile, the other members of the group told Hamer what was happening and said that it was all the idea of that brazen thief. Hamer decided to ask Jack himself if it was true, while others thought it was a real shame for Foggy Bottom. Hamer said he didn't know the thief's name, but asked if he had any particular style of play. Jack replied that it wasn't really a special style of play and gave his name. Hamer's reaction was unexpected. He knew the name from the monthly guild battle. Everyone was amazed and started asking how Hamer knew this guy, and he asked them why they hadn't heard anything about the captain of squad number 1. Jensen, embarrassed, replied that they had not participated in the monthly battle, so they did not really understand what the conversation was about. Meanwhile, Hamer couldn't stop talking. He told everything he knew about Jack and his adventures. Little Nicholas liked it very much, and finally he had a like-minded person who admired Jack's personality. But as soon as the boy was about to tell him what really happened, Jack shut him up and said that it was just a stroke of luck. Hamer was just asking to participate in the clearing of this dungeon, and Jack didn't mind at all. It would speed up the process a bit. Nicholas was still trying to tell the truth about his idol, despite the fact that the boy was preventing him from doing so in every possible way. Jensen and Selena, looking at Hamer's reaction, realized that they simply didn't have to worry about anything else. Jack was a reliable person. Realizing that all the controversial issues had been resolved, the guy generated a portal to a crazy level of dungeon complexity. The system notification said that the 10th level dungeon, violation of the Buddha's commandments, was activated. If the group members complete it at a crazy level of difficulty, fulfilling the appropriate conditions during this time, the main reward for the squad will be a rare item called the Fossilized Ring. A second later, the team members were at the location, and everyone was wondering if the Fossilized Ring still exists. Jack replied that after completing the dungeon, he would only need this item, and the group could divide the artifacts equally. He realized that no one believed in the existence of the ring, and said that they would find out about it later. But for now, they had to remain vigilant. Nearby, monster spawns, such as blind monks, each of which was of the 10th level, wandered around them. But these were not the only kind of monsters in this dungeon. On the other side of the dungeon were deaf followers, each of whom was also of the 10th level. These blind and deaf mobs did not look different from the high-level ones, but their energy and artificial intelligence were completely different. We had to speak quietly because there were even more of them, one of the strongest being an elite silent elder. Nicholas was frightened by all these monsters that looked terrifying, but Jack told him not to be nervous and gave him a disposable hook claw. Each of the participants received the same hook, and everyone was curious about its purpose. Nicholas was delighted. He was not afraid of anything and wanted to take care of what others were afraid of, but Selena told him to watch next to her. Jensen wondered what was next. The characteristics of the monsters were enhanced at an insane level, so much that they could not resist them. Jack replied that of course there was no need to do that. This time they would use the group play style. Selena asked if the whole group really trusted Jack, and Jensen replied that if Hamer trusted him, then they should too. She asked other players from the guild about Jack, and it seems that the monthly battle was quite revealing. There were rumors that he was not that bad. Most of all, she wondered why the boy had sent them to such a strange place, even giving them hooks to get there. The group members were at a loss as to Jack's plans for this dungeon, and they were divided into separate squads. Hamer said that they were a blockade squad. The guy was excited. He was curious about what Jack was up to, while Nicholas was looking at his golden shield. Nicholas reasoned that the golden shells were worthless, but against the backdrop of the Hummer, he looked weak in Captain Jack's eyes. The boy planned to become Captain Jack's protector, and Nicholas could not let the thief think that he was worthless. He was very angry with Hammer's arrogant attitude, because he did not consider himself a kid at all, and was not going to let others call him that. He attacked Hammer, shouting that he should never call him that. He was a warrior, and Wasabi Man took a great liking to the cute kid. In general, all the team members Jack selected were quite interesting, and the third-tier thief couldn't wait to see the ambitious guy's tactics. Jack told the players that they should wait for him to return to the place where he had already sent them the coordinates. They must not go anywhere without his orders, and Jack himself will go to lure the monsters. Impressed, Hammer asked if the boy was going to do it alone, or if he needed help from the soldiers. Jack said no. Then Hammer asked how they could use the hook and help him from their points. What kind of strategy it was. Jensen was also unhappy that they were dragged into strange groups, that they had to follow some profane person. But the guy didn't want to reveal his plans ahead of time. He insisted that the group just wait for his return. Wasabi Man reasoned that they could be wiped out in a moment if they had to fight a large number of monsters, and they were still a temporary group. Jack ordered everyone to get ready and take their seats immediately, and Wasabi Man couldn't believe his eyes. The boy was running in front of a crowd of monks and deaf students who were too numerous. Hamer was delighted with the number of enemies, and Nicholas had already shouted that he'd better not get in the way. Selena told me to prepare delaying spells or any other control spells just in case. Jack ordered Squad C to put their shields in the place he had marked and block the exit, and the guys immediately did so. Jack ordered Squad B and Wasabi Man to immediately prepare their crossbows, and the latter replied that he was ready. The participants were amazed at how this guy lured so many monsters and how he returned unharmed. Jack ordered D Squad to cast a deterrent spell and a control spell 3 seconds apart at the destination. The mages began to cast spells to fulfill their commander's task, sending the energy of the spells in the direction of the mobs. The first was the magic slowing circle spell. When it was created, all mobs could not move freely on the clearing. The members of all the squads looked down on the clearing, which was dotted with high-level monsters. The circle almost completely formed. Jensen said that he had finished his spell, and now it was his friend, the elf, who didn't mind. Jack rejoiced. He had calculated everything well. Now was the perfect moment to realize what he had planned. Squad B must enter the magic circle and shoot at the mobs in front so that they do not lose their enmity. Wasabi Man was afraid that by doing so he would bring all their anger and hatred upon himself, but Jack told him to just do what he said. He promised to take care of the rest, and Wasabi Man did not hesitate to launch a frontal attack. When the mob's hostility was already aimed at the third-tier thief, Jack ordered him to lure the mobs back to the slowing circle. Wasabi Man was in complete agreement with this. Meanwhile, Jack attacked each of the mobs from behind and dealt a crushing blow, using the advantages of the territory to collect monsters with a strategy of attack, defense, and slowing spell. Jack's group lured a huge number of monsters and kept them in a pile, preventing them from attacking. Jack's movements were incredibly flexible. He found the perfect place to trap the monsters and managed to dodge their attacks. Hamer was surprised that during such an intense struggle, the guy could still give orders to other members of the group. The guy did not understand how this lower-ranking thief managed to do such things. Even the first echelon thieves were not so skilled. Hamer was sure that it was absolutely impossible to take into account so many aspects at once, so he decided to write it down immediately. Jack has ordered Squad C to use their shields to block the mobs. They must direct the monsters back to the circle. Nicholas did not need to be told twice. He had already run to attack, hiding behind his shield. Squad D was to immediately cast an elimination spell when they were done with the slowing spells. Unexpectedly, in the heat of battle, Jensen received a message from Hammer asking him to urgently record Jack's operation. He insisted that the recording should be shown to the leader of the Heaven's Edge Guild, Ben, and Jensen did not argue and played it. Jack, like some kind of superhero, slowly moved among the monsters in front of his comrades, creating an amazing spectacle. The mobs aggressively tried to attack the boy, but he easily destroyed them without even batting an eye. Jensen was delighted. It was the first time he had managed to kill a bunch of monsters in one hit, and Selena had already managed to regain her mana, wanting to join in. Jack noticed that the wizards had stopped attracting monsters to them and decided to ask if Squad C was okay. Nicholas and Hamer answered that they had no problem. If the mobs could get through them, the mages on top would suffer. Nicholas understood this even without Hamer's instructions. He only wanted the guy to let him do his job. He understood that they needed protection, but there were so many monsters in the clearing that they could all attack them at once. The boy called out to Jack, but he ordered the D Squad to continue casting the elimination spell. Selena got down to business, creating a fiery stream of energy. She wanted to get it over with. The elf was going to help her. In a moment, collective efforts began to form ash in the middle of the clearing, which blew the mobs into the air one by one. Wasabi Man, who was already at a safe distance, reasoned that he seemed to have underestimated Jack's tactics and his command. The boy is quite competent at neutralizing monsters and deftly slips between them, remaining unharmed. On top of that, Jack still manages to attack and give orders to all of them, which deserved a lot of respect. Nicholas got tired of treading water and told Hammer to rest a bit while he delayed the mobs. Jack easily gained the trust of his teammates, and thanks to him, everything went so well in their new team. Unexpectedly, the dungeon of the crazy level became so easy for all participants, it seems that the comrades managed to stop the first wave. Jack said that there would definitely be 2 more waves before he went back to lure the monsters, and that the mages needed to restore their mana. The team should be prepared, because this time they will use the same tactics as before. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum dungeon, the battle of the first echelon of the skyline was also taking place on a high difficulty. A group of players had already reached the main boss, who was very aggressive. Thanks to the depriving shot, the monster's armor disappeared, and the group had a chance to kill it. Ben, the leader of the Heaven's Edge Guild, noticed that the monster's range of abilities was not yet wide enough because it still had its cloak. Another member of the group coming up behind Ben asked what strange ability he would use this time. This player was the deputy leader of the Heaven's Edge Guild, Keith, and his presence greatly encouraged Ben. The head of the guild said that he was just testing his level of capabilities and asked whether the deputy had coped with everything. Keith replied that for members of the first echelon, this is a trifle. There is probably still a big gap between the first and second guilds. Ben asked about White Jade and Foggy Bottom. Kit replied that the friction had not stopped, and the Shield Prince had secretly joined the others. But despite all these developments, the leaders of both groups are already preparing for some action. At the last moment, the deputy of the Heaven's Edge Guild managed to jump away from the attacking monster that attacked him from behind. A second later, he attacked him himself, stabbing the giant in the eye with his sword. After the first attack, the player launched a second one, which finally broke through the skull of the hideous creature. The cat realized that it was time to run as far away from the giant as possible, who began to activate the energy accumulation. He heard that the 2 guilds were in a monthly battle with 7 people from Misty Cliff killing dozens from White Jade. All guilds from the top to the bottom are full of anger, and if you disturb them, it will not end well. Meanwhile, the monsters had already prepared a new attack, planning to destroy their opponents. Ben noted that there will be a big conflict between the guilds again, by which time both teams will be swaying them to their side again. Although Ben didn't like it, he skillfully avoided talking about such situations over and over again. Unexpectedly, the players were distracted by Hammer, who sent a video of an insane level with the Thief of Misty Cliff. The battle between the deputy and the head of the Heaven's Edge Guild immediately stopped, and they couldn't take their eyes off what they were seeing. Hammer also asked in the chat whether the clan leader had ever met such a strong thief. A new wave of fighters was approaching the Heaven's Edge group, and the team asked what they should do, but Ben was busy with the video he was watching. Jack fought alone against the strongest monster in the dungeon of the insane level, a silent old man. The one who does not see beauty is a blind monk. The one who does not hear songs is a deaf imitator. The one who does not say a word about veining is a silent old man. A system message announced that the players had attracted the attention of an elite silent elder. Jack's first attack on him failed, and the giant deflected the blow with a dagger and threw the boy a long way. The members of Jack's group opened their mouths. The sight was worth the trip to this level. Hammer could not believe that he had never heard of Jack before. With such abilities, joining the top guild was an easy task for him. He decided to report everything to Ben. He told him that the group was watching Jack fight a silent old man in a dungeon of a crazy level. Hammer added that he was filming everything, that he was doing it with a plan, and that he had sent a message. Nicholas realized that at this point he had to fulfill his part of the plan and ran to meet the silent old man. The magicians from their location were thinking about whether they could use the same method against the old man. They did not know what to do. Suddenly, Jack appeared next to them and said that the field of view of the elite is very different from that of ordinary mobs. This is no place for DPs. Nicholas asked what they should do then, and warned that it was already transforming right now, and no one but Jack realized it. But the head of the group replied that there was no need to do anything. He said he would handle everything himself. When the group asked him if he was sure of his decision, he replied that he was too fast. The old man would not be able to keep up with him. Jack was sure that with his current attack, it was not too much of a problem to impress the silent old man. Finally, holding his blade to his chest, the guy said that he would finish the target in 10 minutes. Stunned by this information, Jensen and Hamer said it was impossible. 10 minutes was an unrealistic time frame. Selena said that in this case, in the dungeon, the damage of the mages was in vain. They fought for 20 minutes and sacrificed their shield to destroy him in close combat. The guy said that they simply had the wrong strategy. If you destroy the necklace around the old man's neck, the magic attacks will work. The audience was impressed by this information. They started asking how the guy knew this because no one had heard it, and Jack replied that he had read it in the library. In addition, the guy had the ability to overlay attacks, so don't worry, he couldn't say that he learned it in his past life. Wasabi-Man said that even if a guy is sure of victory, he still has to be careful. The next second, the boy jumped into the valley in the direction of the silent, meditating old man. The boy's first attack was a backstab that managed to hit part of the old man's necklace. The memories of all the actions that happened to Jack in his past life seemed to become clearer at that moment. With another swift blow to the back, the boy destroyed another of the silent old man's beads. And when the third bead was destroyed, the old man even opened his mouth as far as it was possible. Jack's body unconsciously imitated movements that had been repeated dozens of times in his past life. The boy had a feeling that he could defeat the silent old man even with his eyes closed. Jack struck after strike, and the squad members watched him attack the monster from the blind spot with very precise movements. Hamer said that he was the most agile thief he had ever met. Jack was like a ghost. Nimble movements, extremely high speed. This guy was like a giant poisonous snake that had enveloped the monk. Wasabi-Man replied that it was top time, which is why Jack had such a technique and microcontrol. The thief's biggest fan, Nicholas, confirmed that the captain of their group was very strong. He promised to do his best and stay by Jack's side, becoming his support. Jack struck again, destroying the last of the old man's beads and ordered D-Squad to use the destruction spell. This was to be the last blow, so the comrades decided not to waste time and began to generate the spell the boy had asked for. Each magician generated his own, a flaming circle, piercing the territory, snake fetters, while Jack cornered the old man with his attacks and movements. The guy realized that they were using a lot of force at the same time, and in order to defeat the enemy, they had to strike a decisive blow. Jack used Concealment of Evil Spirit against the silent old man, shouting at him to take his last blow. After that, by overlapping attacks, he activated Shadow Blick, which was a finishing technique that dealt 3 times the damage. A second later, the guy received a system notification informing him that the elite monster Silent Elder had been killed. Amazed, Hamer, who had been filming everything, suddenly saw a very strong enemy approaching. With their fierce struggle, his group turned the attention of the level 10 apostate Buddha, the dungeon boss who was already here. Ben was very surprised to learn that it was possible to break the necklace of a silent elder so that magical attacks could work on him. The head of the Heaven's Boundary clan thought that this thief seemed to know too much. He asked Keith if he could give orders and fight at the same time if he were in the thief's shoes. He replied that the first squad of their guild was able to clear only the special level of apostate Buddha, which took an hour. They had to rely on several groups to hold it for the nearby fighters and grind it to death. It was hard for the deputy to imagine the efforts they would have to make to defeat a boss of a crazy level. Not to mention the information about the necklace. Even if everyone knew about it, it was impossible to defeat the silent old man alone. After all of the above, Keith was inclined to think that he could not have done the same, and Ben also recognized that it would have been difficult. The head of the clan said that if one of the reasons for the victory was this guy's abilities, then the main reason was top time. The cat probably also noticed that Jack has top time. People with such skills are very famous. They should definitely get closer to him. Kit didn't understand why a guy with such abilities was still in the 3rd tier, and he wondered what the clan leader was up to. Ben said that the next time they went to clear the dungeon, Hamer should take Jack with them. The apostate Buddha said that suffering leads to the violation of the precepts and started the fight. Only in fantasies could the enemy find a life of happiness, and he struck his staff against the ground, raising energy waves. He looked at the group members with his fiery eyes and asked them why they shouldn't bow to him and forget everything. None of the group understood why their attacks didn't work on this boss. It was completely different from the previous difficulty level. The apostate Buddha must have gone crazy. No one knew what to do, but Jack told them not to worry, there was always a way out. The thief drew his friend's attention to the boss's 4 hands. In fact, he attacks using them, and if you cut off his hands, he will no longer be able to attack. Hammer decided to ask what exactly the guy meant, if he wanted to break some parts of the body of the crazy level boss. It was already good that they were able to kill the boss. It wasn't worth the risk, but Jack said they had someone who would help with that. But that will come later. Right now, it was Jack's turn to enter the game, and he had to do it quickly. The boy quickly ran to the boss, finally shouting that he would really need the power of little Nicholas. The mages must continue the attack. Nicholas had no time to hesitate this time. His brother Jack was counting on him, so he must not let him down. Jack ordered Wasabi Man to hold the boss in place, and the latter shouted at him to remember to increase the Buddha's power. They were dealing with an apostate Buddha of a crazy level. No one had ever seen him in such a state. Meanwhile, the apostate Buddha of the mad level began to generate streams of energy in each of his 4 hands. Hammer, who continued to shoot, still couldn't shut his mouth. The boss could use 4 abilities at a time. It's terrifying. The apostate Buddha said that it was pointless to go against him one-on-one, looking at the guy who was rushing towards him. He fired all 4 energy beams of different skills at Jack as he jumped to perform a backstab. But Jack was not a fool. He used the concealment of an evil spirit to attack. The apostate Buddha activated a spell on his hand to interrupt the boy's skill. The boss of the crazy level considered this act naive, but he still decided to stab him in the back again. But the renegade Buddha was very nimble and managed to turn around and grab Jack before the guy could strike. In fact, this was exactly what the guy needed. The distance was optimal for him to start acting. While still in the hands of the boss, the guy activated the deadly whirlwind, which cut off the 3 arms of the apostate Buddha. Immediately afterwards, Jack ordered little Nicholas to attack the boss from above and show him his strength. The other members of the group were shocked by this decision, as the boy was sending the child to certain death, and Nicholas would be finished. Wasabi Man was also worried. He didn't know if little Nicholas could be hiding secrets that Jack hadn't told him. The boy, despite the cries of warning from his comrades, rushed to Jack's aid, and the Buddha was displeased. And soon Nicholas's fist collided with the apostate Buddha's in a powerful blow. Before the eyes of his amazed brothers, little Nicholas began to turn into a giant, and it turned out that he had frightening strength. The 2 giants got into a fierce fight, and despite everything around him, Jack barely managed to avoid harm. Jack urged Nicholas to be sure to pay attention to the spot he had marked. The thief had already run in the direction of the final battle, shouting for Nicholas to lead the enemy there, and the guy agreed. Selena was amazed at what she saw. The guy was able to push away the crazy apostate Buddha with his physical strength alone. Nicholas, meanwhile, used the lion's heart shield against the enemy, creating reinforced shoulder shields. As soon as they became active, Nicholas, with great persistence, began to push the apostate Buddha out of the clearing in the direction of the given coordinates. The guy's rapid attack created such a column of dust and light that the team could not make out anything at all. Finally, Wasabi Man realized what the kid's secret was. Now it's clear why Jack took him with him. The kid is just a monster. The apostate Buddha began to feel dizzy from Nicholas's pressure, which only intensified. Apparently, the guy was causing very unpleasant consequences for the enemy with his attacks, so he decided to destroy the shoulder shields. But it was not so easy to do. The guy skillfully fought off the attacks of the boss, who strengthened each of his blows with spells. Nicholas activated the solid, fearless lion heart shield and struck the apostate Buddha with it, and the entire clearing was filled with smoke and energy. When the smoke cleared a bit, the group members saw that the apostate was still on his feet, but Nicholas was not yet visible. Suddenly, the boy's giant hand appeared out of the smoke, reaching for the enemy's head. Nicholas became even bigger. He hit the Buddha and he flew into the air. Losing his balance, the guy shouted for Jack to start. The boss of the insane level, the apostate Buddha, was flying in the air above the ground with his eyes closed. Hammer shouted that they would not allow the enemy to fall into the abyss without defeating him, because he would be reborn again and the mission would be a failure. But everything happened exactly as Jack had planned, and the apostate flew right into his hands. The guy activated backstab and began to mercilessly finish off the Buddha until he disappeared down below. Jack said that the apostate would go straight to hell and wished him a good time in the abyss. While the boss of the crazy level was falling into the abyss, the guy continued to relentlessly strike him after strike. Realizing that it was time to get out, Jack activated a disposable hook so he wouldn't even need to get rid of his body. Suddenly, Jack heard laughter behind him. It was the laughter of Buddha, who said that he and the boy were the same. They both had a crippled soul. Despite the fact that physically the boss was falling into the abyss alone, in fact, mentally, they were both doing it. The guy was touched by these words. Now everyone recognized them on the streets of any city because it was incredible news, and even the participants themselves were amazed by the battle. In fact, this strategy belonged to a pro from Jack's past life. The difference was that Nicholas did all the work of several people. Wasabi Men noticed that Jack and Nicholas's levels had risen, but for a generous reward, he would forgive them. The system distributed experience to the participants based on their contribution to the mission, so they and the baby got the most points. Selena gained 12 points of magic damage and an additional ability, the Grieving Buddha's Staff. Nicholas was very jealous of the girl because he himself had not found any suitable award for himself among the ones offered. Jack calmed the guy down and said that he would help him train later, and they would definitely get equipment for him as well. This news really activated Nicholas, who began to pour out suggestions and dreams in response, and there was no stopping him. Suddenly, the conversation between the two friends had to be interrupted because someone called Jack's name. It turns out that this person was Hamer, who said that their leader, Ben, wanted to meet the guy and asked if he would accept the invitation. It was crowded at the Heaven's Edge headquarters, with everyone discussing their achievements and new equipment. Hammer, who was leading Jack through the corridors of the palace, asked him what he thought. Their guild had the busiest headquarters in the game. Jack would never have thought that he would one day find himself at the headquarters of the Heaven's Edge Guild, even when he had already crossed the threshold of Misty Cliff. The guy considered himself just a third-tier thief. None of these players would pay attention to him, but Hamer had a different opinion. Hamer thanked Jack and offered his help, and he said he didn't mind at all, which bribed the guy. The leader of the Celestial Frontier, Ben is one of the few who shook up Paradise Valley in his past life, the first cruel archer. Suddenly, the boy smelled some kind of potion, and a girl was standing in front of him, selling potions that increased mana and health. Jack asked if the guild had started training alchemists, and Hamer didn't know who was doing that at all. Mages only sold potions. In Jack's past life, alchemists were useful only 6 months after the game's launch, as this was their specialty. Suddenly, the guy remembered that there were a couple of alchemists who created wonderful potions that became popular. The guy had the idea to train his own alchemists. As far as he remembered, there was one who ran a shop in Paradise Valley. If Jack wasn't mistaken, his nickname was Sky Alchemist Vancraft, and he was probably still a novice mage. If Jack is going to train an alchemist to become his private mage, he should start as soon as he gets his act together. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by the deputy captain of the Heaven's Edge, Keith, who asked how the guild was doing and noted that he was in a good mood. Hamer was very happy to meet him. He introduced Keith to Jack, who politely greeted him. Keith said that from this moment on, he would take Jack to Ben and thanked him for his work, saying that he could take a break. Finally, Hamer invited Jack to have a drink when he was free, and Keith walked him to Ben's house, welcoming him to the Skyline Guild. When Jack finally appeared in front of the guild chairman, he immediately thanked him for the invitation and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Ben replied that the guy had led the battle in a dungeon of a crazy level on his own, and that, in his opinion, it was unbeatable. The head of the guild didn't want to delay and immediately offered to become Jack's friend, so they could fight in dungeons together. He asked if the guy knew about the new level 15 dungeon, Catastrophic Cemetery. The record of the dungeon was at a high level. Jack remembered that it took 2 hours to complete the dungeon, while Keith said that the record was set by the first guild, and no one has broken it since. Ben asked if Jack would be able to clear him. The crazy mode of the Catastrophic Cemetery is much harder than the Apostate Buddha. Keith realized that Ben wanted to take the chance to test the thief's capabilities, or that he thought he hadn't reached his full potential. Jack asked Ben if he wanted to be the first to complete the dungeon on the crazy level, and he replied that he understood. Jack looked slyly at the head of the guild and said that this was not a problem for him at all, but the cost of the dungeon would be expensive. Ben really liked this self-assured answer. The thief was really very straightforward in his statements. Ben said that the team composition, classification, attributes were in Jack's hands. He is the team leader. Ben and Keith will also participate. Jack agreed. He had already come up with a plan, but this dungeon had its own conditions. The guy hadn't reached the required level. He needed a couple of days. In front of an amazed Keith, Ben and Jack added each other as friends. They had already made up their minds. Jack decided to ask for skill books. He would have been looking for them for a very long time. The guy agrees to buy them at a reasonable price. Keith asked what kind of books the boy needed, and he could just give him some, and Jack named the books he needed. 2 books were not a problem at all, but one of the books on the list was a rather rare attribute, and he would ask the players to search for it. Keith said they could do it in 3 days, and Ben assured him that the books would be sent to Jack as soon as possible. The guy thanked him and asked why Ben and Keith had not yet become awakened if they were both on the 15th level. Ben answered that even if it is easy for them, the specialized test also assesses the level of development of the awakened one. For example, the Dark Scar was one of the most terrifying people in the game, and the speed of awakening increases the chances of becoming the strongest player. That's why they are still trying to find out if there is a way to increase their wakefulness. Jack was happy to be wrapped up in the information. He had guessed about it, but he did not know that there were those who studied methods of increasing the power of awakening. It is quite possible to get what one wants if one learns how to do it. No wonder there were so few awakened ones in his past life. The guy said that he would not detain the players any longer. He had to go and promised to contact them when he was done. Ben thought Jack was a strong player, with a strong aura emanating from him, as if the thief would definitely win and move on. The cat was also looking forward to the next meeting, and the reason was not only because of Jack's performance in the dungeons of the crazy level. Keith definitely wanted to meet Jack so that he could fight him when he improved his level. There was a lively trade on Greyfriars Street, with every participant wanting to buy something for themselves, but often not being satisfied with the price. One of the players said that his friend told him about some idiot who sells very expensive potions here, and as it turns out, his friend was right. Alchemist Vancraft said that if the boys were not going to buy anything, then she would like them to leave. The bully didn't even like the girl's nickname, saying that her potions were very expensive and that she had come to Paradise Valley to make a clown show. He said that in real life the girl was probably an old man, and she was very angry. The girl began to chase the annoying bullies away, saying that they hadn't even tried the potion and were complaining in vain. The guy replied that she was wrong. A couple of days ago, his friend bought a bottle here for 1 silver coin. He expected something worth the price. It was just a normal potion, only with random attributes, and it could be a debuff. It deceives innocent people. He said that the girl was a small shrimp, a cheater, and that the boy had gone through to avenge his friend. Vancraft replied that the boy could try if he could, as the last time such customers were dispersed by the guards. She asked them to look around. Behind the boys was a patrolling guard with a silver sword. If they vandalized, the guard would catch them and put them in jail. The guys decided to leave, but they were already thinking of other ways to take revenge and avoid being caught by the guards. If you make the revenge accidental rather than intentional, there will be no problems. The main bully asked his accomplice to push him. He gladly complied with his friend's request. All the girls' potions smashed to the ground, and the boys began to shout that they had done it by accident. As they left, they were still shouting that they were sorry, but the other players were gloating that the girls' store had failed. Suddenly, a guy stood next to the girl and repeated what the bullies were shouting at her about potions with random bonuses. Helping the girl collect the potion, Jack said that if the rascal had benefited from it, everything would have been completely different, but it was expensive. The girl replied that she spends all her energy and time on it, so the price is high and the ingredients are much more expensive than usual. She couldn't make ordinary potions at all. She doesn't like to fight. All she knows is how to create mixtures, so she had no choice. Jack had never seen the celestial alchemist Vancraft in his past life. Because of his name, he thought he was some elderly man. But because of the girl's words that she was not good at making ordinary potions, he was sure that she was the alchemist. Because the elixirs she created had enhanced attributes, all the guilds wanted her to join their team as a super alchemist. The guy asked if she was in any guild while she was putting the flask together. She replied that no one wants to hire a mage who doesn't know what bonuses his potions give, and thanked him for his help. Jack asked if the girl had any ability or attribute, something atypical of others. Impressed, the alchemist turned to the boy and asked him how he knew she had a special attribute. Meanwhile, Nicholas was helping Tiana with the shopping. His mouth, as always, could not close. The boy told about Jack's latest adventures. The girl was told that her dessert was ready, and Tiana was delighted with the desserts of Paradise Valley, and she also praised Nicholas. She told him that the boy was very strong, and he broke into a smile and assured her that he would become even stronger in the future. Tiana said that Jack had asked them to wait for him here, and she wondered what the guy was up to this time. Suddenly, the boy and girl heard Jack's voice, and Tiana looked at the little girl next to him in shock. Jack said with a smile that this girl was a mage with a nickname in Vancraft, and the alchemist politely greeted everyone present. Nicholas didn't like the little competitor right away, saying that her nickname sounded like an old man's, and she replied that she chose it for personal reasons. Tiana, coming closer to Jack, asked if this girl was the new partner the thief had written about, and he agreed with his statement. Tiana was amazed that everyone Jack found was a small child. Nicholas could transform, and this girl could not. Besides, she's level 3. Does the guy have a fetish for children? But Jack called her over to help Tiana raise Vancraft's level to 5. Nicholas approached the magician, asking what she had in the sack, and the girl said that on the way, the boy had promised to give her a place and money for her medicine. Jack replied that it was true, but its level was too low, which would hinder efficiency, so it was worth upgrading first. Tiana agreed to take the girl under her care, and Jack, handing Vancraft to her, thanked her for her help. When Jack was about to leave, the magician stopped him and asked if everything he had told her was true. Vancraft could not believe that she would ever become the best alchemist in Paradise Valley, but the boy proved her point. Jack turned to the girl and firmly replied that she would definitely become a great alchemist in this game. After that, the thief activated the teleporter. Nicholas asked if this girl was really strong, and Jack replied that she was also very talented. Vancraft was as strong as Nicholas. She said she also had an energy blessing. This is a very powerful blessing for creating potions, but she does not yet fully master this skill. If a magician could help Jack, that was fine with the boy. But for now, they were going to the capital of magicians, the magical capital of Hades. Jack was planning to stay there for a few days and upgrade to the 12th level. The capital of Hades is a city full of red and white shades, a paradise for the magicians of the ice and fire elements. Magicians here flew in the air, using magic staffs and more colorful robes. Gliding is a special ability that works only here. The magical city is divided into 2 camps, one of flame and the other of ice, and they wear red and white cloaks, respectively. The Song of Ice and Fire mission is a team task that usually only mages can handle, and it is the key to leveling up. Nicholas said that to accomplish this task, they needed spellcasters to help them, but Jack already knew that. A Song of Ice and Fire is also known as a mission for mages, where players can create a team and choose which camp they will join. When the number of players is equal, they start attacking, and the team that destroys the opponents will receive experience and rewards, but the battle is between bots. Nicholas said that his friend was going through this task, and they would have to wait for the system to select opponents with an equal number of players. But right now there are only 2 of them, and they are in different groups, and recruiting participants will take forever. Jack told little Nicholas that they didn't need other players at all, a statement that confused the boy. The thief said that there was no minimum number of players in this mission, and there was not a single case when a loner tried to complete it. Not knowing what would happen if they took on the task with only 1 person in the team, Nicholas was sure that they would be chased by a large number of bots. But Jack believed that according to the rules, the number of players on both teams should be the same, so the system makes them opponents. This is how Jack planned to carry out the almost illegal plan to complete this mission. Nicholas almost fell in love. Captain Jack radiated extraordinary confidence. Was this the secret of his coolness? Nicholas said out loud that he didn't quite get the idea, but it sounded pretty cool, and he wanted to get started. It was time to accept the task. Jack asked if Nicholas had the device he had given him, and the guy said yes, but someone pushed him. The girl who did this did not react at all to the kid's remark, and he began to shout at her, calling her a rude woman. Jack was looking at the back of this stranger's head. It seems he had met this girl before. Nicholas was getting more and more furious, shouting that she hadn't been taught manners, and Jack begged him to forget about it. But it was the boy's words that acted like an electric shock on the stranger. She turned around and told him to shut up immediately. A second later, the girl activated her weapon and prepared to attack, and Nicholas asked her what she was doing. But the stranger was not going to answer any questions. She activated a spell, and the boys had to jump in different directions. The girl's next magical blow was right in the chest of little Nicholas, and the boy screamed in pain, unable to defend himself. The stranger was level 12 and asked who had no manners now, looking at how Nicholas flew off to the wall. Preparing for a new attack, the girl said that such rough puppies as the baby should be kept in a strict framework. Unable to contain himself, Nicholas, still in the column of smoke, began to turn into a giant. Before the stranger could even reach the boy, he threw a huge rock at her. Following the stone, a giant Nicholas appeared among the smoke, and the girl was amazed at his size. Is it really a special skill? But before the aggressive girl could do anything, Jack appeared behind her with a blade, calling her a battle mage. He asked the girl to calm down, saying that Nicholas did not mean to offend her and that her actions could be considered an assault. Jack also ordered Nicholas, who was also preparing for another jump, to cool down. Both opponents attacked passers-by as if they were so eager to be blacklisted, but the girl didn't care. She was about to leave the capital of Hades, and Jack was still trying to remember what her nickname was. Nicholas shouted that you can't just attack people like that. She could have just said that something hurt her. Suddenly, these screams were interrupted by the silver patrol guards who demanded that the girl return. But the stranger was not impressed. She jumped on her staff and said she was leaving. Nicholas was very angry. Did this stranger think she was the navel of the earth because she could use the gliding technique? Finally, Jack realized that he remembered who she was. In her past life, she was a famous pro. Only her fate did not have a happy ending. A system notification announced that the mission of Ice and Fire had begun, and they were to help the allies attack the enemy camp. The number of participants on both teams is 2 players. They must wait for the gate to open. The time limit is 30 minutes, and the battle has begun. It was a classic mission with an invasion map of a magical canyon, the portal to which had just opened. Initially, this entire area was created for the battle between magicians. But then, due to the lack of participants, this location was filled with bots. Despite all of this, there were too many bots and their levels were quite large. They didn't need to be killed. They could just touch the enemies. Nicholas told Jack that he would never have guessed that it was possible to do this, and that he should enjoy the moment while it lasts. Jack reasoned that if they attacked the bots before they died, they would gain experience, and those bots that could be killed only by potions. They will give them even more. The more participants, the less experience each player has. This operation will turn the battlefield into a sea of experience. As Jack ran past Nicholas, he reminded him of what he had said earlier. In an emergency, the boy should drink the potion. It was a bridge where both sides met, and they had to change places and continue to hold back the bots. Players in the mission must break into the enemy camp, but with their plan, they will lure bots into the enemy camp and get more rewards. So far, no one has been able to reveal Jack's idea. He heard about this method from an experienced player in his past life. In a few days, this bug will be fixed and the minimum number of players will be added, and then the method will no longer work. What he and Nicholas were doing was against the rules, so he was going to take the chance and step up. Jack caught up with the bots one by one and used one or another type of attack to make the ice mages hostile to him. Due to the fact that this is a team task, the health and attack of the NPC were increased, but they are all mages, so it takes longer to attack. You can use this time to create a distance between them. It won't cost Jack much work. You just need to move to a large number of bots. The problem is that they can use ranged magic. Once again, the guy tried to avoid the attack of the crowd of magicians who were becoming more and more numerous. Jack decided to use Evil Spirit Stealth to evade, and this skill is perfect. The guy had 10 minutes left to complete the mission, and that should have been enough for the thief. Jack was very curious about how many mages little Nicholas had managed to attract, and now he just had to wait for him on the bridge. Nicholas, meanwhile, could not take it anymore. He had used up all the bottles of speed and health, and the mages almost killed him. It was good that Jack had prepared enough potions, because if it wasn't for the blessing, this guy would have died by now. When they met again on the bridge, Jack told the boy to keep his speed up and walk to his camp, enjoying the show. We need to bring the bots to the intersection, and now they will jump into the crowd of mages, each on their own side. The hostility of bots to mission players will immediately transfer to NPC opposing each other. After that, a grandiose, chaotic battle should take place, which you will only have to watch. As soon as the spells collide, thousands of beams of light made of magical particles will cover the entire sky like fireworks. Countless mages will dissolve into brutal spells, bringing Jack and Nicholas experience, equipment, and tools. Jack and baby Nicholas will do well in this dungeon. The boy could already feel the flow of experience pouring into his body like a galaxy of stars. A cunning plan to raise the level by exploiting a systemic error, was already being implemented. In the calculation, the number of Fire Flame mages killed is 36, and the Ice mages' 161 game congratulated the players of the Flame Camp who won. Jack asked if Nicholas had finished looking at the awards, but he said no, he had too much stuff. The guy was very happy to have raised his level to 8th, but it was very difficult to clear the arena. Jack also looked at his statistics. Each of them had killed more than 100 bots. There should be enough loot, and there is limited space in the inventory, so Nicholas must choose something that can be sold at a higher price. The boy replied that this mission could only be completed once a day, but that raising the level once a day was not so bad. Jack said that if they wanted to level up every day, they would have to try to collect more massive packs of mobs. Jack also reminded that it is quite difficult to level up in this game. The further you go, the more difficult it will be, so you need even more experience. Suddenly, he received a system notification that Keith had sent him 3 items, and Jack gladly accepted the gifts. He was impressed by the fact that the people from Heaven's Edge did not waste time. They more than met the deadlines they had promised. Jack was full of inspiration. He was one step closer to the 15th level of awakening. He looked back at Nicholas and with a smile called him over, and you came with him. They had a few things to sell. Jack was eager to see what his awakening in this world would be like. A few days later, the magical city, the exit point from A Song of Ice and Fire, was crowded. The magicians were discussing why they added a minimum number of participants to the game. Did they really think that someone would participate in the dungeons alone? Fighting one-on-one against a whole squad looked like nonsense. It seems the update is only aimed at specifying the quest. In the midst of this discussion, Jack and Nicholas came out of the dungeon portal with updated levels 12 and 11, respectively. The girls' players recognized the duo. They had been completing the quest together for the past few days, and at the beginning, they were even attacked by a player with a red nickname. These two came here at the same time, but there are always 2 of them. Usually players who have completed the mission come out of that portal. Jack noticed that Nicholas still had a little more experience to gain in order to reach level 12, and the kid was delighted. When Nicholas sells the items, he must return to the guild and help with Vancraft's leveling, so he can gain experience. Nicholas was upset. Did Jack have more important things to do? And the guy replied that he needed to meet someone. They have finally finished raising levels and even knocked out a lot of good equipment that will make them golden. But Nicholas did not want to waste his time helping this 3rd level girl. Jack told the boy not to even think about spending their gold. To keep it for later, he saw through the boy. The kid replied that Jack should definitely call him if something fun happens and said goodbye. The intensive leveling up came to an end and Jack was very bored. The thief was lucky enough to collect a complete set of frost armor, and soon he will clear out the catastrophic cemetery together with the celestial players. The minimum level to enter the dungeon was 12, and now I had to upgrade my cannon. One of the most popular expressions in the valley is, equipment received before you wake up is garbage. But there were a few places where you could find decent weapons. This place was called the PvP Arena, and in order to get there, you had to buy a ticket for 1 silver coin. And PvP Arena is a huge area with a bunch of combat zones, where players of different classes compete with each other, and the arena broadcasts their battle to the public. Opponents could be found through random selection or through a challenge to fight, with the winner receiving equipment of a specific class. If he wanted to get a level 12 blade, he had to defeat a level 12 player 6 times in a row and get the highest score. This teleporter should move the guy to the battlefield, but before that, he needs to choose an opponent. Unexpectedly, Jack's thoughts were interrupted by a stranger who asked if he was going to take revenge for his ill-mannered friend. The girl's name was Sandra, and when the guy asked her what she was doing here, she replied that she often comes here. The guy looked at her information. The girl was level 12, and Jack was sure that she was on the list of the best warriors in this arena. Sandra said that although the guy hid information about himself, she remembers him well, and that Jack had shown himself well then. Self-confident thief was very interested in the girl, so she immediately offered him to fight her. The robot referee has announced battle number 9, Sandra versus John Doe, and it will end when one of them falls, gives up, or falls off the platform. Other players gathered around the screens, watching the battle begin and picking their favorites. Sandra had very ardent fans who strongly disliked the thief Jack, who in their opinion, tried to appear mysterious. This boy probably did not know that Sandra was a martial artist. The attacks of battle mages are as deadly as those of warriors, with very high damage and defense. The robot referee announced that 97% of the viewers were sure that Sandra would win, as the girl had many fans. Sandra thought that she should be wary of the thief's skills and that she should finish everything as quickly as possible. When the referee announced the start of the battle, Sandra immediately rushed to meet her opponent, preparing a spell. The fans were cheering her on. They believed that the class of a battle mage depends on skills, and Sandra had a great start. The girl decided to start with the spell, Tank of Flaming Snakes, and flames burst from her staff. Instead of fighting with the enemy, the guy decided to run away and maneuver, avoiding her attack. The audience began to mock Jack, calling him a wimp. When Sandra takes the initiative, victory in her pocket. The girl saw that the guy had let her push him into a dead end, which she thought was very suspicious. But Sandra decided to keep attacking anyway, until the guy had nowhere else to run. Flying into the air, the girl activated a strike with a battle staff, which was aimed at Jack. The fans realized that this punch imposed a stunning effect on the opponent, and the thief would definitely not survive. But when the fog of the spell began to dissipate, Sandra realized that things were not as simple as she had thought at first. It turns out that the boyfriend used the concealment of the evil spirit against her. If she saw this horrible picture in front of her, it meant that the thief was behind her, and Sandra began to prepare a counterattack. She used a spell against the evil spirit's concealment and got rid of the fear that the boy's skill had caused. This counterattack forced Jack to temporarily retreat, and the girl had a good reaction. But the very next second, the thief attacked Sandra again with a backstab. Jack was experienced if he counterattacked with such speed. But Jack understood that a battle mage was still a battle mage, and that some skills just needed more time to be realized. The boy struck the girl with a quick punch, an improved version of the backstab skill, which caused blindness for 5 seconds. The guy's attack was instantaneous, and Sandra did not have time to dodge or block. The girl went blind. The amazed fans opened their mouths. They could not understand how the guy had done this in a matter of seconds. The guy pushed her off the platform with a clear blow until she came to her senses. It was of no use that she was a magician. The girl's fans did not believe that she had lost the fight, the most stubborn saying that Sandra had accidentally been off the platform. But other viewers, realizing his fanaticism about this, still said that he shouldn't be so stupid as to protect her. The girl was sitting at the foot of the platform and could not believe what had just happened to her. She had lost the fight. The thief was constantly moving, not allowing her to concentrate, and thanks to his speed, he managed to push her off the platform. Sandra realized that she had underestimated her opponent, and the guy smiled and said that they would see each other again. The robot referee has announced that the winner of the fight has been determined. The battle is over, and the fight rating is in S. But Sandra was not satisfied with this at all, and immediately sent Jack a new request for a second duel. Sandra demanded revenge, and her fans were delighted with the news, believing that the girl was stronger than the thief. Sandra said that she admits her defeat, but refuses to stop there. Despite her harsh tone and sharp tongue, Jack liked her look and agreed to accept the challenge. The robot referee announced the start of a new battle, and the girl immediately began to generate a new spell against her opponent. Jack used the signature backhand against Sandra, and the girl realized that she could not let the guy push her to the edge of the platform again. Sandra knew she couldn't keep up with the thief's speed, so she had to find his weakness. Sandra had used the numbness of pulsating flesh on Jack, and now it was her turn to restrain his movements. Jack was under the influence of a numbing spell for 1 second, as announced by a system notification. This time Sandra was sure that he was not unique to her strikes, even if he instantly lost control. The girl had limited time, so she immediately began to generate a new attack, prolonging the guy's numbness. But unexpectedly, the guy broke free of her spell and used a heavy strike that cast all of Sandra's spells on herself. When the girl was numb, the guy hit her, trying to throw her off the platform once again. Even though the numbing effect was removed before she fell, she found herself back on the edge of the platform, as Jack told her. A second later, the guy struck the girl with a decisive blow and threw her off the platform for good. The robot referee announced that the player Sandra was knocked off the platform by an unknown opponent. The next fight was over. The winner was determined, and the rating of the fight was S. The fans were again unpleasantly surprised. This thief turned out to be extremely strong, which caused their indignation, but not only theirs, Sandra's. Half an hour ago, after a few more fights, it was time for the final battle, and the girl had not yet managed to win a single match. She was almost running out of health. This thief was a real monster. and everyone was sure that no level 12 player could match Sandra. Jack did not lose his vigilance. He noticed that after a few duels, Sandra's movements and reactions had improved markedly. This girl was getting stronger with each round. As well as her micro-movements, she was a quick learner. The guy used the quick strike against the attacking Sandra once again, but the girl shouted that he might not even try to blind her this time. She threw herself at the guy again, and he noticed that her movements were already showing signs of top time. Sandra used spell after spell, Sphinx Clone, Lightning Candle. She shouted that Jack should not expect mercy. After her last spell, a large amount of flames rose over the arena. Despite the fact that the speed of the girl's skills was really impressive, Jack advised Sandra to restrain his movements at first. Using evil spirit concealment, the guy attacked Sandra from behind with one precise move. Sandra, resigned to her fate, said that it seemed she could not defeat Jack and admitted defeat. The robot referee announced that the winner was determined, one of the opponents surrendered, and the battle was over. Jack was a little upset if he managed to finish the duel with an S rating. It would be his 6th perfect victory, and he would be able to get the dagger. But Sandra, who came out of the arena portal, said that the guy shouldn't even dream of getting an S in every battle with her. Jack also broke her S rank winning streak, and now she has to start over to get the reward she wants. Jack wished her good luck and hurried away, but Sandra asked him why he was pretending not to care. She went up to the guy and briefly asked him to add her to his friend list, but she immediately added that he shouldn't misunderstand her, only so they could fight again in the future. The guy agreed. He never thought that he would run into Sandra somewhere in his life. He shouldn't think about what the future holds for her. The guy realized that even if he told her about it, she would just take him for a madman. He was looking at the girl's back and thinking that maybe she shouldn't have gone through all this. She said that next time she would defeat him, and the boy hoped that Sandra would become even stronger than in his past life. He was convinced that he shouldn't think about the fate of other people until he was strong enough. To get the weapon he wanted, he took part in 6 more duels, and because of the battle with Sandra, he became popular among level 12 players. There were many people who wanted to try their skills against him, and these 6 S-rated wins were obtained without any difficulty. Because of the annoying players, Jack achieved an impressive streak of 39 consecutive wins. This case became a hot topic of discussion at the Paradise Valley Forum. In the conference room of the Foggy Bottom, they discussed the strategy of the battle, which was too risky. Tiana scolded Nicholas for his frivolity, for he was the only one who stood up to the crowd of monsters, wanting to be like Jack. Wasabi Man supported Tiana's point of view, saying that the boy needed to be careful, even though it angered the kid. The alchemist asked Tiana not to scold the boys, because they only wanted to help her level up. Vancraft reached the 5th level only thanks to them, before she couldn't even dream of such a fast progression. Tiana said that Jack had entrusted them, and in case of any failure or loss of experience, she would not be able to explain it to the thief. This lively conversation was interrupted by Jack, who stood in the doorway and asked what they were doing here. Tiana replied that he couldn't even imagine how much he had been exhausted in those few days. Nicholas immediately ran up to his boss and asked if he had any interesting tasks for them, but Jack said he needed to calm down. Vancraft asked when she could start brewing the potion, because she was more than ever ready for it. The boy turned to the girl and, smiling, said that he had come here for this very reason. Since the girl has already reached the 5th level, they can finally start implementing the plan. After a short pause, the guy asked Vancraft if she would be willing to help him create a business empire. Sometime later, when Jack and Vancraft arrived on Casfito Street, the girl asked if the house really belonged to her now. Jack replied that he had rented the place for 3 months, and now the house would be her studio, and the girl could see it. They went inside, and the guy said that it was a bit dirty, so they would have to work with what they had. But the girl hardly listened to him. She was looking at everything around her, and there were a lot of alchemical books in the workshop. There was also a complete set of alchemical tools that she would need for her work. The girl was delighted. Jack said that this was where she would make her glasses. He was waiting for her to get pumped up. Now she has access to a large number of potions, and he has several scrolls with recipes that are very popular on the market. He sent them to Vancraft for review, and the girl needed to create 10 units of each potion with a positive effect every day. In addition, Jack needed something else, but the girl was not listening to him. She was discussing one of the scrolls he had sent her. Vancraft just couldn't calm down. She ran around the studio and was amazed at everything she saw. She was afraid that she might waste a lot of resources because she wasn't a pro yet, But Jack told her to calm down and just do her best. The girl began to calculate how much money Jack had spent on equipping her workshop. Did the boy really trust her that much? The thief replied that Wandcraft shouldn't worry about anything. He knew the situation well. The blessing she received was much more expensive. Their goal was to monopolize the market, and with its help, they could grow into a whole commercial empire. A few coins are no match for their plans for the future. They can become the richest people in the valley. Jack had even prepared the name of their company, Alchemical Kingdom, and the girl liked the idea and assured him that she would not let him down. Jack was satisfied. There was nothing more to say. All that was left was to control the result. He had invested his own money in it. With less than 3 gold coins left, he decided to take advantage of the people from the skyline to his advantage. The guy once again arrived at the headquarters of the Heaven's Edge Guild and was greeted by guards at the gate. This time, everyone knew who he was, and the players gossiped among themselves that he would be appointed commander of the next expedition. This time, Ben welcomed him on the street and let the guard go, who escorted the boy out. While the guard was walking back to his workstation, Ben suggested that Jack discuss all the details of the expedition inside. Ben didn't think that the guy would be able to reach level 12 in a few days, and his leveling speed was the same as that of famous players in large guilds. Jack replied that he had merely used a non-standard tactic and asked his friend for help, which was actually exhausting. Ben laughed. He was impressed. Jack had a truly innovative mind. The guy was always coming up with unconventional tactics. Regarding the players' poor opinion of Jack, Ben said that they were just excited when they learned about his command. But he apologized if the guy took it personally. Jack understood that Ben had leaked the information himself to pressure the wrongdoer. If Jack had been less confident, that would have been a problem. Ben was rude on the outside but circumspect on the inside. The head of the Heaven's Edge Guild, also known for his status as a great archer, Ben was not an easy man, as expected. After walking forward a bit, Ben looked back and said that he had almost forgotten. Keith was very insistent on fighting Jack. He tried with all his might to dissuade him, but he would not calm down. Jack did not mind at all. Let Kit try his luck. Keith, meanwhile, was informed of Jack's arrival at the guild. The vice chairman was in the library at the time. In fact, Keith didn't want to bring it to a battle. He just wanted to get to know Jack better to facilitate coordination during the expedition. Ben asked how he wanted to do it, and Keith asked if they knew about simulating a battle with monsters, which only guilds can do. Keith said that there was a simulator behind the door, and he would like Jack to go in with him and stay there for 10 minutes. He thought that this time was enough to get to know each other, and Jack asked what kind of monster was waiting for them. The cat replied that a level 15 battle mammoth was waiting for them behind the door. Jack realized that a woolly mammoth was obviously a small monster, but he said out loud that he understood. Keith opened the giant portal door and invited Jack inside, and the exam began. All the players who gathered around were amazed that the thief was completely unthinking. The guy would have a great time there. 9 minutes passed and the players discussed the test, but not all of them were convinced that Keith wanted to get to know the guy better. The battle mammoth had a large amount of health as well as a sufficient number of active skills, and Keith wanted to see Jack's skills in battle, or even compare the thief's abilities with your own. Someone heard that Jack and his group once cleared a dungeon of insane complexity. Kit's battle style is more like a swordsman. The health scale of swordsmen is not the same as that of warriors, but they have higher damage and speed. Ben stood by and listened to all the gossip and discussion going on around him, with the players tending to think that the thief had overestimated himself. When the portal opened 10 minutes later, everyone present was peering through the doorway in suspense. The first to go was the cat with a full health scale. The winner was obvious. Of course, their boss could not lose. The fighting mammoth lost half of its health as expected from Keith, who emerged unscathed from the battle against such a monster. But all the chatter fell silent when Jack came out of the door. Not a scratch on him either. None of the people present thought that this daring guy would be unharmed either. But when the players looked inside, they saw that their mammoth hadn't lost a single point of health either, and the thief was scared and couldn't approach it. You can look at it from any angle. It was obvious to everyone who was the winner here. The vice chairman is a very tough fighter. One of the players ran up to Jack and told him that, despite everything, the guy was also cool. He came out of there without getting hurt. Ben looked at his deputy who came up to him, and it turned out that Keith was the one who lost. During the battle, Keith used a longsword to try to interrupt the mob's attack and avoid the damage zone. But because he was too focused on attacking, he allowed the mammoth to tear the tip of his cloak. In the process, he also watched Jack, who had never shown his weapon since the beginning of the fight. He avoided all of the mammoth's attacks by using blind spots. Jack was constantly changing his position, and the mammoth didn't even have time to activate his skills. Without any doubt, it was a very impressive result. The guy was extremely strong. Ben replied with a smile that this was expected of Jack. They just had to waste no time. The chairman had appointed him commander. I had to finish all my exams, and it was time to go to the anomalous cemetery. The waiting room of the abnormal cemetery was dotted with skeletons. It was still actively used by players. It was very difficult to clear this dungeon. There were 3 floors, and the players were trampling on the 2nd floor. So would they have to give up and give up their ambitions? Only the best guild managed to clear this dungeon on special difficulties, and everyone hoped that someone would share a good strategy on the forum. There are 3 floors in the abnormal cemetery, and the tide shift effect revives the killed monsters after a certain time each time. From the moment the first mob is killed, the group of players needs to deal with all the others as soon as possible. Including the current attempt, the crowd of dead trampled them for the 5th time. Probably only large guilds can walk here. Unexpectedly, some players saw the head of the Heaven's Edge Guild and the vice head, Keith. If this guild was going to break the record, all the players rushed to turn on the recording because it would most likely become a hot topic on the forum. But one of the spectators suddenly saw a thief with the mark of a squad leader. So does anyone have the right to give commands to the head of the guild? The guy seems to have seen this thief, but he was in charge of the Heaven's Edge squad. Isn't this guy from the Misty Cliff Guild? Selena, who was nearby, told Jensen to urgently look at the guy, who was definitely the thief Jack. Jensen wondered why Jack was here with the bigwigs of Skyline. Did he get an invitation after clearing the previous dungeon? After some thought, the guy decided that the best solution would be to inform the managers about this, as they should be aware of such events. Ben noticed that the guy was getting all the attention, but he replied that the chairman himself had offered him the role of commander. Jack realized that Ben had deliberately set him up. He was probably going to use the expedition and observe the changes in the atmosphere in his guild. Jack didn't care, because Foggy Bottom wouldn't be able to counter him, and Ben asked if they would have any problems because of the class ratio. Jack answered that with a strategy of 3 tanks and 3 mages, they guarantee the effectiveness of attacks. The head and the cat are a striking force in themselves. Keith noted that Jack was the only thief in their group and wondered if he had had time to get acquainted with the horrors of the abnormal cemetery. Jack replied that, of course, he was familiar with the dungeon and that he alone would be enough as a thief. Ben laughed and called the guy very bossy and added that he loves making friends like that. They rely on him completely. The blow to his shoulder was very painful for Jack, but despite this, the guy said he would activate the teleporter if everyone was ready. The players of the other guild noticed that the teleporter opened at a terrible level. Was the Heaven's Edge Guild so confident? The system gradually loaded the level Jack needed, and in a few seconds, the abnormal cemetery was activated. Ben, looking around him, said that he was struck by the freshness of the air in this location. Here you need to destroy all the skeletons in 6 seconds to open the portal to the next floor. 10 seconds later, the dead rose from their graves, scattering the earth in all directions. No one expected the skeletons to come to life at this level in 9 seconds. But it was logical, and we had to agree on further actions. Everyone turned to Ben, but he said that all questions should be asked to Jack, and the players began to look for the thief. But the guy was no longer with them. Jack was rushing to attack the mobs because there was not enough time for all this talk. He quickly dealt with each skeleton in turn, arousing incredible rage in the mobs. The players in the group couldn't understand what he was doing, but Ben understood the guy's intentions well. They were obvious. Jack considered the best strategy for passing the first floor to be bait. He attacked the mobs head-on. The guy was sure that they had to destroy all the skeletons in the shortest possible time by gathering them together in one place. Nevertheless, there are a lot of skeletons here, and even if you gather them in one place, they will cover a large area. Given the class ratio, they can overdo it with the same spells, which will lead to several mobs staying alive. Ben, meanwhile, shouted to the guy that he was very interested to see how he would implement his tactics. Jack didn't waste any time and activated the evil spirit's concealment, which attracted the attention of the skeletons on the location. The explosion immediately after the invasion allows you to lure a lot of attention. At the same time, it controls the clone's movements before it takes damage and disappears. Because it can hit a large area at once, it mobilizes a large number of mobs, almost all skeletons, targeting the thief. The guy, realizing that time had passed, ordered the mages to cast a numbing spell, covering the entire area filled with skeletons. Now we had to divide into 3 teams with equal strength. One of the teams should join Jack and help with this wave. Ben ordered the 6 players to split into 2 teams, each taking on 1 wave, and he and Keith would join Jack. Jack managed to distract the first wave, then split the skeletons into 3 equal piles. Then he ordered the attack, the perfect bait. Ben was smiling at 32. The guy had taken the slightest risk. Meanwhile, Jack ordered the wizards to activate the spell, and Ben mentally praised him for it. Soon after, a system message announced that the cemetery had been cleared of skeletons in 6 seconds. The conditions for this floor were met. More and more people were gathering in the lobby of the abnormal cemetery to watch the heavenly boundary clear the dungeon on a terrifying difficulty. The head of the guild personally took part in this raid, and they may have come up with a decent strategy which has already been discussed on the forum. If they really manage to pass the monstrous difficulty, it will be the very first record, a complete sensation. Meanwhile, the group arrived on the 2nd floor. The system welcomed the players to the 2nd floor and informed them that they would have to fight the 12 witches of the palace. It was also noted that each of them could revive all the killed witches 6 seconds after their death, and the players had 9 seconds. Ben said that they respawn every 6 seconds and help with these girlfriends. Terrifying difficulty is the perfect description of this task. Ben said that they had to hold out for 9 seconds, and Jack replied that that was why they had to kill the witches in 3 seconds. The witches can't leave the sacrificial altar, and they also revive skeletons. Ben and Kat will help him deal with the skeletons in the warm-up. Ben liked it very much and said that we could organize a competition to see who could kill the most, and Keith supported the idea. The tanks should stay and protect the mages. The mages, in turn, should deal as much damage as possible to the skeletons and keep their distance. 20 minutes later, everyone was sharing their impressions of another piercing, flaming rain attack. The players saw how Flaming Rain finished off a large bunch of monsters in one go, and they were once again convinced that their boss was a great archer. Meanwhile, the cat kept up with the schedule and destroyed several skeletons at once with his sword. He approved of Ben's shot, but said that rain always accompanies win. The deputy chairman activated the spell, Breath of the Fierce Sword, which did not pass by any skeleton it found. Keith's persistence brought him almost to the point of reaching one of the witches standing on her pedestal. The guy was annoyed by the fact that the weapon was deteriorating very quickly on the terrible difficulty, and his sword was damaged by 46%. Suddenly, all the witches became active at the same time, creating a spell. Ben said that they needed to spend a lot of money to repair their armor and equipment, but Kit was already on a new attack. But Ben's words could be said not only about them. Jack dodged all the witches' attacks and dealt with the skeletons. The guy's punch was also a trump card. The head of the Heaven's Edge Guild watched the boy walk past the dead mobs lying on either side of him. Finally, all the other players in the guild realized that this thief had very strong skills. Jack said that he planned to get rid of all the undead in 3 seconds and asked Ben for help, as he had enough damage in the area. If this is not enough, their 3 mages should prepare spells. Although witches have high defense against magic, every unit of damage counts. Finally, Jack came in handy with a set of armor from the mage dungeons they had been clearing with little Nicholas. Although his active skill could only be used once, the underground cemetery was worth it. A second later, Jack was wearing the new armor, and a system notification informed him that he had used the active skill, Immunity to Magic. Keith had already begun to admire Jack's preparations, as if his every move was part of a brilliant plan. The damage and speed of witches have increased, but no melee fighter can get close to them, and mage skill will not help. The design of this level seems to have been designed to drive players crazy. But now, thanks to the cruelest archer, Ben, they have enough physical damage. None of the witches can become an obstacle for them. Although magic does not harm them, they are still afraid of blows. We just have to be patient. We need to put an end to these furies forever and move to another floor. The turn finally came to the 12th witch of the palace, who had only 3 seconds of immunity to magic left. Jack gave the order to start right away. Ben waited a long time for this and shot the last witch with the arrow of the messenger of death. The arrow inflicted tremendous damage, piercing through enemies, and after killing an enemy, it was automatically transferred to another target. Amazed, the group members watched this fascinating spectacle, not realizing what kind of lightning was flying from one mob to another. Jack was also impressed by the power of the shot. Ben managed to take down a third of the witch's health of the terrible level, and the floor conditions were met. This is the power of the incomparable Ben, the greatest archer from his past life. The players in the lobby were still waiting for the team to come out, and the group had been on terrible difficulty for 45 minutes. Logically, they still have to go through the first floor, and even with such a powerful group, it will be extremely difficult for them. There were a lot of people waiting in the lobby, and there hadn't been so many players here since the dungeons appeared. It is quite expected that some people came to see the commanders of the Heaven's Edge, but there are also those who collect information about the quest. This passage through the cemetery on a terrible difficulty became the hottest topic for discussion, and the question is whether the group will be able to emerge victorious. Jack's group, meanwhile, has reached the third floor, where skeletons revive after 12 seconds. But there is also a boss to defeat. The system reported that when the boss's health drops to 30%, all the dead from the first and second floors will be revived and called to the battlefield through the portal. The conditions for completing the floor are to make an effort to kill the majestic weeping spirit and put an end to the horrific anomalies. When the team stepped onto the third floor of the dungeon, a chilling cold blew over each of them. Ben said that the dungeon boss was right below them. They would finally meet, and they still had to fight off the monster's attacks along the way. The last time they tried to go through this dungeon, they were caught between the revived skeletons and the boss's magic. And when 30% of the boss's total health was finally removed, his first trigger to summon an infinite number of dead bodies went off. The whole group was defenseless against the army of skeletons surrounding them, and it was very difficult to hear it now. But this time, Jack planned things differently. He decided to take all the soldiers on himself. The head of the guild laughed out loud. He had been expecting these words from the boy from the very beginning. If the guy really manages to distract the boss's army, he will be personally responsible for the damage. They have to divide the army and destroy the boss, and this time, the group had every chance of winning. The method Ben just suggested was the main strategy for clearing this dungeon in Jack's past life. It seems that the head of the guild was counting on such a plan from the very beginning, and he should not have devalued it. However, if they don't have time to take their position when the skeleton horde arrives, the mobs will immediately surround Jack. Ben asked if Jack doubted his skills, but the guy replied that the skills of the clan leader were beyond question. And that's why Jack believed that all the words were superfluous. He had to start acting. Before any of the players could even blink, Jack was already running down the stairs. Keith asked Ben if he thought the boy would be okay, or if he would need help because of the large number of monsters. Ben reminded him of the video Hamer had recorded, and given his movements up to that point, the guy hadn't shown his peak. Jack, meanwhile, was going down the stairs lower and lower, attracting the attention of all the mobs he met along the way. Jack realized that he could not stop, and if he did so in such a crowd, he would be instantly killed. I had to calculate each of my next steps in advance, without deviating even a millimeter. And out of the many variations of ways, choose the best one that will maximize their health. The players watched all this action. They were impressed by Jack's microcontrol. Like the flow of a river, all the movements were clear. It exceeded expectations. Ben and Keith stood at a distance from the others, and the clan leader said that the thief was getting better and better at his craft every time. Jack suddenly realized that he was surrounded by silence. He could even hear his own pulse. The boy could not understand whether he was used to this sensation. The movements of the skeletons seemed even slower than usual. But it was an illusion. The guy realized that it was actually his speed that had increased. Finally, all the skeletons from the top steps were pulled down, a perfect example of how to collect tails. The number 1 guild was able to finish the dungeon on the hardest difficulty, so Keith watched their recordings a bunch of times for strategy. But all their tactics were based on striking power and defense, and they are currently the only guild that can boast of such a high damage output. Ben didn't see the point in this, as it meant that there was only one way to get through the monstrous difficulty. They have to be a few steps ahead of everyone else and set a new record here that other players will admire. Meanwhile, Jack had finally reached the bottom level of the stairs, and skeletons began to flock to him. Finally, the guy was able to meet the majestic spirit of weeping, and now the most important phase of the dungeon will begin. The majestic spirit of weeping noticed the uninvited guest and became more active, and his minions, the mobs, became more active with him. At that moment, Jack told the head of the Heaven's Edge Guild that it was time to start the operation, and he gladly released his arrow to the first level. Tiana was amazed. Was Jack really with the head of the Heaven's Edge Guild? Was there really no mistake in this message? Wasabi Man said that she doesn't follow the news at all. Their goal is to set the first record on the monstrous difficulty of Abnormal Cemetery. But the girl didn't understand when Jack managed to get close to Ben. He's not the head of some average guild. The incomparable Ben, the master of the fourth strongest guild in all of Paradise Valley, even their head must be polite to him. One thing Jack's logic was hard to understand was that Wasabi Man believed that he was worthy of being on the same level as people of high status. He winked at Tiana and told her to chill, or if she still thought Jack was just a gambler like everyone else. The girl asked if the guy really thought they could manage the record on the terrible difficulty, as it was one of the scariest dungeons in the game. Nicholas, who was chewing on some kind of delicacy next to Wasabi Man, also asked Tiana to calm down. The guy thought that there would be no problems. Jack was with this group, so they would definitely handle everything. Now they just had to wait for the message about the group's victory, while Jack was still at the bottom of the stairs. The guild head's arrow finally reached the boss of the third floor of the anomalous cemetery and hit him. The spirit's skill of weeping was interrupted. Ben was very pleased with himself. His shot was powerful enough to confuse the boss of this dungeon. Now the most interesting part of the quest was about to begin, as the boss began to fill up and prepare for takeoff. A system alert announced that the group had attracted the attention of the boss, and he immediately took off from the ground and flew outside. Jack was satisfied. Ben was able to lure the giant outside, and now he needed to detain the skeletons here on the lower level. The head of the Heaven's Edge Guild saw the dungeon boss coming and ordered all the players to get ready. A second later, the giant, majestic spirit of weeping broke free, preparing to attack the uninvited guests. Keith ordered his entire group to raise their shields and guard the magicians, and they had to do their best and not disgrace themselves before Jack arrived. The majestic spirit of weeping opened its mouth and activated unrelenting terror. Its attack was incredibly powerful. Something had to be done urgently, so Kit was the first to join the fight and flew at the dungeon boss with his sword. Seeing that he was being attacked, the giant cast another magic spell, Spiritual Sorrow, at the deputy head of the guild. Keith was subjected to an area-wide fear effect, and at this difficulty, the boss's arsenal of skills was even wider. The cat quickly cleared itself of all negative effects and shouted that while the boss's skills were recharging, it was time to hit. The head of the guild did not need to be asked twice. Ben fired another arrow in the direction of the crying spirit. After losing 30% of his health, the boss must activate resurrection. Ben asked Jack, who was still downstairs, how he was doing, and he said that everything was fine and he would join them soon. He decided to use backstab to fly straight to the second level, and he needed to make these skeletons chase him. When he was almost at the second level, he hit one of the skeletons with Shadow Shine and had to gather all these mobs in one place. It was time to climb, and the guy used Quick Strike and Evil Spirit Stealth for this task. If this continues, he will quickly reach the third level. Chasing hordes of skeletons will switch to the clone. The guy smiled when the system notification announced that the skeletons had stopped chasing him. The only thing that stood between him and victory was fear, and he headed for the exit. Meanwhile, the group members announced that they would soon reach 30% and the boss would start resurrecting them. The cat once again flew to attack the spirit of weeping, but it began to emit corrosive smoke, and Ben ordered the boy to return. The system notification announced that the cat was poisoned, his body was saturated with a deadly poison, and he needed to remove this effect. Meanwhile, the majestic spirit of weeping began to activate the resurrection by summoning a necromancer. The cat, who had managed to take the antidote, shouted that they had miscalculated, that the group would probably fail. But at that very moment of despair and confusion, Jack jumped out of the dungeon and ordered us to begin. After his rapid appearance, Jack was able to interrupt the skill of the majestic spirit of weeping. The resurrection was postponed. Ben shouted that if the boy had been even a second late, he would never have been forgiven. Jack was not distracted by the chatter. He said that it was urgent to get the boss off his back. Now it was their turn to hunt, and Keith ordered the mages to continue dealing damage to the boss and keep their distance. The tanks should pay attention to the area covered by the equipment, and the second position should surround the spirit with it. Ben reminded him that even a light touch from the boss could do a lot of damage, but Keith shouted that his head had better keep up with him. The cat, having approached the crying spirit at a safe distance, used the Wheel of Bright Radiation. At the same time, Jack attacked the dungeon boss from behind and hit him with a backstab. Either their attacks had little or no effect, or Jack was so coordinated with them. Keith noted that the boys' technique had become much better than when they competed with him one-on-one. The guy had improved his top time during their stay here. The speed of such progress was a bit frightening. This person cannot be a simple, ordinary person. It was obvious that Jack was worthy of important sweeps in the first echelons, but he remained in the third. It seemed very suspicious, not only to Keith, but this weirdo must have had some kind of plan. The guy did a good job with him, but Keith decided to ask Ben if it was strange that the guy was still in the third tier of Foggy Bottom. Ben laughed and replied that everyone has their secrets. He didn't care. The chairman was more interested in Jack's personality. If the thief joins them, he and Kit will become more powerful than they have ever been before. Meanwhile, the Great Spirit of Weeping had only 60% of its health left, and the second coming was approaching. Ben shouted to Jack that they needed to unite to stop another resurrection. During the second call, monsters appear. Ben will deal with them, and Jack and Keith will take on the boss. Jack shouted that he should beware of the sound wave, as this skill can impose a debuff mental shock on the player. The moment the boy said this, the majestic spirit of weeping opened its mouth and began to create a sound wave in the direction of the trio. This knowledge of Jack's was very intriguing to Ben, as it seemed that the guy had been here before. Otherwise, how could he know such details? The guy replied that he had spent a little money, and his friend's friend had told him something, which was a very convenient explanation in his mind. The resurrection of the second coming has begun, with skeleton soldiers rising from the ground one by one. Ben shouted that he was taking them all on. The guys needed to deal with the boss. The dead had just gotten up, but all at the same time. Jack, looking at Ben's skills, thought that he was worthy of the status of the strongest archer in the game. Meanwhile, the cat flew to attack the boss with divine light in an attempt to interrupt the resurrection. While the cat was chaining the spirit of crying from above, the thief attacked him with a quick, reflexive punch. A system notification announced that the majestic spirit of weeping had received a blindness effect, and the call of the dead was interrupted. But the fire could not be stopped, so the entire group began to strike the enemy with even greater zeal. The majestic spirit of weeping received a catastrophic anomaly. It wanted to summon all the dead from the first and second levels using the portal. After a few seconds, the dead from the first and other tiers began to arrive, and it turns out that the group managed to reduce the boss's HP to 10%. Even the first guild had problems at this stage. The waves of mobs are just endless. Ben asked how Jack plans to deal with them. But to the surprise of the guild chairman, Jack said that he couldn't. Ben thought the guy was laughing at him, but the thief said he wasn't joking at all. The fact is that you don't need to do anything at all with the mobs on the first and second floors. In this case, the guy had the ability to overlap attacks, and from the moment he entered the third floor, his attacks never stopped. Ben saw 2,412 accumulated strokes, and now everything was completely clear to him. He turned to the group and ordered them to do everything they could to support Jack. The tanks should hold the mobs as long as possible, protect the mages behind them. Mages, on the other hand, must use all their remaining mana and apply their strongest skills. It's time to break through the shield of the Great Spirit of Weeping, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. Covering the boys' back and using all the power of the group, the players tried to deal with the horde, all relying on Jack. The guy thought that he would let his boss feel the damage of almost 3,000 accumulated blows on his own skin. Players from other guilds were still waiting for the group to leave the dungeon, and by this time, 1 hour and 33 minutes had passed. If these players really cleared the dungeons, they broke the guild record. Heaven's Edge is finally excited, and they should show what they can do. This time, the exam has attracted a lot of attention, and if everything goes well, it will be a good advertisement for Skyline. Suddenly, all the players in the game were systematically greeted by the Skyline team. The next system notification began to announce the nicknames of the group members who had made a special contribution to the dungeon clearance, with Jack being the first. The next game listed the incomparable head of the Heaven's Edge clan. Ben in the Falling Whale was also noted. Little Ab, hard to think of, Care of Fire, First Meeting, Philosopher's Stone, and Onuo. The dungeon of a terrifying level of difficulty, the anomalous cemetery wherein was completed, setting the first record for completing a dungeon at this stage. Since the team fought on behalf of Heaven's Edge, the record belonged to this guild and there was no way to hide their nicknames. The awards are nice, but the guy didn't need the extra fame at all. And once the news gets out, there will be a lot of problems again. Ben praised the whole group. The monstrous level was taken. The record belonged to them. And the other players took the news with great inspiration. The head of the clan added that if Jack hadn't led that monster and made the last strike, they wouldn't have had a chance to pass this dungeon of terrible difficulty. Jack replied that the whole group did a great job, but Keith and Ben still insisted that the guy was a great player. The technique was also used as in some kind of video guide, but Jack still said that it was also due to their high-quality cooperation. The system activated the rewards. Ben opened the list. As expected, there was a lot of interesting stuff. He said Jack would take most of it. Jack realized that he shouldn't count on the money he received in this dungeon. Each player would get 50 silver coins at most. On the other hand, if the experience is distributed according to the contribution to the mission, he should get quite a lot. The guy looked at his rating. It rose by 1.5 levels during the trial. Ben thought it was natural. Jack's contribution was very high. Eventually, Ben said that the news about them had already spread, and it was time to go back to the guild headquarters. He once again laughed with joy at the harvest this time and called everyone to follow him, including the thief. Keith said that he would not thank Jack for the record again. The guy should just accept the reward they had agreed on. Not counting the guy's 3 gold from the falling cat player, Ben asked what Jack had in mind to do now. The guy said he was thinking of returning to Tumanai Upland. He needed to keep working out. Only one of the 5 guilds could offer him that much money, and next time he could double his price. After a short pause, Keith carefully asked Jack what he thought about their clan. Jack replied that they are one of the top 5 guilds, ranked 4th in the top. Their strength is definitely outstanding, especially their head. Keith said that if they didn't have a thief like Jack, they wouldn't have made it through the mission, and he suggested that they join the Skyline. The guy replied that, as he had said earlier, this was a one-time cooperation. He was not going to change guilds, at least not yet. Keith replied that even if the Heavenly Ones were not in the first place, they had strict requirements for participants, and the guy would have maximum privileges. Jack thanked Keith for his sincerity, but reiterated that he had no intention of changing the guild at this time. The guy said that if Jack wanted to join, Keith was the deputy head of the clan. Only the thief has to decide what he wants. So Kit decided to ask the boy what he thought about it again. Jack reasoned that in the past, when he lived under such conditions, he would not have even thought of refusing. But in this life, his goal is something bigger, and he will not allow himself to be shackled by his responsibilities. Jack said out loud that this was not what he needed, and Ben stopped Keith, saying that they would not force anyone. Jack turned around to leave and finally thanked the clan leader for his understanding. He shouted at the guy's back that he wasn't going to see him off, and Jack replied that he was happy to be in the Skyline. When the boy left, Keith began to tell Ben that if this man did not become one of them, but the head of the clan interrupted the boy, saying that nothing could be done. It was probably fate. The cat did not give up hope that the boy would eventually agree to this proposal, so he sent him a request for an alliance with White Jade. Keith was sure of one thing. The next time they met this thief, if he was not on the same side as them, they would become enemies. The deputy of the Foggy Cliff Guild reported to the chairman that Jack had helped Ben set a record in the anomalous graveyard on the terrible difficulty. And not only that, the thief also seemed to have shown outstanding results in the last guild battle. The chairman asked if he was in the 3rd tier. The deputy answered in the affirmative. Jack was the new echelon captain and Tiana's subordinate. Sandy, the captain of the Foggy Cliff Guild, sitting on his throne, ordered the girl to bring them to him. A crowd of players gathered outside the Foggy Bottom meeting house, all recognizing the thief who had made the noise. This is the guy who worked with the incomparable Ben, and moreover, he was a captain. No one could believe that this man was from the 3rd squad. Nicholas rejoiced, realizing that Jack had finally become so popular. He had heard so much about him on his way here. However, the boy believed that the thief had made a big mistake by not taking it this time, because he had become even stronger. Clearing the dungeon with Tiana, he manages to destroy everything alone. Now he knows more about his transformation. Jack pretended to listen. Nicholas said that the guy created a huge wave and didn't even think about hiding his name. Tiana came into the room and interrupted Jack and Nicholas' dialogue, saying that the guy wouldn't have been able to hide his data anyway. She asked Jack to look at the situation from the outside. There are so many people from the guilds who are hoping to see something. Jack replied that the results were sent to the guilds. It was impossible to hide nicknames, and he planned to raise the fee next time. Jack's words outraged Tiana. She shouted that he was just shirking his responsibility, and she received a huge pile of letters about him. On the other hand, a guy takes everything lightly. If he doesn't see something, everything is fine. Jack, with a smile, said he understood. Tiana asked how they met Ben. He should understand that if he gets involved with people of his status, problems cannot be avoided. But before the guy could answer, the girl received a message and, not realizing what had happened, was about to open it, interrupting the conversation. Suddenly, Wasabi Man came into the room and asked if Tiana had read the message in the conversation between the Foggy Bottom management. Stammering with excitement, Wasabi Man said that Captain Sandy wanted to meet with Tiana and the thief Jack, and it will not be possible to avoid or meet them a little later because he wants to see them right now. To Jack's surprise, the headquarters of the Misty Cliff Guild was not bad, much more sophisticated than the Heaven's Edge Guild. Tiana was worried, but the guy told her to calm down. Even if they wanted to accuse them of something, he would take full responsibility for it. But the girl said that she was responsible for him, and besides, the boy has the right to do whatever he wants, so you can't blame him alone. Jack needs to understand that creating a guild of this magnitude in Paradise Valley is amazing. Even for small guilds, it is not easy to gain a position in Paradise Valley because of the huge competition. In addition, as guilds grow, their economic support also strengthens and benefit-based relationships will become more complex. The support of each guild captain is very strong, so they can easily find out the identity and background of each player if they want to. If Jack and Tiana provoke them, it won't be hard to crush them both. Tiana was very concerned that maybe she had some family business in real life and was worried about it. Jack didn't even think that this could cause her any problems, and if it did, he had to solve it. The deputy head of the Foggy Bottom clan saw the boy and girl entering the library and told Sandy that they were here. The girls said that they called them here because they had a lot of questions for Jack and Tiana. To begin with, would Tiana like to tell us something as the captain of the third squad? The girl decided to introduce Jack to Captain Sandy and Vice Captain Lily, but Jack interrupted her and said he wanted to get right to the point. He said that he knew that they wanted to interrogate him, so there was no use in them involving Tiana in this case. The head of the clan looked at the boy in silence, but his deputy could not resist and expressed her interest aloud. Jack said that he knew we were going to be working with Skyline at a terrible level, and the reason was simple. He needed money. The deputy head asked if the boy knew that the person he was working with was the captain of the Skyline, Ben. Jack replied that he does services to anyone who pays him, and there are no rules prohibiting players from accepting orders at Foggy Bottom. The deputy asked how the boy had met the clan leader and how he knew how to clear dungeons of a terrible level. Jack replied that they were introduced by a friend of his, and as for the dungeon, it was all thanks to the information he had gathered. Lily asked why, in this case, the guy had to hide his personal information, and the guy replied that it was just his habit. The girl was very annoyed. She accused Jack of offering his services to others for money, but she was stopped by the head of the clan. Sandy said that since ancient times, those who are able to get more, and in this case, there was no reason to criticize. Looking at the boy, it was not difficult to realize that Brother Jack was a capable player. In fact, Sandy called Tiana and Jack here just to clear this up. No need to bring it up again. With that, the reception was over, and the chairman asked Tiana to stay to discuss something else with her. Jack was not going to leave so easily. He said he had one request, after which he agreed to leave. He said he could bring great success to the guild, but he needed special permission. Jack wanted to group his own team. Even if he needs the support of the guild, he doesn't need to frame Tiana for it. Sandy looked at the guy and said that he had to have a result within a month. He asked if Jack agreed to such terms. The guy wondered why the clan leader was giving him only a month, when he should have realized that Sandy had a plan of action. The chairman replied that if Jack formed a group and was able to get it together within a month, if Jack's group makes it to the top 10 in the team ranking list, Sandy will allow him to start an independent team. This offer from the head of the Misty Cliff clan was very puzzling to Tiana, who had expected something different. The deputy chair laughed and asked if they had any thoughts on this, since they knew what the list was. Jack had gotten everything he wanted, so without answering any more questions, he turned around and said they would definitely see in a month. The team ranking list was updated every Sunday, and only the best players could get there. If any team joins the list, the ranking will be built by the system automatically, taking into account the dungeons completed during the Sunday. For each dungeon completed on Sunday, points are awarded that affect the difficulty and rank of the passage. In other words, there are countless teams on the team ranking list that they will have to face. Moreover, the top 10 positions have always been occupied by the 5 main guilds. Sandy's conditions are almost impossible. Jack should understand this. The deputy asked in surprise if Jack knew which list they were talking about, but the chairman asked Tiana if the girl had deliberately taken a thief into the guild. The girl replied that this statement was true. She had to accept the boy into the guild. Sandy said that her answer suggested that the girl had asked him out first, not the other way around. Tiana, not knowing what the man was referring to, answered in the affirmative, saying that their team was an important stream of fresh blood for the guild. It will be very difficult for the girl in the future. Tiana agreed with her husband's words and said that now she was ready to leave. The deputy asked Sandy what he was trying to find out, whether the guy could be a spy, and Jack accepted their demands very easily. But the chairman replied that this was not his goal. Such a self-confident guy would definitely accept their terms. In fact, it was very simple. Sandy was curious who the guy would choose for his team. When Jack returned to the meeting room, Nicholas asked him if he was having any difficulties, but he said he was fine. Wasabi Man asked if it was really true, because Captain Sandy wanted to know more about the guy's past. Jack replied that he had given him the task of creating a team, and that if he reached the top 10 in the rankings within a month, the team would be made permanent. Nicholas was ready to implement the plan of his idol. He was ready to break into the top 10 at the same second. Wasabi Man decided to help the guy. He couldn't deny that Jack had shocked him more than once. Such a person who can make the impossible possible, who strives to become stronger, is worthy of his help, even if he has to leave office. Finally, Tiana's sister returned, and Nicholas shouted that Jack had already told them everything. The thief asked the girl why the captain had detained her. Did he really want to ask her about him? The girl did not answer Jack's question. She wanted to ask her own. She looked at Jack, squinting suspiciously, and asked him if it was really important for him to become independent. Jack was silent for a while and replied that he and Tiana were very different, and he had no responsibility. He wants independence because he is afraid that his free nature will become a burden for all of them and provoke unnecessary problems. Tiana herself could not deny her fear of the guild's influence, but she was able to achieve what she has today. This was mostly done with Jack's help, so if the guy needs any help from her, she will be on his side. The kid rushed forward, but Jack calmed him down, as they needed at least 4 people in the team to apply for the ranking. Wasabi Man and Nicholas began to share their ideas on how they could move up the ranking table. Jack said that Wasabi Man could not join the team if his skills did not meet their standards. And it's not about the level, it's about the skills. They are incompatible now. Even little Nicholas can beat him. Besides, the team already has a thief, and they don't need 2 players of the same class yet. And the upset Wasabi Man replied that he understood. Realizing that the man was offended, Jack added that it had nothing to do with their friendship, and he hoped that Wasabi Man understood that. Tiana, who was watching this dialogue from a distance, thought that Jack was too tactless. As the man walked out the door, he said that after Jack found suitable players, he would duel with them. The vice captain of the 3rd echelon asked to be given only 1 chance, and he was not going to lose it. When the thief left, Jack said that he had to go. Because there was not much time, Tiana asked where he was going. Jack replied that he urgently needed to find an archer for their team. 3 players were running through a dark forest. They wanted to get separated because they couldn't find their opponent's location. But despite the temporary difficulties, they will track him to the last, because he plans to confront the dark wolves. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the head of one player from the squad, and the man could not stop screaming. His shocked comrades turned to him and saw him lying on the ground, unmoving. The surprise of one of them did not last long either, as the second bullet pierced his head. The captain of the unit, seeing that his comrades were dead, decided that the best solution was to flee. He believed in himself so much that he thought the sniper would need a lot of time to search. He needed to wait for reinforcements from the dark wolves. But he still could not understand where his mysterious opponent was shooting from. Suddenly, a bird flew down from a tree on the other side of the clearing in fright. This meant that the sniper was there, but the head of the dark wolves squad did not have time to hide better. The shooter found him. When he realized that he had killed the last target, he stood up and looked at the one where his former opponents were lying. The Bird of Darkness, who had already reached the 14th level, was very pleased with himself. He smiled gloatingly, realizing that it was very easy. Sometime later, the Bird of Darkness came down to the city to relax a bit, and the players admired his weapons. They discussed that the profession of an archer is not an easy one. The player's bow is very rare, despite its high damage, and it is extremely difficult to handle in battle. The sniper had a heavenly falcon, which can only be obtained in a certain dungeon of high difficulty, and today they were lucky enough to see it. Passing by the players, the Bird of Darkness entered the tavern, where all eyes were on him. He ordered a dark beer from the doorstep, and sometime later, the bartender put his drink in front of him, and the guy paid with gold. Jack, who approached the guy, said that if his friend hadn't seen the guy enter the bar, he would never have been able to find him. Of course, the rumors were true. The lone wolf, who writes G every time he mocks his opponent, wanted to cooperate with him. In Jack's past life, this anti-social guy was the first person to own a long-range firearm. Jack, in all seriousness, offered the guy to join his team and take part in the team ranking list with them. But before the thief could finish his thought, the guy's shot broke his beer glass. The Bird of Darkness was holding a pistol with smoke coming out of the muzzle, and he briefly told the guy to shut up. But Jack said that he was not a professional scout. He just thought that Bird of Darkness was a good fit for his teammate. If he wants to contact him, he can meet him at the entrance to the ancient mechanical cave tomorrow at 12 noon. As Jack walked out, he said that he had every faith that the boy would change his mind. Speaking of upgrading his weapons, they can buy a Shadow Fighter sniper rifle. Even though the guy underestimated him, he was prepared for their encounter. The Shadow Fighter is one of the best rifles for heavy snipers in the game. Jack said goodbye and said he was waiting for the Bird of Darkness tomorrow and left the game. Every time he was a little sorry and sad to leave the game. This time he was alone in the room. He saw a letter on the table, and Jack opened the envelope. The guy read the contents and could not believe his eyes. He did not expect that the old man was a very serious person. He remembered his grandfather's words that he needed to get an education, read a lot, and become smarter, and he helped Jack apply for a budget. Jack was embarrassed. School was starting next month, and if he didn't go, he would not live up to his grandfather's expectations. Jack's main concern was where the old man was now. Meanwhile, a debt collector met the grandfather and asked him if he knew how much his son owed them, but he knew nothing about it. The man showed the documents signed by his son and asked if the old man understood what he was facing, despite his son's death. The aggressive onslaught of the collector was interrupted by Jack, who asked what the matter was and ordered him to leave his grandfather alone immediately. The collector aggressively asked Jack what he wanted, and suddenly he realized that the boy might be his grandfather's grandson. Jack confirmed this assumption, and the man said that, in that case, he should help his precious grandfather pay off his debts. The old man tried to say that they were not related, but the collector didn't care. The million his son owed was due today. He threatened to take the old man with him in case of non-payment and see how much his body parts would cost. The man insisted that all debts should always be paid on time. He had seen many poor bastards like them in his life. Jack managed to get to the old man and held him, and he said that they were poor, but they understood the other man's point. The collector smiled aggressively at the guy and replied that, in this case, he understood what he had to do. The guy tried to calm down. He realized that he was not in the game now. His opponent could easily kill him if only he could wake up. The guy replied that even if they were killed now, 1 million wouldn't appear out of thin air. So Jack asked for more to raise the required amount. The collector agreed to the boy's proposal and agreed to give them 2 months, believing that this should be enough time to raise funds. But under such circumstances, the man demanded not 1 million, but 1.5 and not a penny less. The shocked old man asked why he was now demanding 1.5 million and not 1, and the collector replied that he would give him 2 months, obviously with interest. It was quite fair, and in fact, he wanted to end the conversation. He had 2 clients waiting for him. Finally, he added that the grandfather and grandson shouldn't even think about moving, because their organization can get anyone out of the ground. My grandfather was shaking in his body. It was impossible to find 1.5 million in 2 months, and Jack was worried about his health. 1 million is not a small amount of money, and Jack wondered what the old man's son could spend that kind of money on. The grandfather could not answer this question. The son never mentioned it, and the boy realized that the first thing he needed to do was find a way to get the money. We had to speed up, as only players who have reached the 15th level can open the function of connecting to real-world currencies. Jack had only 2 months to move all his plans and make this huge pile of money. A permanent team is important to him now. It is not only a guarantee of quick progression, but also an important factor for future plans. He desperately needs to create a team step by step and develop it. So he arrived at the ancient mechanical cave. Nicholas was already at the location, and he greeted him. The guy was excited. They were finally going to the dungeon together. But the kid said that today was not a good day. He had seen a demon. Jack introduced Sandra to him, and today she would join them. The girl asked why Jack was late. She came only because, according to them, there were professionals here who could compete with her. The girl agreed to go through the dungeons with them because she enjoys battles when she fights side by side with someone experienced. Suddenly, everyone looked around because the newcomer said that he understood everything. These two were Jack's friends. Jack breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but said out loud that the Bird of Darkness had gotten it right. The sniper was only interested in the Shadow Fighter sniper rifle, and he hoped that everything promised earlier was not just empty talk. Jack told him that if he wanted to get the rifle, he had to comply with the conditions, that they had enough skills to do the sweep, and that if in doubt, he could check. The Bird of Darkness, after thinking for a while, silently pointed at Nicholas. The boy did not expect such a turn of events. Nicholas thought that the enemy immediately noticed his heroic strength, but Sandra did not understand the sniper's choice. He must have been mocking him. But the Bird of Darkness had its own philosophy. The capacity of a wooden bucket depended on the length of its shortest plank. This argument has already convinced Sandra, but Nicholas's expression was stunned. The kid did not understand his logic. Jack offered to arrange a duel between Nicholas and the Bird of Darkness, while no one else was at the location. Nicholas asked if the guy was going to use a sniper rifle, as firearms masters were rare. He knew that it was hard to get such a gun. It looked really cool, and in general, the kid's mouth stopped closing, as usual. Jack announced the start of the fight, and Nicholas raised his shield with the intention of finding out what snipers eat. But the first thing that Bird of Darkness did surprised the audience, including Sandra. The guy changed his weapon to 2 pistols, and when they were in his hands, he told Nicholas to start. Jack's decision was also unexpected, as he chose 2 pistols, which is a rather unusual choice for a heavy sniper. Unusual but logical, because at close range it is more convenient to use a light weapon than a heavy rifle. Sandra also understood she should try fighting with firearms. It would be a good experience. Nicholas was delighted with the double guns. He thought the guy would use his girl. Since the sniper did not intend to attack first, Nicholas used the flying shield against him. But the kid's attack was a failure, and the Bird of Darkness easily dodged the shield and jumped away. The kid was only encouraged by the opponent's good reaction, which meant that the fight would be interesting. Nicholas ran for his shield, and at the same time, the sniper started shooting at him with a pistol. The kid was very nimble and managed to hide from enemy bullets, shouting that he sympathized with the Bird of Darkness. Sandra was very impressed with the agility of little Nicholas. The little devil was surprisingly fast. Jack also noticed that the boy was making good progress and reproached himself for not noticing it earlier. The kid activated another shield strike against his opponent, but the latter again skillfully dodged the attack. Compared to this sniper, Sandra thought the baby was less flexible, but Jack said it was not a problem at all. Having avoided the sniper's attack, Nicholas, shouting that the face of the Bird of Darkness needed a brick, rushed at him. Trying to avoid a direct fight, the sniper pushed off the kid's shield and jumped away. He turned sharply in flight to start shooting at Nicholas with both pistols at once. The boy, who was focused only on his attack, felt for the first time very intense blows from the enemy. When Nicholas fell to the ground and was hidden by the dust that rose to the heavens, the Bird of Darkness did not even look back. Sandra thought that although the kid was able to withstand the guns, he broke under their pressure. The winner was determined, but Jack didn't think so. Suddenly, Nicholas jumped out of the smoke right at the sniper, having already turned into a giant. The Bird of Darkness did not have time to dodge the unexpected attack of the former toddler, and the latter was able to grab him with one hand. Nicholas, looking the sniper straight in the eye, said that he was advising the sniper to get his rifle, otherwise he would lose. Jack thought that even if the bird became the first best shooter, he shouldn't underestimate Nicholas' great potential. Baby Nicholas will become one of the 6 sacred shields, the sacred Mount Zong, in the future. Jack asked the sniper if he wanted to fight again, but he said he didn't need to, so Jack said he would add him to the team temporarily. Their goal in the dungeon is simple. They will get the Shadow Assassin and break the record in the ancient mechanical cave of special difficulty. The minimum number of people is 4, which is good. Nicholas asked why they don't go through the horrible level. Jack answered that it's because of the different rewards. If the difficulty of the monstrous level is updated and the participants have more than half of their HP at the end, then the reward is the copper sword of the military killing shadow. The Shadow Assassin's sniper rifle requires them to complete a special difficulty dungeon in 45 minutes. Sandra asked the guy if it was even possible. The current record on the hardest difficulty is now 1 hour and 27 minutes. That's a lot longer than 42 minutes, which the guy says is less than half the current record. But Jack didn't see a problem with that. The Bird of Darkness, who quietly approached Jack from behind, asked how long he thought it would take them to clear the area. To the surprise of all the group members present, Jack replied that he would give them 20 minutes to do so. Nicholas threw the spider off his hand. He didn't like them. Sandra asked Jack if 20 minutes wasn't too short a time. Jack replied that he didn't think it was too short. He was planning a different style of play for their group. That is why they will not pass this dungeon of such difficulty in the same way as others have. In the ancient mechanical cave, you have to go through 3 mini-maps, each with a layer of caves, after which you have to defeat the mechanical griffin Kyla. The sniper had teamed up with other teams before, but the sweep always took 2 hours, which is very different from the 45-minute set. Jack said that even the fast pass is conventionally long, so their method is different. They will use the terrain to their advantage. There was also no need to fight the monster. There was another option in this regard. Shocked, Sandra even asked if she had heard Jack correctly, and he repeated that it was true. There was a loophole in the map. The map of the ancient mechanical dungeon was a little different from the others. It is loaded in advance. There is no need to wait for it. Nicholas immediately realized where his boss was going with this. There was a shortcut for the team. Jack, without stopping for a moment, replied that that was right. Ben had already managed to do it a long time ago, so they would be able to do it too. It's just that there's a trick in the gameplay. Some cards are seamless and some have to be loaded gradually. The Bird of Darkness did not understand what Jack was talking about. He demanded to discuss clearly what to do. Otherwise, it was all a waste of time. Jack did not expect that such a professional as the Bird of Darkness had no understanding of the game's mechanisms. He asked me to look around, and the atmosphere of this location gave the impression of mystery, with many small holes in the ground and walls. Sandra felt uncomfortable with everything she saw, but Nicholas didn't care. He didn't feel anything. Jack said that the team players had to overcome their discomfort because they needed to drill these holes. Only one player on the team liked this idea, and it was, of course, Nicholas, who found it very fun and wanted to play. Jack also said that the place is full of passageways connected to each other, like strands of a spider's web, but no one knows where they lead. There may be a monster waiting for you, or there may be a dead end or an exit to another route. It's hard to say. However, they shouldn't hang their heads. Jack knows all these thousands of caves, and there is a suitable route at the bottom. This bug was found by players in Jack's past life. It was specifically here because everyone was using it, and the dungeons lost their meaning. Everything was fixed only after the version was updated, but now only he knows about it, so he can safely sell this information to anyone. Jack realized that this type of bug shouldn't spread quickly through the game. It could be controlled. Meanwhile, Sandra felt the tension, a narrow cave deep inside which unknown crawling creatures were hiding. Suddenly, the girl, seeing something in one of the tunnels, screamed loudly, and Jack asked what happened. Nicholas ran up to the unknown sparkling lights and shouted that there was no need to panic. It was just a common gopher. Jack, watching Sandra's reaction, smiled. Their cold beauty, it turns out, had a sweet side. But with the Bird of Darkness, everything was determined a long time ago. He was a very devilish personality. Jack, without saying a word, simply watched his team, anticipating that today would be a very interesting day. At the three-way intersection, they had to go left and speed up, and the team had to silently avoid the sleeping monster as quietly as possible. Finally, they came to the right place. Under this tunnel, they had to jump down. Nicholas volunteered to do it first. Jack immediately jumped after the baby, urging the other team members to do the same. Once on the ground, the kid could see the way out of this narrow space, but there was an obstacle. Nicholas's thoughts were interrupted by his comrades, who were falling on top of each other, screaming in pain. Sandra, who fell on top of Jack, was touched by the guy's words about her sighing after she got off him. The Bird of Darkness said they went horizontally 16 times and vertically 12 times, which looks like a lower floor. I kept telling the sniper that they were running straight towards the last boss. Jack noted that the boy is very good at spatial awareness, as expected from the Bird of Darkness. The sniper also knew about this underground river. It was called the River of Humility, and he did not expect Jack to know a shortcut to the bottom. The guy also urged everyone to look at the structure of the place, looking at everything around him with curiosity. Right above them was the boss, the humble mechanical guardian, Griffin Kalu, whose habitat was the Bridge of Humility. Nicholas was looking at the boss they had to eliminate from ambush, and he didn't look very friendly, to put it bluntly. He told Jack that this boss scared him with his invincible appearance, but he replied that they didn't need to fight him one-on-one. Sandra said that 12 minutes and 8 seconds had passed since the guy had said what his plan was, and he had to start. But Jack, glaring at the girl, said that he didn't need her yet. Only the Bird of Darkness should participate in the first stage of the fight, and the other participants immediately asked why Jack made this decision. But the sniper himself immediately realized that Jack's choice was not just a whim. The target of the Bird of Darkness was Kyle's tail, a distance that only a good marksman could cover. Jack used the best sniper to attack from a distance. The boss will get angry, but he won't be able to get them and will return to the starting position. The sniper, having listened to the guy's theory, said that he did not understand where it came from, but now they would see if it would work in practice. Jack asked to remember to use point skills more often to increase damage, because the tail is the weakest point, and the sniper changed weapons. Nicholas and Sandra asked what they should do, and Jack replied that they would wait, but there would be an opportunity to play the main role. The Bird of Darkness asked if he could start, and Jack answered in the affirmative. At the same moment the sniper made his first shot, the boss was not happy, and he was hit several times. Jack started shouting at the boy to keep going, because Kalu's bird would notice them now. A moment later, the griffin took off from its seat and began to fly over the bridge, looking for its enemies. Jack realized that they were hiding under the bridge, and since the griffin hadn't caught up with the target, it would soon return to its original position. Unexpectedly, seeing the sniper's reaction to his words, Jack asked him if he thought something was wrong, but he pretended not to hear. He was focused on the boss's movements and, when he reached the optimal distance, fired a second shot to use the time productively. High-velocity ammunition, as it turns out, could not have caused significant damage to the Kyle Vulture. As Jack watched the Bird of Darkness get into a rhythm, Nicholas said that he now seemed very pathetic. Sandra, who suddenly appeared next to the baby, said that he was just an uneducated child, which of course angered him. Kyle's griffin was normally a nightmare for mages and archers. Sandra didn't expect Jack's chicken fighter strategy to work. Jack agreed that Kylo is sharp on ranged attacks and good at blocking sound waves, and once blocked, it's too late to run. Bird of Darkness recalled that in the passages of this dungeon, he had no chance to pull out a rifle. He relied on pistols. He did not even dare to think about such a strategy of using the terrain. Jack found a sniper point from which he could freely wipe out the boss's health. If the calculation was correct, Kuroda would be able to fire 4 shots in a minute and more than 30 shots in 8 minutes. Also, the Bird of Darkness has finally caught the Griffin's movements and will be able to inflict additional damage on it. The heavy sniper hits hard, with a high attack bonus, and also in the weakest point of the boss of this dungeon, the tail, so there should be no problems. Suddenly, the boy made all the members of the group worry. He hung himself from the ledge of the bridge, saying that he was passing the time. Jack, realizing the plan of the Bird of Darkness, shouted to him to immediately shoot at the tail of the Griffin, which was flying right over them. Jack was amazed. The bird was able to figure out what seconds the tail was still in the area of his shot. At the same time, the guy had very good skills. Jack had never seen anything like it before, and there was always a rule to take 1 shot at a time. After Kuroda realized that he could fire 2 shots in a given time, the planned 8 minutes were reduced by almost 4. In the end, Jack's group completed the humble mechanical guardian, Griffin Kyla, of the highest difficulty in just 16 minutes. Bird of Darkness was able to get the long-awaited Shadow Fighter, and Jack hoped that the special difficulty would not attract attention. But unfortunately, this time they were close to record time, and a terrible discussion erupted at the Paradise Valley Forum. The most outrageous thing is that, in the end, everything turned into an infinite number of teams of different levels willing to challenge them. Moving among the crowd of players, Jack asked the sniper to hide his weapon because it was very visible. Nicholas said that only a blind person would not realize that the 16 minutes team that everyone is talking about is them. Jack explained that he has a habit of withholding information. Given the actions after battles, everyone on their team must also keep their mouths shut. Excessive noise will only add to the problems. You need to behave discreetly and be invisible. It is always better to be safe. Sandra said she didn't care. She joined because it was interesting and challenging, and if she got bored, she could quit at any time. Jack had already mentally said goodbye to Sandra, wondering if he could keep her. But the dialogue with the bird went unexpectedly well. The sniper said that he was a non-team player, but to thank them for the shadow fighter, he would join the team for a while. But the guy thought it was important to discuss it right away so that they wouldn't be surprised if he left the party because he had his own plans. Jack realized that the current team best suited his wishes, and it was a promising start. Jack was brought out of his thoughts by little Nicholas, who told him that there were a lot of heavily armed people around. This was natural because this road led to registration for the team rating, and a group without the appropriate strength cannot qualify. Sandra noticed that almost all the teams are made up of fellow guildmates, which is why the ranking is also called the leaderboard. The higher the rating, the cooler the guild was considered, which is why it became an important tool for making a name for yourself. This was not surprising to Nicholas, as he had already looked at this list before, and the top 10 in the ranking are the 5 main guilds. So their so-called goal of getting into the top 10 is quite difficult, because after all, they will have to compete with the 5 major guilds. Finally, it was the turn of their group to reach the gate, and the system greeted them with the fact that they had arrived at the application hall. When they got inside, Nicholas asked what name Jack had come up with for their team. The guy replied that he hadn't even thought about it yet. He just called it whatever he wanted to in the moment, but Nicholas said that was not allowed. Jack, in the kid's opinion, simply does not understand. If you name a ship, it will sail. Nicholas decided to stand his ground. He was convinced that their teams must have a big name. It was important, he thought about the name, even while sitting on the toilet. Their team always hides information about themselves and is as mysterious as a shadow. Other players knew only that they existed, but did not know what they looked like. That's why he decided to name their team Ghosts and asked how his brothers and sister liked the name. The sniper and Sandra started saying that it was a very stupid name, but Jack, strangely, liked it. After some thought, the guy replied that he agreed. They would be Ghost. This simple name makes sense. When all the details were finalized, Jack called his group of ghosts to follow him. After submitting the application, the 4 of them started setting new records, which were ultimately useful. Some dungeons with crazy difficulty can't be completed quickly due to composition limitations. They were specially designed to set the most records. The chosen complexity saves time, which is important for the team. They have room to turn around and therefore can make calculations. Since the ranking was updated once on Sunday, they had only 4 chances to get into the top 10. They have the opportunity to get into the top 10, and they have set many records during this time. Others could only know that the Ghost team was constantly setting records with incredible speed. Although they were not yet in the top 10, the best results of each dungeon clearance left their mark, and that's a fact. What Jack didn't expect was that this honor would become a target for some people with evil intentions. Sandra, standing in the middle of another dungeon, asked Nicholas if he meant that someone was copying their team. Nicholas replied that this was exactly what he meant. He told me that he had heard the news from a sister in her guild. I guess Sandra didn't realize how famous the ghosts are now, and it's logical that because of their fame, many people want to be like them. Jack, who jumped on the lawn, said that the guy was paying attention to the wrong things. The whole world revolves around money. A bird of darkness appeared like a shadow on the lawn, and he asked if these people only wanted to steal their merits. A popular team, commercial value is still very significant, no matter how low the act is, but there are people who still create fakes. When they finished clearing another dungeon, they had a new record, and it was time to distribute the awards and prepare for the next one. Nicholas and Sandra finally became friends. They were excited about completing the dungeons at speed, and Jack didn't have time to download the tasks. Suddenly, players who looked exactly like them ran alongside them, and the team's description matched theirs. Fake Jack shouted that it was a real surprise. Today, they had the good fortune to meet their fakes. Nicholas, the only one who mentioned the gift of speech, was surprised that the fakes even have the same professions. They had a mage, a sniper, and a warrior with the same shield as little Nicholas, and now they couldn't just run away. Fake Jack said that before the opponents showed up, they had already gotten rid of another imposter who also posed as the ghosts. Jack could hear the crowd gathering, discussing which of the 2 teams was the real ghost. Fake Jack's team appeared recently and started harassing other scammers, and they were probably the real ghosts in the crowd's opinion. Fake Jack, hearing these words, said that, judging by the classes and equipment, There was no need to explain anything. The opponents were fakes. And judging by their tense faces, it's easy to tell that they are also afraid of the truth. Jack noted that this band was quite professional, but they didn't have time for such nonsense. He told his friends that they weren't worth their time. Sandra had never seen anything like this before, and it was the first time she had met someone who was impersonating her. But the Bird of Darkness was not happy. It was played by an ugly guy who was hard to distinguish from a wild boar. But Jack, despite the fact that his friends were eager to deal with the fakes, insisted that they should not attract too much attention. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the silence on the part of his opponents, the fake Jack shouted that they were probably trying to provoke them. The guy thought they were very similar, but his team's acting skills were better because they specialize in catching imposters. They insisted that there wasn't a person in the game who didn't know them, and assured them that they would beat the shit out of the imposters. Jack asked how it would be done, and the guy replied that it required a one-on-one competition between two teams. The fake said that they had never lost a fight to an imposter, and Jack agreed to the terms. Jack's quick agreement puzzled the fake, but there was no turning back. Too many eyes were on them. Fake Nicholas said that the strongest team wins, and the team that wins in 3 rounds will be the winner. Coming almost close to Jack, he asked which of his team would go against them first. Little Nicholas did not wait long. He said that it should be a match between players with the same classes, otherwise it would not be interesting. The opposing side agreed. The rules are simple. You can fight only inside the circle. The winner will be determined in 5 minutes. The fake asked if Nicholas agreed to an automatic defeat in case of a flight out of the circle, and the kid replied that there was no problem. It was time to start. Jack said that nothing special was required of Nicholas. He just had to beat the guy up, and he said that he had no problem with that. Jack said that Nicholas should never transform because it would make no sense and would only attract unnecessary attention. Nicholas didn't like the conditions. He called Jack a bore, but he had to follow the rules and the battle began. Fake said that even though it was a duel, he would like to ask Nicholas to give him some advice. Little Nicholas, who was 1 level below his opponent, happily agreed, saying that he was much stronger now than before. The fake came closer and said that he wanted to shake hands with his opponent before the battle as a sign of respect. Nicholas didn't mind at all. It was the first time he had seen them, and he was a little confused by the offer, but he shook hands with his opponent. But it was a hoax. The fake said that no one needed respect in their time and lifted Nicholas by the hand in the air. A moment later, the guy was flying to the edge of the circle to Sandra's indignant screams that the fake was a lying bastard. Nicholas managed to land without paying attention to whether he crossed the mark. He was very angry. His opponent had deceived him. But the fake said that the kid lost, that all methods are good in war, rules are rules, and that the boy crossed the line. Sandra said that it was time to move on to the next round. Let their magician go forward, and Nicholas wished the girl to avenge him. Bird of Darkness was a little disappointed. Sandra was a split second ahead of him. The magician from the crowd of spectators hesitated a bit. She didn't understand why her opponent looked so familiar. But the imposter magician, adjusting his glasses with a smile, agreed to enter the circle. He could not have imagined that he would have a girl as his opponent, and he promised to make an effort to be gentle with her. Sandra was only angry at such statements, and she said through her teeth that the guy should take better care of himself. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. It was Sandra from the arena, and at first they thought they were imagining things, but it was really her. According to rumors, this girl was a natural loner. Someone heard that Sandra was a member of a large guild, but these were all assumptions. The audience just wanted to enjoy the show that was put before their eyes. After all, Jack's team still attracted attention. Nevertheless, Jack believed that this incident with the imposters could be a good cover in the future. The fake magician saw Sandra wave her staff and the energy lightning that came from it, and asked why she was so angry. He advised the girl to relax and asked if she wouldn't mind going to a cafe and eating some dessert after the fight. In fact, the guy was annoyed by his opponent's arrogance. Did she really think she was special? The magician gave her a chance to save her reputation. Out loud, he apologized for hitting me with full force, as he doesn't like hitting women. Already openly mocking, the guy told Sandra to hold her knees because he was going to show her all his strength. Shouting that she was about to feel his passionate, thorny embrace, he generated the spell Prison of Thorns. In a matter of seconds, the magical plant covered with thorns had already wrapped Sandra in half, but the girl did not resist at all. Nicholas was frightened. He did not understand why she let herself be grabbed, but Jack said not to worry she was not the kind of person who would stand there and take it. One could even say that Sandra had gotten significantly better since their last duel with Jack. During this time, the girl learned to observe the enemy's attacks instead of treacherously rushing into the fray. Sandra probably just let this jerk show off for a while longer in the public eye. The audience was also shocked by what was happening. It was probably not Sandra at all, but just a girl who looked like her. In their opinion, it was the end. Suddenly, one of the players saw a fire slowly rising at the top of the plant and smoke billowing out. A few seconds later, the dome formed by the imposter's magic exploded into pieces, and the fake ghost's skill was destroyed. A flaming dragon burst out of the middle of the plant and flew straight toward the amazed boy, who could not move. The magician's last thought before the fire consumed him was to doubt that this was even possible. When Sandra's spell broke a little, she said that someone had once said that a battle mage was still just a mage. Has the enemy completely forgotten about the strengths and weaknesses of various elements? The audience opened their mouths, the wood loses to the fire. This woman took advantage of this to free herself. Her attack was smooth and precise. But Sandra wasn't going to stop. She dealt the enemy blow after blow, both for her own sake and because of Nicholas. After a combination of several attacks, the fake ghost fell to the ground, breaking his glasses. The guy reproached himself for being so careless. He didn't think that this bitch would make such a move. He became a laughingstock. The magician decided that he urgently needed to restore his honor and jumped to his feet, preparing for a new attack. He flew at his best speed to Sandra, trying to hit her with his spear, but the girl managed to jump aside. Covered in a cold sweat from the realization that he could not observe the movements of his opponent without his glasses, he waited for an answer. Fake Jack, unable to bear the potential failure, shouted what the break was doing. She was on top. But when the guy looked up, it was too late for him. Sandra activated a fiery dance that spun the enemy in her arms. Leaving the circle, the girl passed the baton to the next couple, and the crowd finally realized that they were looking at the real Sandra from the arena. Jack asked the girl if she thought the last attack was overly ostentatious, but Nicholas was delighted. Sandra replied that she didn't care. There was one last match left, and it was better not to lose to them. The crowd was slowly beginning to realize that the team that had behaved so brazenly in the beginning was probably a team of imposters. Fake Jack couldn't trust the last duel to the will of the fat man they hired to play the gunman. The guy realized that he had to finish this match as soon as possible and leave this place. Otherwise, they would all be in big trouble. The fake Jack tried to keep a straight face, saying that his opponents had simply taken advantage of their friend's carelessness. He emphasized that only two of their two teams were left, and the last match would be with Jack. He chose a guy who, in his opinion, hadn't even opened his mouth during all this time because of his fear. Getting really cocky, the fake Jack made sure the guy got his ass to the circle immediately. More and more spectators were gathering around the circle. Everyone wanted to see the legendary band with their own eyes. Victor was amazed among the two people in the circle. He recognized the thief Jack. His classmates looked in that direction. The nurse Jane also recognized the handsome man as Jack. It had been a long time since they had met, and she wondered if he remembered her. The anti-mainstream responded that a great man like this thief could not have remembered them. The imposter said that he had been following Jack from the very beginning. He was the one who wanted to run away first when they offered them a duel. The guy thought that if Jack was good at something, he wouldn't have avoided the duel so much. He was probably the weakest in the team. It was time to show him what style was. The start of the fight was announced, but Jack did not move. No one understood why he did not attack the opponent. The audience thought that the guy was scared. The imposter shouted that the opponent's pants were probably already dirty. Maybe he didn't know how to play the thief. Fake Jack was getting bolder with every second of no reaction from the enemy. He decided to attack first and activated a smoke bomb. Nicholas did not like this move by a member of the fake Ghost Harass team and wanted to see how Jack would deal with him. The viewers were divided. Those who knew Jack personally were confident of his victory, while others insisted that the imposters would win. The group of imposters fought quite a lot. They defeated more than a dozen opposing teams, and their thief did not lose a single duel. But all the assumptions and guesses could not lead to anything. None of the spectators could see anything through the smoke. The counterfeiter was confident that with this bomb, he could use shadow substitution to calculate the location of a disoriented enemy. And in the end, when the target was found, he was going to finish the fight with a powerful backstab, a combo that never failed him. The imposter found Jack standing in the same place. Was he really that stupid? The fake decided to kill him before the smoke cleared. He never ceased to be amazed that his opponent was still in the clouds. The imposter approached Jack's back to the right distance and brought his blade in, and it was time for his opponent to prepare for death. But even before the fake found Jack, he already knew about its location. The thief used his eagle eyesight to find hidden objects. The elf nurse, Jane, was losing patience, curious about what was happening in the smoke, but she didn't have long to wait anyway. Suddenly, the system announced the end of the duel. The winner was determined, and no one expected such a rapid development. The fake Nicholas laughed. He had no doubt that victory would be on their side. His chairman had never lost using this combo. The smoke began to dissipate, and the first to be seen was the head of his squad, lying unconscious on the ground. Confused, he could not believe that their squad had lost to this strange team of players. The real Nicholas announced a 2-1 victory for them, and Jack said that they should leave. It was too crowded. Nicholas said that he wanted to see how Jack dealt with his opponent. He wanted to believe that the boss had avenged him. While the imposters were trying to get their leader back on his feet, the audience speculated that the winners could be a real legendary unit. The fake Jack tried to mumble that his opponent was absurdly strong. He had calculated every move. The imposter couldn't even see the blade. He was just beaten, and he couldn't even respond. The shooter said that he heard that the battle mage from their team was actually Sandra from the arena. They could be the real ghosts. Meanwhile, the elf nurse, Jane, encouraged her friends to move their feet and talk to Jack. Sometime later at the Wolf's Fang headquarters, the guild's deputy received a message from players with whom they had previously cooperated. Without turning to the messenger, the guy asked which guild it was and what exactly the message was about. The envoy replied that it was a strategy of what to do with the recently popular ghosts. Because this team was setting new records, many of Wolf's Fang's achievements were overwritten, which is a threat to their position in the leaderboard. This was their strategy: to bribe several guilds, forcing them to pretend to be ghosts to tarnish the reputation of the real ones and then eliminate them. The messenger reported that the mage from Ghosts was most likely the player Sandra from the arena, and the guild deputy said that everything had become much easier. He ordered me to tell all the thieves who specialize in murder to hide their information and target this team. The deputy of the Wolf's Fang Guild, Samuel, wanted to get the ghost back to level 0 at any cost. Sandy decided that they would do just that. The members of the first echelon would get information about the records in several new dungeons as quickly as possible. The deputy said she would immediately pass his order on to her subordinates. But Sandy asked, looking at the girl, what was wrong, why she didn't continue. He noticed that Lily looked confused as to who dared to do this to their cheerful deputy. The girl wondered if the mayor had already forgotten about the bet he had made with the thief. He replied that he had made many different deals and needed more specifics. The girl answered that it was, of course, about Jack the Ripper, and the head told him to get into the top 10 of the team ranking within a month. The chairman immediately recalled this conversation and asked what was wrong with the guy, since a lot of time had passed since then. The girl replied that the thief's team now called themselves the Ghosts, the same ghost. This is the same team of 4 people who unexpectedly burst into the team rankings, the Ghosts. Tiana confirmed this, and Lily herself has been following them lately, with an incredible number of posts on the forum dedicated to them. This thief is very arrogant, and she was not impressed with him during their first meeting, but now Lily believed that he had some talent. Sandy adjusted his glasses, wondering where the ghost team stood today. The girl replied that the result of the first Sunday had not been calculated, but their recent records were simply impressive, and she sent the chairman information about it. Sandy was impressed by what he saw on the screen, and this guy must have been really familiar with Paradise Valley because he was able to achieve impressive results. But it is precisely because of this persistence that the Ghost team has unknowingly become a threat to some of the big players. Lily asked if they could send them help in that case, but Sandy said there was no need to do anything about it. The girl was puzzled by this answer. Jack is still a member of Foggy Bottom, and if they missed out on such a talent, it would be a mistake. But Sandy had a different idea. He believed that they didn't need help precisely because the boy had exceeded all his expectations. It was really interesting to see how far the thief Jack could go without their help. The elf nurse greeted the surprised Jack, who hadn't even thought he would ever see them here. Jane thought it was fate. Jack asked how their pumping was going, and she replied that without him, everything had become very slow. Victor was delighted as expected. Jack turned out to be one of the ghosts, and he couldn't contain his emotions. The guy saw the record set by the ghosts on the forum and didn't believe it at first. But as soon as he found out that it was Jack's team, his doubts disappeared. Jack replied that, in fact, they had the right tactics at first and their comrades also performed well. He could not have done it alone. The elf nurse noted that the thief Jack remained as shy as ever. The girl asked if Jack would help them with their leveling, as they have been slowly raising levels lately and can't pass the fisherman's pier. The long-faced, handsome man said that he was actually crawling out of his skin trying to find a guide, but no one listened to him. Jack said that they should first go to the fisherman's village, where there is a shop that sells Braharia herb, and he would give them a tag. The players were delighted, and Jack decided to share with them not only what he had already told them, but also his strategy. The long-faced, handsome man thanked them for their answers, but said that this was enough. They would figure out the rest on their own. When the elf nurse objected, long-faced handsome replied that the boy had already helped them enough. There was no need to babysit them. The guy shouted at Jane to stop doing nonsense. They had to go to the mark. Anti-mainstream and Victor said goodbye to Jack. They hadn't seen each other much and missed him very much. Longface commanded the group members, telling them not to be late because the secret store would close. Victor said goodbye to Jack once more and promised to do his best to become a badass thief like him. Jack didn't really approve of the boy's desires. Only he should be the strongest thief in this game. But Jack still has a long way to go, and at least he hasn't been a rival to Victor yet. It reminded him that time was running out and he needed to speed up. He had to reach level 15 and become awakened as soon as possible. This personal achievement should be a new beginning for him, which he really needs. It was also the only way to pay off the old man's debt of $1.5 million. One Sunday passed and a large number of people saw the ghosts enter the top 20 in the team rankings for the first time. This event once again shocked the community and caused a new wave of confrontation for a place in the ranking. 2 weeks later, ghosts reached the 15th place and became the most popular topic among players. Because no one knew their real identities, it gave all these events a mysterious air. On the third Sunday, they lived up to expectations and took 10th place in the ranking, confirming the fans' theories on this matter. In such a short period of time, the ghosts set even more records thanks to Jack's experience from his past life. This further increased the expectations that were placed on the ghosts, and for some players, they became idols. But the closer their team got to the top of the rankings, the more they got. The greater the danger that lurked nearby, the more it finally showed itself. But for Jack, it was expected. They took a bite out of someone else's pie, and it was not surprising that a guild had prepared well for their meeting. The Wolf's Fang men were pleased to have found the ghosts, and the head of the squad ordered them to report to the mountain and prepare for an attack. Sandra was tired of clearing the dungeon, so she was actually excited about this adventure. Because of the number of enemies, she might have to call for help. Jack counted about 12 enemies in the clearing, most of them level 10, and told his friends not to stay too long. The thieves were pleased with themselves. The dark horses that had appeared out of the blue had finally been trapped. The Sunday before, Samuel had tried to hide his anger. He had underestimated the ghosts. This team was really capable of something. The head of the squad promised to increase the number of traps, but in Samuel's opinion, the ghosts were too strong for the thieves to resist. Standing at a half-turn to the messenger, the guy said to him to delay them as long as possible. He wanted to meet them face to face. The squad commander ordered to divide into 5 groups of 5, each group taking on one enemy and holding them off as long as possible. The first blow hit Nicholas's shield, and the boy successfully repelled the attack of the thieves from the Wolf's Fang. No matter how many times the 5 attackers tried to break through the boy's defense, they failed. Even Nicholas himself said it was pointless. Suddenly, Nicholas turned into a giant who began to throw the attackers in different directions, and no one understood why the kid had grown so much. He now wanted only one thing: for each of his opponents to feel the taste of true power. While the boy was tinkering with his part of the enemy, Sandra became active behind him. The girl's first spell was Flaming Dragon Roar, which shocked unprepared opponents. Sandra, after some thought, figured that this should be enough to deal with several members of the attacker's squad. Sandra wholeheartedly sought to dispel her sadness and boredom about the monotony of life. A second later, the first thief was shot in the leg, which led to a temporary loss of the ability to move. The thief's comrades decided not to move too far away from the wounded man, as this would only make the magician's task easier. But they didn't have a chance, because in a moment the heads of 2 members of the squad were pierced by the bullets of the Bird of Darkness. The shooter hit the squad leader and said that he was the only one left. and before the man could escape, he fell down next to his comrades. The thieves realized that the ghost exceeded all expectations. They would never have agreed to such a step if they had known this beforehand. No one was eager to take on this job. These players hid their equipment in true levels. They are truly unbeatable. Especially this thief, who managed to do it with 4 movements at once, and no one even had time to see what he did. If the squad leader hadn't taken advantage of Jack's short pause, he wouldn't have been able to escape, but the boy's joy was premature. Jack found him very quickly and told him that it was very rude of him to hide in the bushes and make him look for him. Jack raised his blade over the thief's head and said that it was time for him to join his comrades. And when the blade almost touched the thief's neck, it was stopped by Samuel's dagger, who said that it was cruel. Jack was amazed by this speed. He didn't even notice how the guy got here. Samuel stared into Jack's face for a few seconds and then asked if they were really the same ghosts. But before Jack could answer the question, a shot rang out behind the powerful stranger. Jack did not understand when the enemy managed to get a double weapon, but Samuel easily deflected the sniper's bullet with his other hand. Turning around, Samuel saw a guy holding a pistol in both hands, with Nicholas and Sandra standing behind him, ready to attack. Jack said that, apparently, the guy was a deputy of the Wolf's Fang Guild named Samuel, and judging by the fact that the guy uses double weapons, he has successfully passed his awakening. The deputy of the Wolf's Fang Guild laughed and said that Jack was quite an experienced player. He looked carefully at the thief and said that he was indeed awakened. Turning toward Jack, Samuel asked if the thief had ever had to fight with someone like that before. Nicholas didn't care if Samuel was awake or not. He was their enemy. He shouldn't just stand there and watch him. He did not understand why they should listen to this ignorant man and decided to attack him first, but Jack tried to stop him. Nicholas believed that the Awakened One was just one of the professions. 4 of them already had the 15th level, and if they united, they would win. Jack realized that the Awakened Ones were on a different level compared to regular players, and they hadn't even changed their profession yet. Although Samuel wasn't as strong as Pitch Black, he was one of the 150 thieves in his past life, and Nicholas needs to be protected. They have to end this battle as soon as possible. As long as they are on the red list, the group is not allowed to contact him. Nicholas was convinced that they should fight stronger players to improve their skills. In a moment, little Nicholas was over the enemy and hit him with a giant fist, driving him into the ground. Jack shouted that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, but Samuel had already gotten off the ground, preparing his answer. After a moment, the Awakened One used the Conquering Dragon Tiger skill to increase the chance and effectiveness of the counterattack. Nicholas could not move. He finally realized that the enemy was too fast, much faster than Jack. Samuel said that those who kill others are definitely on the red list, and Jack's status is quite bright. Jack realized that the Awakened One could kill him instantly, and he wouldn't even have time to react, and that was the gap between them and the ordinary players. Samuel said that he had heard of the guy, but it turned out that he was just a common thief who couldn't even hold his dagger straight. The awakened man's passionate and defiant speech was interrupted by the dance of flames that lit up the entire clearing, but he used the same trick against the spell. Nicholas, who still couldn't move, saw Sandra's spell turn into a bubble of fire. But the girl was determined. She wasn't going to back down and set up her comrades. Samuel was very surprised to see a girl mage, which was really rare in the game. But his next speech was interrupted by a shot that hit him right in the head. The Bird of Darkness also joined in, shooting with his long-range rifle. Nicholas, with a predatory smile, congratulated the sniper on a good shot, and their team was not yet lost. But the very next moment, Jack, who was ambushed in a tree, warned the Bird of Darkness to look back because Samuel was behind him. The sniper looked at the target his bullet had hit and realized that it was a clone. The real Awakened One had used a substitution skill. Samuel noted that the shooter is a very interesting specimen, but they are quite weak in close combat. The Awakened One said that he especially hated those who attacked by stealth, just like the Bird of Darkness. Jack decided not to wait for the execution, but to attack. He jumped on Samuel and kicked him, shouting at the sniper to run away. The awakened man smiled. He had been waiting for this. If Jack considers himself a hero, let him die a hero. Jack barely managed to dodge the blade that flew over his head. But after a failed stab with the blade, Samuel immediately kicked the guy in the stomach. When the guy flew away for some distance, Samuel had time to think that it was not surprising that ordinary players were no match for this thief. Jack realized that not a single second could be wasted, because it could be a fatal mistake for everyone. so he ordered the group to split up and retreat. A moment later, the guy threw a smoke bomb to the ground, and all four disappeared from Samuel's sight. The awakened one realized that all the enemies had fled, and there was no need to pursue them, even though some of the thieves had already been revived. Jack returned to the real world. His grandfather was happy about his appetite. The boy was still growing, so he had to eat more to be strong and healthy. Jack replied that it was because he was about to take a step that would determine the rest of his life. That is why he wants to be in the best shape possible. The grandfather wondered what was so important that it was going to happen. He asked if he could help the boy in any way, but the boy said that everything was fine. Jack told his grandfather not to worry. This was something he had to do on his own. Everything was right. The most important moment in my life had finally come, and today I was going to change careers. When he got to the right place, Jack was unpleasantly surprised. It seems that he underestimated the speed of the other players' progression. So many players came to the career change hall to get a personalized mission. Each of the players hoped to successfully change their profession and become an awakened one, and some wondered if the mission had different levels of difficulty. Each mission had 3 levels of difficulty, A, B, and C. The goals and conditions are different, and the mission goal is determined based on the player's characteristics and activity. If you think about it, the guy still remembered that despair from his past life. Even though he was able to complete the mission then, he failed to become awakened. This is because the wake-up scale was 12% complete after passing, and a small part of it depends on the AI's assessment of overall activity. The other part was the level of completing the mission to change professions, which the guy did not do well. In his past life, he encountered some difficulties during his passage, which made his awakening scale level incredibly low. Jack wondered if it was fate. In his past life, he had been assigned Mission C for a thief, where he had to fight his clone with double the characteristics. The clone created by the AI not only knew its characteristics, but also all the attacks and how it defends itself. And in addition, it had dual characteristics. Others just need to defeat the dungeon boss, whose attributes were adjusted to the participant. Even on the forum, no one but him fought with himself. The guy hoped that everything would be different now, that he had different characteristics, that no matter what mission he was given, he was sure he would pass it. He must completely fill the scale of awakening. In this life, failure was simply unacceptable. Another participant in the game sat down in a chair. She was very nervous, but the others cheered her on. Suddenly, the chair came to life and hugged the girl's waist, welcoming the human archer. For a while, the old chair hummed to itself, mumbling something that only it understood. The archer was well-versed in positioning, and given her characteristics and achievements, this mission should suit her best. Having made the final decision, the chair released the girl and announced that Mission B was available to her. Jack had seen this picture many times with his own eyes, but it never became less strange to him. The guy decided to go next. The chair started analyzing his data, and sometime later, it announced that Mission A was available for the guy. Jack was happy. He got Mission A for thieves. It always involves exploring the map. He can definitely get the maximum score. Suddenly, the chair closed its arms again. It was confused, and it made the guy tense up. It was the first time the magic chair had ever encountered such a situation, the first time it had ever seen anything like it. To his great surprise, the chair said that he had the same aura as them, exactly the same. The guy quickly broke free from the tester's arms. What kind of aura? What does it even mean? In none of his lives had Jack ever heard of anything like this. He didn't understand what was happening now. The chair did not engage in any more discussions. It announced Mission S for the guy, and he began to fall into a multicolored portal. At first, the other players thought they were imagining things. The thief had a multicolored teleporter, as they are always white. And what was it all about? Why did the chair say there were 2 missions? Where did S come from? There are no such missions. A few seconds later, the guy found himself in a deserted city in a downpour, and the system informed him that he had arrived on a mission for thieves to change their profession. Jack couldn't believe that it was really fate that was ruining everything for him, that it was taking revenge. The system would probably want to plunge him into the abyss of despair in this life as well, and Jack realized that nothing good awaited him. The notification announced that the goal of the quest was to defeat your 3 clones. The clones' characteristics were doubled, and the time was unlimited. Jack swore at this mission. Whoever came up with it, he had prepared so much, but he had never seen information about anything like it. The thief realized that he could not lose, and if he wanted to change his life, it had to be through an awakening. No matter how much he was beaten by fate in this life, failure was unacceptable, and he had to come up with a strategy and stick to it. The clone's characteristics are twice as great as his, and he will never be able to defeat it in a direct fight. Jack decided that he would simply circle the clone, dodge, and run around it until the time was up. While the guy was immersed in planning, he did not notice that one of his reinforced copies was already flying at him from above. A moment later, Jack was already on the ground, trying to figure out how to avoid another blow. The clone was not going to stop, and it's good that there was only one of them here so far. Jack didn't know why he was remembering this shame now. He shouldn't be concentrating on that story. He was writing a new one. All you need to do is calm down. Everything will be different in this life. There were 10 seconds left before the start. You couldn't use your skills. In my last life, it was a battle of basic techniques. This time, there is no time limit. It seems that the delaying tactics will not work. In any case, the best solution would be to leave now, so that the clones don't squeeze him at once. Jack needed to think about everything carefully, calmly, and he had time for that. 10 seconds quickly passed and the career change mission began. This time there are 3 clones. They will have to split up to find him. There will be a short period of time when he will fight one-on-one. If the player dies here, the characteristics of the clones increase by 2 again. The clones are flawless, and if Jack wants to fully fill the awakening scale, he needs to complete the mission to the maximum. The main question for him was how to do it right. Jack's thoughts were interrupted by one of the clones, who broke the window glass and dragged the boy outside. The clone's actions indicated that it insisted on fighting outside, not inside the building. The guy had no choice but to avoid the battle until he came up with something more effective. The clone's powers were super powerful because Jack himself was well trained and he could barely repel attacks. If Jack had slowed down even for a moment, the clone would have already punctured his heart. The AI had terrifying speed. The dual characteristics of the opponents were really impressive, but I had to calm down. They were him. I had to think about what he would do. But before Jack could finish his thought, the clone instantly appeared next to him and kicked him. It all happened very quickly. Jack didn't even have time to think, and he was already attacking. He had no chance against basic skill. As he fell down from the building to the ground, Jack realized that this mission really did not make any sense. Jack's body, accelerated by another clone punch, hit the ground, kicking up chunks of asphalt around him. But no matter how much it hurt, the guy realized that he didn't have a second to rest. The AI creature was already flying right at him. The system notification said that the guy's defense was compromised. The clone was mercilessly kicking him, and Jack could not always dodge. Jack was at a loss. He didn't know what to do and didn't see any opportunities for himself. After another stroke, he realized that, in the end, this life would probably be no different from the previous one. When he saw that 2 more clones were joining the one, he realized that this time things might be even more hopeless. The only thing left for Jack to do was to ask fate how much longer it would keep putting obstacles in his way. It was impossible to complete this mission, and it would probably be better to just give up and let this horror finally end. But unexpectedly, a white light of hope shone brightly at the end of the tunnel for the guy. He remembered. Now he understood everything. A few meters from the ground, he realized that there was still hope for victory. Jack decided to fight, and he engaged in a battle with 2 clones at once. As he had guessed, this was the way out, and the guy took off from the ground and jumped into the air. One of the clones decided that he would not let the boy escape and tried to attack, but Jack skillfully dodged the blow. The guy decided that he had to thank the clone for that attack on the roof. He gave him the clue he needed. The creature's punch was twice as fast as his, yet Jack was able to block it before he even had time to think about it. This was the key to the solution. You need to act faster than you think. Even though the characteristics of the clones are twice as large, in the end, they are just numbers. Even if the robotic Jax can predict his next action, clones, after all, will not be able to learn about what he himself has not fully understood: his conditioned reflexes. Another name for this phenomenon is momentum. Jack must trust his feelings and conditioned reflexes completely. The anxiety he felt because of fear was the real reason he failed last time. A moment, a thing that only humans have. Jack couldn't understand how he had forgotten about it because of bad memories, how he had gotten fear in this life. The thief even started to smile. The strength of his opponents was really impressive. But even though the bowing was doubled in characterization, some things never change. And this is the recovery time after an attack. The higher the resistance, the shorter the effective damage from an enemy attack. Even if the clone's characteristics are hundreds of times higher than Jack's, this mechanic will never change. Now that none of them had a tiny chance of defeating the thief, Jack was finally confident in his abilities. When the first of them was destroyed, the guy asked if the other two were going to attack in turn or all at once. The clones decided to attack together, and although they were fast, they were no match for the momentum. There it was. Jack felt that the moment, which was only at the beginning, had finally started to improve. This skill was divided into 3 levels: beginner, advanced, and instinctive. When a person with momentum fights someone who doesn't have it, it's like a fight between an experienced martial artist and an ordinary person. Jack's skill had finally reached a refined level, but it was still progressing in the course of the fight. As long as clones are unable to mimic this state, they won't stand a chance, no matter how fast they are. Jack decided that it was time to strike the decisive blow, and the boy's attack made the clone fly into the air. Finally, only one of them was left, and the enemy was already preparing for the final push. Jack looked at the clone and thought that apparently in this life, the hunter and the hunted had switched places. At the time, Sandy was hosting Tiana, and she said that the guy had fulfilled his part of the bet and made it to the top 10 in the team rankings. But Sandy already knew this. It would be strange if he didn't, given how popular the ghosts have become lately. Lily said that while Jack is climbing the team rankings, the other players are swinging to change their profession and wake up as soon as possible. Recently, other guilds have also sent out several groups to change professions. Tiana has also heard about it. The awakened in the real world are gaining influence. She was sure that Jack was in a hurry to become awakened as soon as possible. The chairman thought there shouldn't be a problem with that. Sandy wanted to see him when Jack became awake. Tiana replied that she understood Sandy's wishes, and she was not worried about Jack's fate either. If it was him, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the guy had completed his career change mission, but was desperate. Something had gone wrong again. The system promised a new profession for the thief class and even more exciting games as a reward. Jack did his best. He had to change his profession, but in fact, nothing changed. The guy looked at the blue screen again, where the awakening scale for completing the mission was 12%. Jack couldn't understand where he had gone wrong. What could have gone wrong this time? And a wave of despair was rolling in. Why was the awakening scale still at 12%? It's impossible. He couldn't have done it exactly the same way as last time. The guy fell to his knees. He begged for history not to repeat itself, but it seemed that his past life was returning. Jack looked at the notification screen in confusion. At this point, he really didn't know what to do. Being awakened meant receiving special signals from the gaming equipment that activates special parts of the brain. This allows you to use skills from the game in real life. Paradise Valley is a game developed by the government. It was created with the aim of awakening the hidden potential of humanity, but it was unclear why. Those who awakened with a high percentage continued to reach the top in many areas, and as a result, became even more powerful in reality. Thus, a strong awakened one received special treatment from the state and the status of a warrior of the country, as well as an official position in the government. The status of an awakened person determined his place in society. He who failed to awaken in his past life became a member of the lower caste. Because Jack is an orphan, he was abused in real life. He took on any job. He had no dignity, no pride. He was garbage. He had no hope, no sense of confidence in the next day, and his past life turned gray in his eyes. The guy really, truly did not want to go through this again. Would he really be garbage in this life too? Suddenly, the thief noticed that there were 2 options on the notification screen: exit or next. He was so overwhelmed by the system message that he didn't even notice. After the mission was over, the only button available was the exit button. The guy has never heard of the next button. It simply can't be. There shouldn't be such an option in this test. Jack understood that he had to choose whether it was possible that there was a right and wrong answer, what the next button did in general. If you think about it, this mission was really something unusual. Even in his past life, he had never heard of S rank, and the description was quite strange. He may not have managed to awaken, but a change of profession is considered successful if Dali affects the outcome or makes things worse. If he fails the mission now, he will most likely have to wait until next month to do it again, so it's better not to risk it. Suddenly, Jack's eyes saw a scene of him being hung upside down. Even then, defenseless, hanging from a tree, he decided to never give up. The guy finally realized that everything was right. He would never give up on his plans in this life. After yelling at the system to eat shit, he pressed the next button with all his might, and a notification informed him that the guy had moved on to the second stage. Jack was amazed that there was a second stage to this mission at all, and how his results from the first stage were preserved. He was finally impressed by the information that the level of awakening could be summed up after passing each subsequent stage. It turns out that the percentage of his awakening did not stop at 12. He still has a chance to awaken. The goal of the second stage was to defeat his 6 clones with characteristics increased by 2, and he was ready for a new exam. Although 6 columns is twice as many as the mission in the first round, Jack was confident in himself and his abilities. The best honey for his ears was the information about the possibilities of summing up the points. Jack decided that he would go as far as they wanted. He was very interested in what heights he would reach in this life. The countdown began, and the system wished Jack luck. Lily visited Tiana again and asked about Jack, and the girl replied that the thief still had the status of unable to be reached. Lily was surprised that the guy had been on the mission for more than 12 hours, given his abilities. Maybe he was distracted by something in real life. It took the guildmaster and deputy guildmaster only half an hour to change professions, so why does it take the boy more than 12? Tiana replied that Jack was not that kind of person. Most likely he was in some kind of trouble. She remembered that Jack and baby Nicholas had entered this quest almost simultaneously, but Nicholas had completed it in less than half an hour. Lily added that recently the thieves from Wolf's Fang ambushed the ghosts, and Samuel personally led the attack. Samuel targeted them, but Jack didn't tell him about it, and Sandy believed that the enemy didn't know that the ghosts had become part of Misty Bluff. Tiana didn't know anything about it either, and Jack didn't tell her, so it's no wonder the whole team went on a career change mission. The girl thought that Jack was a very arrogant person. Most likely he just wanted revenge. Lily said that recently, Wolf's Fang has become more arrogant, and they often turn a blind eye to the actions of their guild members. Tiana reasoned that if the clash between Misty Bluff and Wolf's Fang became even more intense, it would not be long before a full-fledged war broke out. But that would come later. For now the girl was more concerned about Jack's fate, hoping that he was okay. Tiana decided that she would look forward to the return of the ghosts, but at the same time, the next batch of clones lined up for battle. Jack stood across from them, ready for the next fight, his brain now completely free of preconceptions about himself. A month passed, and the waiting room of the third echelon of the Too Many Upland headquarters was as crowded as ever. The next team left the portal, satisfied with the mission. Everything went perfectly. The group of players came to the conclusion that Nicholas was indeed a very reliable commander, and he was very flattered. Other players who heard Nicholas's nickname immediately ran up to him, asking for help with certain dungeons and exams. The team finally thanked the guy for helping their echelon, but Nicholas needs to rest, because Tiana will find out and they will be finished. As they watched the boy walk away, they could not believe that the present and the past were the same person. Previously, the guy was a green newcomer, and no one wanted to contact him or take him to the team. And now no one dares to look down on him. Nicholas is a member of the Ghosts, but thanks to Tiana, he helped them. In addition, given his abilities, the guy can easily become the main tank of the second or even the first echelon of the guild. By the way, no one has heard any news about the leader of the Ghosts. The thief who caused such a fuss, the guy seems to have disappeared. But the gossips needed to keep their voices down. It was about the guild's reputation, and one of them had heard something from his friends. They said that the deputy of the Wolf's Fang rolled the guy into a cake, and now he hasn't been around for a month. Probably the thief is ashamed to be seen. Nicholas missed Jack very much, and it had been a month since he had been able to contact him. A lot of changes have happened since then, and the boy has become much stronger, as have all the other ghosts, who also did not know where Jack had gone. Nicholas opened the group chat, hoping that there was some news, but no one knew anything yet. Sandra was angry. Jack was offline all the time, not getting in touch for a second. Did the guy really abandon his account? Even if he returns now, he will most likely not have time to gain levels, due to the large number of missions to change professions. Now it's easier to increase levels, which has led to a wave of crazy grind, with the 15th level putting him on par with low-level players. Sandra's thoughts were interrupted by the squad leader. The girl had no time to fly in the clouds. She had to attack the enemy. Her father asked her to keep an eye on her, as she had been allowed too much before, and Sandra said that Uncle Kyle didn't have to worry. She was leaving. She was amazed in a moment that her team could not cope with such a weak monster on their own. There was no challenge in this battle, but her uncle told her not to talk, but to attack, and Sandra obediently followed his order. If Jack didn't show up, she would return to the guild. Lily was screaming. She didn't understand how they dared to invade the territory of Tumani Upland. It was pure provocation. Sandy asked if they had really invaded the third stronghold, and Lily said yes. They had agreed to a 50-50 deal. There are 6 control points in the area. Each guild gets 3. Only after the sweep would the fight begin, but the 4th point attacked their 3rd. Sandy asked how much time is left until the dungeon opens, and Lily replied that it's about Sunday, and it's classified as Fight for Guild Resources. Sandy began to make calculations, and if his opponents made the first move, he tried to respond with something bigger. He also planned to capture 1 control point, which would increase the income from the dungeon as a whole in the future. The girl replied that the closest one to them was the 4th, but it was well guarded and the guild could suffer heavy losses. The most remote, the 6th stronghold, is over the edge of the abyss, so it will also have to be excluded. Sandy asked what happened to the thief Jack from Ghosts. A month had passed and there was no word from the guy. Lily replied that no one had seen him since he decided to change his profession, and Tiana was also worried about the lack of communication. Sandy hoped that the boy would not disappoint him. The success of this mission depended on the ambush of the ghosts. Meanwhile, in the Dungeon of Career Change, another test was coming to an end. A second later, Jack received a notification that he had completed the 10th stage of his career change, and he was surrounded by mountains of clone corpses. Looking around, the guy finally realized that a whole month had passed since he had been on this quest. Finally, he could catch his breath. It was over. The result of his awakening was 100%, and he was promised a special reward. Standing on the roof of one of the buildings, looking at the street, which was dotted with clones, he realized that it was time to return. The system congratulated the guy on completing the career change mission and informed him that he had unlocked the thief class ability, dual wielding. For completing the mission, the guy was awarded the bone dagger of the unrepentant mercenary. It was much better, plus 10 permanent dexterity bonus in his past life. Jack wondered what rank this weapon had. The rank of the weapon was wooden, the lowest, and all weapons received after completing the mission were divided into 7 ranks, from wooden to mythical. It was not even worth talking about the mythical rank, as the possession of such a weapon radically changed the fate of any player. While there was nothing special about the wooden one, it was rather an ordinary object. Jack was sure he deserved something more. The guy read the description of the dagger and realized that he liked everything except the last line about the rank. Unexpectedly, he received a message about the launch of a new mission, Mercenary Dominion, which will allow him to increase the rank of his trophy weapons. This meant that the guy could become even stronger and upgrade the dagger to a mythical rank. Jack watched the clones he killed disintegrate into pixels. In the end, even Jack himself has already lost count of the number of clones he had to defeat this month. A moment later, everything around him turned into a colored portal that began to pull Jack into its net. He had never heard of what he saw in a moment in his previous life, and maybe it was because he had gained 100% awakening. The system, with the face of a girl, said that he had completed 10 stages, remained invincible, even when faced with 1,536 clones in the last stage. During all this time, he did not even think about giving up. He was the first player to reach 100% awakening. After looking at Jack for a while, the system said that he seemed to have other hidden powers. This information made him completely confused about what other hidden forces he was being told about. Suddenly, a thing on the guy's belt activated and began to emit beams of energy in different directions. Jack took the thing in his hands. It was a symbol of valor, which is why it suddenly appeared to him. The system immediately realized that this was exactly what it had sensed, and it turned out that the guy was one of the contenders to become a great one. To Jack's surprise, the AI said that there were 3 candidates to become great, including him, and he didn't have time to find the clues. Now that he was thinking about it, based on what the old man had said at the time, was he really that strong because he had something similar? The system informed him that, because he was a perfect awakened person who had reached 100%, he should receive an award. His special reward is an additional sigil that grants the player the abilities of another class. Jack is almost speechless. The electronic voice asked the player to choose an additional class as a class sigil, It could not be changed. It was activated instantly. Jack tried to calm down. The system offered additional classes of warrior, archer, mage, and cleric. The guy was going through all these categories in his head, unable to choose. This choice would change his life. He had to think carefully. The system again reminded me to speed up and make my choice. Cleric and warrior did not match his playstyle, maximum damage and fast attacks. And to be honest, he was never particularly interested in them. The thief has ranged attacks, and the archer will increase the number of ways he can deal damage from afar. But this is not quite what you need. So the choice remained obvious: incredible magic damage, unpredictable enchantments, and horrible summoned creatures. This is exactly what he wanted from his class. The boy chose the sigil of a wizard. Jack will become the first thief of magic. A second later, the system opened a portal through which the boy had to go to the game world. Finally, she congratulated the guy on becoming a perfect awakened one. Jack knew it was time to go back. His friends must have been waiting for him. The portal in the Hall of Change of Profession activated, and the thief Jack came out of it, which no one paid attention to. A whole month had passed since he had seen a living person, and it was strange that the guy was a little excited about it. He was still scratching his forehead a little, although the mage's sigil was hidden, and it was good that it was. Otherwise, it would have attracted too much attention. Jack received a notification about unread messages from his friends, probably all of them from Tiana, since he had been gone for a long time. As soon as he opened this Pandora's box, a bunch of messages fell out at him, with bells ringing, and the players nearby were surprised at the number of messages. The guy saw that he had 3,654 unread messages. It seems that someone had lost patience. Jack read Nicholas's message. He always asked how he was doing. This guy is worried about others, and Sandra threw a tantrum. Among the pile of messages, Jack looked at 3 messages from the Bird of Darkness, who was not very verbose, but still worried about him. After reading Tiana's message, the guy understood what had happened this month, although there were still a couple of unclear moments for him. A wave of crazy level grind. Jack probably really lags behind the others in terms of leveling. Wolf's Fang and Skyline have merged, which was not the case in my previous life, but there are differences, so I guess I'll have to pay attention to that. After dealing with all the messages, the guy took a breath and wrote to his friends that he had returned. At the stronghold number 3, the head of the squad was just saying that they would send the bastards from Wolf's Fang back to where they came from. The players said that their opponents had much more people and resources than they did, and they needed to ask the guildmaster to send reinforcements. The head of the squad didn't mind. He told the players to call whoever they wanted. Was Foggy Bottom really that weak? Meanwhile, the commander of the Wolf's Fang unit began shouting that he and his 50 brothers were tired of waiting. One player said that help was called. Teleportation doesn't work here, so it will take some time. Help from the second stronghold is on the way. They have been fighting for almost 2 hours in a row. The enemies are continuously attacking, replacing each other, and soon everyone will reach their limit. The enemy had planned everything in advance and caught them off guard, so they just had to hold out until reinforcements arrived, but that was almost impossible. The head of the Wolf's Fang unit began to joke that even the opponent's subordinates no longer wanted to fight and confront them. He brazenly asked where their vaunted brotherhood was now. They were just pathetic weaklings. The head of the Foggy Cliff unit said that the latter had violated the agreement between the guilds and invaded their stronghold. The commander of the Wolf's Fang unit replied that he must be joking. This has always been called strategy. He said that they shouldn't talk nonsense. They should call for reinforcements because he didn't want people to talk about the bullying of Wolf's Fang later. Suddenly, his bold speech was interrupted by a voice saying that there was really no need to waste any more time on the garbage from Wolf's Fang. This circumstance made the commander of the attackers very angry. He could not understand who dared to interfere in their conversation. Jack realized that if this was a planned attack, the Wolf's Fang group must have a target. The Foggy Cliff group hoped that this stranger was one of them. But why did the guild send only one person to help? Probably this unit is deliberately provoking, but not attacking, all in order to slowly weaken them. They will play into their hands if reinforcements come here, because the defense of the other 2 points will be weakened, and a massive attack on them will begin. The captain of the squad could not understand who the thief was, but what he said sounded plausible, and he had to inform other strongholds. He had never seen a thief before, but he felt that there was a completely different aura emanating from him, probably an expert sent by the guild. Jack said that he was level 15 and had just changed his profession, which caused a very strong reaction from the squad members. Was the guy looking for death? Everyone who defended the strongholds had reached at least the 23rd level. The head of the Wolf's Fang squad also began to mock Jack, wondering if he had decided to become the mascot of Foggy Bottom. But the guy interrupted the bastard's laughter by putting a knife to his throat and saying that it made no difference what level he was. The amazed player recoiled, not expecting this strange thief to be so fast. Jack pulled out another dagger. There were 50 enemies, and that's good. He'll finally test his new weapon on them. The commander of the Foggy Cliff squad also didn't understand why I was on the other side of the field. What this level 15 thief was thinking. Did this guy hit his head completely? He rushed right into the crowd of enemies alone. The commander of the Wolf's Fang squad doubted that the thief was only level 15. Judging by the way he moved, there was something fishy going on. But still, he was level 25, and he expected to get rid of this thief instantly and show his brothers how tough he was. He shouted at Jack not to cry when he personally taught him a lesson, probably wanting to make Wolf's Fang look like bandits. Jack was already used to fighting a lot of opponents at the same time after fighting clones, and the head of the enemy law was pushing him to fight. The head of the attackers did not understand why there were so many self-confident milksuckers around. Now he was going to show the cruelty of reality. He pulled out his sword and activated the striking blade attack. The enemy was a warrior, so Jack had to be wary of close combat. In a split second, the attacker's sword flew out of his hands from one short and quick blow from Jack. The head of the Wolf's Fang did not understand how he managed to hit him between the fingers, and the thief used an extreme method to interrupt the skill. He didn't understand at all what kind of reaction and agility this thief had. The slightest inaccuracy and the guy would have died. How could he be so sure? In 2/3 of a second, Jack struck the enemy 3 times with his blades, so there was nothing to counter such an attack. When the second expired, Jack was standing on the lawn above the body of the squad leader. The enemy was very slow, and there were many gaps in their defense. Even if he had just stood still, it wouldn't have made any difference. Jack was too used to the fact that even the clone's breath was carefully calculated. If the guy had been a little slower, he would have been killed in one blow. Compared to them, ordinary players are still far away. Jack looked at the Wolf's Fang squad and said that it was their turn to get ready. He knew they were too weak to stand up to him. The Foggy Bottom squad was watching from the other side of the clearing. They saw that the situation was escalating and the thief was probably finished. The head of the squad decided to go and see what was going on, because the enemies had raised a real sandstorm through which nothing could be seen. When he got a little closer, the man was amazed. A real battle was taking place on the other side of the clearing. How was it possible that the thief fought alone against a whole group of opponents who were higher in rank than he was, and they lost to him? There was discord in the ranks of the enemy unit, and despite the fact that there was one person against them, it was very difficult to focus on him. This kind of speed can probably stand up to their deputy, Samuel. Probably the level of this guy is very high. Jack, who had overheard the players' conversation while striking them, apologized for being level 15, having recently been promoted. The players who survived ordered the mages to put up magic shields, and they had to surround the thief as quickly as possible. After Jack's return, his crit and damage multipliers have increased significantly. Any attacks double the damage. The main event would begin when the dungeon opened, and Jack doubted that they had sent professionals here. Jack decided that in this case, these guys would help him get used to his new abilities, and he turned around for the next attack. The members of the Foggy Cliff squad couldn't believe their eyes. The level 15 thief had defeated the enemy squad, and now it was their turn to attack. Suddenly, behind their backs, they heard the voice of a player who could not believe that he had to come here and save the Wolf's Fang squad. It was the captain of Stronghold Number 4, Berserker, who said that the squad was supposed to just provoke the enemy. The surviving members of the squad perked up a bit. The thief had taken advantage of their weakness, and now they would show him their strength. The captain of the Misty Cliff decided to wait. A Berserker is a special subclass of warrior with double resistance and enormous strength. Unfortunately, they weren't so lucky, although the captain's class is not so bad, but the Berserker surpasses him in all respects. Jack, who suddenly appeared next to the captain, confirmed that the Berserker was beyond their means, which made the latter very angry. Their horror grew even greater when the Berserker began to activate his power. This damn thief got them into big trouble. The captain of the Foggy Cliff squad ordered the mages to urgently activate their protective shields. The mages started shouting that the enemies had very powerful arrows, and they didn't have enough mana to defend themselves. Berserker believed that for a talent like him, being a captain of a stronghold was a waste of time, and he should get over it. They will break the enemy formation with several waves of long-range attacks. Then he will personally lead a frontal attack, his thoughts interrupted by shouts from behind. Suddenly, the effect of the colossal mountain pressure attack appeared behind the Berserker. Jack was waiting for this person to arrive. He thought it would take him longer to get to the location. Nicholas, who appeared out of the smoke, said that if he was called by Boss Jack himself, he couldn't be late. Nicholas said that he had come running as soon as he received Jack's letter, so he didn't have time to reply to the message. Jack said that the boy had grown up a bit and now had silver-ranked equipment, and the kid replied that he didn't have many options now. Nicholas decided to ask where Jack had been all this time. He had been gone for a month. Everyone was very worried. He hadn't warned anyone. The guy replied that he had encountered a small problem when he changed his profession, but he was back, nothing special. Nicholas replied that Tiana was also very worried, and Jack said that he would need to check on Vancraft as well. Before he disappeared, the boy had provided the girl with all the additional materials, and he was wondering how she was coping now. Nicholas said that the last time they met, she said that she wanted Jack to come see her, that she had some news for him. Jack said that he would definitely come to her, but their conversation was interrupted by the head of the squad, who shouted that they really needed help. The members of the squad could not believe that they were seeing Nicholas from ghosts. They did not understand what the guy was doing here. The guy showed himself well in the 3rd tier. He became even stronger after the promotion, but he refuses everyone who offers to move to other teams. Some teams can only dream about it, but what Nicholas himself is doing right now alongside them. The head of the squad said that he had heard the man who had just called the strange thief Captain Jack. So was this the mysterious captain of the ghosts? But didn't the guy retire from the game after all? No one saw him for more than a month. The Berserker was losing patience. He considered his opponents to be a flock of sheep that did not even suspect of the approaching death. He began to put the members of the squad in their places. It was time to have fun, and the players readily followed his orders. The Berserker, activating his power, shouted that it was time to finish these assholes. He used combat mood. Jack was going to take on Berserker, but Nicholas beat him to it. He asked the guy to deal with the other members of the squad. Jack realized that the boy had really grown up. He had almost forgotten about it. In his past life, Nicholas was the all-powerful Little Nicholas from the Sacred Mountain. The members of the Foggy Bottom Squad didn't know what to do. Jack and Nicholas went ahead. They must have been completely crazy. The captain ordered us to follow them, and we couldn't give them a reason to say that they were just looking on from the outside, so he activated the energy surge. The players rushed forward. They were happy to show their opponents that they were not at all timid. Jack never asked whether Nicholas had received a special subclass after his promotion and how much his characteristics had changed. The secret trump card will definitely be the blessing skill, but Nicholas still has a long way to go to master this power. The main thing was not to let the Berserker touch the boy. Jack wondered what little Nicholas was capable of now. Facing Nicholas, the Berserker said that he was just a level 25 dwarf, and now he would show him how a real warrior fights. Nicholas replied that level 28 was not bad, but that Berserker lacked the experience to teach him, so perhaps he would be the one to teach him a lesson. The guy hit the Berserker with all his might, and he fell to the ground, saying that it was a very funny joke. A second later, Berserker stood up and said that Nicholas was a scumbag who hadn't even grown any chest hair. A moment later, the man struck the boy with a furious blow, but Jack was able to defend himself with his upgraded shield. Adding to the pressure, Berserker said, laughing, that he was correcting Nicholas's pretty face. The next attack hid Nicholas under a pillar of flames and stones that flew in all directions. But the guy withstood this blow without even using any skills, and the Berserker had the impression that he seemed to be getting stronger. Jack also noticed a pleasant change in the abilities of little Nicholas, and he developed a rather interesting shield. The Berserker wondered how such a small bastard could hold something as heavy as this shield with such calmness and still fight. But before he could even blink, he saw that Nicholas's right hand had grown to a giant size. A second later, the mighty Berserker flew to the other side of the clearing, losing his balance from Nicholas' blow. The system notification informed him that his weapon had been hacked, and he could not believe what had just happened. Nicholas, who had completely transformed into a giant, calmly asked if the enemy had changed his mind about who the snotty little guy was. The Wolf's Fang squad was amazed and recoiled from the giant. No one understood why this boy could transform. Nicholas looked at Berserker and demanded to know who the kid was now, and the frightened man tried to ask someone what kind of skill he had seen. Was it some kind of special subclass obtained after promotion? A special subclass of warrior? Nicholas, who was looking down at his opponent, said that he did not deserve to know about his subclass yet. A second later, the kid punched the ground, and the energy of the blow began to scatter the Wolf's Fang squad in different directions. All those who fell within the radius of the blow were immobilized, and the players were amazed that even the ground had given way to such inhuman force. Jack, who flew to Nicholas's aid, shouted that it was true. The ground had indeed collapsed, and it was time to take out the trash. A second later, Jack added to the damage to those who did not have time to run away. He struck a quick, unexpected blow to the opponents. But he realized that his old skill didn't do enough damage now, and he would need to upgrade all of them, because he couldn't finish off his opponents. Nicholas, a little boy, came to the boy's aid, jumping over the crowd and shouting that he would deal with the others. From what Jack observed in the following minutes, the members of the Wolf's Fang squad were really in trouble. The Berserker, who had already felt his body begin to disintegrate into pixels, realized that it was because he had lost his vigilance. Nicholas, who reappeared before him, said that if a man is that offended, he is always ready for revenge. Jack looked at the work they had done and praised the boy for his excellent work. And if things kept going like this, they would definitely make it. Nicholas, who had already begun to shrink, said that he could not embarrass himself, especially with his brother Jack by his side. The captain of the Foggy Bottom squad, who had been watching all the vicissitudes, flinched when Jack called him. He realized that with their stats and skill sets, these two could have destroyed Wolf's Fang without help, and the guys informed him that they were leaving the survivors to them. The captain of the squad asked them to stay late and asked if they would be present when the dungeon opened on Sunday. The guys replied that it would depend on the circumstances, but the squad was sure that with the help of these two, the guild's chances of winning would increase significantly. They would especially benefit from the help of a thief whose play is comparable to that of a 50th level pro or even higher. Nicholas washed his hands in a nearby stream. He said it was quite a distance to the nearest teleporter. Jack asked the kid what subclass he got after his promotion, and the boy replied that it was quite difficult to pronounce. He opens the screen with his data and reads his title: Warrior Blessed, Beastman from the Sacred Mountain. As Jack expected, through a blessing, he received an extra lining after his promotion. In his past life, he could not have come close to such a legendary personality, but now they are friends. Nicholas's story has just begun. Nicholas did not fully understand what this title meant. Perhaps the game knows that he will be 12 this year, so his type still has to grow. The boy looked back at Jack and asked him if he had told Tiana about his return, because she was terribly worried. The thief replied that he had, of course, sent her a message and was going to visit her soon, but that he had to go to Vancraft before that. Recently, a state-funded currency exchange system was launched in the Valley, and you can link your account to your gaming account. However, only gold coins can be exchanged at the rate of 1 gold coin per $1,000, and game equipment and resources can be bought in the same way. He'd spent a lot of money on Vancraft. The lease on the store was about to expire, and Jack hoped she'd sorted everything out. It was time to go in. Due to a change of profession, he almost forgot. But the loan was also due, so Jack has to find the money before they start to knock it out. Awakened players can make a lot of money in the real world. In his past life, he didn't have this chance. There was some kind of financial crisis. Nicholas said that if Jack was going to go to Vancraft now, he wanted to keep the thief company. Sometime later, they found themselves on the Casfado shopping street with a long line gathered outside the Vancraft store. The girl reminded customers that she was selling a bottle to each person, and she had the personal data of the players written down. She asked her assistants how much stock they had left and then told them that they would receive 30% more today. The assistants' eyes sparkled with joy. They were very grateful for the girl's generosity. Unexpectedly, a guy came up to the counter, bypassing the line, and asked if he could be served, which caused an explosion of emotions. The girl started to answer that it was wrong to do so, but when she turned around, she saw the thief Jack in front of her. Vancraft immediately forgot about all her glasses and, dropping them, ran to meet the guy who finally returned. Jack, having listened to the girl's report, asked if she really meant to say that it was necessary to open new branches right now. The girl replied that this is exactly what she meant, It is difficult for her to cope with such a large volume of work. She does not have enough production capacity. The girl asked if it was possible to update and expand the store, hire experienced alchemists. Otherwise, they would not be able to cope with the large flow of customers. Jack replied that he understood, but he wanted to know how the shop was doing before making a decision. Vancraft replied that after a few mistakes, things went up. There were few buyers, she spent money on advertising, and it worked. She trained 3 newbie alchemists, so they can now grow their company and hire more people to create a business empire. The thief was impressed with the girl's business acumen. She definitely had some more talent, and Jack asked how much their store had earned so far. The girl replied that she tried to link Jack's account, but it didn't work without him, and that they had made 363 gold today. The girl looked at the guy who didn't say a word and thought that she had disappointed him. She certainly wanted to earn 600 gold pieces. But Jack surprisingly began to praise her. Nicholas compared coin farming through fights to the girl's results, and he was also impressed. Investing in potions will soon bring Jack a lot of money. If he opens branches, he can invest even more, and then virtual real estate will appear. Jack would become an incredibly wealthy landowner in the valley, and he had some things to work out with Wancraft. He wanted to sign an official contract with the girl and offered 30% of the store's profits, which would include branches. Vancraft couldn't believe what she was hearing. In the future, she would become one of the richest girls in the world. Jack summarized that everything depends on her. Whether it works out or not is her merit. And these words touched the girl even more. Money is certainly important, but from the very beginning, Vancraft wanted to show the world that she was worth something. The girl promised that she would become an alchemist emperor, realize her full potential, and become the best version of herself. In the end, there was nothing more important than achieving the goal, and everyone here understood this. Wancraft radiated an aura of confidence. Jack said that if there were no more questions, they would sign the contract right away, and that the girl didn't need to call him boss anymore. Sometime later, when the boy left the game for the first time since waking up, his grandfather was already waiting for him and called him to breakfast. Looking back at the boy, the old man said that after the meal they would discuss attending school. Jack was surprised by this topic of conversation, but quickly forgot about it. His body seemed to be torn apart. He did not understand what was happening. The guy visually emitted electric lightning with his whole body, the nerves in his head vibrating furiously. Suddenly, Jack realized what was wrong with him. He was just waking up, and there was nothing wrong with that. His body evolved, each cell was renewed and joined the overall improved system. My grandfather was very worried about the boy's health, but his head was exploding and waking up was very painful. At some point, Jack could no longer contain himself and screamed in pain, and his grandfather rushed to him. But a second later, Jack emitted a powerful energy field in all directions and threw the old man to the other side of the room. A few seconds later, a powerful beam of fire pierced the roof of their house and shot into the sky. A man who was crossing the road nearby on a pedestrian crossing looked at the device in his hands. The arrow on the scale was gravitating toward the red sector, an extremely strong level of awakening, the highest it had ever been. If this release of energy comes from an awakening, then this candidate was the strongest, the perfect awakened one. The man looked around and saw in which direction the pillar of energy was going, and he realized that he should visit the slums of the city. The grandfather, having recovered from his flight, began to call out to Jack and ask what had happened and how the boy was feeling. His search was interrupted by a collector who appeared at the doorstep of their apartment, asking if they wanted to tear everything apart before running away. 2 months passed and time was running out, and the collectors waited outside all day in case the old man was thinking of running away. But the noise attracted their attention. After delivering his angry and contemptuous tirade, he demanded the debt be repaid, calling his grandfather a beggar. But out of the smoke emerged the figure of Jack, who said that the apartment had become noisy and asked the collector who he had called a beggar. A second later, there was an explosion in the house where Jack and his grandfather lived, causing the windows to fly out. The collector and his henchmen flew out of the room along with the windows, and Jack asked the man why he had swallowed his tongue. The collector realized that he was facing an awakened man, much stronger than anyone he had ever known, and his luck must have left the bandit. His rating was crying. Jack ordered him to talk, and he thought it was time to get out. They had no chance against this guy. He started apologizing and saying that he was blind. They were just trying to do their job. Meanwhile, Jack told his grandfather, who appeared in the doorway, Not to worry, he was perfectly fine. The collector insisted that they were wrong, that many people did not pay their debts, that their boss was ruthless, and that he came from the slums of the city. Jack asked who his boss was. He didn't know who he was talking about, and asked to be taken to the boss. Meanwhile, somewhere in the slums, it turned out that they needed to find a new fighter for the Dark Run because the original candidate was wounded. Chris, the Silver Viper of the East, one of the slum leaders, said that this is a very important event, and he had said so before. The Awakened One was very apologetic, saying that he was not careful, but agreed to risk his life for the sake of the main thing. Suddenly, his impassioned justifications were interrupted by a gunshot, and the guy behind him threw his head back. Chris said that the guy now had no chance of winning. If not for the fact that the Awakened were hard to find, he would have ended up like that idiot. The Awakened man fell to his knees and began to swear that he would put his life on the line for the sake of victory, and he thanked for being pardoned. The collector said that this was the boss of the Eastern District. He could kill without hesitation. He was called the Silver Viper of the East. Apparently, it was the worst possible time to tell them about the failure to collect their debts, and the collector was afraid that he would get a bullet in the forehead. Jack realized that the Dark Run is a kind of underground competition where the Awakened can take part, and it was important for Chris to take part. Jack stepped forward and loudly asked how Chris felt about him speaking on his behalf, and the collector didn't know what to do with himself. The Awakened man wanted the guy to leave, but Jack asked if he could tell him what class his opponent was and tell him about the conditions of victory. Chris raised the gun to his face so that Jack could see it and asked if he was really talking to him. The debt collector came forward and apologized, saying that he had brought the guy here to discuss his debt. The man added that Jack had planned this on his own, and he had nothing to do with it. Chris turned sharply toward the manifold and fired a shot from his gun, thinking he was surrounded by idiots. The collector had already prepared to die. Closing his eyes, he was just crying, but Jack calmly intercepted the bullet halfway. Everyone in the room, including Chris, was very impressed by this spectacle, and for a moment the room was silent. Jack, holding a bullet with smoke still coming out of it, said that the manifold was right. It didn't concern him at all. He asked Chris if he didn't need an Awakened One who could take part in the Dark Run on his side. The guy thought that the leader could use his skills, so Chris ordered everyone to leave the room immediately and leave them alone. Jack wanted to agree to write off his grandfather's debt of $1.5 million if he won, but Chris said that even $5 million was no problem. If they win, real estate prices here will more than double, and there will be other significant benefits. But first, they must discuss Jack's wake-up percentage, level in the game, and class, and what he received after waking up. Jack replied that he was level 15 and had just awakened. His awakening percentage was fine, and his class was a thief. Chris asked if the guy really believed that his level would be fine, that there was a chance he would die, that he couldn't let anything go wrong. The guy insisted that everything was fine. Chris just had to keep his word, and the leader realized that Jack was their last and only option. The state recruited all the awakened with a high percentage. Such activities are prohibited by the government, and those who knew about it avoided publicity. From what Chris had heard, the opponent was an archer with a 28 wake-up percentage, and judging by the guy's movements, he was quite agile, so he might win. Chris stood up and walked toward the exit, calling out to Jack after him, "The Dark Run is tonight. They can make it before it starts." Jack was driving through the city at night in a fancy car and couldn't believe that he had become an awakened man, someone who could catch a bullet with his own hands. At that moment, it came out instinctively, and although his arm still hurt, the potential of the awakened never ceased to amaze him. Although he never awakened in his previous life, he heard the news, for example, how one awakened person defeated a terrorist organization, or two people destroyed half the city in a fight, which he thought was impossible at the time. But now he could feel the limitless potential of this power. If Jack makes every effort to develop his class, and if he can reach the top, he will be the best player in Paradise Valley. He will be not only in the game, but the guy will become the best awakened in the real world, and this time, Jack will change his life dramatically. Chris watched Jack. He was calm and collected. It made an impression, an unusual mindset for someone who looks no older than 20. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The guard greeted Silver Viper, and he introduced Jack as his hand. Going down the stairs, the guy asked if hand was considered a code word, and Chris confirmed that it was in line with the rules of the underground. Jack assumed that all the bets here were tied to some kind of nasty stuff and asked the leader about it. Chris replied, "Does the guy really think that such places exist only in slums? In the rich neighborhoods, things were even crazier?" Jack just didn't see it. With such enlightening conversations, the guy did not notice when he reached the last door. It was there. Chris asked the guy how he liked the atmosphere, but Jack couldn't believe that there was such a huge room underground. The leader called the boy with him. He was ready to give Jack a tour, but the boy had no desire to look at local business cards. Unexpectedly, the Silver Viper was called by a man who told him about rumors about a bet with the Laughing Tiger. It was Jim, the Pink Daddy, one of the 4 slumlords of the Western District, who asked why, in that case, he was not called. Chris explained to Jack that Tiger was the leader of the Southern District, and Jim replied that it was only a matter between East and South. Jim asked who the guy was who was standing next to Chris, if it was his arm for the day. Daddy remembered that the candidate should be a bull with a short haircut, but Chris said that he had to change his mind. Jim said that Tiger was well prepared this time. He had hired a warrior from a wealthy neighborhood who was 36% awake. Daddy claimed that this candidate was really very strong. He had 6 wins and 1 loss. Chris could not believe that an awakened of this level would show up here, and now he was even more worried about the fate of the match. The leader looked closely at Jack and realized that the fight would be difficult, and he could hardly count on the boy. Finally, the referee announced that the main event of the evening had begun, all thanks to the pairing of East and South. He asked to see the ring and meet the participants of today's fight. On the left side was the awakened one, known as Frankenstein, who already had 6 wins and 1 loss. His opponent was a thief with no name and no history, a mysterious personality. The fans were cheering like crazy and started placing bets, with Frankie being the one who they thought would smash the stranger with 1 finger. Chris heard Tiger's voice telling him that he was not serious, that he was disappointed in his opponent's choice of candidate. Chris turned to his colleague and said that even though he was older, it didn't make him older than Chris. No one knew how it would end. The Tiger said that his candidate had been hired in the rich man's neighborhood, and he satisfied the demanding leader in all respects. The referee announced a battle without rules, life or death, and warned that it was going to be hot, and the fight started. Frankie was not going to give Jack a single second to prepare. The referee saw it as experience, and everyone present believed that the thief would retreat. Jack analyzed that he wouldn't need a gun to kill him. With his current speed, he could even catch bullets. If he is fast enough, he can still do a lot of damage, even with his bare hands. Frankie shouted that the thief was very funny, and his life would be cut short with an axe. And the referee savored the events in the arena. The enemy had already jumped to attack, but Jack still didn't move, and this confused Frankie. Jack realized that he had only one thing to do, and a moment later, Frankie chopped the floor with his axe. Jack immediately found himself behind the giant's back, preparing for an instant attack. The guy struck the enemy with only 1 clear blow at high speed. The giant froze in place and shook his whole body, foam coming out of his mouth. Stunned, the referee was only able to say a few minutes later that 1 punch had knocked Frankenstein out. When Frankie fell to his knees, Jack said that he had only one thing to do: figure out how hard to hit him in order not to kill him. Frankenstein was completely unglued. He could not understand how it happened that his defense was insufficient. Neither could the viewers who placed bets on him, as it appears that this guy really put very few points into his defense. Jack knew that if you don't have the skill to compensate for it, focusing on the damage is a bad idea. After a forced pause, the referee announced that the victory was won by the awakened thief, who had performed an unbeatable punch. Jack left the arena and turned to Chris and called him outside because he had other things to do, and the leader realized that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Chris told Tiger that their arrangement should take effect immediately. His people would handle the cases in the Southern District. Finally, Chris added that he counted on his colleague's honesty. Tiger couldn't pull himself together. He lost the bet. Silver Cobra was in a great mood, remembering Tiger's face and thinking that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Jack decided to remind them of their agreement regarding the debt. He had fulfilled his part of the bargain and expected the same from Chris. The leader replied that there was no need to stir up the past, everything was done, and he would give Jack and his grandfather $1 million on his own behalf. No refunds would be accepted. This thief may have awakened recently, but judging by the fight, he has a limitless future, and Chris realized that he needed to have a good relationship with Jack. Jack knew that he could not accept money, but he wanted to ask for a favor. He said that the leader's six had destroyed his grandfather's house. Although Jack realized that no one but him had broken into their home, he knew that Chris didn't know about it and wouldn't look into it. The head of the Eastern District replied that there were no problems, that he didn't have to worry, that it was his responsibility, and started calling someone. He was explaining to some man that it was the house of that guy and the old man, and that everything had to be done in accordance with the protocol. After a few minutes, Chris hung up and said that it was done, his people would take care of it, and there was nothing to worry about. He suggested that Jack relax and thanked him for what had happened today, but the guy said he needed to go home. Chris realized that he was dealing with a tough nut to crack and offered his services if he needed anything, adding that he would be happy to help. Jack thanked him and told him where he could drop him off, and from the first second, Chris didn't show any fear of him. Immersed in his thoughts, Jack reached his house, but did not recognize it. He was looking at the mansion of the rich. A few minutes after he knocked on his door, his grandfather opened it and greeted him happily. He asked if they had done anything to Jack, but the guy said not to worry, he was just going to close their debts. When the boy came inside, he did not recognize their living room, and his grandfather said that a group of strong men had come and started working. Jack did not expect the Eastern District's management performance to be so good. It was simply impressive. The grandfather asked how the boy got rid of their debt, if they had forced him to do anything bad, and the boy replied that he had just done them a small favor. The old man's eyes glistened with tears. He put his hands to his chest and thanked Jack for what he had done, promising that he would not ask again. He just wanted to thank Jack on behalf of his late son, and the thief replied that his grandfather shouldn't worry about anything. There was nothing to worry about. If it wasn't for him, the boy would have starved to death on the street, and his grandfather treated him like his own son, so Jack should be thankful. His grandfather said that Jack would soon have to go to school, so he enrolled him as a grandson and got him a state-funded place in a third high school. Grandpa was sure that young men like Jack needed to have a little knowledge in their heads. The boy looked at the piece of paper with the name of the school and thought that it was fate, that this place was filled with memories for him. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of his grandfather, who said that the men had left an interesting thing for him to return and that he would give it to him. A few minutes later, the grandfather handed his adopted grandson a second-generation smart gaming headset. It was a new second-generation helmet that improved the quality of graphics and control and released more targeted neural impulses. With better equipment, Jack can improve the accuracy of microcontrol, something he could not have dreamed of in his previous life. Jack decided to put more effort into the game. He said he was going to enter the game space now, and his grandfather should rest. He wished the boy good luck. As expected from a second-generation gaming headset, the tactile sensitivity is much more realistic than before. In addition, neural feedback has become faster, which will definitely come in handy in future battles. Now that Jack has dealt with all the problems in real life, it's time to deal with the unfinished business in the game. He looked at Sandra, the sniper, and Nicholas, with the idea that it was time for the ghost to move to the next level. Nicholas, seeing Jack, rushed to meet him with hugs, but Sandra demanded an explanation as to why Jack had disappeared for a month. Jack said hello to Sandra and Bird of Darkness, and noticed that all the group members had changed their gear. Sandra said she thought Jack had logged out and deleted his account. The sniper thought he had some kind of special mission. Jack replied that it was a long story. His mission consisted of different stages, and he fought with his countless mirror images. Sandra said that Jack's mission was strange. The system chooses missions depending on the differences of each player. She had a rescue mission of an NPC. The Bird of Darkness asked why Jack had gathered them all today, and the thief replied that it was the first time he hadn't seen his friends for so long. And as a token of his apology, he would like to invite them all to go through the guild dungeon next Sunday. The Bird of Darkness and Sandra were very surprised by this proposal, and they reminded Jack that they were not members of the Ghost team. Jack replied that in that case, they would just have to temporarily join the Ghosts, and after the mission was over, they would leave whenever they wanted. Moreover, none of them is a member of the guild. The Bird of Darkness said that's right. As long as it's profitable for him, he's in, but Sandra refused. She said that she works in a workshop, and there are workshop rules that prohibit them from joining guilds at will. Jack said that it was just for one day, and he felt that Samuel would be there too, so Sandra could take revenge on him for that time. Sandra was interested in the proposal. Would this vile rat also be in the same dungeon? This time she would beat him so that he would crawl on the floor collecting his teeth. The girl said that she was in business. Nicholas liked it very much. Jack said that he had to spend this Sunday raising his level, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Wasabi Man stood in front of them and said that after 2 months, he had finally found the thief. Wasabi Man was level 23 and was sure that Jack still remembered his promise to be with the ghosts. Nicholas was surprised at this meeting. He asked where the third-tier thief had been disappearing all the time and noted his 23rd level. Ignoring all the questions, Wasabi Man challenged Jack to a duel, adding that this time he came prepared. Sandra wanted to deal with the thief, but Nicholas said it was a friend from their guild who was a little offended because he was expelled from the team. Wasabi Man has been working like crazy for the past 2 months to raise his level, and the members of the ghost team, are also quite strong competitors. But he was sure that, as a person from the Thief of Object subclass, he was worthy of a fight with them. Jack asked whom the third-tier thief wanted to choose for the first fight. Wasabi Man replied that there were 2 people among them with whom he would like to fight. The first person was Little Nicholas, and the second, of course, was the thief Jack. As for Nicholas, he wanted to know how strong he had become, and as for Jack, he wanted to find out if the distance between them had changed. Nicholas was ready for a fight and asked if there were any rules, despite the fact that he considered the man his friend. Wasabi Man replied that there were no rules and asked him not to hold back, and he promised to do his best, otherwise it was pointless. Jack told Nicholas to do as Wasabi Man said, and the boy replied that in that case he would not give in to him. The red thief rushed to attack, and immediately after Nicholas's words, the kid put up his interesting shield in response. With all his strength, Wasabi Man was on the verge of punching the boy's defense, but he couldn't break through it. Nicholas realized that Wasabi Man was a thief, his specialty was speed, and he needed to pay attention to any unexpected attacks. Nicholas saw that Wasabi Man was attacking him from behind and counterattacked with a shield, but it was a phantom thief. When the phantom dissipated, he realized that he couldn't gather his strength. The fog was weakening. The weakening fog was impairing visibility and slowing down movement, and Nicholas realized that he needed to get out of its range as soon as possible. The guy tried to move, but he couldn't, and when he looked down, he saw a trap. This trap made it impossible to move, and Wasabi Man confirmed Nicholas's guesses, so now the boy would not be able to escape from his attacks. As an item thief, Wasabi Man could enhance his attacks with any item and cause unexpected effects. But no matter how prepared he was, the thief could not predict Nicholas's partial transformation. Wasabi Man expected the guy to be paralyzed for at least a second. He didn't understand what was happening. The red thief was in flight and realized that he could not dodge Nicholas's attack, so he used the assault shield against him. Grabbing Wasabi Man by the chest, the boy shouted that it was his turn. Jack said that now it seemed to be his turn. But the Bird of Darkness replied that Wasabi Man must have already realized who the winner was. The red thief realized that if he made one careless move, he would be crushed by a giant hand, and this duel would end in his loss. A moment later, Nicholas came to them and apologized, as he did every time he took on something seriously. When the boy brought the red thief down to the ground, Jack approached him and said that it was his turn. Sandra praised Nicholas for breaking his opponent, but he replied that it was inappropriate and could affect morale. Sandra replied that he didn't have to worry. Jack would stall for time and let Wasabi Man feel the joy of battle. Nicholas was confident that kind and gentle Jack would use his skills and show that Wasabi Man's efforts were not in vain. But the boy's hopes were not realized, and a second later Jack was behind the red thief, and using invisible evil spirit, he stabbed him in the back. Jack told the thief that he had lost, and he screamed in horror. His amazed friends could not believe that the guy had killed Wasabi Man even faster. The red thief was trembling with depression, and he realized that his efforts were worthless. Moreover, Jack defeated him this time, just as he did during their first fight. The man said that he wanted to close the gap a little through his hard work, but it turns out that he had been lying to himself all along. Wasabi Man said that they would not understand the efforts of people like him. His suffering was nothing compared to people blessed by the system. Sweat and tears streamed down his forehead, and the red thief said that all his efforts had been in vain. Jack asked if the Wasabi Man was at the Vancraft potion shop, which had recently opened and was very successful now. She hadn't yet completed her mission of changing careers by managing the shop and training new employees, and the thief asked where Jack was going with this. The guy replied that a Wasabi Man shouldn't be like that. He shouldn't force himself to train to get closer to them. Everyone has strengths, and he didn't know if fighting was the thief's strong suit, but he was sure it wasn't something he enjoyed. These words of the young eccentric made Wasabi Man reflect on his life, on what brought him pleasure. He said that he liked to collect and study all kinds of information and knowledge, but how could it help? Jack replied that he needed someone who could collect and share information, which was very important for the team's work. And if Wasabi Man wants to, Jack is willing to pay for help in building an intelligence network. The personnel and other things will depend on him. Jack wanted to know everything about other guilds and top players, which would be very important for the team in the future. Having this kind of information about everything would make their work much more efficient. He told us about their plans for Sunday. Jack asked if the thief could collect data on Samuel and his team, and he replied that he liked this kind of thing, but it was very risky. Jack has offered 50 gold pieces as the startup money for the reconnaissance team, and the thief can use it at his discretion. After these words, Wasabi Man told Jack to just sit and wait. He promised to find out even the color of Samuel's underwear. Jack promised that in the future, Wasabi Man's profits as a manager would be greater than he could imagine. The ghosts were engaged in battles. The Vancraft shop was responsible for selling and supplying potions, and the thief's task was to develop the network to new heights. In fact, Jack did not intend to build an intelligence network so early, but Wasabi Man seemed like the right person for the job. Sandra, who had heard the whole conversation, asked if Jack was going to create his own guild. All the team members turned toward the boy, and he scratched the back of his head and replied that he didn't know yet, but it was better to be prepared for anything. Nicholas asked if Jack was going to take him with him to level up, and if one Sunday would be enough for him. Jack replied that everything was fine. The place where he was going was where Nicholas was not yet allowed to be. One Sunday was enough. Sandra asked how many levels the guy plans to score this Sunday, and if he has a plan. Jack replied that he didn't know if he would be able to score on Sunday, but he didn't rely on chance. His plan was to get into the top 10 in the level leaderboard, and he told his friends about it. Jack tried to summarize his expenses. He received 200 gold from Vancraft, and the rest went to the needs of the shop. Starting today and until the opening of the guild dungeon, he has 7 days to raise his rating and come up with a training plan. He had to do it carefully, and he decided that he would give it his all for those 7 days. It was time to go. Jack was leaving the zone of the human race and heading to the territory of beastmen. This zone belongs to those who are at the 40th level or higher. This giant portal is one of many zonal teleporters. Unlike the usual ones, the giant ones sent people to the territory of other races. Each race has its own territory in the heavenly country, and these territories are accessible only through such portals. No player will be stupid enough to go into an area where the weakest of the mobs can shoot him with one shot. But that was the kind of person Jack was. His mind did not set limits for creativity in this life. In his past life, when Jack came here, he was level 70 plus, and he was not alone. He knew this location. He even developed guidebooks. Today, he came here to the secret trader, the only place he could get an important item needed for his leveling plan. The secret trader was discovered in his past life by accident. He was surrounded by monsters, and then he appeared on a forum, and this attracted attention. Jack tried to be invisible and slip through all the places where the beastmen gathered. Before he finds the secret trader, Jack must obtain a specific item related to the quest. Jack knew that he had to climb a tall cliff, but on the way he would meet flying creatures that looked like dragons. Jack was interested in an abandoned house on a cliff, and that's where he was headed, climbing up the cliff quite quickly. After a while, Jack was standing on the playground and saw a giant devilish bear sleeping in front of him. The guy said hello to the big guy. The size of the bear was still intimidating, along with his 69th level. What Jack needed was in a dilapidated house behind a bear, which would wake up when the player approached it and start attacking. However, Jack can use one thing that he had for this case. It was the Ring of Petrification, which he received in the Dungeon of the Broken Buddha, and at that time he went through it just for the object. However, given the power of the thing, of course, this item is programmed for one use. After Jack put the ring on his finger, he began to approach the sleeping monster. As the boy expected, the bear immediately woke up and growled angrily. Getting as close as possible to the beast's head, the boy activated the ring's power. Before his eyes, the bear began to turn into a giant pile of stones, and he was no longer able to move. Jack didn't waste any time. He ran to the door of the house. He had only 3 seconds to complete the quest. He had to speed up. With 1 second left, the guy was already on the stairs on his way to the second floor. He ran into the room and immediately saw what he needed. a giant wardrobe. But that was half the battle. We still had to find one trinket in that closet, and the bear had already awakened from the spell. Finally, the guy found what he was looking for, and a system notification informed him that Jack had received the Exiled Beast Explorer pendant. Before the bear could break into the second floor of the building, trying to grab the intruder, Jack used a disposable hook. This unpleasant situation made the beast very angry, and he activated his hellish breath against the thief. Jack could barely escape the heat. A few seconds later, the bear could not catch up with the boy and could only watch Jack disappear down below. Jack was in a big hurry, for obvious reasons, and couldn't secure the hook securely enough, so he was holding on with his last bit of strength. Before the hook finally broke, the guy managed to jump to the ground. Jack once again appreciated the quality of this disposable hook. He knew it like the back of his hand. The guy had done most of the work, and now he had to meet with the secret traitor, so Jack went to his cave in the mountains. The tiger merchant said that this meeting was an unexpected surprise. The guy was the first person to come here. Jack reasoned that this meeting was not limited to his personality alone. He brought the merchant something important that would be useful later. Jack realized that his plan to rapidly raise the level began with this meeting. The tiger didn't care how the boy got here. He was interested in why he was looking for him at all, a creature who had lost everything and was an outcast of his people. Jack was afraid that without the main word exile, the rest of the story could not be revealed. He asked if Tiger could tell him about the exile, and he replied that stubborn fools refused to recognize his discoveries. As the only inventor of beasts in the clan, he completed his studies, but the clan only worships power and might, and they banished him from the village. Tiger was very upset and regretted that his wife was with him, but he did not expect that the radicals would try to kill them. They killed his innocent wife, and he jumped into the abyss and managed to survive by hiding among the leaves of the trees during the fall. Many years passed. Tiger did not forgive himself. His wife's pendant was kept in the house on the cliff, but he did not have the courage to return there. Jack realized that he had said the right word to activate the hidden quest, and fortunately, he already had the right item. The guy said he sympathized with Tiger the traitor, but on his way here, he accidentally stumbled upon a house over a cliff. He pulled the pendant out of his pocket and showed it to the traitor, and when he saw Tiger's surprise, he realized that everything was fine, and he just had to give the pendant back. The tiger thanked Jack and offered him some magic bombs in return, saying that he would find them jobs. Jack thanked him. The bombs would come in handy, and finally the hidden store was available to him. He saw a magic bomb on the menu that could do great harm to the Beastman race because it contained a deep hatred for his people. This little gizmo can help Jack a lot this Sunday. They are expensive, and even the guild masters of the big guilds won't dare to spend that kind of money. The guy decided to buy 15 pieces. It was worth it. And sometime later, he was already standing near the city of the 40th level Beastman. He chose this particular city because of the frequency of appearance of elite beastmen in these places. A system message informed me that the undead mercenary bone knife was equipped, and that I had to defeat 300 elite monsters. After completing this quest, Jack would receive a weapon that could summon undead warriors, and he was looking forward to it. After that, you just need to clean everything in this area over and over again, and then start over. The first step was to draw the attention of the beastman to himself, which he did by jumping into the city. Since there was a significant gap in their levels, the guy couldn't lure them in at close range like he used to. But he didn't have to worry about that. He had prepared in advance by collecting stones. Moving quickly through the streets, Jack threw stones at the beastman, who so far had not paid much attention to him. The thief realized that he could not miss any of the city's residents to fill up the quest balance. Soon, the city of the beastmen was left devastated, the entire crowd in the streets chasing the thief, who now relied only on time. When he reached the next building, Jack jumped onto the roof and pulled the bomb out of his pocket, preparing to throw it. Shouting for the beastmen to prepare for the bombs, he threw the first one into the crowd. This weapon had a very significant damage, and the beastmen lost their health in seconds before our eyes. The system announced that he had killed several monsters and increased his level, and Jack was very happy with this leveling up speed. The guy decided that after clearing the area, he would teleport and the monsters would be restored, so he could level up to the 30th level. He can clear this place 3 times a day, so in a few days, Jack planned to get a good workout. For the past few days, Jack has been clearing the same place like crazy, which has led to a significant increase in his level. After completing the quest once again, the guy calculated that today was the 5th day, and he had leveled up from the 15th level to the 32nd. If others find out about his level increase in the last few days, they will say that he cheated. From a certain point of view, you can call it that. This method of leveling up is cool, but very boring. Jack was incredibly bored doing the same thing. He felt that his shoulder would soon fall off from all the repetitive movements. The bomb throwing. The system notification announced that the guy had received the vigilant knife of the zookeeper. Jack was happy. Finally, it was the last wave. Since he has set his level information to private, Jack will not be listed on the level ranking board. Many pros also hid their information, and you were ranked. Now the highest level is 41st, but there were players of higher level. When Jack looked at the ranking list, he realized that he was in the top 10, and he could really relax. Since it's easier to gain levels after promotion, the game is fiercely competitive, and from now on it will intensify. A system message said that the progress to get the knife was almost complete. There were not as many elite mobs left as Jack expected. The guy realized that he had 2 days. He had to upgrade his first weapon and find another place and figure out how to clear more territory. Now he can bring Nicholas and the others to the secret shop to raise their level, to make sure that the ghosts are in the best shape possible. In addition, the ghosts still lacked highly skilled players of other classes, and they need to spend some time searching for them. But creating his own guild was one of Jack's main goals, and he never forgot about it. However, if you act slowly, all experienced players will be picked apart by large guilds and workshops. Soon, Tiana was already wondering how Jack had risen from the 15th level to the 32nd level in 5 days. When Jack told her the story of his training, hiding some of the nuances, she didn't believe it. Even rockets were not as fast as this guy. Jack replied that he had simply used the bonus from the magic bombs to make up time, but the method was a bit troublesome. This, of course, sounded very good, but at the same time it was very shocking information, especially when you see it with your own eyes. The girl looked at Jack with all her eyes. This guy still continues to make the impossible possible. Jack asked if the information Tiana had told him was true. Sandy wanted the ghost to complete a single mission in the guild dungeon. Tiana replied that the chairman had told her about it today. She didn't know the details. Sandy just asked her to inform Jack. The girl assumed that this could be somehow related to the seizure of the control points. It is necessary to capture 3 control points of the Wolf's Fang Guild and make them the territory of the Misty Precipice. After some thought, Jack realized that Chairman Sandy's hypothesis was not at all unfounded. Jack said that if this was true, it would be nothing like the clashes between the 2 guilds, and the situation was getting more interesting. To Tiana's concern, Jack replied that even if the sky fell, Sandy would hold it up, so there was no reason for the captain of the 3rd Division to worry. When the girl was outraged, Jack replied that it was a joke. He asked her to tell him the details when she found out, and to tell Sandy that he accepted the offer. Tiana guessed that Samuel was the guy's target, but the Wolf's Fang had a vice guildmaster who had also become much stronger in the meantime. Jack replied that he no longer had time to wait for revenge to grow cold. He had to act now. Moreover, if his motto was an eye for an eye, he will no longer silently swallow insults and humiliation as he did in his past life. Jack said that he needed to improve his abilities before completing Sandy's task and taking revenge on one person, and promised to be in touch. Tiana realized that she could not do anything to thwart the plan of this stubborn thief. The next day, Jack found several places with elite mobs based on his memory, and together with members of the Ghosts, went there. It was good for everyone. The team members leveled up, and the guy upgraded his undead mercenary bone knife. After the sweep was over, the bone knife finally improved, and its class was upgraded to C, bronze. In addition to the attribute improvements, the skill Jack has been waiting for, Mercenary's Mastery, has also finally been unlocked. With this weapon in hand, Jack's next plan began the day before the launch of Guild Dungeon. The boy's plan was to find a spell that would suit him best in the 2nd class of Mage. The spell that Jack was looking for was called the Kiss of the Vile Snake, and it was inside this horrible creature. This spell was originally designed specifically for combat mages, as it gives a powerful boost to dexterity and damage dealt. But now for Jack, who had a 2nd-grade education and a desire to become a magician, there was no better option. A system notification announced that Jack had activated the Mercenary Mastery skill. When the undead were activated, Jack realized that his journey as a magician began here and now. The first mercenaries of the undead ran to attack, and the snake, furious at their impudence, crawled to meet them. No matter how the snake attacked, Jack's mercenaries definitely got closer to him. Some of them had already managed to jump on his head and tear it apart with blows that did not stop. The spectral warriors generated by Jack were immune to the vile serpent's poisonous aura, and he did not harm them. The thief ordered them to listen to him and form a triangular formation with which to attack. While a fight was going on in the square, and the soldiers were attacking the monster, Jack decided to scout the surroundings. Looking at the situation from the tower, he directed his soldiers, who had already been killed. Jack wanted the soldiers to help him remove the snake from the building. He had to go inside. When the order was fulfilled, the guy approached one of the dips in the ceiling. He had to hurry. The soldiers would not last long. Using a disposable hook, the guy broke into a rather majestic hall. The boy's target was the book on the altar, but he did not realize what mechanism he had just stepped on. While the boy was dealing with the complicated mechanism, the vile snake turned and opened its giant mouth over his head. But the boy was nimble, and so he managed to avoid the snake's strike, although he did not understand how it could turn so quickly. In his past life, he managed to get this spell only with the help of a team, so he didn't pay attention to such details. It was unexpected. He ordered the spectral warriors to protect him while he attacked the vile serpent. The warriors who had risen from the ground rushed into battle with the Danju monster with renewed vigor, following their master's orders. There was almost no time left, and if the conscripted soldiers were destroyed, Jack would no longer have a chance to get closer. Regardless of whether he succeeded, the thief realized that he had to try. The spectral warriors struggled to hold the giant snake while Jack flew to the altar with the precious book. It was at this moment that the boy's extraordinary speed, acquired through such efforts, came in handy. The book was in his hands. Jack ordered the spectral warriors to keep the vile snake pinned to the ground. And while they were fulfilling his order with the last of their strength, the boy ran as fast as he could to the exit of the chapel. As soon as the news of this skill book becomes known, many battle mages will be risking their lives to get it. In this life, he, the thief Jack, should be the first person to receive this skill. Jack learned the skill, Kiss of the Vile Serpent. For the very first spell of a wizard, there was no better one than this. Now we just have to wait for the opening of the guild dungeon, but it seems that Jack forgot one important detail. If it weren't for his grandfather, Jack would probably have forgotten that he had to go to school today. To tell the truth, the thought of going back to school is even more nerve-wracking than getting back into the game after regression. After all, the boy has no pleasant memories of school from his past life. He was the object of bullying, humiliation, and violence. He could not have imagined that he would return to the third high school as an exchange student. However, he knew for sure that this time his life would be completely different. Gathering his thoughts, the boy went to the building, ready to relive this wonderful school life. When Jack entered his classroom, he greeted everyone and said his name. In his past life, he was in the 6th grade, and when he first saw the enrollment notice, which indicated the 3rd grade, he thought it was a mistake. His teacher, Dana, whom he didn't really remember, had always been a young and hardworking classroom teacher. This is her first year in this role, and apparently she hasn't gotten used to it yet. It's not easy to cope with a bunch of pubescent teenagers. Suddenly, Jack heard the voice of one of the students asking if the boy wanted to introduce himself properly or if his name was enough. It was the class leader, Duncan, who asked what the hell was going on with Jack's hair. Wasn't it against school rules? Or maybe Jack got here through connections. And Duncan's henchman echoed this statement with glee. Dana asked Duncan not to make life difficult for the newcomer. Jack transferred here for personal reasons. Jack knew this guy. He was one of those students who was always causing trouble in high school. Out loud, the boy replied that he liked a quiet and peaceful life, and that gaming was his natural hair color, just like everyone else. Duncan said that he had a couple more questions, but he would ask Jack personally later, and Dana asked the guy to take a seat behind him. As Jack walked to his desk, he thought about the fact that this was the so-called main character seat. Duncan's henchmen decided to waste no time, and one of them tripped Jack, hoping that he would not notice. A picture of Jack falling to the floor and the whole class laughing at him has already flashed through Duncan's mind. But to his surprise, it didn't work out that way, and Jack called it a very pathetic attempt. In a moment, the henchman who tripped him was already lying under the wall, clutching his leg, and no one could understand what had happened. Duncan didn't understand what was wrong with Jack, how he was able to exert so much strength when his foot was already on the floor. Jack leaned toward the class leader and whispered to him to say thank you for holding back. Otherwise, Duncan's leg would have been broken by now, and the impudent boy realized from Jack's look that he wasn't joking. A second later, Jack was helping the henchmen up from the floor, and Dana decided to suggest that they continue their lesson. Duncan was beside himself with rage. This asshole must be a very tough nut to crack. When the school day was over, Jack returned home and said hello to his grandfather. The old man was busy in the kitchen and said that the food would be ready soon. And now Jack had to study hard, because knowledge is important. To tell the truth, the guy still couldn't quite get used to the renovations in their house. In the end, his new classmates did not seek him out, even after school, which given his experience was very strange. Even a blind person can easily understand that they do not have a single drop of benevolence in them, and that they really have nothing else to do. But now Jack no longer minds this happening to him. He even looks forward to it. In his past life, even when he was pushed into the toilet to be beaten, he just swallowed it because he had no one. All the teachers could do was meet with the parents. After all, he wasn't the best student, so they wouldn't make the effort. Jack thought that, on the contrary, if he told anyone about it, he would be beaten even more. The reason why the henchmen in his past life chose him was very simple. Jack had no parents, which means he had no one to take care of him. Jack recalled how the students of the school reacted to him after another fight, laughing at the fact that he had been tormented. In addition, no one at school wanted to be friends with such a special person. Such a person was just the perfect target for bullying. No one cared about him. Teachers, neighbors, classmates, no one wanted him. In this life, Jack definitely wanted to stand up for his past self, whether in the game or even in real life. He could not allow anyone to mock him again. In this life, such actions will be met with a harsh response. A system notification announced that the guild dungeons were now open, and all players were ready to start. Nicholas said that this time, according to rumors, the numerical advantage is slightly not in their favor, especially in terms of reinforcements. Jack realized that he needed detailed information on this matter and called out to Wasabi-man, who appeared next to him in a second. The Red Thief assured him that he had gotten everything Jack had asked for, but the boy was waiting for details. The situation was bad. Wolf's Fang was serious, and they mobilized all members of their second echelon as reinforcements. Moreover, as Jack probably already knows, this time they are headed by the deputy head of the guild, Samuel, which is very rare. Jack asked if they had found out anything about the targets, and Wasabi-man said yes, although he could not vouch for the accuracy of the information. Samuel suddenly became stronger and secretly created the Black Hunt team, all of whose members are from the first echelon elite. This time he decided to capture all 3 control points belonging to Foggy Bottom to get all the dungeon's resources. 1 hour before the opening of the guild dungeon, Tiana called Jack over to her room for a while. When the guy asked her what was wrong without even turning around, she shouted that the fool should come to her immediately. A disgruntled Jack approached the girl and asked what was wrong. He hadn't finished with the delegations yet. Tiana pointed to the courtyard, saying that Jack needed to go there. They were waiting for him. It was the guild master of Foggy Bottom, Sandy, who greeted the boy and apologized for disturbing him. It was harder for Jack to communicate with such people, and Sandy asked him what he thought about their possible victory in the guild's dungeon. Jack didn't know why the guildmaster suddenly decided to ask him such a question. He didn't have time to think about such nonsense. Sandy himself knew that this time their position was quite precarious. They were still in last place among the top 5 guilds. Saying these words, the guildmaster of the Foggy Cliff continued to water the flowers as if it were the most important thing in the world. But despite this, Sandy wanted to ask Jack if he were a guildmaster, how much he would estimate their chances of winning. Jack replied that based on the current strength, the ratio would be 4 to 6 in favor of Wolf's Fang, however in ideal conditions. The head of the guild asked what Jack thought they should do. The guy said to avoid large-scale battles and focus on securing advantages by using elite troops, avoiding direct clashes. Sandy praised the guy for his unsurpassed analysis, and now he has even higher expectations of ghosts. Jack thanked him thoughtfully for his words, but Sandy said that if you asked him, he would suggest a very simple way. This method is quite concise. Do not compromise, never retreat, and fight to the very end. After all, they still had to climb to the top of the guild rankings. That is why, after a short pause, Sandy said that he would like to ask Jack for help. The ghosts are the elite of Misty Bluff, and he wants Jack to lead his team to capture Wolfang's control points. Jack listened to Sandy's wishes and realized that they were the same as what Tiana had told him. But he was confused by the fact that Sandy had decided to entrust it to the ghosts. Something was wrong with this proposal. Jack said that the Ghosts were just one of the few elite teams at their disposal, and he didn't understand why they needed to bring in an independent team. Before Sandy could answer, Jack had already realized that the Guildmaster wanted to exploit the spiritual calm. He was really smart. Without waiting for a verbal response from the head of the guild, Jack said goodbye and said that they would do everything and then talk. Lily said that Jack must have guessed Sandy's plan, and he said that the guy knew everything, but he agreed to throw himself into the middle of hell. Guildmaster wanted to use this opportunity to understand his true motives, his competence, and his loyalty to them. Sandy was most interested in whether Jack really deserved his trust. When Tiana found out about it, she couldn't help but say that she was right after all. She doubted that Sandy wanted to test Jack, but he replied that he didn't care anyway. It didn't go against the plan. Jack stayed at Foggy Bottom only because Tiana was helping him all this time, so there's nothing wrong with him being here. Now there's enough talk. It's time for them to go to the dungeon. No need to waste time. The guild's dungeon battle for resources has begun. Jack said he would leave the resource battles to Tiana. Jack didn't expect his and Samuel's task to be similar, so now they'll see who gets the control points in the end. The Ghost team had already approached the 4th Wolf's Fang checkpoint and was ahead, but Jack ordered them to approach the enemy from behind. The people bribed by Wasabi Man will be waiting for them there, and they will open the back door so that the Ghost can get to the point without any problems. There will be no fight because at each point there are a whole bunch of high-level players. They are at different levels than those with whom the group has already had to fight. Jack asked Sandra if they could handle 100 players, and she replied that she hadn't expected it to be like this. Nicholas said that the points are needed for 2 things. First, it is a place to revive players who died in the dungeon, and a gathering place for newcomers. A dungeon is a battlefield for either side, and the resources extracted can be exchanged for guild glory points. The more of them, the higher the reward. While Jack was busy completing his mission, Nicholas, along with other players, managed several smaller dungeons. Jack wanted to get to his destination through enemy territory. From the 4th point, they could reach the periphery of the dungeon in the shortest possible time. The mission was to infiltrate the first control point and avoid direct confrontation by climbing the rocks. Bird of Darkness noted that the capture of all the points looks like a declaration of war, which would indeed be a good reason to declare war. For Sandra, the guilds were just a pain in the ass. They were just mercenaries. All these schemes were nothing but an unnecessary headache. Jack said that it was time to end the talk. They had to go down. They had to try to stay unnoticed as long as possible. Sometime later, the friends approached the entrance to the Wolf's Fang control point. Jack tried to enter the PIN code that Wasabi Man had agreed with that group, but was denied access. Suddenly, the door opened and the guard asked if they had the wrong door, but Jack said the code phrase that Wasabi Man had invented. The man said that everything was correct and asked me to tell him what they had agreed on, and then they would be allowed to pass. When the money was handed over, the player let the ghosts inside and told them not to catch anyone's eye, and no one saw that the guard was smiling. A few seconds later, the friends saw the Wolf's Fang squad in front of them, who greeted them with merry laughter. Sandra, who came up to Jack's right shoulder, said that apparently Wasabi Man had screwed up, and the guy agreed with her. The head of the unit regretted that there were only 4 of them. They had gathered 15 people just for them, and if anyone found out, it would be a shame. The members of the unit told the ghosts to be grateful that they were so warmly welcomed at the 4th control point. Jack asked if they really hadn't told the others. It was good news for them. It would have been harder if there were more enemies. One of the members of the Wolf's Fang squad tried to remember who the 4 players reminded him of, but no one was listening. The Bird of Darkness said he would look for a place with a good view, and Jack asked him to take care of anyone who tried to escape. The head of the squad asked what the guys were discussing, if Jack had let one of them escape, and she ordered to catch the sniper. A member of the squad guessed that these 4 were members of the team that was on everyone's lips, but he could not remember its name. Sandra said that it was quite logical that no one would recognize them. They hadn't been seen in public for quite some time. Suddenly, a member of the enemy squad shouted that he remembered Jack. He was the thief. These 4 were unusual players, then they were ghosts, but the boy's words stuck in his throat as Jack threw his first punch. The amazed head of the squad could not understand how it was possible to move so fast. They had to destroy the ghosts as soon as possible. While the Wolf's Fang members were looking for Jack's traces, the Bird of Darkness fired the first bullet at the head of their squad. The bullet hit near the girl's feet, and she managed to move away in time. This attack was very unexpected for her. The Bird of Darkness cried out when he saw members of the Wolf's Fang running in looking for him, and it was not the first time. While everyone was distracted by the sniper, Sandra decided to join the game and hit several players with one of her spells. Jack ordered the ghosts not to let anyone escape, but they weren't going to let anyone live. The head of the Wolf's Fang squad heard Jack's voice but did not see him, and she wanted to find the thief immediately. Sandra assessed all the enemy attacks in her direction as too slow, and she did not stop tormenting her enemies with fire. The girl believed that her opponent's throwing speed was not suitable for defeating her. Suddenly, she heard a scream and looked around, and Sandra saw Jack attacking the head of the Wolf's Fang squad. Not only Sandra heard these cries, but also members of the enemy unit, who rushed to protect and heal their captain. The captain generated the energy barrier, which was a good skill to save a life. Jack realized that the strange girl was not only the head of the squad, but also the captain, and he regretted that he could not shoot her. The thief ordered everyone to refrain from using complex skills, otherwise they would attract even more people. The captain, meanwhile, had managed to heal and was already shouting for her men to surround the ghosts who dared to ambush them. The unlucky ones who managed to find Jack's location suffered at his hands, and no one managed to wound the guy. The Wolf's Fang members were going to surround the four, but first they wanted to focus on the thief who had already eliminated one of them. The players were not going to make it easy for the guy and started attacking him all at once, not one by one. Several of the players who were eager to kill were frozen in mid-stride, unable to move, shackled by electric shocks. Jack looked back at the sniper, who had learned electric binding, which was a pretty good skill. But the Bird of Darkness revealed himself by his action, and the captain ordered her men to deal with the shooter. The archers tried to explain that the sniper's range was too long and the position was too high, and they could not find a good point to attack. Soon, one of the archers finally found the right spot from which they could now take the Bird of Darkness out. As soon as one of them took aim at the sniper, Nicholas came into play and began to turn into a giant right behind them. The members of the Wolf's Fang squad could not understand what kind of monster they were facing. What this boy was turning into, it scared them. The kid used Gravity Vortex Phase 1 against the archers, and now their bodies no longer obeyed. The captain realized that now was the right time to enter the game and began to generate spells, demanding that her people be released. She called the Song of Purification a diamond-shaped barrier that removed all control effects. Jack realized that the captain of the Wolf's Fang was trying to distract Nicholas, and he shouldn't have allowed it. The Bird of Darkness whispered to Sandra that he would break the captain's barrier, and the rest was up to her. Jack noticed the actions of his comrades and wondered how they would cope with this task, especially since it was impromptu. The magician captain said that even if her barrier was broken, she would not be affected by the gravity vortex. Her spell would not be interrupted. But as soon as she said this, the bullet hit her barrier, and Sandra finished what she had started, and the spell was broken. Sandra shouted that the captain was caught in her vortex and generated the Ring of Fire of Judgment. She would accept the sentence of this flame. This attack gave Nicholas the opportunity to free himself from the trap, which he immediately took advantage of. The captain, losing health points, shouted for someone to call for reinforcements as soon as possible. But a moment later, a sniper's bullet pierced the girl's head, and she only managed to moan softly. Unfortunately, the Bird of Darkness could not allow the girl to do as she would have liked, and he said so out loud. The friends learned to use combined attacks, and the three grew much faster than Jack could have imagined. No matter what heights they would reach in the future, Jack realized that he could not predict it. But he will never allow his growth to be slower than that of these three talented players. Meanwhile, in the battle for resources, players worked tirelessly on mining in a guild-owned dungeon. The players of the Wolf's Fang Guild worked tirelessly and without being distracted by anything else. Tiana, who suddenly came out of the ambush, ordered the 6th team to attack. She ordered all units to retreat and be treated in case of damage, and for clerics, the priority was to heal the tanks. Samantha shouted to Tiana that the Wolf's Fang members were replenishing their reserves faster than they were. They believed that at this rate they were being pushed out of the territories they controlled, and that the average level of their opponents was higher than theirs. Tiana replied that she had calculated all this, and they had to do everything possible to defend their position until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, one of the Wolf's Fang members flew up to the girl from behind and tried to attack her. But Samantha saw this and pushed him with her sword. She shouted that she would not allow anyone to lay a finger on Tiana. By activating Earthshake, she forced the enemy to retreat, trying to reach the head of the squad with her hand. Putting her arms around Tiana's waist, Samantha asked if she was okay, saying that her mission was to protect the girl, not her position. Without Tiana, they will lose the team's backbone. It is her duty. The squad leader ordered Samantha to stand behind her magic shield. As she listened to Samantha's endless explanations, she could only think that they needed to hold out as long as possible until Jack's signal. Before the opening of the dungeon, Jack said that this battle would depend on the synergy between the shadows and the division she commanded. He asked her to promise that until she received his signal, she would limit her meetings with the Wolf's Fang to small skirmishes and not reveal her real strength. At the last, critical moment, they will take the enemy by surprise with a coordinated wave attack and will be able to destroy them in one blow. After that, it will be possible to capture all the checkpoints of the Wolf's Fang. The ghost had already reached the 5th checkpoint, and Nicholas found all the antics rather boring, but Sandra suddenly reined him in. Jack said they were near Station 5, with a lot of Wolf's Fang people around, so it would be a problem if they attracted their attention. The guy told them to follow him. They would pass Stations 5 and 6 and walk right along the edge of the cliff. The Bird of Darkness asked if the boy was sure they could get to Station 6 through the rocks, if he had done it before. Jack replied that he hadn't, but he was convinced that the plan should work. In fact, he was sure that no one had discovered this method yet. Sandra has always wanted to ask Jack where such great strategies come from in his head. He always comes up with unexpected solutions. Jack replied that he often reads forums, official dungeon map descriptions, and visits the library of the Celestial Country. He couldn't say he was a regressor, so he said it was the research, but this time no one believed him. The Ghost Reanimates team cautiously poked their noses out from behind the rock and had to move forward carefully without turning their attention away. This worked well until they were caught between two fires. However, the squad's invisibility did not last long, as some players from the Wolf's Fang Guild saw them and a fight broke out. But the fight did not last long. In a few minutes, they got rid of their pursuers. No one was after them. Now they had to get ready and walk around the rock. Finally, they were there. This walk was very tiring. Jack showed them the way they needed to go. The side of the cliff was right in front of them, and there seemed to be no one around. Now they had a chance, of course. No one was guarding the cliff slopes, as Jack had assumed. The boy was so excited that he forgot about safety, and suddenly their entire squad fell into the rune trap. Jack immediately ordered everyone to retreat, but he was the fastest and the only one who managed to escape. The guy couldn't understand when they were spotted. They couldn't have anyone watching them. There could be no mistaking it. For sure, someone had set up a trap for them, and suddenly a voice asked why there were 4 of them again. Samuel said that it looks like Wolf Fang is going to give the Ghost Squad another run for their money. When Jack saw his enemy, he was very angry. It was indeed the same awakened thief. And those behind him were the Black Horde, and he wondered when he would be able to see them. Samuel believed that all people should clearly understand their limitations. He let Jack go last time because he didn't want to back them into a corner. Jack decided to ask if he understood. Samuel had said he didn't want to corner them. He replied that this was a true statement. Jack is easy to guess. It seems Sandy doesn't have enough pro players if they are helped by the likes of the ghosts. He guessed that the guy would strike at an unprotected border, but he did not think he would be right about it. Samuel suggested keeping things simple. He didn't want to waste a lot of time on such nonsense. They have one chance to drop their gear and run. Only under these conditions and only now do they promise to keep the members of the Ghosts alive. Jack calmly listened to the arrogant speeches of his enemies and replied that they were not insulting him, but the shadow. Nicholas gritted his teeth, saying that he would gladly leave Jack the right to kill all the magicians. But the boy's remarks only provoked further ridicule from Samuel's squad. The enemy mage who generated this trap against Jack's squad said that he must have overlooked something. This thief was able to evade the contact rune prison. Such a quick reaction of the guy was quite unexpected. The so-called rune prison is a skill with a 1-second duration, but despite this, the thief was able to get out of the skill's range. Samuel replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. They probably cast the spell slightly off target, or Jack was just lucky. The next moment, when Jack was trying to eliminate the magician, Samuel was surprised by his speed. He ordered everyone to take a defensive stance. The enraged Jack rushed at the enemy unit like a battering ram, and they barely had time to defend the magician who held the trap. Whoever tried to strike the boy was counterattacked before they could even realize their plan. Jack expected this from the elite team of Guild Number 3. Samuel surprisingly quickly moved to a defensive position. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the enemy and asked him if he really thought his speed was just luck. In that case, he will be in for another surprise, and Samuel will see what happens next. Samuel asked if Jack was threatening him. The guy was just a loser, and he had already beaten him. He ordered his Black Horde to kill Jack, and none of the members of the squad could understand why the thief was being so brazen with them. One of the attackers overtook the others and tried to strike, and he thought the target was hit. But it was an illusion. Jack created his own clone and flew straight at Samuel, who appreciated his increased skill. Realizing that Jack was very close, Samuel ordered his assistants to block him. But all the efforts of the Black Horde accomplices were in vain. The guy reacted to all their blows with high speed and repelled them. No one could believe such speed. The guy did not give time to use his skills. One could only rely on the support of his comrades. Jack saw two players rushing to the aid of the opponent, and he found it very convenient. He activated the quick shadow attack against the attackers, which hit both of them at once. Samuel couldn't believe that Jack had used the 3 seconds from the quick shadow kick to dodge the targeted skills. The system message announced that the damage from the swift shadow strike had been canceled, and Jack looked in Samuel's direction. He looked at Jack's movements and thought it was impossible. Everything coincided with the moment when the damage from the sword ripple was inflicted. In the end, Samuel decided that it was just luck. He wanted to see how much Jack had improved his skills. Samuel began to generate a skill, and Jack prepared for his attack. Attacking Jack, the guy said that his top time was only good for dodging, or was that all he had? The members of the Black Horde saw that Samuel was not using any skills, only imitating the way the thief was pressuring them. Samuel didn't understand how Jack managed to dodge his every attack so flawlessly if he wasn't putting enough pressure. Are the attacks made by the head of the Black Horde not enough to make the guy stumble? Suddenly, Jack smiled into his face and thanked him for bringing him to this place, the place he wanted to be. Samuel realized that something was wrong in this situation. He was too focused on Jack all the time. In fact, this guy was leading him by the nose. From such a distance, he could reach the magician. But Samuel realized this only after the guy attacked the girl. The damned bastard was playing with him. The spell was interrupted by Jack saying that if he hadn't done that, Samuel wouldn't have let his guard down enough to get the mage. The other magician could no longer maintain the spell, and the prison began to dissipate. Jack laughed and apologized for taking Samuel seriously only now. But from this second on, the shadow will pay back the Black Horde squad 1,000-fold. They can be sure of that. These words had an effect on Samuel like a red rag on a bull, and he ordered his men to destroy the ghosts. Nicholas confronted one of the mages, defending himself with the golden shield skill. The magician, who believed in herself too much, suddenly heard Sandra's voice promising to show something exciting, and she asked to leave the magicians to them. The Bird of Darkness said he was interested in fighting thieves, so he was not at all against this division. As for Nicholas, when he transformed, he shouted that he was taking on all the warriors. Jack smiled. It seemed that everyone had chosen their targets, so he just had to take care of the boss. A very active fight broke out on the rocky plateau. Everyone was busy with their own class of enemies. One of the Black Horde fighters could not believe that an archer could send himself to his death. He was a very arrogant guy. The two thieves were invisible and whispered a plan to stab the shooter in the back at the same time, confident in their abilities. But at the last moment, the Bird of Darkness looked back and fired 2 shots at the attackers simultaneously. One of the thieves, having been shot in the chest, lost his ability to be invisible, and the system notified him. The second one, falling to the ground, could not understand how the enemy could notice them immediately. The Bird of Darkness, when giggling, replied that tracking them down was a snap and asked if they knew what was most important for an archer. Without waiting for answers, he said that his eyesight was sharp. The guy used the Star Golden Eye, which no disguise can hide from. Jack said that everyone seemed to be busy with their own business, and it was time for him and Samuel to close the accounts. The head of the Black Horde replied that Jack seemed to have made some progress. Jack, furrowing his brow and holding back his anger, replied that he may have reached much greater heights than he could have imagined. Lily asked Sandy if Jack would complete the task. He would have very unpleasant opponents. No one thought that Samuel would assemble his own Black Horde team with 6 members from the 1st Wolf's Fang unit. Since the chairman left an important step to Jack's discretion, if his plan fails, it will affect the fate of the entire operation, and it will be difficult for the guy. To be honest, Lily couldn't even say with certainty whether she could have defeated the current Samuel herself. She asked Sandy if he knew what dungeon Samuel had been digging in the last few days. This dungeon was the Dark Gorge of the Depths, where you can get a powerful skill. He went through the dungeon more than 100 times. The details are unknown. Sandy was very surprised by this information, and he said that in this case, it would be even harder for Jack. It would be a big test for him. Lily thought Sandy was making her look like a paranoid fool. She couldn't understand Sandy's confidence in Jack. Sandy asked if the girl remembered his words when he invited her to join the Nebula. She said that of course she remembers. No one can forget such terrible words. He asked if the girl would help him in his search for a truly capable leader who could surpass that person. A leader who can surpass that person? That's what Sandy told her at the time. And at first she thought her head was just spinning. In the end, that person is the guildmaster of the #1 guild of the Divine Chamber, Kaiser Monty. Lila didn't know what spell Sandy had cast on her to make her agree to this, but the man said that she should know what he was like since childhood. The girl blushed and replied that it wasn't that she was a super-duper close childhood friend, but that's not what Sandy meant. She hadn't changed a bit. She felt the same way every time he recalled their childhood. He has always aspired to the so-called top view, but he knows that he has no way of achieving it. At least as far as Monty is concerned, he's never been his equal, either in play or in real life, since they were kids. The Kaiser was able to make the Divine Chamber the #1 guild in the Celestial Country. You can't think of a better proof. He tried to surpass it. But that was at first. After a while, Sandy changed his mind, realizing that it was pointless. If he can't surpass him on his own, he can use his skills to find someone who can. Lily was amazed to find out if the thief Jack was the one Sandy had been looking for so long. He replied that no one knew. He wasn't sure himself. Sandy had seen several posts of Jack and his shadow in battle on forums. He may not be the best in terms of skills, but judging by his look, the chairman could allow for this possibility. Meanwhile, Samuel and Jack's duel continued, and it was a rare opportunity for the former to confront someone strong. Even rarer was the fact that Jack was in the same class as him, and he found it very interesting. Suddenly, he used quick perception, saying that he had already seen through Jack's shadow to the invisibility of the whole spirit. Jack was amazed by Samuel's ability to read his movements, and he said that not only the boy had the invisible evil spirit, Jack was experienced in this business. He already realized that the enemy was behind him. Looking back sharply, he managed to jump away from Samuel's punch, which pierced the air. Samuel smiled predatory. Jack was able to block his attack, which was pretty good. He activated bullet speed and attacked the guy again, a skill that could have turned the tide of the battle. As expected from the Vice Guildmaster of Wolf's Fang, the guy's maximum time has improved significantly. Samuel said that it seemed that this time it would be the same as the last time. He thought that Jack would be able to surprise him with something. Nevertheless, it is really difficult for a guy to inflict a fatal blow on someone when time is running out. Samuel poked his stomach, saying that he had to end it as soon as possible. He said he would show Jack the treasures he had gotten. Jack looked at the picture with a touch of disgust, wondering if his opponent would show the same skill. Soon, Samuel pulled out a blade with a skull from his stomach, saying that he wanted to finish the boy with this movement, his gift. The Bird of Darkness, who fought furiously with his opponents, saw red flaming hands in the distance. Sandra, who was on the other side of the plateau, could not understand what she was seeing either. This strange red light made even Nicholas look around, and he had a bad feeling. But Samuel's henchmen knew it was the gleam in the eye of the beholder. They knew that the boss would use this technique. Gazing into the gorge is an exceptional skill that originates from the darkness of the gorge, increases dexterity and perception, and gives strength. Bird of Darkness knew that it would not bring Jack anything good if he lost. It would be an epic fail. The thieves with whom the shooter was fighting were going to help their boss, but the Bird of Darkness said that they were not capable of doing so at all. He quickly reloaded the weapon and activated the Silver Flower Downpour, and the thieves were amazed at the speed of the sniper's attack. They activated the shield with blades and went on the attack, while the Bird of Darkness changed his weapon to a rifle. The sniper's goal was to break the shield, and he put the sights to his eye, about to make a shot. But the guy's attack was interrupted by thieves who knocked the rifle out of his hands. One of the thieves said that the next time he would not get off with just a scratch on his face. The Black Horde mages chased Sandra, saying that she had overestimated herself. One of the magicians, a part-time boyfriend, started laughing at the fact that Sandra was a girl. Sandra was pleased, Since the fight with Jack, everything that had happened had been unbearably boring for her. But now she was interested. But still, her opponent was garbage, relying on his superiority in numbers. He had no right to say that about her. The girl's bold words made the magicians completely furious, and they shouted that they would not leave Sandra with these words. She also asked me to memorize every word and generated a mana materialization, fist shape. They have to memorize every word precisely so that she can make them pay for it. The soldiers also suffered from the baby Nicholas. They could not fully defend themselves against the giant. They were especially terrified by the fact that they did not even realize what they were seeing in front of them. Maybe it was some kind of illusion. With that size and explosive power, apart from those perverts from the guild, was there anyone strong enough to leave a scratch on him? Nicholas laughed. He said it was a shame if the soldiers of the first Wolf's Fang unit showed their best, because there was nothing to see. The offended warriors shouted that the boy had not yet encountered deviants of their guild, who would have chopped him up for meat. They asked him to change his uniform, but Nicholas refused. He had no time for such nonsense, and he struck again. Stones flew in all directions if they could not satisfy his thirst for a fight. Nicholas said he would just finish them off and go support his comrades. Samuel acknowledged that Jack's teammates were quite interesting characters, and Jack replied that they exceeded his expectations. All of his opponent's comments were correct, but Jack suggested that he take care of himself first. Samuel replied that this was not necessary. He believed that he was enough to handle the four of them. According to the head of the Black Horde, everything was supposed to end the same way as last time. Jack decided to play his trump card. A magician's rune activated on the guy's forehead, and he thought it was worth trying it out on Samuel. The opponent asked what it was, and Jack replied that he was about to make his debut as a spell thief. Meanwhile, Tiana was praising her unit. They were holding the line well. The division had to move forward. Suddenly, the girl received a message from a friend. Jack wrote a short time. After a while, the girl ordered to retreat, and the members of the squad had to follow her to attack the checkpoints of the Wolf's Fang. The impressed Black Horde thief said that Jack had a skill that enhanced his abilities, and the sniper was also curious to know the boss's trump card. Sandra, who was also watching the squad leaders match, had a very good feeling about it. Nicholas also believed that Boss Jack had finally started to play with high stakes, and an interesting story was being told. Jack didn't pay attention to the people around him. He focused only on the goal. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Jack rushed into the attack, not expecting the initiative from the opponent, and Samuel thought that the guy was being very impudent. But he didn't feel much discomfort. He had 4 arms instead of 2, and he told Jack about it. But all Samuel's efforts were in vain. Jack generated a protective shield that the boy's energy hands could not penetrate. Surprised Samuel, although he already had 3 eyes, still could not understand what had just happened. But Jack said that he now had as many arms as a spider, and he activated the mercenary's mastery skill. Samuel said that he knew nothing about the mechanics of Jack's skill, but if this is the limit, the guy's not worth a damn. The leader of the Black Horde activated the thorn jump skill, and the flames of his attack were evenly distributed among all the enemies. Jack, in response, attacked the guy again, and Samuel asked why he was still trying to play for speed. When the blades of the opponents crossed, a very strong explosion occurred around them, and stones and dust flew in all directions. A second later, Jack ordered his soldiers to attack the enemy. He didn't want to give them a break. The spectral warriors immediately ran to attack Samuel, who barely had time to shield himself from them. Jack generated Throat Slash. Samuel, in response, activated Piercing Edge, and the 2 guys again faced off in another attack. Three-Eyed said that Jack was trying to find a way out by calling in the warriors, but that wouldn't work with him. The thief was not at all impressed. He was waiting for the perfect chance and almost found it. Meanwhile, Nicholas fought with his 2 opponents, defending himself against them with a stone shield. Any other tank would have fallen long ago in the face of their attack. The first division surprised him, but that was the end of it. His opponents were amazed by Nicholas's enormous strength, and their skill sets could not cope with such a giant. Taking advantage of the skill vacuum, Jack turned his shield into a weapon and threw all those stones at them. The guys did not have time to avoid the giant's attack, and the stones began to knock them down and wound them, but they had to hold on. Nicholas wasn't going to leave them alone, and a second later he added his fist to the mix. The witches were not doing well either, trying to stall for time, but Sandra was too fast for them. Despite the fact that the skills of battle mages do not do as much damage as those of others, Their agility is something that opponents cannot match. Now the girl will definitely make 2 more enemies suffer every time they meet a battle mage. Bird of Darkness also tortured his thieves. They didn't know where to hide from the guy who found them everywhere and shot them. Despite the fact that they were trying to hide, the shooter repeated that he could see them very clearly, as he had said before. The members of Wolf's Fang didn't understand what was happening. Tiana's team suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. They were running away, probably too scared. A moment later, the Foggy Bottom team came out of the dungeon one by one in front of the amazed opponents. Samuel asked how things were in the dungeon and whether the fog was planning to return and attack the control points. The squad leader, realizing that something abnormal was happening, decided to tell his boss as soon as possible. Jack, seeing that Samuel had contacted his commanders in the dungeon, realized that Tiana had started to move. Samuel knew they were turning back to seize the initiative and catch them off guard. It seems the fog was not as docile as he had anticipated. He thought he knew all the enemy's plans, as if he had invented them himself, and the three-eyed man wanted to see if they were capable of what they had planned. Jack said that Samuel was right. It was a race against time and an operation to seize the initiative at first. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Horde rallied. They were going to give a worthy rebuff to the enemies, but they failed and had to flee. Nicholas regretted that he had not been able to shoot them, but now his opponents were trying to attack him. The players of the first tier could not believe that all 6 of them had lost to their opponents. The magician did not think that these 3 would be so strong. They would not be able to defeat them in their current state. But everyone agreed that although they were not the elite, they still had their boss, Samuel, with them. Samuel will never lose to the ghosts. They can't even comprehend how strong he is. He's a completely different level of player. This only made the friends want to beat their opponents even more, but they said there was no point in continuing the fight. Now everything depended on the 2 bosses. Jack ordered the spectral warriors to attack the enemy. Samuel said that he would first crush and get rid of these annoying creatures and ran towards them, activating another skill. A few seconds later, the guy dealt with the spectral warriors with the help of his clone. But while he was focused on destroying Jack's skill, he flew behind him, striking at high speed. It seems that both guys preferred one-on-one battles, and it's time for the story to end. Jack's speed was incredible, and even Samuel's third eye couldn't see it. The members of the Black Horde squad did their best to support their boss. They believed that the thief was no match for him. Jack knew that complex attacks would not work, and that if he wanted to make the next move, he had no choice but to use his moves to create a gap. The guy activated the Kiss of the Vile Snake and went on the attack, and Samuel was amazed at the sight. This attack is an exclusive magic skill. Blocking the target, it had a ripping effect. Jack was sure that it was the perfect option now. Samuel had never seen such a skill before and didn't know how to really counter it. Jack tried to get closer and closer to his opponent at high speed. No matter how hard Samuel tried to resist, Jack was faster than him. For the first time, the guy was horrified to admit that he did not have time to react to the thief's attacks and lost his rhythm. But Jack was not going to stop. Time was running out. He was in a hurry. The guy used his top speed to make Samuel's hands behind him bounce off the lag. Was that really possible? Jack watched his opponent's face with a smile. He had told him earlier that he had come here to settle a score. Jack asked if Samuel was ready for the snake's poisonous kiss, and noted that the boy's rhythm was off, and he, in turn, tried to calm down. He was trying like a fever to track the thief's movements, and Jack seemed to be on his left. Before Samuel could react, the guy threw another punch, which he did not have time to dodge. Jack shouted that the guy had no time to regroup, and he would definitely return the blow. The members of the Black Horde looked on in shock as their boss was likely to be defeated. Bird of Darkness noted that Samuel is now in a panic. With such lightning attacks, it will be difficult to regain concentration. The head of the Black Horde squad knew that the guy was going to attack him in the stomach, so he prepared a block and a counterattack for this. But Jack, flying up to close range and striking again, said that he was wrong. Falling down from a height, Samuel realized that Jack had been able to predict his prediction. Jack shouted that his skill was superior to Samuel's and kicked the boy, accelerating his fall. Samuel was bleeding, but he still didn't understand why Jack's top time was better than his. Seeing their boss's defeat, the Horde members rushed to his aid, but he shouted at them to stay away. He could handle it alone. To the last, Samuel heard his comrades asking him if he was really sure of his decision. A moment later, Jack's next blow finally knocked him down, and his comrades rushed to his aid. Everyone gathered around the lying boss and began asking if he was okay, demanding that the mages treat him. Samuel looked at his hands, which were covered in dark flames, and he realized that it was a black fire, and it would not dissipate. Jack, who was standing nearby, answered the boy's mute question that it was a vile flame. After a moment, the guy ordered the flames to break, and Samuel realized that it was too late to save him. He received AoE damage, attack power damage multiplied by 150%, but still couldn't believe it was possible. The system alert announced that explosive magic damage had been inflicted, and 7 people were hit once each. A satisfied Jack summed up the results with a smile. His and Samuel's scores were settled. Nicholas ran up to the guy enthusiastically, asking what kind of move it was. Jack had never used it before. Jack said that he would tell the team about everything later. Now he needed to prepare the equipment he had. It will be a while before Samuel is revived. Now they must coordinate with Tiana and attack from the side. Jack ordered them to follow him, and they would go around the rocks and land at the Wolf's Fang checkpoint. Flying into the air, the guy shouted that they would soon capture all the enemy guild control points. Initially, from the point of view of Wolf's Fang, any scheme that the Fog could come up with would automatically crumble from their power. However, no one took Jack into account. He completely disrupted the rhythm of the Wolf's Fang and began the attack by breaking through the defense line. It took some time for Samuel to recover and come to his senses. However, during this time, the members of the Fog stormed into the city at top speed and seized all 3 checkpoints. Finally, in the face of the offensive, Wolf's Fang had no reliable victory left. Samuel could only retreat in offense and give up the rights to the dungeon. Foggy Bottom successfully captured the last 3 Wolf's Fang checkpoints. This small battle for the rights to the dungeon, which both sides had been preparing for a long time, is finally over. The deputy guildmaster announced to Sandy that the battle for the dungeon rights was over as he stood by the window. Sandy asked her what the result was, and she said that it was all over with their unbeatable victory. Lily said that Jack had executed the plan perfectly, and under Tiana's guidance, the Fog had successfully taken over all the control points. Guildmaster Sandy said that the entire guild should go after Jack and the others immediately. Sometime later, all the participants of Misty Bluff gathered at the portal of the main gate of the Fog, meeting Tiana and Jack's teams. Lily, looking out the window with Sandy, noticed that Tiana seemed to be much more confident than before. The head of the guild ordered the players to go ahead and hand out awards to Tiana and the others who had brought them such a victory, but he wanted to talk to Jack. A few minutes later, Jack was already standing on the threshold of his office, waiting for another unpleasant conversation. Sandy, without turning to the boy, said that he was a good man. Jack had kept his word and completed the task. Sandy said that Wolf's Fang could not accept such a defeat, and Jack replied that Samuel was definitely not willing to accept the truth. After a short pause, Sandy sat down in a chair and said that he would like to know something from the boy. He was interested in what exactly Jack needed. Jack could see Sandy's strange look in his eyes, his head telling him to dismiss their status and give an honest answer. The guy replied, after thinking a bit, that he wanted to get somewhere. No matter which way you look at it, he was definitely number 1. Although Sandy knew that the guy was striving for the top, he still hadn't stopped being surprised by his aura, which was not the mood he had expected. The head of the guild said that if things went wrong, he could help Jack become the undisputed number 1. The guy didn't even know what to say to such an offer. It was completely unexpected. Realizing that Jack was hesitating, Sandy asked him why he doubted his abilities. Maybe he lacked self-confidence. Sandy had been calm during their conversation, so he had almost forgotten what kind of personality the head of the Foggy Cliff Guild was. This man was one of the 5 greatest clerics in his past life, and the boy's eyes even began to hurt from his aura. Jack was flattered by the offer. He knew his limits, and with his abilities, he was still far from being a star. Sandy said he could wait for him. He was about to leave, and Sandy finally reiterated that he would wait until he could stand on his own 2 feet. But Jack should not delay. Jack didn't think the guildmaster would have such high hopes for him. He still felt unrealistic. Maybe they didn't want to take a chance. In this dungeon, Jack gained 1 level. Reaching the 33rd level, he dropped out of the top 10 in a short period of time. The competition in the table is really very high. The highest level is now 45. After the fight with Samuel, he realized where his weakness was. The guy needs to change all his skills acquired before the promotion, except for the dagger, and do a lot of work in the Vancraft bench. Jack had a whole bunch of things to do, and there was almost no time, and his grandfather was also not at home. Jack was very tired of this whole race to improve his level, but he still enjoyed the process. Whether it was in the game or in real life, he was never as happy as he is these days. Jack finally reached the schoolyard again, and the students, as usual, were divided into groups and discussing something enthusiastically. But amidst all this noise, the boy heard the voice of the leader of his class, who was mocking someone. The conflict with Duncan began because some boy accidentally pushed him, and the boy's henchmen were preparing for another bullying incident. A moment later, the boy was hit by the first blow, which knocked his glasses off his face. Duncan said that this was their first meeting, so he would be frank, the guy should pay him for the insult. But the boy begged only that the offender let him take the glasses first, because his mother had just bought them. Duncan, hearing that this was a new thing, resolutely brought his sneaker over his glasses. A moment later, the bully's foot came down on the victim's glasses, and Duncan, with sadistic joy, destroyed the thing that was important to the boy. The whole group was so focused on each other that they didn't even notice Jack, who was rapidly approaching Duncan. A second later, the class leader was on the ground with his henchmen, not realizing what Jack had just done. The boy on the bench put his hand on Duncan's shoulder and told him that the students were watching them, and they had better leave now. A moment later, the trio, grabbing their bags, ran away, threatening Jack with death, and the thief asked the boy if he was okay. The boy was upset. His mother had worked hard to buy him glasses, and Jack handed the stranger 3 wallets. The boy was staring at his palm, where the money was now, and he didn't understand what Jack wanted from him. The thief replied that the 3 of them had accidentally lost them, and that the money should be enough for a new pair of glasses. The boy's conversation was interrupted by a stranger who asked Jack if he was really awake. The guy with the wallets looked at the stranger admiringly, but the stranger told him to hurry up, because he would be late at this rate. Jack said that the boy should not worry. They would most likely come to him in the future, and his mother should not worry. The boy agreed with Jack, said goodbye, and finally said that he was a very kind man. Jack asked the stranger who he was, and he asked him to calm down and assured him that he would answer all his questions. But first, the man wanted to go talk to another place, more comfortable and private. A few minutes later, the boy insisted again, otherwise he would be late for his first official day at school for this conversation. Instead of explaining, the stranger suddenly pulled out a gun and fired a shot in Jack's direction. Jack intercepted a bullet that was flying into his chest, a turn of events he did not expect. Although Jack had done this before, it was still a pleasant shock for him. Holding a bullet in one hand, he pointed the other at the stranger's face, demanding that he explain everything that was happening. He said that it was an extreme plastic bullet that would not cause any real injuries, although it might hurt a little. To save time, this is a direct way to find out whether the person you are talking to is a powerful awakened person or not. Just now, in the split second when the guy was moving, he caught a bullet that was aimed at his chest. The speed was incredible. Jack broke the balloon into pieces and asked the stranger if he wanted to introduce himself, and he said he was Ed. He was an intermediary recruiting the awakened on behalf of the military. Jack remembered that in his past life, many awakened people did join an organization, so it was probably the military. Ed said that, simply put, the military needs the power of the awakened, so mediators like him invite the chosen few to join. Jack replied that their method of invitation was quite interesting, and he wondered why he needed to join the army. Ed replied that if a guy is interested in status, this is a great way to get there. Jack laughed. The word status was so unfamiliar to him. What had been unattainable before was now easily accessible. After a short pause, the guy asked Ed if he had passed the test, and he replied that of course not. The guy passed only the first selection, which is just a confirmation that he is the awakened one the man was looking for. The guy still needs to pass an official exam in the army, Jack asked when it was due, and Ed said that it was today. Jack said it wouldn't be a good idea for him to be absent on the first day of school, but Ed said they would take care of it. Jack said he would remember Ed's words and file a complaint against him if something went wrong, and the man replied that he had a helicopter ready. After a while, the helicopter, with the boy on board, was already circling the iron platform of the military headquarters. Jack was greeted unwelcomingly, with a line of awakened people waiting for him, and he could not speed up. The general told Ed that they already had 5 candidates, and his last-minute request for an additional candidate was not part of the rules. However, the army general was promised a surprise, and he wanted to see if the boy could really surprise them. The military was wondering if Jack could match the one who had a 54% awakening rate. This guy was the most prominent of the batch, and the general asked if they had measured the level of awakening of the newcomer. Since Jack was found at the last minute Ed had not yet measured his exact level of awakening. He was in a hurry to bring him in. Ed relied on the military to check it out, and the general surprisingly agreed. They would see what happened. Jack was the last in the line of those awakened, the strongest of whom stood at the end. The first measured level was noted above each of the awakened, but only Jack had no data. The general announced that an official exam was being conducted. It would be a battle of one against all, and then a decision would be made on what they would receive. Jack realized that they were going to measure their level of awakening with a battle royale. Until then, they didn't matter. One of the awakened said that the military needs their individual combat data. If Jack is not confident, now is his chance to leave. The military announced that the battlefield of the awakened was ready. An elite ground army against the supernatural awaited them. The elite army is currently the strongest in the arsenal of the military, the strongest soldiers who survived the brutal battles. Before the special existence of the evolved awakened ones, they were the most powerful human beings. Now, they will find out together who is the best in battle, and it's time to start the battle. Then, according to the order in which the participants are lined up, they must take turns to fight 15 warriors. Such conditions were of great interest to some of the awakened ones, especially the one with 54%. The military wanted to collect data on individual performance and assess the real level of combat development, so they invited the #1 candidate. The exam began, and the first awakened one did not believe that he should have been afraid of such warriors as those who stood before him, elite soldiers. The general thought it was wrong thinking, and the first participant was probably not very smart. The first awakened person, with a level of 12%, rushed into a fight with one of the soldiers. But his attack failed, and the elite soldier, having opened his shield, flew to a safe distance. The boy was struck by his punch and had to pierce steel, but the enemy did not have a single scratch. The stupid plan was really ineffective, and it was the awakened one's turn to feel the blow of one of the elite soldiers. The result was obvious. The first person to be awakened was lying face down on the floor, surrounded by soldiers, and the battle was over. The awakened, who were next in line, were amazed by the powerful fighting power of their future opponents. The general was informed of a 6% awakening rate, but he told them to continue with the survey results without reporting. Ed reasoned that most of the awakened in reality are on the level of hooligans. They have no chance when they are confronted by elite soldiers. After that, applicants number 2, 3, and 4 were also defeated by attacks from anti-supernatural soldiers. A participant with an awakening rate of 39% managed to pull ahead with an actual awakening rate in combat of 33%. The robots announced that it was the turn of the awakened applicant number 5, who had to prepare for the fight. The stoutest of the applicants was incredibly excited, saying that the 4 bodies in front of him were doing nothing but wasting his time. The general believed that this particular applicant was worth watching. 54% awakening is a rare talent. As far as they knew, this young man was an experienced fighter who had already begun to agitate the soldiers to attack him all at once. The enemy had not yet reached him, and he had already activated his combat power. Jack was interested. This guy had applied his gaming skills in real life, and he decided that he should test his abilities as well. The general said that this candidate was different from the previous ones. He seemed to have already awakened his inner game skills. Meanwhile, the guy in the arena was threatening his opponent to show him what a real awakened one is. The elite soldiers realized that this was not a simple enemy and decided to use test bullets against him, with a possible fatal effect. The applicant just smiled in response, saying that he was a warrior and could defend himself effectively. The red giant activated the full counterattack shield to prevent injury, and under the cover of this shield, he attacked the elite soldiers so hard that they had to dodge. Realizing that he could not kill any of them, the guy said that in the short time they had, they would not achieve a convincing result. He returned to the cell and asked if this result could be called a draw, and the general was informed that his combat coefficient was 52. The match was over and the giant's result was counted. He moved on. Finally, it was Jack's turn, and his predecessor wished him not to screw up his odds. Jack hasn't yet figured out how best to use these so-called abilities he's been gifted with, and he probably needs to be in sync with his mind. Having achieved the approximate effect he thought he would, he realized that it was not difficult at all. Observers could not believe their eyes. The candidate summoned his gaming equipment in real life. The people behind the monitors reported that the guy's wakefulness rate instantly jumped to 100%. Right in front of their eyes, the boy in the gray school uniform was transformed into a game character. The robots ordered both sides to get ready. The exam was starting. Jack assumed he could still make it to school for half a day. The guys at the monitors kept shouting that the percentage of awakenings was 100%, so Ed ran over to see for himself if it was true. When he realized that it was not a mistake at all, he was even frightened. The guy's wake-up speed reached a maximum from the very beginning. It was incredible. Even the general believed that the perfect awakened person was just a myth. Ed had heard of people with an awakening level of only 90%. So the myths were real. It was really possible. The general said they had to keep this guy, no matter what it took. The general ordered them to give Jack whatever he wanted, and they had to keep him in their organization. The red-headed giant even began to stutter, as if he was having a full-fledged awakening. He couldn't believe he was talking to this guy. Jack was delighted. He had just visualized what he needed, and now it was here. There was no difference between him and the game version. The elite soldiers hesitated. They had been through many battles and faced various cruel enemies, but they were afraid of this boy. They had never experienced anything like the uncontrollable fear they felt when they faced him. Even if they are the strongest people, it will be impossible for them to overcome such an awakened force. While the enemies were hesitating, Jack realized he was ready and rushed into the attack. Using several skills, he killed all the soldiers. When it was all over, the guy looked at his opponents lying on the ground and said that they had fought well. The general was looking at the monitor and did not realize what had just happened. They did not even have time to blink. That's what a real awakened person means. He ordered the results to be announced. And with a man like Jack on their side, humanity still had hope, even if the prophecy came true. After announcing that he had passed the exam, Ed took off his hat in front of Jack, preparing to break the news. If a guy wants to work with the military, they promised to give him a position and remuneration according to his success. Jack asked if he needed to do anything right now if he agreed to work with them. Ed replied that nothing at all was required of the boy, at least for the time being. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the general, and Ed saluted him. Jack asked if he should do the same. The general replied that there was no need for any formalities and called Jack the treasurer of their western district, which was very strange for the boy. He introduced himself as the third general of the army and the chief examiner of the Western District, and they were very impressed with his performance. Jack asked if this meant that he had passed the exam successfully and what awaited him in the future, what the situation was like. Free cheese only in a mousetrap. The general replied that the guy did not need to do anything now. He met their requirements and would be provided with everything he needed. Maybe the guy doesn't know it, but there are more and more awakened people, and most of them don't want to join the army. There are even some anti-social awakenings that abuse their abilities, dare to commit crimes and destruction. Jack asked if the military wanted the awakened to help them deal with the awakened criminals. The general, squinting slyly, replied that it was nice to talk to smart people. All they were doing now was preparing for the future. These words made Jack think he certainly didn't trust these people very much, so the general asked what the guy would say to the offer. Jack said he didn't mind. He just didn't have much room to move around, and he wanted a new gaming headset. The general laughed. He said that the boy would not do anything for free and ordered Ed to find new housing and play equipment for Jack. Finally, the general said that he would always be happy to see the guy again, and Ed would be responsible for communication with Jack from now on. Sometime later, the guy was getting out of the helicopter in the same place where he had gotten in, and it was quite late, so he must have missed everything. He will have to leave the joy of school life for later. He was able to help his grandfather, who will be delighted with the spacious apartment. Now that the game was supporting his real-life situation, Jack needed to refresh himself. He needs to continue to develop, improve his equipment, and raise his level. But the most important thing is how to turn the unique dual-class spellcaster into an invincible one as soon as possible. Jack arrived at the Casfado Institute of Magical Heritage, and the mages did not understand whether he belonged here. Probably the guy had a special mission. But the guy needed a portal where the players gathered. The team of magicians hoped to win first place and exchange points for advanced spells. Liam, the magician whom everyone praised, didn't consider it an achievement. Only they dared to take 5-star assignments. Suddenly, all conversations fell silent when an unknown guy walked past them to the portal. The magicians could not believe that someone would undertake a 5-star mission without a team. Liam's indignation knew no bounds. Was the boy not wearing the armor of a thief? Were not only mages allowed to enter this institute? Liam was sure that the stranger was trying to act mysteriously. He was a magician that no one wanted to work with, so he was attracting attention. He even hid his information so that he would not be found. There are many flaws in the celestial country, but there are plenty of such dummies. Jack was not going to react, but it was very exhausting and why there are so many similar types everywhere in this game. He looked back at Liam, and the latter immediately stared at him in fright, asking what the stranger wanted from him. He calmly asked how much money the guy had on him, a question that made the magician swallow everything he had planned to say. He was interested in the whole thing, including the equipment and information, and Liam asked what it had to do with the stranger. Jack replied that he wanted to make a deal. He had heard everything they were saying about him, and he wasn't very pleased. Liam asked what the bet was. The thief replied that today he would take first place, and if not, he would pay the guy 10 times his current income. If he did win first place, the magician would have to give up everything he had, and Jack thought that was only fair. The viewers were on the side of Liam, whom they already knew, and therefore considered the offer to be free money. But Liam himself began to doubt his benefits. Realizing that he could tarnish his reputation, the guy offered to sign an agreement on an electronic game so that they could be judged by the system. This option was perfectly suitable for Jack, and with the agreement on electronic games, the system would monitor the results on its own. Liam even agreed to be the first to sign the contract so that the opposing side would not doubt his resolve. Liam reasoned that this guy was a brainless rich man. Today was probably his lucky day. The magician believed in himself. Jack said that he was looking forward to signing the contract, but inside he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. When all the formalities were resolved, the portal was passed. The task from the rating board for the 5-star mission, the price of 3 elements, began to be generated. On each side of the lake, divided into 3 parts, there was an NPC mage, each dressed in a different color robe. The goal was to capture the elemental crystals of the mages to obtain unique spells. If you get close to the lake, you can bring the mages out of their sleep. As far as Jack understood, in the 5-star mission of this magical institute, you can get extremely powerful elemental spells. But the boy was sure that no one in this life had ever learned that a 5-star assignment had a hidden reward. That is, when the countdown is over, if someone possesses 3 elemental crystals, in addition to the reward in the form of spells, this player or team will receive another powerful surprise spell. These 4 spells are exactly what Jack needed at this stage of his development. Liam told his team to follow him and listen closely. He had done this before with different teams. They will focus on getting only 1 of the crystals and don't even think about the other 2. It's impossible to get 3 at once. One of the mages interrupted the squad leader's speech, saying that someone had already cast a protective spell. While they were making plans, one of the mages awoke and activated the guardian golems. Now, players are especially to be with the magma golem, thunder golem, and evaporating golem. Liam said that once they get the crystal, they need to be careful of other players who might want to steal it, although this is unlikely. He got his hands on an elemental crystal 3 times when it was protected by guardian golems, which was cool. The team should not forget to support him while the damage is being dealt. Then it will only be a matter of time to find out who can handle the elementalist mage. Liam thought he had this mission in his pocket. He didn't have to worry about the next task. He had to win the argument with the brainless idiot. But while the boy was immersed in his dreams, Jack had already flown towards the golem, to the surprise of the magician's team. The thief shouted that he would go first and the boy should not forget about their agreement. Thanks to Liam, Jack was now within range to activate a rear attack. The guy used a combined attack, strike from the rear, and mercenary domination. The commander of the magician's squad was surprised by the guy's movements and speed. He didn't know whether he was a magician or a thief. The spectral warriors that instantly appeared after activation immediately began attacking the golem from different directions, while Jack flew to the magician. No one could believe that this guy was really a magician, because his nimble movements gave him away as a thief. The elemental mage, seeing an enemy approaching her, activated another spell. If a mage was opposing her, he would need a command. Jack shouted to the golem that his defense was useless, although it was quite sufficient for the mage's opponent. Jack wasn't just a magician, he was a thief magician, so he managed to activate a quick and shadowy lunge towards the elemental, and the enemy was destroyed. A system notification announced that Jack had received the flame elemental crystal. The job was done. No matter how strong the elemental spells are, they will be in this position if they let a thief like Jack get close enough. The guy just came up with an interesting way to play it all out, and this method, as always, turned out to be very effective. Meanwhile, Liam received a notification that the flame elemental crystal had already been taken away, and he tried not to panic. Maybe it wasn't that bad. There were 2 more elemental crystals left for the mages to use, and the taskmaster still had a chance to win. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by one of his teammates, who was looking closely at the golem in front of them. The flaming giant was holding a thief on his arm, and this guy was definitely the person who took the crystal. Jack was pleased with himself, although it was pathetic, but the fact that this large golem was clearing the way made his task much easier. Liam, seeing such brazen behavior, could not put his head together who would dare to take his crystal now. Jack ordered the golem to obey his orders and go to the territory with the remaining crystals. After gaining control of the flaming golem, Jack headed to the wilderness area. With the help of the flame golem, the thunder elemental golem and the water elemental golem were defeated in succession. The remaining players could only watch helplessly as everything happened. Using the thief class attacks at close range, Jack captured the 2 remaining crystals. So far, for the first time since the game's launch, 3 elemental crystals have been collected by 1 player, and the system congratulated him on this. During the day, Jack reached new heights in the Institute of Magical Origins mission ranking, which hadn't been reached since the game's launch. It was his undeniable victory and advantage over other players as a caster. In the second round, the guy received an elemental appearance. A flash of thunder, he could now throw thunderbolts from the sky at his enemies. In the third round, Jack received an elemental manifestation, hidden water turning into a deadly water mist. In the fourth round of the elemental's manifestation, burning lava, the boy could turn into flaming lava and incinerate his enemies. In the fifth round, the spell Body of Restless Children was hidden. Jack could activate the body of chaotic elemental power. By the end of the day, an unprecedented phenomenon appeared on the mission rating board of the Institute of Magical Origin. The magician players gathered at the portal hoping that something was wrong with the ranking board, but it wasn't a mistake. All the other magicians who took part in the mission were cornered and tracked down, and Jack didn't allow anyone to score points, so he was the only one on the board. Finally, today's assignments at the Magical Institute came to an end, and the mages hurried to the portal to look at the participants. The players crowded around the portal, hoping to ask the participants about what happened there. Soon, the mages started coming out of the portal. It was Liam and his team. They were shouting that they had run into a psycho who was killing everyone. The guy was in a state of effect. He was happy to finally get out of the portal and see the light. It was a nightmare. But he stopped talking in mid-sentence when Jack, who was standing next to him, asked why he was kneeling on the floor. Liam began to stutter and beg for the thief to take pity on him, and he promised never to be so arrogant again. Jack replied that he didn't understand why he was afraid. They had signed a contract, so the guy had to take off everything he had. Liam was yelling at the whole town, calling Jack an evil bully who wouldn't even let him keep his underwear. It only made Jack laugh. This guy ran very fast and his clothes were worth a lot. While selling other people's equipment, the guy realized that he needed to buy new gear as well. This is what he has been using for a long time. And if Jack wants a set of the best equipment at the moment, it will take a long time. Suddenly, Jack remembered one place. He couldn't understand why he had forgotten about it, but before the hike, he needed to visit Vancraft. When Jack arrived at Casfoto Commercial Higher Street, he saw a completely different look for the Vancraft store. At first, the guy did not believe that he was in the right place, that the store had grown to such a large scale. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of other players that the most expensive delivery carriage had arrived at the entrance. One such carriage cost at least 300 gold pieces, something only an alchemist empress could afford, and it was enviable. Vancraft actually got out of the carriage, continuing to give instructions about finding the cheapest supply channels. Suddenly, the girl looked up and saw Jack in front of her. Only the short word "boss" came out of her mouth. Her employees were sincerely surprised, and the girl was angry. Jack did not respond to her messages for a very long time. The thief said hello. In the office, she said that she continues to expand the store using her ideas, and it's good that her boyfriend gave her the right to make decisions on her own. She said that her current look and belongings were a matter of status, because others looked down on her because of her appearance. Negotiations, packaging, suppliers. Now he realized that the girl had business acumen. He asked about the current scale of the shop. She said that they have 9 branches and 50 employees, and they will definitely expand further in the future. Jack, impressed by this data, decided to ask for information about their daily turnover. The girl replied that, if we don't take into account market fluctuations, the amount for the day was 900 gold and it would get better over time. Jack was shocked as this income put him on a par with the income of very famous guilds. Jack was wealthy for life. His wealth could rival that of the guilds. And now he is also a tycoon. Being euphoric, the guy didn't notice that the girl had already called him to Vancraft several times and asked if he was okay. Jack replied that he was doing well. He asked how much he could use now. He needed to take care of some issues. Vancraft replied that she had already told Jack about DMS and that the property was now about 60,000, but most of it was going to store development. The girl handed Jack 6 golden obsidian cards without an identifier, each with 1,000 gold pieces, not tied to a person. Vancraft asked Jack to take them and keep the rest for expenses, giving the impression that he was being kept by his mother's sugar. The development of the Emperor Alchemist Potion Shop has exceeded all expectations in the future, and it should be bolder. Before Jack arrived at Casfado's auction house number 3, Vancraft asked him to make an appointment in advance. The guy was calm. With the auction house's equipment that hid his identity, he was ready. So far, it hasn't been profitable for Jack to buy new equipment in the auction room. Jack walked through the big doors and found himself among the crowd, in front of a large monitor, all waiting for the auction to begin. This is a large auction hall in the human clan. Jack's number was 33. In his past life, he couldn't afford it. The entrance cost 100 gold pieces. The auctioneer greeted the audience and said that they had not only equipment, but also all kinds of exotic goods. It seems that either guild representatives or whales who have already started to spend money, grab valuable items and resell them, came to such places. Some people wore masks, but there were also players who were confident in their status. The last lot was usually the event of the day and was attended by many visitors. The auction sells equipment and skills of all classes, scrolls and potions, and sometimes mythic-level items. In this auction has begun. Jack realized that from now on he could be considered an aspiring tycoon, and he wondered what treasures he could find today, besides exclusive equipment. The first items on display were those that could be equipped starting at level 30. The auctioneer announced that it was impossible to resist this thing, a majestic glass shield for 60 silver coins. The bidding started very actively, with players outbidding each other for 10 silver coins, and the price quickly settled on 1 gold coin. Jack realized that the excitement was due to the low probability of a drop and the appearance of this lot. However, if you sell it again, you can make good money. These decorative boards are quite popular, so it's no wonder there is such a struggle. The auctioneer announced that the bidding was completed on the man who offered 1 gold coin. The buyer was congratulated on the acquisition of the majestic glass shield and told that the auction staff would contact him after the end of the auction. Now it was time to move on to the second lot, and it was something special, a very rare skill book. Such lots are also quite popular. In my past life, books of mythic-level skills were sold at large auctions at astronomical prices. The auctioneer pulled the cover off the lot and presented a skill book for thieves, Bloodthirsty Shadows. Bloodthirsty Shadows. A skill available only to thieves, turns the owner into many consequences in an instant, gives invulnerability for 1.5 seconds. This skill was really rare. The invulnerability for 1.5 seconds alone made it extremely attractive, and it could also absorb health. The auctioneer announced that the initial bid was 1 gold coin, and buyers could start placing their bids. The price of this skill book quickly rose from 1 gold coin to 3. The auctioneer announced that someone had offered 3 gold coins, and it was the buyer number 11. Representatives of the Abundant Days Consortium took part in the event without hiding their faces. The Abundant Days Consortium has recently entered the Celestial Lands on a grand scale, and players have heard that they are going all in. No one wanted to deal with consortia because they had a lot of money, but the auctioneer asked if there were any other bids. The bid of Abundant Days was interrupted by a representative of the Leap of Changes Consortium, and with a sarcastic laugh, the old man placed a bet of 4 gold pieces. The players discussed the strength of these consortia, trying to guess which one was stronger. They were here for the value that the game could create. The representatives of Abundant Days did not want to bargain anymore. Their goal was a set of equipment, and they decided to give the book to their competitors. The old man from the Leap of Change laughed again, realizing that they would not bargain with him anymore. Jack didn't care about financial consortia. He decided that he would have this skill book, but someone made a 5 gold bet. The auctioneer announced that the Misty Clan Guild had placed a bid of 5 gold coins, which surprised Jack. In addition, the guild members themselves did not understand why the girl was going to buy this skill book. She was not even a thief. This girl was Tiana, and the players realized that this guild had received news of a special item that she wanted to receive. Jack did not expect to see a girl or anyone from Foggy Bottom here. Lily encouraged Tiana not to waste her money, but she wanted to buy a book for Jack, who could use it. Lily began to hint that Tiana had fallen in love with Jack, but the girl said that he was just a member of the clan and she did good things for her own. Unexpectedly, the bid was interrupted by Leap of Change, who raised the price of the lot to 10 gold coins, considering this amount to be a trifle. Lily warned Tiana not to engage in a fierce bidding war for this lot, because they had an assignment from the head of the guild. The goal was a set of equipment. Jack, who came almost close to Tiana, placed a bet of 50 gold coins. Everyone turned to look at the hooded stranger, and the auction participants tried to figure out who he was and what organization he belonged to. Tiana looked at the boy and didn't know what to say, but Jack sincerely thanked her for taking care of him. The representative of the Leap of Changes was unhappy. He did not understand where this ignorant man with a bet of 50 coins came from. Was he crazy? Lily, meanwhile, asked why Jack had offered so much, why he was so wasteful. Was the thief really rich? Jack replied that there was no need to worry. He had brought some money with him. He just didn't want to waste time. Wouldn't it be better to make a bid that no one wants to compete with? And moreover, he uses it to create value that exceeds 50 gold. The auctioneer began to announce the end of the auction, congratulating Jack on his purchase and informing him that their staff would contact him later. Tiana asked if Jack had gotten the message and had come for the gear, but the guy said it was just a coincidence. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that the auctioneers were about to experience the highlight of the day when he was found, and everyone was shocked and delighted. The culmination of the day's trading was a set of mithril gear for a level 30 thief, the Black Viper. Jack didn't expect to see mithril gear at the auction. It was quite rare, but not the best, so this would do for a start. And it seems that all the people in this room came here for it. After all, mithril equipment is extremely rare at the moment. Lily said that they needed this thieves' equipment by order of the head, and they knew in advance that it would be at the auction. Such a complete set of equipment is quite rare. The guy knows the importance of a good set of equipment. Jack replied that of course, and the others thought the same. Lily said that they could not let it fall into the wrong hands. The auctioneer was sure that everyone had seen the characteristics of this equipment, so the initial bid would be 30 gold pieces. A second later, the struggle began in earnest, and the auctioneer barely had time to take bids. To weed out the fight between the players, the consortium representative set a bet of 100 gold coins. The players were unpleasantly surprised. The representatives of the consortia were really rich and did not look into their wallets. The Leap of Change Consortium's bid of 150 gold coins exceeded the Abundant Days Consortium's bid of 100 gold coins. Tiana noted that the consortia have started their bidding war, and it was just the beginning. Lily didn't wait and offered a bet of 300 gold coins from Foggy Bottom. She wanted to show them what they had right away. Even the representative of the Leap of Change Consortium, a cunning old man, appreciated the girl's courage. But they couldn't let the others humiliate the Leap of Change Consortium, so they made a bid of 500 gold pieces, and the bidding continued. Misty Precipice was not going to give up easily. Tiana raised the bet to 700 gold coins, and you can't devalue a woman's desire to get something. The fight was mainly between two warring consortia, with only the Foggy Cliff Guild not giving up, reaching 1,000 gold. Representatives of the Abundant Days Consortium offered a bid of 1,500 gold coins. It was as if the auctioneer himself had caught the excitement that reigned in the auction room. He liked the pace of the bidding. Lily gave up and offered 1,600 gold pieces, which was a real headache for their guild. The irritated representative of the Leap of Change outbid the price of 1,700 gold coins, as it seems the competition was well prepared. Competitors were not far behind, and the price of the lot rose to 2,000 gold coins, which was quite extravagant. When it came to shopping, the women were really ruthless. This time, the Abundant Days considered the set of equipment their property. The grandfather's assistant from the Leap of Change Consortium said that they only had 2,000 gold coins, so they would have to stay here. Lily and Tiana were also no longer able to bargain. It seems that the set of equipment will go to the Abundant Days Consortium. The auctioneer had already banged the gavel twice, announcing the price for the lot, and the potential winners were already celebrating the purchase. Unexpectedly, almost at the last second, Jack announced a price of 2,500 gold coins for a set of equipment. All the players turned toward him as one. Even the auctioneer choked up when announcing the price of the lot, and the room fell silent. Representatives of the consortia were frantically trying to find out which organization this stranger belonged to. The members of the Abundant Days suspected that Jack was a member of the Foggy Bottom, but why did they place bets separately from each other? Tiana asked Jack if he realized that he was betting 2,500 coins as an individual participant, but he said that it was fine. The auctioneer announced Jack's bid as the final one, but the consortium was not going to give up. They outbid him with 3,000 gold pieces. The auctioneer was delighted and announced that the members of the Abundant Days consortium were willing to pay 3,000 gold coins. Jack outbid him with 4,000 gold, and regardless of how much his competitors raised, he promised to counterbid. He was bluffing professionally that he would fight to the end because, in fact, he didn't have much money left. The guy's audacity struck the competitors in the heart, and everyone was curious about the rich man who appeared out of nowhere and interfered with their plans. Eventually, the set of equipment was sold to Jack for 4,000 gold coins. The burning venom of the Black Viper went to Jack, and he became the most prominent figure in the auction. No one believed his excuses. Finally, the guy was able to put on the mithril kit, and as soon as he had a chance to catch his breath, something unexpected happened. Jack received a notification that someone with hidden data was the first to reach the 50th level, and he forgot about this addition. After the 50th level, the celestial world will be even more overwhelmed by levels, with cities being the harbingers of a new era of guilds. Everyone was discussing the next competition, which was open to all guilds, the fight for control of the lighthouse towers of 12 cities. Sandy only cared about contacting Jack, but Lily couldn't reach him. He hadn't read the messages since the auction. 3 days ago, before the announcement, he wrote a message to Sandy, which showed that the guy hadn't forgotten what he said. But no one knew how long this silence could last. Sandy was very worried about Jack, and Lily noticed it. At the auction, Jack exuded the kind of confidence that made others trust him, and she finally understood why Sandy had chosen him. Sandy was amazed. He didn't think he would live to see the day when Lily would speak positively about someone else. The girl replied that after all, if the chairman had already made a decision, she had to support it. In any case, Sandy kept hoping that the guy would hurry up with all his affairs and make it to the start. Who knows, maybe they'll have to rely on Jack to finish the 12 cities. Meanwhile, the guy went to the Casfado information archive, and everything was as usual. There was almost no one around, and 3 days ago, when the new DLS was officially released, the usually dormant Badge of Honor responded. Searching for clues should be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but this time the clue lent itself to study. It was unexpected. He had a suspicion that this clue was connected to one of the 12 cities, but Jack hadn't found anything useful on the matter. His intuition told him that he was on the right track, that the unusual activity of the Sign of Glory must be somehow connected to one of the cities. Of course, Jack may have missed something, but he had to double-check his guesses. Perhaps the boy will find his answers here today. At least he hoped so. Jack was looking for a specific person, and it seems, after walking through several rows, he finally found him. It was the administrator of the information archive. He will have to increase the level of affinity with the NPC before asking his questions. Not many people knew about this mechanic. The administrator asked the guy to put the files on the shelves, and if you help the old man put them away, the request function should work. If Jack wants to find something in the future, you can contact the administrator directly, and thanks to his reliable information, he will save time. Jack completed the administrator's task, and the administrator thanked him. The guy wanted to know something about the folders with 12 cities. In order to find out something, you need to use the word inquire, and the administrator asked me to follow him. Jack realized that he had caught his luck by the tail. Everything went very well, and he smiled. A few minutes later, the administrator led him to a cabinet and told him that these files were related to 12 cities. But this was information about myths and legends. There were no substantial clues to rely on, nothing related to the Badge of Honor. Unexpectedly, the administrator asked him what he had just said, and Jack was afraid that he was thinking out loud. The administrator asked if the guy had said anything about the Badge of Glory. Jack realized that Badge of Honor was a trigger keyword and replied that yes. He asked if the administrator had any information on this. The administrator said that the young adventurer probably didn't know which of the 12 cities was the oldest and largest. This was the Moon City, ruled by a headless rider, Moonlight. It was the city of the moonlight that inspired the greatest fear in the hearts of all who heard its name. It could be entered only after nightfall. Everything was as the administrator said. There are hardly any players who will take up missions in this city. It has a terrible aura. The administrator asked if Jack knew what Moonlight's name was before he became the Headless Horseman. Jack replied that he didn't know, and wondered if he had ever heard anything like that before. The guy didn't remember ever coming across anything related to this when he was digging through the files before. The administrator said that Moonlight was previously known as Knight of Glory. He was a champion of glory and one of the defenders. In addition, the Moon City was also known as the City of Glory. The secret of the Mark of Glory is hidden there. That's what protects the Moonlight. At first, Jack didn't even know what to say to this information from the administrator. He was shocked. This information went beyond what the info chips of the 12 cities stored. As soon as the boy realized everything and the administrator told him everything, the badge of honor on Jack's belt was displayed for the entire archive. The administrator said that the guy was a recipient of the badge of honor, and it was time to conquer the champions of the past again. One of the participants approached the fire, and a second later announced that he now had 15 torches, and his comrades must have received them as well. The assumption was correct, which meant that the group could bring 75 torches, and if they kept going, they would be able to complete 3 tasks a day. Their boss said that the main goal was to influence the ranking of torchbearers, and the top 5 guilds are active and accelerating their progress. The guild that took first place had 36,219 torches. The gap between the first and second guilds was 6,000 torches, which is crazy. Nicholas wanted to take part in this competition, but Sandra said it was inefficient, and Jack asked them to raise their levels. She had heard that from the 1st to the 5th level, it was much harder for a loner to complete the task, but the reward would be 10 times greater than for a group. No one dares to complete a task alone, even if they are members of the top 5 guilds, because the failure rate is too high. Nicholas wondered if Jack would take on the most difficult single mission and receive the greatest reward. It was his style. The participants of the Shadow were curious about what their older brother Jack was doing now, as he had gone to the Moon City. Finally, the night came. The task in the Moon City is available only after sunset. Jack accepted a 5-star mission with a prize of 3,000 torches. Among the 12 cities, the largest and oldest is the Moon City, which, according to what my grandfather said, was a side place of glory. If he didn't have the proof of glory, these cities would be indistinguishable from each other. And the proof of glory is attracted to something right here. It glows. Jack wondered if this was related to the Headless Horseman, or if he should call him the Horseman of Glory. It was so exciting. It's been a long time since the guy was so excited about something. In his past life, Jack was on a mission to the Moon City with a group and didn't feel anything special when there were so many people there. He could never have imagined that carrying out this mission alone would be so terrifying. The guy needs to find evidence first. The real goal is to find evidence, although the main goal is to kill the rider. Because in order to find the horseman, Jack must first find the grave, otherwise he will appear and disappear mysteriously. As Jack moved quickly around the location, the first ghost began to appear above him, making eerie sounds. He was not looking for evidence in his past life, but was responsible for the attack. Jack had to memorize everything about this mission to easily cope with it now. Suddenly, in his side vision, he saw a silhouette, and a voice asked what the guy was looking for. Jack almost shit his pants in fright. He recoiled from the mysterious figure. The figure asked if he needed help. When the boy looked a little closer, he saw that it was not a ghost, it was his grandmother, who had scared him to death. He asked if the woman had ever heard of the Headless Horseman, still trying to gather her wits. Suddenly, the grandmother rushed at the boy, shouting that this name should not be spoken out loud. He should never do it again. These screams were interrupted by a girl, who turned out to be her granddaughter, who asked her not to talk nonsense, and the grandmother asked why she had left. She told her many times not to go out at night, but the girl replied that she was only on the run. Everything was fine. Her grandmother didn't have to worry. Despite the fact that the woman began to push the girl into the house, she still managed to invite the boy to visit. Jack was looking at the family photos on the table, and the little girl and the two of them looked the same. The girl, seeing the boy's look, explained that these were her parents, who died last year. Jack was amazed. All the NPCs in this location must have had answers. The AI work in this dungeon is something else. The girl said that they were killed by a horseman who left only 2 headless bodies. Since then, only he and his grandmother have been left, and every night his grandmother has to risk her life to get food for them. Over the past 2 years, almost 100 people have fallen victim to their village, beheaded by a horseman, the horseman having gone mad looking for his own head. She didn't even know how many villages in the Moon City had experienced the same tragedy they had. They are the only small village. The others are towns, but only the village suffered from the torment of the Headless Horseman. Only the old and sick remained here. Jack listened attentively to the NPC girl's words as she explained why only their village suffered from the writer's torture. It's a story he's never heard of in his past life. It's a completely new mission, and the proof of glory assignment is probably not that easy. The mayor of the town had a secret agreement with the horseman, and the tragic fate of their village was connected to this cursed mayor, as the elder said. Jack was thinking about what he needed to say to keep the story going, and eventually he figured out that the girl suspected the mayor. The mayor was the person who had the head of the Headless Horseman in his possession, and now he had to go after the girl. The system said that if the boy followed the girl, he would meet the mayor and reveal the secret of the Headless Horseman. The girl looked at Jack with determination and said that she was ready to lead him. They would go to the upper town and make the mayor pay for what he had done. A little later, the girl and Jack approached a building with guards standing in front of it. She said they were formidable warriors, the mayor's personal guard. Jack asked her what her plan was, whether they were going to force their way in, or if she had any better ideas, but Sue said she had no ideas at all. Susan admitted that she had been careless and forgot that there were also guards, but Jack silenced her. One of the guards was coming in her direction, and they had to hide so they wouldn't be found. Since the NPC who brought Jack here didn't have any better ideas on how to get inside, Jack decided to just barge in. The guard asked who was there and said it was the mayor's residence, and Jack came out from behind a tree and said hello. The guard, who was the 30th level, said that if the boy did not understand, he would explain in his language and swung his spear. Jack, having dodged the NPC's attack, thanked him for showing his health bar. If the opponent had not done so, Jack might have thought he was attacking a neutral NPC by mistake. The guy used the combined skill of chain guard and throat cutter. However, such an attack did not have a significant impact on the enemy, as the guards had a very strong defense, and such attacks against them were useless. Jack decided that he should let the guards try the lightning strike elemental manifestation, since they were made of metal after all. In a few seconds it was over. The physical attacks didn't work, but the guards didn't expect the guy to be a mage. Susan was amazed. The conversation was interrupted by the maid, who said that Jack had managed to break through the guard's defense. The girl said that he was allowed to enter. Jack thought that the girl could have just invited them earlier, or was it also an assignment? Walking through the spacious halls to the mayor's chambers, Jack finally met him, and the mayor asked who was looking for him. The maid replied that they had an adventurer from a foreign land who wanted to meet him, and the mayor asked what Jack needed. He was very amused by the guy's plans. The mayor thought they were a good joke. What could this ruthless killer have to do with his personality? Jack replied that in that case, why was the Headless Horseman attacking only the village and not the city? He decided to insist on keywords. The mayor replied that this was to be expected from a foreigner and closed his eyes with a show of sadness. He asked if Jack knew about the dark forest behind the City of Moonlight. Jack and Suzanne were both surprised by this question, wondering what kind of dark forest it was, if it was another location. Sue explained that there is a forest that is located outside the City of Moonlight. Because of a curse, the trees there have withered away. It is a land where no one goes. The mayor added that the Headless Horseman was also buried in the dark forest. Jack realized that this was completely outside the mythology of the 12 cities. In the original City of Moonlight, there was nothing like a dark forest. The reason why the city remains unharmed is that the mayor found the Witch of Death in a dark forest, and she told how to avoid a catastrophe. In front of the amazed boy and girl, he took out one of his eyes and said that he had paid for this knowledge. The man knew that there were rumors that he had hidden the head of the Headless Horseman and used it as a lever, and he had long been used to it. After a short pause, Jack asked where in the dark forest he could find the Witch of Death. The mayor directed him to a dark forest, a path in the direction of the moon. Her house would be right under the moonlight. Susan accompanied Jack, and he struggled with the oppressive atmosphere around him, although he realized that it was just a game. Eventually, the boy and the girl reached a cliff that Susan found difficult to overcome, so the boy took her on his shoulders and jumped over the dangerous part. A few minutes later, they found themselves on the lawn in front of an old house, its style exactly what one would expect from a witch's dwelling. While they were uncertain about what to do, the door of the house opened, and a voice asked if the boy had come to look for answers. Following the voice, the witch herself appeared on the doorstep, demanding that Jack first offer his tribute, then he would have the right to enter. The woman laughingly demanded his left hand alone, and Jack recoiled in fear. Jack did not understand whether his hand would actually be taken away for access to the building, and if he did not agree, he would fail the task forever. The guy could have continued the task only if he agreed, but instead he would lose his left arm forever. Jack knew that Mark of Glory was not a walk in the park, but the left hand, is this one of those eternal curses where the debuff stays with you forever? Eternal curses can be different. He heard about a player who could no longer put on armor, which is a death sentence for a warrior. The guy had to create a new account and start over. Does Jack have to sacrifice his left hand, or will it recover after the task? If the arm could be restored, there would probably be some warning about this, but the title of fame will give Jack even more power. The guy was already hesitating, but you could understand how he could make a quick decision in this situation. The witch asked Jack if he agreed, and he finally replied that he didn't mind taking the risk. The guy decided that if he could not restore his arm, he would simply master the one-handed dagger technique, and he pressed the yes button. In a moment, the witch was already swinging her staff and shouting that Jack would lose his left arm forever. But at the last moment, Susan covered the guy with herself, sacrificing her limb. Jack looked at the girl with wide eyes. He didn't understand what was happening. Wasn't it just an NPC? Why Sue helped him? The witch laughed and said that she did not care whose hand she took. The main thing is that the parties to the agreement fulfilled her demand, and the woman took Susan's limb into her bag. The system notification announced that Sue had voluntarily sacrificed her hand to open the way for the boy. The exchange with the witch was complete. Jack listened to Susan's explanation and thought that this was probably the way the scenario was intended. The girl encouraged Jack to go ahead and solve the mystery of the Headless Poet at any cost, so that her parents could find peace. Jack sincerely thanked Susan and promised to get to the bottom of it, but the girl was supposed to stay here and have a good rest. The witch invited Jack to come into her modest home, and she was going to answer all his questions. Standing on the threshold, Jack looked at the house. This sight was really unpleasant. The witch said that the boy could ask 3 questions. Jack thought about it. He hoped for only one thing. A few seconds passed, and the guy was ready to ask his first question. Jack was interested in how the mayor was able to protect his city from the various Headless Horsemen. The witch replied that she had told the man what the Headless Horseman feared most, and Jack had 2 questions. Jack didn't want to waste another question on the Headless Horseman's fears, so he asked where the head of the butcher monster was. In a previous life, the grave was deep in the Moon City, and players had to break through and fight the Headless Horseman. But now even the place has changed. She's somewhere in a dark forest. The head is the key to this mystery, and he has to find it. The witch was in no hurry to answer, but finally said that there was no such thing in the Moon City. Susan shouted that the witch was lying, that the horseman was looking for her head. That's why he was killing her. It couldn't be that she didn't exist. The girl was completely unglued and cried. She did not understand why her parents died. The witch laughed, wondering if they doubted her answers, and said that the boy had one last question. Jack realized that he needed to get to the point. He wanted to ask where the grave of the Headless Horseman was, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. The witch interrupted the boy and pointed to the tunnel that led from her room, saying that the way to the grave was through it. The grave of the Headless Horseman was under the Moon of Glory. The witch announced that this was all she could offer Jack. He had to go. After passing through the tunnel, the boy and girl saw a horse made of black flames above the cross. Suddenly, the cross over the grave broke, and earth flew in all directions, and the rider awoke from his sleep. In a moment, he was already on his black horse. This monstrosity had a head, as well as the 40th level and the title of Feudal Lord. Now it became absolutely clear what the Headless Horseman was like when he was still a knight. Now he had taken the form of a knight, and Lindsay had become his master. Immediately, the knight's experience began to transfer to the player, and he rose to level 40 in a matter of moments. After that, the image of the knight disappeared. It seems that the master's recognition is necessary to restore the Headless Horseman to his former appearance. But soon the image of a huge horse began to emerge. And soon Lindsay realized that the knight's appearance was not yet complete, and the transformation was continuing. "I need to find my head, because my glory and honor were buried with it. The head was stolen long ago by people with evil intentions and hidden in another place," said the knight. Lindsay understood why the witch couldn't determine the location of the head. It wasn't on the map at all. The knight confirmed that the head was not in Moon City. Before meeting the player, he had lost his mind because of its loss and killed everyone in sight, desperately trying to find it. The mayor had lied when he claimed to know where the knight's head was. He had simply used the knight for his own interests. Now it became clear that the mayor had learned of the Headless Horseman's weakness from the witch and had taken advantage of it. Lindsay realized that this was how the mayor had made a deal with the Headless Horseman. The knight put his hand on his heart and addressed his savior. "May the world be illuminated by the light of glory once again, and may the light of Lindsay shine." After that, the knight knelt and swore to follow the player. The young man received a special summoning phrase and the right to summon the Headless Horseman of the Moonlight. To top it off, the young man received a scroll for summoning a mount, and he was able to summon the ghost horse. Lindsay remembered that in his previous life, mounts appeared in a different update. It turned out that he was the only player in the entire game who currently had a mount. The young man activated the summon, and a huge, powerful knight's horse appeared before him. The knight offered to go with him to the other 11 cities to find his lost head, and after regaining his identity and strength, he intended to protect his master. The city noted that the number of points for the Mist Flame Hearth Torch had suddenly increased. Perhaps a team quest had appeared. Of course, there was little information. Most likely it was a very difficult task, and it was hard to believe that it could be completed alone. Lindsay, riding a huge horse, remembered that there was a main road passing through all the cities, and since there was no information about the lost head, he would have to visit them all. On the way, the young man planned to take on single tasks to earn torch points, but at the same time, he wanted to remain as inconspicuous as possible. And so he rode off into the distance, leaving behind surprised players who had never seen mounts in the game before. He did indeed fight various monsters while searching for the horseman's head, completing the most difficult solo quests in the towns along the way. Those were the days when legends about the invincible Lindsay were born. Players wondered who this mysterious character was, riding a ghostly warhorse alongside a frightening knight. His movements were always shrouded in mystery. Players saw him from afar, but he would immediately disappear. This continued until Lindsay found the horseman's head in the 9th city. Finally, the knight's hidden head was found, and the young man held it carefully in his hands. The search had lasted many days and had been very difficult, but now Lindsay joyfully and proudly placed the head on the knight's body. The knight thanked his master, for now he could finally regain his identity and strength. From that moment on, Lindsay could summon the powerful guardian Lakta of the Moonlight. The rewards for the Mark of Glory were simply incredible. Lindsay began to understand why some players were so strong in his past life. Perhaps they had also received such unusual quests. All players received a notification that the first mount had been obtained in the Heavenly Land, and that this feature would be implemented in future updates. Everyone happily welcomed the news because they had been waiting for the addition of such a convenient trophy for a long time. Lindsay thought that he would finally be able to go to class while the game was being updated. During class, the young man was bored, looking out the window at the birds and dreaming of the delicious dinner his grandfather would cook. His classmates were happy to see Lindsay at school because they hoped to take revenge for everything that had happened before. Tankei asked his cousin to come over after class. This guy was awake and in charge of the whole neighborhood, and he reported that he had already arrived and was waiting near the school. And indeed, a huge brute with a cigarette in his teeth got out of his fancy car to support his relative. It turned out that the school was going to participate in a sports meeting with other institutions, and they needed one more student from the class, so it would be good if Lindsay took part. The boy had never participated in any school events in his previous life, but it turned out that there were few boys in the class, so they had to turn to Lindsay. He agreed, although he warned that he had never done anything like this before. Soon the bell rang and the students went home. Lindsay thought about his upcoming participation and didn't understand why he was starting to feel nervous. He decided to keep a low profile and not use his abilities to avoid unnecessary problems. Near the school exit, Lindsay saw a crowd of classmates, and at that moment, Tankei pointed at him. It so happened that everyone's eyes turned to Lindsay, and he stopped to find out why. Tankei told his relative that this particular classmate had gotten in his way many times before. His cousin was clearly surprised. He didn't think there was anyone at this school who would dare to go against his family. Didn't this kid know who he was? Everyone understood that Lindsay was doomed because Tang Kei's cousin was an awakened one, and also the district curator. Even the school couldn't do anything about it. The school's security guard tried to smooth things over and suggested that Lin Zi return to class, but the young man thanked the man for his concern and said that he would be fine. Lin Zi looked at his opponent and thought that he had planned to remain inconspicuous and enjoy a quiet life. But for some reason, there were always people who came and ruined everything. His cousin spoke rudely to the young man, saying that he had no idea who he was dealing with. But Lin Zi knew him from his past life as one of the most notorious bullies. Tanka became emboldened and declared that his cousin was known as Big East. Lin Zi, ignoring the others, asked his cousin what his awakening level was and how the authorities had rated him. Such insolence infuriated the man, and he literally boiled with rage while the frightened Tang Kei began to calm him down because he didn't want any trouble. Tang Kei knew that his relative's level of awakening did not meet the requirements, and the authorities had never evaluated him. He had only recently come to terms with this situation, but now it seemed that his cousin might beat the guy to death. Big East turned to Lindsay, suggesting that they step aside for a second, but the young man, without flinching, asked him if he was sure about his desire. This provoked uncontrollable rage, and the man lunged at the student, but immediately received a blow in return. Big East was horrified to think of the enormous strength hidden in this boy, because even he could not resist. It is unknown how this encounter would have ended if Chris, the boss of the Silver Viper district, had not appeared. He had come on some business and did not expect to meet Lindsay's brother here. Big East was very surprised to see Silver Viper. It had been a long time since their last meeting. He understood that Silver Viper was his own boss's boss. It was unclear how this schoolboy knew such a person. Meanwhile, Chris invited Lindsay to have dinner together that evening, but the boy refused, saying he needed to go home. At that moment, a huge military Hummer pulled up to the school. Not a car, but a real wild steel beast. Everyone present was stunned to see a vehicle of this caliber. They understood that it belonged to a high-ranking military officer. The door opened and the driver appeared, saluted, and said that the general was asking Mr. Lin Si to come to him urgently. That was why he had sent the car. His classmates were shocked. For Lin Zi's sake, bullies, underground activists, military personnel, and the Silver Viper had gathered near the school on the same day. Everyone understood that the guy was a very busy person and had amazing talent. Linza, ignoring everyone, got into the car and immediately began to wonder why he had been summoned so suddenly and what was going on. The driver explained that an emergency had arisen and the general had given a direct order. A rebel organization consisting of awakened individuals had appeared, and some of them were extremely powerful. The general wanted the young man to destroy this organization by tonight. Soon the car took the young man to the general's residence. Adolf said that the general was not the type to allow the slightest threat to develop into a serious problem, and that the awakened should not be underestimated under any circumstances. Linza agreed, understanding that the awakened ones could become a great threat, so vigilance must not be relaxed. Adolf said he would act as a mediator between the young man and the military, and that he could be contacted with any questions. Lindsay didn't need anything. He just wanted to finish the task quickly and return home. The only thing he was interested in was the address and time of the cleanup. Adolf gave the young man a phone that would be used for mission notifications and emergencies. It was forbidden to use this phone for any other purpose. The young man looked at the coordinates of the rebel organization and was ready to go there. Adolf did not give him a military vehicle so as not to attract attention and alert the enemy. In addition, there was no complete information about the capabilities of the awakened, so the military should not appear there. The rebels' location was far away, but Adolf insisted that the military would not go because the awakened ones were hiding in a residential area. The young man realized that he would have to take a taxi and was upset, but Adolf informed him that the new house he had requested was already ready. After completing the task, Adolf would take him to see it. He was sure that the guy would not be disappointed. It was great news, and Lindsay set off. As the young man rode through the city in a taxi, he analyzed the situation and realized that he would receive a reward in the form of a new home if he successfully completed the task. Judging by the coordinates, the rebel organization was located in the slums not far from where Lindsay lived with his grandfather. As the young man made his way there, he encountered many different temptations along the way. Finally, he reached his destination, but he had no plan and decided to act according to the situation. Suddenly, he heard someone address him, asking if he had come to see them. A man appeared from behind a wall. The stranger led the boy to the other awakened ones, because the young man said he wanted to join the Neo-Avengers. Captain Superbia greeted the young man with a friendly smile and extended his hand for a handshake. The White Widow was a languid, pensive blonde with a deep neckline. The unusual couple was represented by Dr. Strange and Grimil. Electrotor was also on the team. The guys happily welcomed the newcomer, saying that their numbers would grow every day, and one day they would force the military to recognize and respect their existence. When the Awakened united, they would become a force to be reckoned with. Lindsay understood that he was dealing with a bunch of outcasts, dissatisfied with their situation and dreaming of revenge. Of course, it was sad to deal with such oddballs. The young man turned to leave them and called Adolf, saying that he had found the organization, but they posed no threat and looked like just a bunch of losers. Adolf reported that, according to intelligence, there were extremely powerful awakened individuals in this group, and most likely, the young man had stumbled upon the wrong part of the organization. But at that moment, a powerful explosion rang out behind Lindsay, and everything was engulfed in flames. Someone's voice said that the young man couldn't just leave like that. All the Avengers activated their abilities, saying that he was looking down on them, and if he didn't want to join them, then he must have been sent by officials or the military. The older sister of the Neo-Avengers emerged from the fire, surprised that the military had sent an awakened one to fight them. She called the young man a traitor to all the awakened ones. Lindsay told Adolf on the phone that it seemed he had misjudged the situation and that now everyone was assembled. The Neo-Avengers realized that the guy was a traitor sent by the military. They decided to kill him and throw his head on the threshold of the military town. Captain Superbia threw his shield at the young man, hoping it would help, but the young man dodged it without even using his abilities. She called on her comrades to attack together so as not to let the stranger escape. Lindsay realized that he was facing a fire mage who had summoned a game weapon, and if she could do that, it meant that her awakening was truly powerful. The girl confirmed that Lindsay's intuition was good, but she wasn't going to go easy on him just because he had come alone. Lindsay had long wanted to bring some ability into real life, and he did it with the mastery of a mercenary. The guy really managed to summon his skills into the real world, and now the Knight of Moon City was standing next to him. The Neo-Avengers continued their attacks, but they already understood that they were facing the strongest opponent they had ever encountered. Lindsay was surprised that he was able to use the mercenary's mastery so easily. Everything worked on the first try, and even better than he expected. The Avengers hoped that their numbers would allow them to easily defeat him and thought that their unity would help them resist. The guys continued to egg each other on and use their abilities, but it didn't work. Lindsay noted that the Avengers' teamwork was excellent, but it was of little use. The guy noticed that this new Thor was a rare awakened with an electric element. The fat guy was probably a tank, and the lady was probably a thief. It seemed that the team had only recently come together, and only the female battle mage was of any value. Lindsay decided to divide them and go straight for the commander. He did this with the help of his summoned assistants, who repelled the Avengers' attacks. The White Widow saw the twin daggers and guessed that the young man was a thief, so she decided to show him her powerful thief's legs. She jumped into the air and tried to attack the guy on the fly. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the White Widow was knocked onto her back, causing the other Avengers to rush at Lindsay even more aggressively. The main awakened one understood that a player of this level would not give up so easily. She had to come up with something special. Lindsay continued to restrain the White Widow when the evil spirit's invisibility was activated. The guy realized that he had underestimated them again, and that these Avengers were not as simple as they seemed. An awakened one in the real world was truly something special. It was better to finish off their numerical advantage quickly. The girl understood that she was holding up her comrades with her cloning ability, and she herself was the real target. A devouring fire snake was activated, which automatically detected and consumed enemies. Lindsay used hidden water against the fire and added a blow to the back. The water extinguished the fire, and the entire room was enveloped in fog, completely obscuring visibility. Lindsay rose from the fog and addressed the awakened ones, saying that their older sister had been captured. Indeed, the girl was lying in a water bubble, immobilized, and it became clear to the rest of the Avengers that they could not cope with such a strong opponent. Lindsay reported to Adolf on the completion of the task and decided that he had done the right thing by neutralizing the core of their group. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to deal with everyone. Soon, police cars arrived at the slums to make arrests. Adolf praised the young man for his speed in completing the task and his remarkable efficiency. He promised to report the results to the general and send Lindsay and his grandfather to a new home. Adolf said that they could control the slums if there were no awakened ones there, but it would be more difficult with the rebel army. Specifically, these awakened ones would be monitored and undergo rehabilitation. Perhaps in the future, the government would find a use for them, but as for the leader, she would face the death penalty. This information shocked Lindsay because the rebels had not committed any crimes, and he believed that the girl's guilt did not warrant death. An awakened person passing by said that she did not need protection from such a person, but did not understand why such a strong, awakened person agreed to be a military dog. In her opinion, with such power, Lindsay should continue to lead the lost. It was strange that only one leader would be executed. Perhaps the military was afraid of causing outrage if they eliminated too many awakened ones at once. The situation was confusing, and Lindsay was not sure he had made the right decision. For completing the task in real life, the young man gained experience, and his undead bone knife was upgraded to silver rank. Lindsay didn't really keep track of the weapon's progress. It had improved, and the guy hadn't even noticed. Soon he received a system message about passing the next phase. He had to kill 100 Lord-ranked monsters. Over the past few days, the young man had greatly improved his abilities and decided to help Mist rise in the firepower rankings. Apparently, the main rivals were guilds number 1 and 2. Lindsay was confident that he could surpass these two great figures, the Thousand Autumns Advent Guild and the Divine Chamber Guild. The players discussed the appearance of the special Firetorch battle. It was a competition for points, and it was necessary to get there to test one's speed. Only 2 members from each guild could participate, which meant that individuals could not participate, and no one believed that it was possible to defeat the 2 leading guilds. It was said that these guilds had very strict selection criteria. It seemed that they would win this battle, and now it was necessary to choose who would participate. The guild leader told the young man that all hope rested on him this time. Although Lindsay had no intention of participating in the competition, he was not allowed to refuse and was informed that the deputy guild leader, Coco, had been sent to him. Lindsay didn't like that he wasn't even asked, but simply presented with a fait accompli. The young man hated it when video calls were cut off like that. Of course, it would be embarrassing if the Misty Union Guild lost, especially since the deputy head of the guild was also participating. The guild leader was sure that Millennium Autumn and Divine Chamber would send their best professionals. But in addition to participating in the competition, they had to remember their main mission, to see with their own eyes whether Lindsay was capable of leading the Misty Union. This was the last time the guild would ask for an evaluation of the young man. Coco was very strict, although she supported the chairman's choice, but she hoped that he would not be disappointed. Lindsay was also interesting to her personally because there were many rumors about his abilities, and now Coco could observe him closely herself. Soon, a system notification arrived announcing the start of registration for participants in the special Firetorch battle. This competition will be broadcast live for all viewers. The organizers deliberately concealed information about the players so that the participants would not know the classes and equipment of their opponents. Coco warned that the young man was now Stillwater's favorite, so he needed to get used to a lot of attention, because the guild leader had bet on him. Forced to work together, the players decided to exchange personal information. It turned out that Coco was level 50, which was pretty good. She was a summoner archer and could use summoning arrows to call other creatures. Lindsay was only level 42, although he had completed several missions for the Firetorch in recent days. Coco had impressive stats. Her equipment included incredibly valuable items, and in the eyes of the players, she was literally a goddess. Coco demanded that Lindsay send her his personal information as soon as possible, but he felt that it was enough for him to know everything about the girl. But the guy himself said that they would be able to work better together if they shared information. In addition, it must be remembered that their rivals are not joking and are very strong. Lindsay was very confident and said that he knew everyone very well as their abilities in practice. And now he was asking Coco to trust his every move and support him. Such heightened confidence was, of course, both impressive and alarming, so all that remained was to see how it would play out in practice. Lindsay knew that he had agreed to participate in the competition to see the representatives of the top guilds in action. He wanted to compare himself to them and understand how far he was from their level. Soon the break was over, and the countdown to the start of the competition began. Teleportation began, and all players were transported to their new locations. Lindsay and Coco found themselves in a forest among huge trees. A notification informed them that they would be playing the roles of wolves and sheep. They had to decide among themselves who would be which. Wolves hunt sheep from other teams. For each sheep killed, the team receives a point. But if a team's sheep is defeated, the team is eliminated. After 2 eliminations, the team goes to the rest area. The result is determined by the total number of points. More than 1,000 teams participated in the battle, but after this stage, only 100 were to remain. Wolf and sheep turned out to be a competition for teamwork and speed. Lindsay jumped down from the tree saying that he had looked around and there were no opponents nearby. The guy suggested discussing a strategy. One of them would become a wolf and kill a sheep from the other team for points. As soon as the sheep was killed, the team would be eliminated. In other words, no matter how many points the team had accumulated, if the sheep died, it would all be in vain. In both scenarios, the pressure was enormous. Therefore, it was very important to decide who would be what, because there was very little time left, and they still needed to find an advantageous position. Otherwise, they could lose from the very beginning. Coco was sure that the young man would want to be a wolf. The thief's flexibility and his potential to destroy opponents made this choice logical. Coco let the young man decide for himself who he would be in this competition. Lindsay announced that he wanted to be a sheep, and he had a great idea about it. In this huge forest surrounded by high walls, each team chooses wolves and sheep. Essentially, it's a battle of beasts against beasts. People will sit in different locations, defending themselves or waiting to meet their target. Even when you are on the edge of the zone, you need to remain alert. In any case, it is better not to take risks and stay away from overly strong teams. This way, you can earn a few points. But at that moment, a noise distracted the player. An earth spell was cast. The enemy wanted to finish off several groups with one blow. Some players simply hid and disguised themselves so that they would not be found and could hold out longer. The players tried to negotiate among themselves, while others offered to sell their places. While their opponents were waiting for an attack from one side, other groups took advantage of the situation and attacked from behind. Soon, players began to be eliminated and die, and the number of participants decreased sharply. Coco used her fire arrows to earn points for her team. She was quite successful at this because she acted from a distance and could hide from counterattacks. Weaker participants immediately fled at the sight of the fog. The Fog Guild's points gradually increased. The tactic was working well. But then one of the players noticed that Lindsay was a sheep, which meant he couldn't kill them. The sheep had come into the wolf's lair itself, as if asking for death. It was a moment of glory for the players. Lindsay announced that the wolf had fallen into the sheep's trap. Indeed, sheep cannot kill, but they can inflict damage and weaken their opponents. Lindsay only caused the enemy to bleed, and Coco did the rest. Of course, it looked like the sheep had committed murder, but in reality, it was the wolf who had done it. Soon, Coco realized that even as a wolf, she felt useless, but the guy reassured her that he was saving her strength. Lindsay understood that there were always many weak teams at the edge of the zone. Their idea of playing it safe by staying at the edge was too easy to read. Coco completely disagreed with her partner's plan, but she understood that everything was going quite well. At first, she was struck by Lindsay's desire to be a sheep, but she was glad she trusted him. Coco thought the young man was not like a sheep at all, and she did not want to give him that role. After all, it was easier if the thief was a wolf and she was a sheep, so that the guy could protect her. Lindsay noticed that the rules did not say that a sheep could not attack, it just could not kill. Therefore, being a sheep was the main advantage. The young man could guarantee that he would not die, but at the same time help his partner earn points by killing enemies. Coco understood that it was Lindsay who gave her the opportunity to attack, and as a sheep, he did not hide, but on the contrary hunted other wolves. The guy was even more ruthless than a wolf. An announcement sounded in the game, and it became known that this stage was coming to an end. Only 120 teams remained. The audience continued to watch with interest, and then one guy noticed a sheep rushing straight at the wolves. No one could really see what was happening because this player was moving too fast, but everyone agreed that the sheep was a very strong participant. Another blurry episode was captured on camera, but it became clear that the audience was watching the Glaveland team. The audience saw that they were watching one of the guild's best tanks, named Modest Brother. He was the most suitable candidate for the title of Sheep because it was impossible to stop him. It was strange, of course, that this player was alone. It was unclear where his wolf was. Modest Brother was probably going to face another team. This unfamiliar opponent belonged to the Mist Guild, and the number of enemies he killed grew with every passing minute. Modest Brother was confident that he could deal with the couple from the Mist Union without much effort. Therefore, absolutely confident in his victory, he greeted his opponents calmly and confidently, smiling in their faces. Coco warned Lindsay that they were facing one of the strongest tanks and needed to be as careful as possible because they had finally encountered a representative of one of the most powerful guilds. Lindsay was very calm and pleased with the fact that he had not actually encountered a random player, but had finally found his future target. The Modest Brother decided to play along and assured her that he would stand still so that the representative of the Misty Union could hit him and thus entertain herself. Lindsay warned his partner to step aside. She would not need to participate in the fight. The girl did not understand why the enemy wolf had not yet appeared. Lindsay claimed that the wolf would not appear. Most likely, he had gone hunting alone, and the tank himself was simply enjoying the role of a sheep and mocking his opponents. The Modest Brother continued to watch his opponents with a smug grin, hiding behind a huge shield. The situation had developed in such a way that it would be a battle between two sheep. The wolves would not interfere, and the sheep would find out which of them had stronger horns. The Modest Knight admitted that he decided to stay and have some fun when he noticed the deputy head of the guild, Coco. He wanted to test her arrow attack on himself. And although there were no strong thieves in the Mist Guild, the girl's aura caught his attention, and he decided that she would be an interesting prey. Coco knew Modest Brother as one of the best tanks, and she had already had to deal with representatives of his guild once before. At that time, she had formed a corresponding impression of him. On that occasion, the opponents used about 20 people to besiege 3 members of the Glevelian Guild, among whom was Modest Brother. It was said that the surrounding players tried to force the trio to drop their equipment. The Misty Union Guild was conducting guerrilla warfare in that mission, so Coco accidentally overheard what was happening. The 20 members of Wolf Fang weren't pros, but they had strength and tenacity. Plus, dealing with that many opponents is always tough. If the girl had rushed to rescue the trio alone, she would have succeeded, but it would have taken time. However, what she saw left her speechless. Using the military sacrifice skill, a huge coliseum was created, cutting off the enemy's escape routes. For several minutes, the player strolled as if in his own garden. Thanks to his incredibly high defense stats, he took all the blows himself, remaining completely calm and enjoying every moment. It was impossible to discern his intentions to kill, but there was a sense that he had a twisted aura about him. Lindsay was sure that now the humble brother's opinion of the Mist Guild would change. The young man knew he couldn't lose to such an opponent. Players like this were the last people he wanted to face. Lindsay rushed into the attack with such tremendous speed that Modest Brother didn't even notice where he was. It was all too easy to be true. Modest Brother was truly taken aback. He did not expect that there was someone with such speed among the thieves of the Mist Guild. The player activated a warrior's passive skill that ignored pain from physical attacks, so all of his opponent's actions were nothing more than a tickle to him. Lindsay understood that he was not dealing with his opponent very effectively. He activated all his powers and took out his daggers. Without slowing down, the young man managed to get behind Modest Brother again, who was no longer able to control the player's movements. Modest Brother used a shoulder throw against Lindsay. A powerful blow rang out as the tank knocked the young man down, and it became clear that Lindsay had been knocked out by this blow. Coco understood that Modest Brother looked clumsy and slow, but his reactions and skill selection were extremely fast and effective. Nevertheless, the girl sensed her partner's aura and decided that it was time for him to stop pretending to be dead. Soon, the evil spirit's invincibility and the elemental manifestations of burning lava were activated, and Modest Brother had to defend himself with his shield. And at that moment, when everything was on fire and the tank couldn't see his opponent, Lindsay was behind him again. He declared that not all thieves limit themselves to physical damage. After that, Lindsay used burning lava along with a throat cut, and Modest Brother was no longer joking. He was genuinely surprised by the power of his opponent's spells. Lindsay noted that Modest Brother had lost only a third of his health. It was clear that the tank's resistance to magic was very high. Lindsay watched his opponent with interest as he withstood all of his attacks. The enemy activated a powerful recovery zone, and his health became even better than before. Modest Brother acknowledged that he was facing the most dangerous thief he had ever encountered, and therefore the young man deserved to see the enemy's full power. Lindsay said that the tank had misunderstood everything. The young man activated Mercenary's dominion. The young man warned Modest Brother that their meeting was not accidental, and now he did not intend to remain in the shadows. The riding horse was summoned along with the mercenary knight. Modest Brother continued to analyze the situation and realized that he had serious work ahead of him. The player did not expect to encounter such a strong sheep, but still did not believe that he would be dealt a fatal blow. Lindsay didn't like to attract attention, but he could no longer remain in the shadows, and behind him stood the summoned knight in all his glory. The guy suggested that Modest Brother summon his wolf. The audience watched with excitement. They couldn't recognize the thief because his personal information was hidden. The audience recognized the Headless Horseman from the City of Moonlight and also saw two skeleton generals. Everyone wanted to know who this cool guy was and how long he had been in the Misty Union Guild. There had been a lot of gossip about this guild lately, as its ratings had skyrocketed. Coco also watched her partner with interest, noting his appealing skills and magic spells. She was amazed by the number of secrets Lindsay had. At that moment, a player from another guild ran up and asked how he could help, as he saw the two fighting. But then the unfamiliar player heard and saw that he was dealing with sheep, albeit with a rather powerful summon. Modest Brother was already feeling very uncomfortable at this point. This stranger made him feel terribly helpless, and his aura was too strange. Lindsay approached with his summoned assistance, radiating confidence with his entire appearance. Modest Brother boasted before the competition that he only needed a regular partner and expected to complete the entire mission alone, without even meeting representatives of his guild. The player did not expect the Misty Union to have such a pro. Modest Brother told his wolf that he would activate his strongest defense, and that they would most likely only have one chance, which the wolf would have to use against Lindsay. The young man assessed the situation and realized that, in addition to Modest Brother, his wolf was also nearby. The guy decided to deal with both opponents with one blow. The young man summoned the king and asked him to show what he was capable of. The summoned demons rushed to attack Modest Brother and his companion. Modest Brother commanded the wolf to take up an advantageous position for a counterattack, while he himself, shielding himself with his shield, tried to withstand the blow. The attack was very powerful, and indeed the tank proved to be a strong opponent. His wolf seized the moment to maneuver and launched a counterattack on Lindsay. The summoned knights used their powers to block, which was strange because the wolf was strong, and the summoned knights were not particularly powerful. Lindsay sped behind the wolf and prepared to attack, assessing his opponent as an extremely strong player. The young man delivered a powerful counterattack, causing Modest Brother to collapse, crushing the wolf of his guild beneath him. After that, he activated absolute defense and ordered his partner to counterattack. Still hiding behind his defensive skill, which prevented attacks from damaging him, Modest Brother watched his opponent and marveled at the power of his summon. The player understood that he was only alive thanks to his absolute defense. Modest Brother was determined to report this sea filled with strange and insanely powerful skills to the mission leader. Lindsay wanted to see which would prove stronger, Modest Brother's defense or his team attack. The enemy no longer hid the fact that he was struggling, but the player understood that he was just a sheep. No matter how much damage it inflicted, it would not be able to kill the humble brother, but would itself feel the damage from the wolf. The defeated Modest Brother saw that the opponent from the Mist Guild had activated immunity and became virtually invulnerable. In turn, he activated Kiss of the Vile Snake, and it became increasingly difficult for the tank to maintain his defense. His defenses were weakening. The effects began to wear off, and two members of the guild were defeated, lying on the ground, having lost their weapons. Modest Brother was glad that the enemy was a sheep and had no right to kill. He needed to heal as quickly as possible and restore his vital functions. But at that moment, Coco completed her part of the mission and fired fire arrows at the enemies to earn an extra point for her team. The girl fell for her partner's trick just like the enemies did. She understood that Lindsay was a unique player. The audience watched with excitement, still trying to figure out who this thief was. They noted the speed of his movements. Female viewers fell in love with this handsome guy with white hair and a smug smile. Steelwater watched the game live from his office and realized that he had found the perfect person for the guild's future. After the first round of the special battle, the partners from the Misty Union Guild read their data and counted their points. Gradually, the results of other teams began to appear, and it turned out that the Misty Union Guild took second place in the first round. Not a bad result. Linza lamented that in the first round, he managed to fight people from the Divine Chamber Guild, but never got to meet anyone from Thousand Autumn. In the next round, they needed to take first place to catch up with the leader. The second round of the competition transported the players to an abandoned city, whose streets were covered with sand and earth, and whose houses were destroyed and uninhabitable. The area for the second stage looked depressing and did not inspire joy or optimism. Coco tried to find out her partner's plans. Perhaps it would be better to explore the surroundings first or even stick together. But then she looked around and realized that her partner was nowhere to be found. It was just plain rude. Lin Z had gone off on his own again. The girl didn't understand what was going on. Maybe according to the rules, this mission had to be carried out alone. A system message announced that the second round was called Key Parts, and players were given half of a key. According to the rules of the game, the part of the key given to a player could only match the part of the key given to their partner. This key had a guiding function, and the player could find a partner to assemble the key. This search was to take a maximum of 1 hour. After the partners met and restored the key from their halves, they had to move to the safe zone in the center and open the door to receive their reward. In addition, other players could steal keys from representatives of other guilds, and the team received extra points for using stolen keys. They could also be used to improve the level of the team key. Thus, the maximum reward became very substantial. Of course, it was unlikely that this stage would turn out so well, but one could still dream. She understood that there would be teams that would immediately rush to the door to receive the basic reward, so she needed to meet with Lin Z urgently. Several minutes passed, but so far, the girl had only heard the whispers of other players and had not encountered anyone. She consciously decided to avoid confrontations, even if her opponents turned out to be of a much lower level. Her main goal was to find Lin Z, and she didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. But soon Coco sensed someone's presence. It was the active skill of an exclusive archer, which increased sensitivity and the detection radius of hidden enemies. The girl activated her bow and arrows and prepared to deal with the group of players she had managed to spot. She fired an arrow with a spider hold effect. The shot turned into giant webs that covered everything around. Coco activated a critical strike, increasing damage and reducing the opponent's vulnerability. Soon, the players lying in ambush began to die. They exploded from the damage and could do nothing in response because the archer was far away. The players decided to team up to deal with the representative of the Mist Guild. That way, they had a better chance of surviving. Coco sensed that the enemies' auras were beginning to interfere with each other. These were minor guilds, and she decided not to waste her time on them. She activated her quick beast summon, and her fire arrows became even more powerful. In this fiery hell, the shots turned into beasts that attacked the enemies. The players literally had no chance. They died, torn apart by fiery beasts. And in their place, pieces of the keys they had possessed before their death scattered. Coco watched what was happening with satisfaction. When the restoration of the key pieces was complete, the girl had earned 3 keys. Having finished with that, the archer went in search of a partner, believing that her mission was going perfectly. But then team notifications started pouring in one after another, and it soon became clear that Lin Z was not wasting any time. The number of team keys was growing before their eyes. Lin Z was literally running a meat grinder, destroying players from other guilds and taking their key halves from them. So far, no one could stop him. The players tried to come to an agreement among themselves so as not to remain alone against the strong guilds. Linza told the players that he had nothing against them personally and did not intend to fight against weak guilds, but he desperately needed the bonus in the form of keys. Besides, time was running out, and the young man could not spend much time talking. Linza was so strong that he had time to lecture his opponents who tried to use tricks against him. The players who had set up the ambush were killed, and those who could still do so retreated, realizing that they were no match for this thief. Soon, the players didn't even care about their reputation anymore. They were just trying to survive, but not everyone managed to escape from Lin Z. The audience did not understand what kind of nightmare they had gotten themselves into. It was a real horror movie. The thief from the Mist Union was behaving extremely unusually. Coco was known to viewers as the deputy head of the Mist Union and a very strong player, but now she seemed to be nothing more than a sidekick to the thief from the guild. The audience realized that they had never seen such an interesting and unpredictable competition before, and what was happening on the forums was beyond description. The main pages of all forums and news feeds were filled with news about the competition. Guild leaders were also watching the events unfold and were amazed by the results in the course of the competition. Stillwater enjoyed the game and the skills of his players and hoped that they would continue in the same vein. The situation was unfolding exactly as the guild leader had always dreamed. If Lindsay performed well, other players would take notice of him and start discussing him, which would pave the way for the next step. If he disappointed, the whole idea would end there. But Stillwater thought he had bet on the right horse, as long as Lindsay didn't let him down. The three guilds and regular players also watched the competition with excitement and realized that this cool, unknown player belonged to their guild. According to the leader's plans, he wanted to find a suitable, strong person who would lead the entire Misty Union to the top. Stillwater hoped that Lindsay would bring victory to the guild, and then the guy would have a new identity. But it would not be easy for the young man because the man from the Promised Light was also participating in the tournament. He hoped that the young man would not face this annoying opponent. The young man was analyzing his data while standing on top of the buildings when suddenly a flying witch appeared above him, rapidly approaching. She appeared out of nowhere in front of the player and asked if he was looking for her. The player's speed was amazing, so much so that Lindsay didn't even have time to look at her. But then the girl stopped and appeared in all her glory. It turned out that she was a representative of the Promised Light and knew that this unknown thief was looking for her. The girl explained that she had crept up using an extremely rare stealth technique just to surprise the guy. She was not one to attack an unprepared opponent. Lindsay was unpleasantly surprised and upset by her speed. Judging by her equipment, she was a mage, although the young man could not remember her name in his previous life. His opponent confirmed that she was a mage, and the young man was indeed right. During the last battle, she began to pay attention to the young thief, who was very strong, spoke competently and tactfully, and seemed extremely cool. Lindsay didn't understand why this mage didn't attack him. After all, she could have approached him quietly and done it easily and simply. He didn't get an answer, but the mage said that the young man probably already guessed what was going on. She was simply a fan of Lindsay. The mage clarified that she was not a crazy stalker fan, but genuinely liked this player and would like to communicate with him normally. Lindsay tried to understand what was going on in this player's head. His memory was working at full capacity, and finally he began to remember who else had behaved in a similar way. The most seductive and charming creature from his past life, who belonged to the Promised Light Guild. Even the guild leader couldn't handle her. It was Sweetbone, and one of the best players in the Promised Light Guild. In his past life, this beauty had humiliated many players, but now Lindsay would not allow her beauty and fragility to deceive him. The young man remembered how Sweetbone had broken out of a tight circle of enemies. She was the embodiment of cruelty in a soft cover. Sweetbone understood that Lindsay was looking for every member of their guild in order to win, but she wanted to show that her partner would quickly find the young man's partner, and that this rude man would not admire Coco's beauty or pity her. Lindsay realized that his opponent had found his weak spot, his partner, and that he needed to go find her immediately. Sweetbone suggested playing a game. The loser who voluntarily surrenders in this round of the competition will be considered defeated. Lindsay's thoughts were preoccupied with his partner because he had no idea who her opponent would be. Sweetbone stated outright that she wanted to fight the young man, and whoever's battle ended first would lose the tournament. Lindsay understood that his opponent was very strong. She had no intention of being friendly. She was confident in her abilities. Lindsay decided to spoil her mood and refused to participate in this game, if only to shake her confidence. Sweetbone was, of course, surprised. She believed that otherwise his partner would end up very badly in the near future. The mage saw no problems in other guilds, so they did not come to the tournament with very low scores, and it turned out that at this stage there was only competition between two guilds. Therefore, everything was very simple. Whichever team was eliminated first would lose. Hand over all the keys they had collected to the winner and voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Lindsay agreed that the conditions of the game were quite harsh, but the rules were clear, and that was not a problem. He wanted to say something to Sweetbone. Now he would have to destroy his rival before the other side finished their actions. Sweetbone simply adored confident men, as handsome and charming as this young thief. She prepared to attack and wished Lindsay good luck in defeating her. Sweetbone approached the young man, and activated the enchanting pollen at tremendous speed. The speed of casting spells was astonishing. This was her special signature skill. The enchanting pollen spread a wonderful fragrance. Lindsay encountered this skill for the first time. He saw no target indicators. Sweetbone noted that the young man was now unable to move. He was immobilized, but that was okay. She was going to shower him with love. She decided to tell the guy why there were no target indicators, thus revealing her trump cards. Suddenly, a summoned knight appeared between the rivals and destroyed the magic. Sweetbone noted that the guy used the same trick as in the previous round. Lindsay understood that if he couldn't summon the knight with his mind, he would fall into her slavery. Sweetbone was pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised by such an exclusive skill, but said that she also had some secrets up her sleeve. Lindsay's fighting style had attracted her last time, and now it was interesting to watch. Lindsay was a thief, but he also knew how to use magic skills, and the girl had never met a thief like that before. The combination of thief and mage was very interesting. Sweetbone really wanted the young man to show her something else from his arsenal. Lindsay realized that his opponent had been studying him in the previous round and activated Thunder Surge. Sweetbone was able to avoid damage by showing great speed, and she liked this thief, who was capable of learning magic spells even more. She understood that fighting the guy only as a mage would be quite difficult. Finally, Lindsay understood who he was facing. His opponent was like Ruko, and Vankafus rolled into one. Lindsay realized that Sweetbone was blessed. Her cunning charm stirred the hearts of thousands of fans, distracting them and making them weak during battle. The audience was captivated by the beauty, and everyone was rooting for the lovely representative of the mages, of course. Stillwater understood that his favorite would not be able to avoid meeting her main rival. Until now, no man had been able to escape her clutches, but this time it was not just a matter of strength. The head of the Misty Union Guild understood that Sweetbone would get inside the young man's head, especially since she had already changed her outfit to attract his attention. Lindsay was lucky, and now he could play with Sweetbone. She suggested putting away their weapons and guaranteed that it would be fun. Lindsay felt that the scent of this incredible beauty filled the air and took his breath away. Sweetbone announced that perhaps her opponent didn't like the whip, and she would quickly deal with him. The girl promised that after their conversation, the young man would be satisfied and happy as never before. Sweetbone's whip released an enchanting pollen, and the young man was already losing control of himself. His rival realized that he was just like all other men. But at that moment, the summoned knight appeared between the rivals, threw his master aside, and asked him to wake up immediately. Sweetbone was shocked. She did not expect that the summoned knight could act on his own discretion, disobeying his master's orders, and was able to break through her illusory aura. Lindsay was shocked that he had fallen for such a trap. He couldn't believe it had happened to him, and it annoyed him. The guy thanked the knight. Lindsay realized that his opponent was serious and decided not to waste any more time. He had long wanted to compete with a professional from 1000 Autumn, and now he was ready to accept her challenge. The girl knew that almost all of her male rivals said such things and activated her charming double, who was supposed to help her in the fight. Sweetbone wanted to see what the talented man was capable of, but the young man realized that she would rely on numbers. Then the guy summoned the skeletal king from the clan of mercenaries who opposed Sweetbone's doubles. The girl told the guy not to hope to win just by having numerical superiority. She attacked with a passionate kiss, and in response, the Ghost Knights put up a defense. The passionate kiss was repelled, but the doppelgangers and clones tried to bypass the defense put up by the young man from behind. Their attack was lightning fast, and their impressive skill set left the guy little time to react. Lindsay noticed the succubus's ability to split into multiple clones that appeared out of nowhere. This, of course, was a problem. In addition, the clones had all sorts of skills that caused headaches and brought their opponent to a semi-conscious state. But the guy also had something to respond with and was just waiting for the right moment. Shrouded in a ghostly mist, the young man simply disappeared, but the Sweetbone realized that the player had determined where she would be. The girl was amazed that her opponent had used her own mist to hide, and the young man tried to break through the aura of spells, which was too strong. Lindsay realized that it was time to attack, but a system notification announced that their team had obtained the key. Sweetbone conceded defeat. The battle between Lindsay and Sweetbone was interrupted because Coco had finished her battle somewhere else, and she had done so successfully. The girl understood that if her battle had continued for a few more seconds, she could have been destroyed by this newcomer from the Misty Union. Lindsay was also disappointed. Instead of winning, he was more interested in killing his opponent right then and there. Sweet Bone admitted that she had deliberately surrendered. She believed that a player should be prepared to admit defeat. Under the terms of their agreement, the loser leaves the game, and she gave her part of the key to the guy. Leaving the competition, Sweet Bone admitted that she had learned everything she wanted to know. She asked her opponent's name, and it was the first time she had ever been interested in a boy's name. Lindsay introduced himself, and the girl promised that she would definitely remember him and that he had to take first place in this round, otherwise he would greatly disappoint her. The audience was shocked. Right before their eyes, an unknown thief had defeated the best magician from the Thousand Autumn Guild. Those present at the viewing platform were in shock and believed that something incredible had happened. Lindsay and the succubus did not expect their simple duel to cause such a huge stir, and soon the young man's name became the main topic of all conversations about the special battle. Photos of the succubus from 1000 Autumns appeared on the covers of all the newspapers, and the battle for the key sparked an unprecedented wave of heated debate throughout the celestial land. The players completed the mission, and the time to pass this stage was coming to an end. Coco was confused. The young man was so handsome, he had earned a bunch of keys and he had become famous, but she still couldn't find him. The girl lashed out at her partner. Now he had stepped out of the shadows and the name Lin Z was known to absolutely everyone. The guy wasn't very happy with what was happening, the fame that had fallen upon him. Coco was simply angry. Her opponent turned out to be an arrogant moron, and that really pissed her off. She had encountered the chief swordmaster from 1000 Autumns. Before the game was interrupted, he was clearly bored, thinking that their training fight was over. Tabazengo greeted his opponent, saying that politeness towards others was a key value of their guild, even though it sometimes gave him a headache. As she got to know her opponent, she learned that he was known as the Bloody Lion and was one of the best swordsmen. The girl assessed his level and unfortunately realized that their guild still lagged behind the average among the top guilds. It was assumed that the deputy head of the Mist wanted to see his full power. Coco confirmed that she was not afraid of his level and was ready to fight him. Bloody Lion laughed at his opponent, thinking that the little girl was full of determination. Since that was the case, he activated his killing intent and prepared to teach her a lesson. But then the guy said that going all out was too tiring. He hadn't slept enough today and didn't see the need to use force. This greatly upset Coco, who thought he was looking down on her. In fact, the Blood Lion decided to play along with his rival, while planning to quickly deal with her himself, waiting for the right moment. Swordsman hoped that the fight between the succubus and Lin Si would end quickly, and he wouldn't have to do anything. He stood confidently in front of his rival and invited her to kill him quickly. Linza listened to her story and was amazed. Had the girl really fulfilled the request of this boastful red-haired swordsman? Coco confirmed that this arrogant ass had behaved disgustingly, and she shot him in the head with an arrow without hesitation. It turned out that the fatal arrow strike was decisive in the battle, but Coco did not kill her opponent. This meant that the succubus had lost on purpose. It was necessary to move on to the third stage as soon as possible in order to meet these cool players again. The stage was over, and the representatives of the Misty Union took first place in the second round. In the process, they encountered a student once, and it was a terrible coincidence. Coco immediately warned that she was in a terrible mood. Therefore, it was better for her not to say anything stupid, but to either fight or surrender. The modest brother had already lost to this pair once, and Coco's expression was not encouraging. Now there was nothing good to expect from them. The deputy guild leader's gaze said that there would be no mercy, and death would be quick and painful. The opponents decided to simply run away. They used their defense skill because Coco shot them with her fire arrows. Lindsay enjoyed the show, realizing that an enraged woman was truly terrifying, but it was good that it ended that way. It saved a lot of time. As a result of all the calculations, Coco and Lindsay earned a huge number of points and took first place. In the final leaderboard, the Misty Union was in first place and close to winning the top prizes. But everyone understood that the other guilds would step up their game in the third round and regain their positions thanks to their skills. The Misty Union became the center of attention, and this caused excitement before the third round. All the players of the Skyland had high expectations for the mysterious thief from the Misty Guild. Succubus checked the information and calculated her chances of winning the grand prize. Tabazengo was still sleepy and unhappy. He would have preferred to be killed at the very beginning so that he could sleep peacefully. The swordsman noticed that the sweetheart was still studying information about Lindsay. The young man had never seen her so interested in anyone before. The girl confirmed that she was interested in him and that his skills were unlike those of other pros they had met. Lindsay was capable of surprising people. The swordsman even woke up and began to study the information himself to make sure that the young man was really that strong. His name was not listed in the Heavenly Land Thief rankings. Sweet Bone confirmed that being at the top of the Heavenly Land rankings was impressive. However, not all players strive for fame and recognition. Tabazengo decided to check out this guy himself in the next round, and perhaps he too would begin to admire him, just like Sweet Bone. Soon the start of the third round was announced, and viewer interest in the competition reached unprecedented heights. All participants in the stage were teleported to a new location and waited for the conditions and objectives of the stage to be announced. A system message announced that there would be no fighting in the third round, and that it would begin as soon as all teams were teleported. This round was called Disarming with a Sword and was set to begin shortly. The players gathered near the huge entrance to the portal, which was located in a stone gate. The task was a statistics test because the players were already tired after the previous two rounds. Coco and Lin Z wondered what kind of statistics would be tested and how. It was something new, and they wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. Coco thought that the task would be related to their abilities and that the players would be evaluated based on some kind of ability test. At that moment, a sweetheart rolled up to Lindsay, hugged him, and greeted him. Coco clearly didn't like this scene. Succubus cooed about how hot and passionate they had been in the last round and promised to take care of him now. Coco thought that succubi were superficial women. They would dump a guy after playing with him, and she hoped that Lindsay would be smarter and not fall for it, because the entire Misty Union Guild team was counting on him. The young man tried to explain to his partner that she had misunderstood everything, but the sweetheart asked him not to interfere in their passionate relationship. Then the girls got into a serious fight, and the modest brother decided that a marriage alliance between the Misty Union Guild and the Thousand Autumns Guild would soon be concluded. Finally, the rules for the third round were announced. Each team would get 2 chances to pull out the sword lying in the stone gate using strength and skill. The size of the sword pulled out by the player would vary depending on their strength and method. There were no restrictions on the methods used, and the sword could be pulled out by striking the stone gate. But how a thief could do this was unclear. The reward depended on the size of the blow and the amount of skill applied after pulling. When each team had used up their chances, their results were added to the statistics. After that, the system announced that the players would draw the sword in a random order determined by the game. Each draw was given 1 minute. Lindsay and Coco got number 612. That was not bad, because in tasks like this, the later you start, the better. Coco found this round quite interesting, but at the same time, they were not warriors, so they immediately found themselves in a difficult situation. The teams that had warriors in their ranks were very happy because pulling swords was not a problem for them. Lindsay reread the rules of the stage, which said that you had to use your strength and skills to draw the sword. It sounded simple, but there was a deeper meaning. In other words, it could be an unusual sword pull. Players needed to think more about how to use their skills and strengths to pull the sword, as well as how to strike the stone gate. Coco began to understand what her partner meant. It was actually a test of their techniques. The succubus was number 114 this time. It was quite an early exit, and she didn't like it very much. She instructed her partner to pull out the sword, because now everything depended on him. Brother Inch was happy. Both partners were warriors, and that gave them a big advantage. The guys were sure they would take first place. Inch hoped to take revenge on the other guilds for the previous stages and show them what real strength was. Although, as a warrior, his main focus was on shields and defense. Soon the sword drawing began, and the first player was invited. Clearly excited, he approached the gate, feeling lost and not knowing where to start. Getting himself ready, the guy told himself that he would go first and that he just needed to pull out the sword. He hoped that now the mages would stop underestimating them, and he reached his hand into the gate. In any case, he had the courage to go first, which was not so easy. Coco couldn't see much because of the tall warriors blocking her view, while Lin Zha watched the proceedings with interest. Soon the player burst into bitter tears. There was absolutely nothing he could do. The guy managed to grab the sword, but he couldn't pull it out. The players suspected that they had simply not been told about some important condition. The observers were pensive and upset. It became clear that it would be even more difficult for the mages. If even the warrior couldn't do it, he probably hadn't reached the minimum status value. The following teams continued to fail one after another. Only when the mage from team number 15, known as the workshop, stepped forward did the players receive an explanation. The mage somehow stuck his hand into the gate, and suddenly the audience saw that it looked like the workshop team was succeeding. The participant held the staff boastfully in his hands and, calling everyone a bunch of useless idiots, planned to show them how to play the game. The mage activated the petrol effect and, holding the staff in his hand, plunged his free hand into the gate. Soon a huge sword appeared before the participants' eyes. The players realized that they were allowed to use their skills to pull out the sword, which meant that there was no need for great physical strength, only skill. A player from the workshop team boasted to all the participants that at this stage he was the only winner, and soon he was awarded a large number of fire torches as prize points. Linza confirmed his guess by watching what was happening, and the other players waited eagerly for their turn because they understood how it was done. Linza decided that there was no need to worry anymore, and with this burst of inspiration, the teams finally began to get positive results. The competition became a spectacular demonstration of how players of all types draw their swords, but the difference in the final results was very small, and so it was until the succubus entered the arena. The girl was absolutely confident in her abilities and approached the stage happy and determined to win. Lindsay didn't even want to watch how she would draw her sword, and Coco suspected that the beauty had excited her partner after all. Lindsay understood that he would be at a disadvantage until he knew what she was capable of, so it was worth watching the girl in action. The players discussed how the beauty would pull out the sword. Most likely she would use a spell, as previous magicians had done, because she knew nothing else. But the beauty attracted everyone's attention, not only with her appearance, but also with the fact that she did not go to the gate. She activated the effect of an enchanting melody to charm those around her and make them obey her commands. The players, stunned and enchanted by the witch, hoped that someone would help her, because the girl needed brave men. A crowd of enamored players rushed to her aid, telling her how strong and powerful they were and how they dreamed that she would choose them. The sweetheart rewarded everyone with a charming smile and promised to play with them and express her gratitude. The girl led the players to the gate, and they asked her to leave all these problems to them, promising to do their best for the beauty. Linza realized that the sweetheart's methods hadn't changed. The players rushed to get the sword, promising that everything would be fine and that they would take care of it now. Coco was amazed by what was happening and did not understand if this was allowed by the rules, since the witch herself did not pull out the sword. Lindsay confirmed that she was not breaking the rules, and it was a very smart move. The largest sword ever seen, the Sweet Bone, set a record, and her result caused a huge stir. Next up was the Bloody Lion Zenga. Everyone knew that Taba Zenga was one of the best sword players, and it was interesting to see what he would come up with. Linza watched his opponent with great interest. He wanted to assess the quality and power of the swordsman. The warrior approached the gate and placed his hand on it. Everyone froze in anticipation, wondering how the guy would pull out the sword. Zenga said that he had thought so, and now it would be easy for him. It didn't matter, he would complete the task now. The players did not understand what was happening and why Zenga was not pulling out the sword, but energy began to activate in the young man's hand. The Red Lion knew that all swords or blades were the same and continued to disperse the powerful energy. Whirlwinds of energy formed around him, and those present felt as if they had entered some kind of extraordinary fantasy world. There were many rumors about this energy, but it turned out that they were not rumors. The Taba family was known for its swordsmen. Even as a child, Taba Zenga had a penchant for all kinds of weapons and was recognized as the heir to the family at a young age. Everyone noted Taba Zenga's terrifying grip on blades. There are even rumors that after his awakening, he achieved a state of resonance between sword and blade. Coco was surprised at how much information Linza knew about his opponent. She thought that the resonance of sword and blade was something made up in Chinese novels, but now it was clear that it was real. Zenga continued to build up energy, paying no attention to anyone, but then something strange began to happen. Everyone present felt their weapons tremble in their hands and begin to be sucked in, and the guy simply pulled out the sword along with the blades of everyone present. With such complexity, all the swordsman had to do was use a little of his energy on the blade, and a life-giving blade appeared. In the next moment, the players saw a huge blade that the young man was holding in his hands. Everyone realized that the player was very strong and deserved the reputation of the Bloody Lion. The guy wanted to collect as many torches as possible because he had a mission, and so the size of the blade continued to increase. Soon it became known that Zenga had received twice as many points as the Sweet Bone. It was just crazy, and the Thousand Autumns Guild was back at the top of the rankings. Lindsay analyzed his opponent with interest, realizing that there was still much to learn about this player. Moreover, his nickname, Bloody Lion, was unclear. He wanted to meet him in battle as soon as possible. After Dingo's performance, the other players seemed rather boring, with only Inch, a student from the Divine Chamber Guild, attracting a little attention. He managed to score an impressive number of points with his enormous strength. His partner received an average result, but it couldn't be said to be bad either. Some more time passed, and the completely mediocre players did not stand out with any particular skills. It was time for the most anticipated duo of the tournament to take the stage. The Misty Union Guild watched the tournament with great interest. The guild members were worried about their players, but they understood that the abilities of the other guilds were intimidating. This time, it would be very difficult for the archer and the thief. Steelwater understood that 1,000 Autumns was incredibly strong, and the Divine Chamber had not sent its real professionals this time. But the outcome of the tournament didn't really matter much to the head of the Misty Union Guild. What was important to him was how Lin Zi would handle the tasks. Coco said she would start first, and her partner had better think about his plan for now. The girl planned to show how to secure high points for the guild because she was the vice master of the guild in their team. Coco was quite popular among female players and enjoyed their support. In addition, she was a strong professional. The archer decided to shoot an arrow with a strong string into the dimension and then use a summoning arrow to pull out the sword. Everything went according to plan, and the summoning arrow did the job. A few moments later, the sword flew out of the gate, and the audience began to applaud their favorite enthusiastically. Coco planned to take the sword as her arrow, and with the explosive damage from her bow and arrow, the girl used all her skills to the fullest. As an archer, Coco did perfectly and did everything possible, given her characteristics. Sweet Bone also noted that she really liked it, and if it weren't for her archery class, she could have earned even more points. It was Lin Zi's turn, and it became the most interesting event of the stage. Everyone was excited to see how the thief would draw his sword. Coco tried to cheer up her partner, wishing him to score a lot of points and take first place together. Lindsay asked his partner not to worry. Ever since the rules for this round were announced, the young man had been rehearsing in his head how he would pull out the sword over and over again. The audience's ratings were off the charts, and everyone waited with bated breath for Lindsay's performance as he approached the gate. The young man understood that the thieves had already tried all possible methods, but all their attempts had ended in failure. But if you ask the guy, pulling out the sword was no big deal. Since his rebirth, the player's goal was to be number one, which meant being the best at everything. With this conviction, he could do anything. So the guy reached out his hand toward the gate and was ready to make everyone look at him with respect. Fear, excitement, and impatience flashed across the faces of those present. Expectations were drawn out, and nerves were already shot. Lindsay pulled a regular sword out of the gate, and the audience was even disappointed because the sword was of average size. With such a sword, one clearly could not count on victory and a large number of points. The young man stood holding the sword in his hand, while everyone around him mocked him, calling the sword tiny and too weak. It was really hard to watch, even for Linzu himself. Suddenly, the young man decided to send the small sword back to be reforged and stuck it into the gate. The spectators and players were literally stunned by what they saw. The young man put the sword back, and it was unclear what the thief had in mind this time. The knight announced that he knew of only one ball worthy of the glory of Mr. Lin Si. Not only the knight, but the whole world responded to the call and gave its strength to Lin Zi. A sudden gust of wind rose above the square, and no one present understood what was happening. The young man plunged his hand into the gate again and realized that the sword was too heavy, as if it were a whole tree. The sword's aura was terrifyingly powerful, and this was happening when the sword's rank had reached terrifying heights. It was scary to imagine the young man pulling it out of the gate. It was an ultra-huge sword with which the ruler of humanity had conquered the world. But despite this, Lin Zi was going to pull it out. The heavenly sword belonged to the ruler of Kesfado. Kesfado was the capital of the human race and it was named after the ruler himself, who led the people to victory and conquered the ruined lands. This part of heavenly history was so ancient that only a few who were interested in myths knew about it. The mighty Cusfado, together with his great sword, was the strongest force of the human race. He was majestic, and his figure seemed almost divine. Later, this king was called the Giant King, and the great sword, the symbol of the ruler, was named Heavenly Guardian of the Heights. Being in the presence of the sword was like standing before an emperor. All orders had to be obeyed without question. When Lindsay drew the great sword, the noisy streets of the human capital began to change. All non-player characters knelt with their hands on their hearts. The players did not understand what the hell the guy had pulled out. This thief drew the sword with such power that everyone else could barely move their weapons. Lindsay was very strong, and the sword in his hands amazed everyone, causing excitement, fear, and awe. Immediately, notifications about new quests and tasks, as well as advancement to the next levels, began to pour in. The guy's prestige among the human race increased significantly. Lindsay himself was stunned by what was happening. He realized that he had accidentally activated something very cool, and it was really helping him. The great sword began to rise into the air, and it seemed as if something or someone was lifting it. Lindsay felt that he was able to control this sword. Tabazenga, the best swordsman among humans, couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was unbelievable, but there was a person capable of achieving such a level of resonance with the sword. Thoughts raced through Bloody Lion's head about how formidable an opponent Lindsay would be. Resonance between a person and a sword is the highest level of mastery among swordsmen. It is a mental state in which a person and a weapon achieve such harmony that their actions merge into one. Everyone wanted to see what the young man was capable of, and he achieved it with just one strike of his powerful sword. The players scattered in different directions. They thought that an earthquake had occurred, causing the Earth's surface to crack and all the cameras to shut down. The players on the stage came to their senses and saw that the door to the portal had disappeared, or more precisely, the entire area. The smoke cleared and the gate was completely destroyed. Lindsay noted that this sword had an amazing swing. Now it's time to check the score. The stone gate was destroyed and the score was canceled. It seems that the young man went too far. The game system began to recover. Players who had not yet participated had to wait for the gate to be restored, but it became clear that Lindsay had easily and effectively destroyed the game. Insults rained down from all sides. Everyone accused the young man of excessive use of force and threatened that the guild leader would now scold him. Succubus held the boy in her arms, saying that he was very funny and even knew how to be afraid of punishment from grown-up uncles. Zenga also noted that this guy was full of surprises. Thus, the main star of the tournament ended the competition with a complete failure, ruining the game altogether. But all the news was only about Lindsay. In the end, the Misty Guild took 6th place, and Lindsay managed to escape from Coco, who wanted to deal with him after the game. The head of the Misty Union Guild was satisfied with the result because the main goal was to analyze Lindsay's level, and it became clear that the young man was the best choice. Coco initially thought that someone as unpredictable as Lindsay was not suitable for the role of master, which required someone mature and cautious. But she soon realized that the young man had almost limitless potential. Coco agreed to support Stillwater's decision, but believed that Lindsay was not yet ready. Stillwater was confident that the young man would raise the issue himself soon. They just had to wait. Lindsay was unhappy with the fact that he had attracted so much attention. Now he would not be able to return to the guild anytime soon. In addition, the young man decided to urgently find ways to test his newly acquired skills. It would probably be best if he did so far away from Stillwater. At that moment, the young man received a message from Ryuko saying that Tilus had apparently disappeared. A few days ago, she warned that she needed to leave on business without telling anyone the details, but several days had passed and there was no information from her. Lindsay believed that Ryuko was simply making a mountain out of a molehill, as the girl could have left to attend to personal matters. Therefore, there was no need to make a fuss. Lindsay pushed the thought out of his mind when he suddenly remembered the Battle Mage girl, the older sister from the Neo Avengers. Of course, there was a certain resemblance, and suddenly the guy realized that this girl, who had been arrested and sentenced to death, was Tilus, the Battle Mage. In the real world, a group of people sat around a fire and warmed themselves on the street. It had gotten cold, and a typhoon was coming soon. The dilapidated house where they were hiding could collapse at any moment. The people were surprised that they had been released a couple of days after their arrest, and now they were gathered together again. This place had been shown to them by their older sister, who had brought them here many years ago. The people's thoughts were interrupted by a voice asking if they knew the older sister's game ID. The question came from a young man with white hair. He hoped to find out if it was really Tilus once he knew her ID for sure. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but all the players from Neo Avengers had to strain their brains and remember. People told Lin C that she had never revealed her ID and that they had met the girl completely by chance thanks to a series of events. At that time, they all decided to get together and go to a military base for a test for the Awakened. But on the way, they met an older sister. Despite the fact that they were older than her, the men's sense of duty was touched, and it was thanks to the girl that they chose the side of the rebels. She claimed that the Awakened were the hope of the world for the future. People should not be allowed to divide the Awakened by level. The girl did not want to become a dog for the military, but demanded a just and honest world, love, and peace. Therefore, she united the Awakened ones to rise up against the government. The night before, she said that she did not want to leave her comrades in the game. Linzo remembered a message from Ruko, who had reported on Tilus's personal affairs. It seemed that it was her. Was Tilus really that naive? After all, where people gather, there will always be personal interests, personal gain, temptations, intrigues, and so on. Even if there was no system at the beginning that divided people into groups, people always target the weak, and ultimately society ends up with a caste system. It is impossible to create the just world of love that Tilus spoke of. After all, true justice is always achieved by force, and the Avengers themselves did exactly the same. Of course, these were beautiful words. However, the guy had great power, but sold himself to the military, probably for the sake of his own justice. But no one gave him the right to send their older sister to her death. The guy succeeded because he had more power, and it turns out that the young man decides who should live. The older sister explained to them that justice is not something that should be obtained by force. This is the goal of the Neo Avengers, to tell people that a new world order must be created through love and peace. Linza succeeded in the dojo, which according to the Avengers, was the house where Tilus used to live. It turned out to be a school of speed and strength. Now it was clear where Tilus got her talent for close combat. Perhaps even Lin Zai would agree with the Avengers' point of view, but first they needed to confirm the girl's identity. An unfamiliar guy opened the door. Lindsay said he was looking for a girl named Tilus. The man's gaze immediately became alarmed, and he asked who was looking for her. Lindsay replied that he was her friend. Lindsay entered the dojo, and looking around, realized that it was very beautiful. Tilus probably belonged to some noble family. For some reason, the man thought he shouldn't have let the stranger in, and decided to find out where the guy was from, and more importantly, how he knew about the dojo. Linza said that they had met in a game, but then Tilus couldn't have told him about the dojo. The man realized that the young man was lying to him and demanded that he introduce himself and explain the purpose of his visit. Linza said he had already explained his purpose. He was looking for his acquaintance, Tilus. The man took a fighting stance and asked him not to mess with him because a lady would not reveal personal information in a game. Linza was surprised to hear my lady, but realized that in any case, he had come to the right address and she really did live here. The man realized he had said too much and was angry with himself for his loquaciousness. He prepared to attack and demanded that the visitor introduce himself and explain who he was. Moreover, it was desirable not to lie because the man was not going to tolerate any more lies. Lindsay assessed the man's stance and realized that he was a martial arts practitioner. A close combat began between the opponents. The stranger attacked Lindsay, who blocked the blows. The sparring continued for some time. Lindsay kept insisting that they were just friends and that he wasn't lying. The young man's quick movements and incredible reaction speed impressed the dojo representative. He noticed how the guy blocked his punch with one hand. The close combat between the men continued for a while longer when suddenly someone's voice called out to them, demanding that Uncle Quan stop. The man immediately obeyed his mistress's order, and Lindsay realized that he was standing in front of Tilus in real life. The girl told Uncle Quan that the guy was her friend, and Lindsay suggested they talk in the room. The girl watched the men with great calm, saying that they had started some kind of fight and she had intervened in time to break it up. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief because he had already imagined that he would have a hard time with the battle mage in the near future. Tilus's room was a real girl's room, decorated in pink tones, And this did not fit into Lindsay's mind at all, because Tilus from the game was a very cool girl. Tilus also noticed that the young man had the same white hair as his avatar in the game. She wanted to know how the guy had found her real apartment. Lindsay was struck by the presence of stuffed animals on the bed, which all girls love to cuddle with. It was very cute and completely at odds with the game character. Lindsay began to tell me the details. He said that he had just found this place thanks to some wonderful people. Tilus wanted to know who these wonderful people were. Lindsay said that he had once been given a mission in which he helped the military capture a female battle mage who was an awakened one. Some of the information matched the description, so the young man began to worry. Could it be Tilus? But thank God it wasn't her. Otherwise, the young man didn't know what to do in this situation. But Tilus still managed to impress the young man. She said that the girl who was caught as a result of that operation was her older sister. Her older sister's name was Jia Ai. She had run away from home 3 years ago. The girl had always been a very strong-minded person, so the break with her family was predictable. However, the sisters had kept in touch all this time. Lindsay wanted to know why Jia Ai had quarreled with her family. It turned out that the martial arts family, a school of agility and strength, had always cooperated with the military, teaching them martial arts and providing all kinds of support. In addition, the dojo sent its people on particularly dangerous missions, and in return received generous privileges and protection thanks to its connections. The family lived very comfortably. But this was unacceptable to her sister, who valued her freedom greatly, and she ended up arguing with her father about it and leaving home. Tilus learned of her sister's arrest shortly after it happened, but her father had no intention of resolving the situation. The young man was shocked by this news. He never thought that in real life people had the same problems with the authorities and the military as they did in the game. Tilus believed that her father had probably decided to abandon his daughter. It was very cruel. The man was only thinking about solutions for his family and his relationship with the military. Tilus had no intention of abandoning her sister. She had recently tried to get to where Jia Ai was being held, but the security there was too tight. Tilus managed to get the blueprints of the 3 nearest buildings. The girl decided to destroy these places and rescue her sister from captivity. Lindsay studied the plans and realized that security there was very tight. Tilus could be caught, and the whole family would be in trouble. The girl told Lindsay not to spoil her mood and not to pretend that nothing had happened, because her older sister had been caught because of him. Tilus believed that the boy should take responsibility for what had happened. Lindsay understood that she was right and did not intend to run away, leaving the girls to the mercy of fate and the circumstances. Tilus understood how dangerous the mission was, but she sincerely asked Lindsay to help her, to go with her and save her older sister, because the girl did not deserve to die for her ideals. Lindsay tried to explain that he was carrying out that mission and that perhaps he should not help her because he would suffer unpredictable consequences if he failed. In addition, the young man felt responsible to his grandfather, who had saved him in the past, and now he couldn't abandon the old man. Tilus quickly solved this problem, saying that Lindsay simply had to avoid getting caught, and given their skills, they definitely wouldn't get caught and everything would be just like in the game. The girl complimented the young man, saying that he was a very cool player and that he should not doubt his abilities. Lindsay pricked up his ears. The guy always felt tied hand and foot when he returned to the real world. He was awakened with the maximum level of awakening. Lindsay, however, was sure that the girl's actions would not lead to her death. She had not caused any problems for anyone. After some thought, the guy said that they would do whatever Tilus wanted, save her sister and not get caught. Jai Ai was under round-the-clock guard and was being held in one of the most secure military facilities. It took several days to prepare for the expedition, and then the pair of rescuers made their way to the military base under cover of night. It was very difficult to get inside this stone tomb because the prison building looked monumental, and the high walls made it difficult to get in. Lindsay had to distract the guards. Tilus wanted to simply strike a blow against the military forces, but it was decided not to provoke them. After all, the main thing was not to get caught. Good preparation helped them jump over the barbed wire fence. The guards didn't even have time to understand what the whistling sound was when Lindsay suddenly appeared above them in black, armed with 2 daggers. Lindsay reported to his partner that he had already dealt with the security camera and the 2 guards outside. The girl had already finished clearing the observation tower and asked him not to worry about her. The guards near the surveillance cameras noticed that something was wrong and decided to send an employee to check the cameras. Tilus took charge of the observation room and sent the young man to find his sister as quickly as possible. Lindsay had already reviewed the camera footage in the control room, but was still unable to determine where Jia Ai was being held. Most likely she was in the deep sector. This was logical since the girl had been sentenced to death. They had to act quickly. The guards had managed to sound the alarm, so they had to hurry. A hand-to-hand fight broke out between Tilus and the guards. There were too many soldiers, and the girl was struggling to cope. A powerful explosion rang out near the prison wall, and stones flew in all directions. Lindsay was surprised that his partner had caused such a mess and made so much noise. Tilus realized that she had probably gone a little too far. She had destroyed the walls of a military prison. One of the guards crept up behind her with a gun and was about to shoot the girl, but Lin Zi arrived in time, knocking the guard off his feet at tremendous speed and picking up his partner. If the bullet had hit them, they would have died. Fortunately, the prison was not too big. They smashed all the cells and knocked out the guards. But time was passing, and the prison was put on high alert. The military was busy assessing the damage left by the couple, while the young people ran through the deepest corridors, trying to find Jia Ai. There weren't that many prisoners in that dungeon, and soon they reached the right cell. Through the thick bars, they saw the lone figure of a girl sitting on the floor. Tilus called her sister by name, but the prisoner hardly reacted and showed no initiative or emotion. Tilus told her sister that Lin Zi was with her and that they were going to get her out. But their attempts were unsuccessful. The cell was made of a special material, and their attacks did not destroy it. Then Tilus decided to tear the entire prison to pieces. Jia Ai finally began to react to what was happening. She turned to her sister to ask for help and hurried her. Tilus was very worried. Time was running out. Her older sister could lose consciousness or simply die at any moment, and the younger sister was in despair. Lindsay decided to take matters into his own hands and summon the Knight of Glory. Tilus saw for the first time how someone summoned a creature in real life with the same effect as in the game. It was cool. The knight stood before the camera in all his glory, awaiting his master's instructions. Lindsay ordered the camera to be opened because their attacks were not working. The knight decided to open it using force. He grabbed the twigs and began to pull them apart. He succeeded, much to the delight of everyone present. Lin Zi immediately began to wonder if the Knight of Glory could become even stronger upon returning to the game. He definitely needed to be upgraded. Tilus rushed to her sister, but she was practically unresponsive. And suddenly it became clear that this was not her sister, but a fake, and the young people had fallen into a trap. The effect was brilliant, and no one expected that the guys would be able to turn a prison made of special material into a pathetic pile of scrap metal. After all, this door could only be destroyed by cannon fire. The prison warden was amazed that his prisoner had such powerful allies, so he understood that someone would definitely come for his captive. The prison warden did not think that with such a simple trap, he would be able to catch his prisoner's allies. Tilus was furious. She couldn't believe that her sister had been used as a pathetic bait. Lindsay understood that they had long since been exposed, and the soldiers standing behind the prison warden were known for their super strong defensive skills. The young man knew he could handle these opponents. However, the situation was still unpleasant and would require strength. The prison warden ordered the mobile armored troops to detain the two and also reported that reinforcements were already on their way. Jia Ai considered her younger sister a real idiot who shouldn't have come here, while the warden was counting on a promotion and wanted to find out who this guy was who had destroyed his prison. Tilus told Lin Zi to leave. She was grateful to him for his help and for coming here with her, but now she asked him not to interfere and to save himself. Linza suggested that she thank him later. She would definitely have a chance, although the girl did not believe at all that it was possible to get out of this situation alive. Linza told Tilus to take her sister and leave the room within a minute. The young man said that he had originally planned to practice with the new technique in the game and master it completely before using it. But circumstances had changed, and the young man realized that he would first use this technique in real life. Everyone present was stunned by what was happening before their eyes. The prison warden realized that Lin Zi was summoning a weapon. It was incredible. The guy was able to summon such a weapon in real life, and he had to defend his life. The prison warden ordered the mobile armored troops to catch up with and attack this unknown awakened being. Lindsay prepared to deal with the armored soldiers, while Tilus went to rescue her sister. The girl did not wait for a special invitation or a repeat of the orders, and immediately rushed to carry them out, while Lin Zi finished summoning his weapon. Tilus jumped at tremendous speed toward the prison warden, who was holding her sister on a chain, and activated her fire magic. Explosions rang out, and the girl was ready to take Jia with her. But then the prison warden came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated his younger sister. Using the explosions and fire as cover, the girls tried to escape. Jia immediately began to scold her younger sister, saying that it was too dangerous and that she shouldn't have come here. But Tilus suggested that they argue later and escape first. At that moment, the prison warden's voice boomed nearby, saying that they would not escape anywhere on their own. The man approached Tilus from behind and prepared to fight the girl. In the next moment, a huge, powerful blow was struck between the sisters, and they flew in different directions. The prison warden said that he was no fool and that no one had ever managed to escape from his prison. Jia was chained to him with new chains. The warden announced that no one present would leave his prison and that he would later hand everyone over to the military. The man was going to show them what real power was. First, he would deal with his captive, and then he would take care of her younger sister. Linze, with the help of his summoned weapon, was doing a great job against the armored troops. In addition, the young man practiced with his new gadget, combining long-range and close-range attacks and choosing the best way to suppress the enemy. He could have spent a long time doing this, but the young man understood that he had no time to play around because his friends were in danger and needed him. The young man grabbed his sword and began striking the armored soldiers directly to clear his path as quickly as possible. He was amazed. A light swing caused such a powerful response. The sword was truly amazing and exceeded all expectations. Linze decided to make sure that the sword had been properly upgraded to its full potential. Tilus used fire attacks and demanded that the prison warden give her sister back. The villain was not afraid of the girl at all and said that she was too weak and would not achieve anything. The new attack was unsuccessful because the prison warden was able to defend himself against the fire. In addition, Jia was nearby, and it was necessary not to harm her. The man said that his opponent fought like a weak girl, but now he would give her a taste of his strength. He swung his chains and Tilus had to dodge a lot to avoid being hit. Tilus used fire to defend herself from the pursuing chains, but she realized that she was not strong enough to use her powers in the real world. She needed more training. The prison warden noted that the girl's awakening was not very high. He had already fought many awakened ones, but they had all fallen before his chains. The prison warden was confident that both intruders would become his trophies. When the young man appeared behind him, the man sensed it and avoided the attack. Linze was a little disappointed, but he realized that his opponent was strong and decided to train his skills again. Linze got what he wanted, a good workout, and Tilus finally got to her sister. The prison warden realized that the young man's target was not him, but his chains, and he immediately began to tell the young people what awaited them when they were caught and imprisoned again. At that moment, the warden's phone rang, and someone on the other end gave him new orders and instructions. After finishing the conversation, the man was very angry and said that those present had 1 minute to get out of there. The young people did not wait for another invitation and left the dungeon, not understanding where the call had come from or why they were no longer being pursued. Linze took off his mask and Jia recognized the guy who had put her in prison, and now he had saved her too. It was all unbelievable. But the young man said that his younger sister would explain everything. The guy left the prison grounds when his phone received a message from the general, who already knew about the adventures and demanded that he come in for a talk. Linze realized that the call to the prison warden had come from the general, who had known about the whole situation from the beginning, and now the young man had to find out what awaited him next. The general said that a difficult situation was no excuse, and that the young man was lucky that the prison was under the general's jurisdiction. Otherwise, the story would have ended very sadly for him. The general reminded the young man that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to escape the clutches of the military. Otherwise, his family would suffer. Linze understood all this, but he did not know why the general had helped him in this situation. The general replied directly that the young man was very valuable to him. The usual minor disturbances caused by awakened soldiers could be suppressed at any moment. But an awakened with unlimited potential is wonderful, especially when he is indebted. Linze believed that the army should have many powerful awakened ones and did not understand why he was so important. The general did not explain, but advised the young man to focus on becoming stronger and reconsidering any future actions directed against the army. Linze had to develop before the army really needed his help, and that could be in the game or in real life. For now, the young man needed to go home and simply become stronger. The general's words made the young man think about the purposes for which they wanted to use him as a tool. Linzu came home, where his beloved grandfather was waiting for him. The man had prepared a lot of food, believing that home cooking was the best and most nutritious, and also told him that a man in a hat had come by. The stranger had said something about preparing for a move. Lindsay realized that he was talking about Adolf and told his grandfather that they would indeed be moving to a new house soon. The conversation with his grandfather was interrupted by a message from Tilus. The girl thanked him once again for helping to rescue her sister and reminded him that she was now indebted to Lindsay, although the young man did not think he was serious about the debt. Now that everything was over, he needed to focus on the game again and become the strongest in everything, especially after the torch tournament. The guy realized that he needed to level up. In addition, he needed to figure out what the new abilities from the glory mark did. Lindsay noticed that his level had increased again, and his leveling speed had increased significantly. Participating in the torch tournament had slowed his progress a little. Initially, Lindsay did not intend to go to Zion's leveling tower. It is intended for players who do not go to dungeons but want to level up. Each floor of this tower has different mobs. The lower floors are of no interest, but when you reach the top floor, if you die, you start from the very bottom. But now the guy needed a place with a lot of mobs to study his new abilities. Besides, in his past life, they said that the higher floors give more experience and a chance to get powerful abilities. It would take some time, but the guy was very curious to see how high he could climb and what the final reward would be if he reached the top. The bottom of the leveling tower was full of players who wanted to try their luck and also increase their levels. Lindsay noted that there were a lot of players in this place, and they were all trying to organize themselves into groups. However, the young man preferred solo mode. Although group mode was more effective, the experience was shared equally. The players laughed at the idiot who chose solo mode because it was unclear how he would survive, and the difficulty would increase dramatically. The record for the 100-level tower was the 68th floor, and it was set by a group. Lindsay was curious if he could break that record. The players continued to laugh at the lone Sonic who hoped to break the record, but every idiot thinks that way. In reality, he was simply walking to a horrible death. The players decided to go inside to watch the poor guy die and then be thrown out of the tower. The monster on the first floor turned out to be a big-mouthed grass monster. In less than 2 hours, 300 of these fluffy creatures had to be destroyed. It rushed after the player, and Lindsay knew that this weirdo would die from the slightest touch. He was bored fighting this little grass monster. For some reason, Lindsay realized that he wasn't attacking the grass monster. But soon the mark of glory appeared in front of him, and the young man activated the blessing of the great king's skill when a large number of monsters were detected around him. Soon the guy figured out how to activate this blessing, and a dome was created around him. The young man really liked this skill. Any monster that was nearby received a large amount of damage. The unknown player watched what was happening with great interest. The protective field really reduced the tension, so the player didn't have to do anything. He just walked around and waited for all the monsters to die. Lindsay simply walked around the first floor, waiting for the required number of grass monsters to be destroyed. This infuriated the other players. They fought hard, but things didn't go as they wanted. The guys didn't understand why this idiot, who went solo, was so carefree. Did he really not need to fight anyone? Soon they noticed that the guy had almost finished clearing the first floor. He was killing monsters faster than their group. The players decided to check the video broadcast to find out how he was doing it. Their eyes popped out of their heads because what they saw was amazing. It was just unreal. The guys were curious about this ability that made monsters explode around the player as he walked through the hall. Lindsay also started teasing the group, saying that he was very bored and had come to say hello and see how they were doing, but found that they still had a long way to go. The offended players even challenged him to a duel, but the young man warned that there would be no duel and he would just see which of them would climb the tower faster. Besides, he had to move on because he had already completely cleared the first floor. Lindsay understood that it was too easy, and he hoped that the group of rivals would not lag far behind. Then he would be more motivated and would not get bored in the next stages. It also turned out that the young man had broken the time record. The lower floors were not difficult for him, but he needed competition. The guy got extra experience points and was not very happy because he needed more for normal leveling. In the waiting area for the transition to another floor, he was greeted by a player. The guy said he had been watching him and was convinced that the young man was very strong. Lindsay explained that he had an ability that helped him destroy weak mobs and that he was unfamiliar with his very attractive appearance. The stranger continued to shower him with compliments, saying that Lindsay also played alone and probably broke the record for the fastest floor completion and received a reward. Lindsay said that this reward was not very useful to him. It was just extra experience points. The stranger suggested that the guy was probably a high-level player, even though he was hiding it, but it would be better if they got this reward on higher floors. The stranger admitted that he was also a solo player, but suggested that Lindsay continue together, which made him think. The blonde guy thought that it was unknown what awaited them on the second floor, but it was still interesting. Lindsay continued to doubt whether it was worth teaming up with the stranger. However, he liked this guy, and besides, it was unlikely that there would be any other solo players in this tower. On the second floor, the main monster was a blood wolf, and they had to kill 500 wolves in 2 hours. The young man activated his skill again, even though the monsters were twice as strong as the grass monsters on the first floor. The blessing barrier still destroyed them with one hit, but it was clear that the situation would not be so simple on the next floors. The description of the barrier said that the damage depended on the player's personal level and attributes, so the barrier was useless against monsters of the same level and above. Lindsay understood that he would need to level up to make the barrier stronger. This skill was useful at low levels, but in any case, he had fully understood it and obtained all the information. The task was almost complete, and Lindsay was about to move on to the third floor. It turned out that he had set another record on the second floor, but breaking records did not satisfy him. He wanted to climb higher. In the waiting room, he was caught up by a stranger who admitted that he had hoped to be first, but Lindsay had broken the record again. However, in the waiting room, the stranger said that on the next floor, he would definitely try even harder to overtake Lindsay. Suddenly, an announcement sounded in the tower, informing everyone that a random boss had appeared on the 10th floor. Defeating it would add more rewards and experience. The stranger immediately rushed to the next floor, hoping to encounter the random boss on the 10th floor and receive rewards. He considered this to be very fortunate. After that, the guy said goodbye to Lindsay, saying that they would definitely meet on the 10th floor. Lindsay was very wary of this stranger, who was clearly not who he claimed to be. He probably had some kind of superpower, but that only made things more interesting. Lindsay continued to use the blessing barrier and destroy weak mobs without any problems. Therefore, after completing the 9th floor, his level reached 43. The random boss on the 10th floor had a lot of HP. By the time the young man got there, he was already surrounded by several solo players and groups. Lindsay finally used the damage from the attacks he had received with the Great King's blessing on the previous floors. With his current status, he was able to kill the boss without any additional abilities. Lindsay activated several combos and prepared to attack the wolf. The boss's health was already low, so there were no signs of trouble. But before the young man could thrust his dagger, a sound signaling the boss's death rang out. Lindsay realized that someone had stolen his attack. He didn't understand what damage had been done or by whom. The stranger ran up and said that he had copied and amplified Lindsay's damage, which helped defeat the boss. The guy was happy to meet him, and now he was also a candidate for the Mark of Glory. The ice wolf was killed and its disappearance began, but Lindsay's head was in turmoil. He wanted to know who this guy was who stole his loot. Lindsay was simply indignant, especially after the stranger claimed that he was also a candidate for the Mark of Glory. The stranger said that he had come here after completing the quest and apologized to Lindsay for intercepting the last blow. Lindsay asked the guy what he meant by the Mark of Glory. The young man said that he was one of 3 contenders. There were only 3 of them. Although there were many strong players in this game, his performance in the fiery trial was very impressive. Lindsay, of course, knew about the other candidates, but he didn't worry about it because he didn't expect to cross paths with them, let alone one of them finding Lindsay himself. The presence of 3 contenders meant that only one would remain in the final. This stranger had come here to deprive Lindsay of his right to participate. Lindsay was stunned by such arrogance and self-confidence and suggested that the stranger try to take away his right now. But the young man said that none of them would fight each other, so there was no need to get so heated. Since they were all together in the tower, why not have a challenge? Whoever reached the 21st floor first would win. The loser would be out of the race altogether. But Lindsay didn't understand why he should agree to these terms, especially since he had completely different plans and expectations for this tower. The blonde guy called him very boring because it's so cool when you can compete with each other. He also suggested that Lindsay was simply afraid. The stranger continued to tease and giggle at the young man, striking him with his arrogance and trying to provoke him. Lindsay said that the stranger's bet was too lenient, so he would add another condition. The loser would sign a master-servant contract and serve the winner forever. This made the stranger think, and now Lindsay began to tease the guy. However, the blonde, after laughing sincerely and calling Lindsay a joker and a madman, agreed to the terms of the challenge, the winner of which would receive participation in eternal slavery. Lindsay, wasting no more time on unnecessary conversation, rushed to the next floor, noting that he had not seen such contempt from other players in a long time. The next floor was also cleared without any problems. Lindsay did his job, but his mind was still racing with thoughts of the stranger who was so arrogant that he dared to challenge him. The young man dealt with the monsters on the following floors, realizing that if he didn't win this trifle, he would never achieve his goal. He treated the dispute not as a dispute with an unknown player, but as a challenge to himself. Lindsay continued to storm floor after floor like a bloodthirsty demon, but he did not lose himself in the carnage and advanced at a frightening speed. Soon the task of the 20th floor was completed, and only the blood of the slain mobs dried on the player's hair bore witness to this. As funny as it may seem, the rivals appeared on the 21st floor at the same time. It turned out to be a completely fair draw, and Lindsay suggested resolving the issue in a different way. The stranger agreed that a winner had to be determined, and the guys challenged each other to a duel. Lindsay was a knight and activated his mercenary power. He was very excited about the upcoming battle. The stranger continued to stand completely calm, paying no attention to Lindsay's preparations. At the last moment when the attack began, the player activated the lightning attribute, and it became clear how the guy had cleared the floor so quickly. He used the lightning element for this purpose, but it was unclear where he got this attribute. Did he earn it after some mission, or was it an innate ability? Lindsay activated the elemental embodiment Thunderbolt against the lightning, and this slightly knocked the stranger out of his calm state. Lindsay noted that the blonde guy had even mastered top time. The young man didn't understand why he hadn't heard of this guy in his past life, because he wasn't claiming the mark of glory for nothing. The stranger realized that he would also need help. The majestic griffin was summoned by them, and the huge firebird spread its wings over its master. The knight told Lindsay that the griffin was a majestic protector, just like himself, and that their powers were comparable. The knight admitted that before his evolution, he was inferior to the griffin, because it was capable of flying. Lindsay was intrigued by the idea of the knight's evolution. He had no idea that such a thing was possible. He would have to find out more about it once he was done dealing with this blonde guy. His opponent said that a few days ago he had reached level 50, and now he wanted to know what Lindsay's level was. The young man admitted it, but he himself did not think that there was such a significant gap between them. This problem could be solved if the opponent were a simple player, but it would be difficult with a professional. The blonde admired his opponent's willpower, who saw the difference in their levels, but didn't show it on his face. But no matter how much the stranger liked Lindsay, he was going to defeat the guy and take his place as a candidate by activating the special skill, Thunder Vessel. The knight asked his master to leave the griffin with him and ordered the generals to attack with him. Lindsay didn't understand why the great knight's intelligence was so high. Maybe he was some kind of special NPC, but he was still impressive with his mind. A battle broke out between the summoned creatures, and the players were glad that they did not have to intervene and could not be distracted from their personal combat. The blonde man said that one of the properties of the lightning element was speed, so a thief's skills would not work in a war like this. Lindsay understood that if he were an ordinary thief, he would have no chance, but his opponent was unlucky because he had encountered a difficult thief. Lindsay activated the water prison with an elemental manifestation. The stranger fell into the water and now had to get out of this water prison. He gurgled, choked on water, and was practically neutralized for a while. But soon the opponent cut through the water and laughed, saying that he was joking and the thief had fallen for the joke. Lindsay was surprised that the skill did not stun his opponent, but it turned out that the Thunder Vessel gave immunity to such spells, and he had to use the paralyzing Thunder Prison. This skill literally silenced and paralyzed, but its duration was too short. The blonde also noted that his opponent had reached top time and used his skills very well. The young man admitted that Lindsay was good. Lindsay suffered minor damage. All his magic attacks were nullified by the Thunder Vessel. Fighting a warrior 7 levels above his own was completely disadvantageous. Moreover, he couldn't get any closer, otherwise the lightning would paralyze him. At this time, a fierce battle was also continuing between the Griffin and the Knight. They were fighting each other, but there was no result yet. The Knight thought that if he were in the same condition as in the old days, no flight would save the Griffin from his blade. Lindsay had already lost half of his life force and realized that at this rate, the enemy's damage would become even more painful for him. Finally, the young man's paralysis ended, and he was able to dodge the stranger's attack at the last moment. The young man activated his stealth ability. Thanks to this, the young man was able to get behind the stranger, who was about to copy his opponent. Lindsay was amazed by the fact that the player could copy his damage buffs. But if he was interested in damage, he could have used the Knight of Glory skill. The blonde noted that his opponent was very quick-witted. Otherwise, he would have already suffered a complete fiasco and become a servant. Lindsay barely held on, realizing that he had almost lost from a single blow with his own skill. Lindsay was not going to give up and believed that it was too early to say who would serve whom, because he still had other skills in reserve. Lindsay activated King's Majesty, deciding to try it out on his opponent. The stranger realized that this was the skill the young man had used to cut through the gate. Had he been waiting all this time for this powerful skill to recharge and not used it earlier? The blonde man was under insane pressure, and the player was completely immobilized, while the sword that tore through space was about to pass judgment. The opponent stood spellbound, watching what was happening, realizing that this was simply an insane skill that left him no chance. The Griffin began to disappear, and the Knight realized that the winner had already been decided. He was genuinely happy for his master. Lindsay won the duel and now looked down on his opponent, who was kneeling in front of him. Lindsay took the young man by the chin and said that only at such a moment could one seize the opportunity. The stranger acknowledged that Lindsay was indeed strong. He thanked him for the praise and offered to settle the score right there and then. Lindsay announced that he was stripping the guy of his candidate status and did so through the game options. The blonde man was stripped of his title and found unworthy of greatness, so the sign of greatness left him. However, the radiance remained eternal. This greatly upset the player, and he thought sadly that he would never reach that level again. For stripping the title, Lindsay received a reward in the form of a huge amount of experience, and his level was raised by 6 points. Both players were pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised by such a sharp rise in level. As the winner, the young man could take away his opponent's skills, summoning a griffin and copying damage. At the last moment, Lindsay decided not to do so and canceled the skill removal, which greatly surprised and impressed his opponent. The stranger wanted to know why the player had done this to him. These skills were obtained thanks to the mark of greatness, and it would have been fair to take them. Lindsay replied that he saw no point in doing so, because now the stranger was his servant, and the stronger he was, the more useful he would be to his master. Lindsay was also confident that he would not lose to anyone, so leaving his opponent with strong skills was not a problem at all. Finally, the moment came to introduce themselves, and Lindsay gave his name. The blonde man said that he would always be there, either as a bodyguard or a partner. After that, the defeated man introduced himself, and it turned out that he was a warrior from the Pure Sound Guild, and his name was Nalo. Nalo said that the vice head of this guild had paid a decent amount to get him there. The guy only came when the guild called him, but it was boring. Actually, he went there out of boredom, but now everything would be different, because Nalo would protect his master. Meanwhile, the contract between master and servant was signed. Lindsay said that he might contact his servant if he needed him. Lindsay was still preparing to storm the tower, and Nalo said goodbye to him, preparing to leave the area. He explained to his master that he had entered the tower out of boredom. In terms of leveling up, it was completely useless to him, and now he was going to drop by the guild and take care of something. Lindsay understood that it was very cool to have such a servant. He imagined how nervous the vice head would be about this. But now he had to continue storming the tower and return to the boss, whom he had not yet defeated. Lindsay was going to break another record. On his way to the top of the tower, the young man set record after record. On the higher floors, the giant king's protection no longer allowed him to take down mobs with a single blow. Lindsay seemed to have entered a mode of rapid clearing. With the help of the Knight of Greatness and the General, he rushed to the top. The guy had already lost track of time and didn't understand how much time had passed until he finally reached his next goal. At that moment, the record among all players of all times was 68 floors cleared, but that was still very far from the end, literally just past the halfway point. Lindsay confidently moved forward, planning to reach the 100th floor. At the moment, the completion time was only 54 minutes. Huge flying armored mobs greeted him, and it was no surprise that a huge number of players had stopped here. With such characteristics and numbers, it was really difficult to get past these monsters. The steel dragons had to be destroyed within a certain time limit. The monsters could fly, so it was unclear how to get to them. The young man remembered the royal majesty, which was supposed to make the dragons fall in fear. Even he himself was affected by the majesty when he activated it, so the young man used it to see if it lived up to its name. With this majesty, Lindsay was going to make the steel dragons' lives hell and create a legend that no one could surpass. Lindsay was going to choose the place where there were the most dragons, and combining the skills of a mage and a thief, create a legend. He climbed to the top of the cliff. The flying steel dragons soon noticed the player and began to flock to him. Lindsay activated the Knight's Call. He wanted to test the true power of King's Majesty. The summoned knight believed that from this position, the range of the King's Majesty was too small. This hill was very far from the main monster spawn point, but Lindsay understood this perfectly well. The young man wanted to take advantage of his knight's help and believed that with his dual class, mage and thief, there would be no problems. He chose one of the dragons as his first target. Lindsay pointed to the dragon, saying that he had been watching its trajectory for a long time, and that right now this dragon was closest to them. The knight's moment of glory had arrived. Lindsay gave orders to his subordinates and watched what was happening in order to correctly assess the situation and adjust further actions. The young man ordered the summoned knight to use all his strength. Lindsay himself shot up like a catapult, then used a disposable hook to grab the dragon by the tail and use the mob as a springboard. The flying steel dragon did not expect such insolence, and his companion, noticing the player on his back, struck the dragon. But the guy managed to jump away at the last moment. The young man taunted the flying creatures, but thanks to his high speed, he managed to avoid their attacks. Finally, the King's Majesty was summoned, and Lindsay himself watched with interest to see what would happen next. The flying steel dragons were disoriented, even despite their high defense. They still fell before the guy and could not oppose him with anything but their own strength. On top of everything else, chaos and confusion reigned, and Lindsay finally tasted victory. The number of flying steel dragons destroyed was rapidly increasing, approaching its maximum. The defeated players watching the game opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding where this guy had come from. Meanwhile, the group that Lindsay had started with was trying to take the 25th floor on their second attempt. They weren't succeeding, but they hadn't lost hope. One of them remembered the confident thief, who had probably been eliminated long ago. But just then, news of a new record came in. The summoned knight disappeared again after the next stage, acknowledging that his master was truly almighty. Lindsay asked them not to overdo the flattery, but he really was a true hero, especially since he gained a huge amount of experience after passing this stage. His personal level was immediately raised, which was especially pleasant given the speed of events. A notification congratulated the player on another record and suggested waiting for a special reward. It was very nice. The young man was given the opportunity to rework his skills, to redistribute them between his classes. Lindsay knew about this skill, but it was usually only given for completing a major story expansion. The player had to choose one class. The thief's skills no longer matched his current level, but the mage could use a few powerful spells. All this was very annoying because he wanted to reforge two classes at once. The guy decided not to rush, but to save this bonus and think everything through carefully. He would continue climbing the tower and make a decision in time. All the players watched Lindsay with interest. They were sure that after setting the record, the guy would stop after 1 or 2 floors at most. The players had no idea what a storm awaited them ahead. Lindsay's insane progress stunned everyone, and soon he had already reached the 90th floor. Each of the players expected the thief to reach the top of the 100th floor. They no longer considered the guy an opponent, but cheered for him with their mouths agape. Soon the young man stood before the last floor of the tower. Lindsay felt very excited because he had only 1 step left. This final sprint, for which he had been preparing and training for the previous months. Lindsay understood that he had already achieved and gone through a lot, and he was going to set an absolute record, to do what no other player had ever done before. The 100th floor greeted him with rocky terrain, and soon the final task was announced. The player had to destroy the legendary NPC of his class, as well as his subordinates, and all this had to be done in just 1 hour. A huge legendary thief, a ghost demon, soon appeared before the player. He was level 60. Linza knew that the legendary thief Yas was a very dangerous opponent. The summoned knight told his master that if they fought the legendary NPC together, the knight would be able to evolve. Lindsay allowed his knight to do so, thinking that it was a good opportunity worth taking advantage of. Why not strengthen his knight? A system notification announced that 2 classes had been discovered and another legendary NPC had been added. It was the legendary mage, Microfield Horror Lyria. Lindsay was stunned. He would have to deal with 2 legendary NPCs at the same time. His opponents were ready and very serious about fighting the player. Lyria immediately made sure that all summoned creatures were forcibly summoned, much to Lindsay's horror, who was now forced to fight alone. It would certainly be interesting, but it did not bode well. Lyria immediately activated a dark ritual. Lindsay did not have time to prepare for anything. He was quickly paralyzed and considered it insolence and a lack of honor. It was unclear how he was supposed to fight. His opponents simply showered him with attacks. Lindsay realized that he needed to retreat and find an opportunity to strike. He managed to activate the Windblade. Lyria realized that the next step was to deprive the player of his legendary skills. Lindsay continued to resist, hoping to break the distance first. At one point he succeeded and took advantage of the moment to jump aside and catch his breath. But in the next instant, a new attack was launched against him. He was not even given a few seconds to adapt. The spirits were summoned, and they were now ready to tear the player apart. Lyria enjoyed her victory, feeling absolutely no threat from her opponent. Lindsay understood that the situation was very bad. He had nothing to counter with, and if things continued in the same vein, he would soon perish. The young man didn't have time to do anything before a poppy named Yaz activated Refresh. Linzo couldn't dodge in time. His opponents struck precisely between his actions, and the young man simply couldn't break free. The young man lay on the floor and realized that this was not a game, but some kind of mockery, and no one could ever withstand such a barrage of attacks. Having one legendary NPC among his opponents was tough enough, but he was given 2 because of his dual class. It was a real setup. In addition, there was a whole crowd of minions that also had to be destroyed somehow. Lindsay latched onto the idea of taking out his opponents one by one, and this new idea gave him strength. The young man rushed through the forest and completely forgot what the essence of the thief class was. Now the guy decided to be more cunning and attack from behind, as thieves do. Perhaps that would help. But in the next moment, the player's life energy was completely depleted. Disintegrating into pixels, the young man was sure that they would meet again. The attempt to pass the 100th floor was met with an obstacle. The summoned knight stood before his master with one knee bent. He apologized to his master for not being able to help him. Lindsay understood that it was not the fault of his loyal knight, but he had one question for him. Would the knight be willing to accompany his beloved master once again through the entire tower from the 1st floor, as this was the only way to try again to conquer the 100th floor? The knight confirmed that it would be an honor for him to accompany his master to the top again, and the 1st floor welcomed Lindsay once more. When the boy reached the reforging bonus, he already knew what he would choose. Lindsay used the skill to reforge the thief class and was going to bring out a list of elite stealth assassination skills. The guy understood that he would not be able to defeat the bosses on the last floor by brute force. He had to act more cunningly. Soon he was standing on the tower of the 100th floor again, where 2 enemy mages were waiting for him. While everything was exactly the same, all summoned creatures were forcibly recalled and also transferred to the passive effect of King Giant's protection. Lindsay was already prepared for these troubles and addressed his opponents. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. The silent legendary magicians did not react to the young man in any way. Apparently, they did not consider him a rival and did not see him as a threat. By this point, Lindsay was already at level 58 and ready for the 2nd round of battle. Once again, the summoning of spirits activated a multitude of minions. Lindsay established the dominance of the mist and became invisible to the minions, who lost sight of him. The young man was pleased with this effect and decided that he could demonstrate his new skill to his opponents. Mist domination created an area of fog, where a sneak attack from behind always dealt critical damage. The young man became a thief assassin, sneaking in the darkness. Thanks to this fog, Lindsay was able to separate the minions and destroy them one by one. Each kill increased the player's rage meter, and the higher his rage, the more the enemy's armor was reduced. The huge legendary mage rushed at the player himself, realizing that the minions were useless. But Lindsay had him in his sights. He wasn't going to fight head-on if he could retreat into the fog. Linza greeted his opponent, who couldn't find his prey in the fog and seemed helpless. The mage activated his insight, trying to find the player, who was watching the mage perfectly at that moment. Lindsay avoided the collision and finally saw his real target, Lyria. By this time, the guy's rage level had reached its maximum, and the furious retribution skill was ready to use. Linza rushed into the attack, and the frightened minions could do nothing to oppose him. The guy used the Shadow Raid skill, which highlighted the target and pulled it into a shadow space, while doubling the user's stealth, allowing him to separate his opponents and deal with them alone. Shadow Raid and Fierce Retribution caused a double reduction in armor, and now the mage became a glass doll for Lindsay. The legendary mage couldn't believe what was happening, but she had lost a third of her defense and became very vulnerable to everything. Lindsay used the Furious Retribution skill to finish off his opponent, and indeed he succeeded. He killed the legendary Necropolis horror mage Lyria. After the death of the mage Lyria, all restrictions imposed on the guy were lifted, and now he was ready to show what he was capable of. He summoned the knight and the kings, and together they showed what it meant to be in the place of prey. It was late at night, but the players did not disperse. They watched the miracle that was happening live before their eyes. The players were amazed that the thief had not yet given up and was trying again to conquer the top of the tower. And at that moment, a miracle happened. The tower announced that an anonymous thief-class player had conquered the 100-story tower and set the first record for completing it. Everyone was happy to have witnessed such an event and understood that the winner was incredible. The participants received notifications from the game that they had killed the legendary thief demon ghost and completed the tower. For completing this stage, the Shining Knight leveled up. It was very pleasant, and the leveling up began immediately. In addition to the knight, even the sinister steed was promoted, and in a few minutes, new and powerful beings appeared before their master, the golden Shining Knight and the ghostly Pegasus. The knight informed his master that although Pegasus could not be ridden during missions, it would significantly speed up normal movement. Lindsay studied the new bonuses and realized that he had received everything possible, because the level limit in the tower was only 60, but the most important thing, of course, was the final reward. The player received the Lord's Invisibility, a legendary thief skill that allowed him to disappear into the void and become undetectable. Tiana, who looked like a teacher, sat at a table in front of an open notebook, as if she were about to give her students grades. She wondered why everyone was hanging around here instead of going on raids. The girls said that the three of them had recently leveled up and were now simply exhausted. Without Lindsay, everything was different. The dungeon was very easy, but apparently the guy had a lot on his plate right now because it had been a long time since they had last gotten together. Everyone was just unbearable. Lindsay didn't respond to messages at all, even though they had written to him a million times. After the fiery dungeon, there was no sign of him. At that moment, the door opened slightly and the stranger appeared, saying that he seemed to have come to the right place. The stranger greeted everyone and asked who among them was Tiana. Finally, the door swung open and Lindsay appeared before everyone, introducing the newcomer as Nalo and saying that from today, the guy would be one of the ghosts. Everyone rushed to greet Lindsay, who had been away for a long time. The Bird of Darkness was very excited and happy to see Lindsay, because so much time had passed since his absence. Tiana drew everyone's attention and said that Nalo used to be in the Cursed Guild. She recognized him and remembered him. Lindsay reassured the girl, saying that Nalo was no longer with them. Nalo clung to the young man and announced that he now belonged only to Master Lindsay. Everyone was stunned by this news, including Lindsay himself. Tiana accused the young man of disappearing for a short time and now falling for someone else, but she was ready to respect his choice. However, Lindsay insisted that it was not what everyone thought. Nalo was a promising warrior, and with him, the ghost would become much more versatile. Lindsay's goal was to reassemble the ghost piece by piece, and they would not recruit just anyone. Every member of this group is elite. Nalo was accepted into the team, and the girls immediately began to share all kinds of goodies with him, tell him about their daily lives, and show him their interesting things. Tiana believed that Lindsay should at least warn the leader, since the matter concerned that guild, but the young man explained that he had a plan for that. Soon, Stillwater would find out about everything himself. Besides, the young man had prepared a little surprise for the guild leader. The girl, of course, had heard about the Dark Rift dungeon. Now it was the only way into the underground world. Tiana understood what Lindsay was talking about It was the most dangerous dungeon. So far, no team from the top guilds had passed it, and now Lindsay had suggested that his team do it. They said that this dungeon was like a path to a new stage or preparation for the next expansion. Comrades enthusiastically received the news of such an interesting task. Lindsay believed that all further development would be tied to this dungeon and that it would be the biggest update in history. Although these were Lindsay's guesses, perhaps his comrades would go through this stage with him. Everyone agreed unanimously to participate. It was not a happy morning for the opposing guild. The outrage was caused by the damn thief from the Misty Union, Lindsay, who was poaching players right from under their noses and was not afraid of the consequences at all. Everyone remembered how Lindsay had once humiliated a guy in front of everyone, and he still hadn't paid for it. However, it was important to remember that the guild's main goal was to raise him to absolute peak strength so that he could become a secret weapon in the next guild war. The man himself understood perfectly well how important this was, but he couldn't just swallow the humiliation. The warrior announced that while the deal with heavenly redistribution was on hold, he had time to have some fun. He wanted to take a couple of guys and go play with this thief, at least to relax properly. It was an armored giant named Soy, the head of the Clear Rocks. The Alchemist Emperor's shopping center looked very majestic. The ghost team came to buy new potions of the week, which were in limited supply. This store belonged to them. Wanku wrote about buying the entire shopping street and sent the guy an expansion plan. Lindsay didn't think she would rise so well and so quickly. Lindsay explained that he had brought the team here to buy the necessary potions, which were critical for passing through the Dark Rift, and at the same time to introduce them to Wankufu. In addition, the young man wanted to check his accounts and understand what he currently had at his disposal. There were huge lines inside the store, and there was tremendous excitement and frenzied demand for the latest line of potions. The assortment of potions was truly impressive. There were some very rare ones that were not available in other stores. Suddenly, someone pushed him in the back, saying that if he wasn't going to buy anything, he'd better get out of the way and not take up space. The rude man in the manager's uniform explained that you couldn't just stand there, and the players took their places. Xiaoliu was furious. They weren't standing in line, they were just looking. It was unclear why they couldn't just stand there. It seemed that Von Couve had problems with her staff, and she needed to be told about it. The man replied that he was in charge of order here, and warned that he was setting the rules. If you're not buying, get lost. The elf continued to yell at the strangers to get lost, or perhaps they just didn't understand human language. Lindsay tried to calm the employee down, saying that he had already called someone who would sort everything out. But the manager advised him not to play the hero. The whole street belonged to the Alchemist Emperor, and he knew everyone personally. Surely this stranger didn't think that the Alchemist Emperor himself would come down and help him. But then the elf manager himself became interested in who this stranger had called and decided to stay and watch. The Alchemist Emperor herself threw open the doors, and the visitors saw what she was interested in. Who dared to be rude to her boss? The situation threw everyone off balance. The customers were shocked to find that the potion master was a little girl. The alchemist herself had just invented a new potion, but due to the commotion, she did not have time to write it down. Wanku asked her employee how he dared to be rude to her boss, Lindsay, who was investing in their business. Lindsay advised the employee to be kinder to people, because he probably didn't understand who he was dealing with, even though the guy was really very responsible in his job. While the scandal was going on, Wankufu managed to scold her subordinate, apologize to her boss, and invite Lindsay to discuss important matters about which she wanted to know his opinion. Soon the whole company moved to the top floor. It was the new apothecary room, a wonderful large space dedicated to alchemy. Many employees worked in this laboratory to create various potions and elixirs. Wankufu turned out to be not only a brilliant alchemist, but also a talented organizer. She was also talented in business matters, as she was able to develop the Potion Master option to such a high level in a short period of time. Wankufu herself did not know how many employees she currently had, so she suggested asking her personal secretary about it. The presence of a personal secretary also impressed those around her, and everyone noted that the business was doing very well. A chic, long-legged beauty greeted the visitors. It turned out that she was a secretary named Linda. After that, the Alchemist Emperor introduced their CEO, Lindsay, to the secretary, and the formal part of the meeting was over. Linda told them about the huge staff that worked in this building. Pharmacists, people on the streets, in the operations department, in the transport department, and in other positions. After that, Wang Kufu led everyone to her private office, from where they could see the entire shopping street. The view was simply magnificent. The alchemist turned to her boss and said that she was about to ask someone else to write to him because he had ignored her message. Fortunately, Lindsay had returned. It turned out that there was a financial group interested in acquiring their business. Vancouver did not give them an answer until she consulted with her boss, and the young man wanted to know what kind of financial group it was and why they wanted to acquire her business. The girl said that 3 men in black had come to her that day and said that their boss wanted to get hold of the potion master. These strangers were wearing black suits. They didn't say much about themselves, but the girl remembered one detail. They claimed to be a boring financial group. A boring financial group sounded very strange, and no normal explanation came to mind. Nalo guessed that they were talking about the Dawn Group, the world's largest pharmaceutical research organization, known for its cancer drugs. Their financial power is enormous. No one expected Nalo to know so much about them, but the young man insisted that it was a coincidence and that he didn't know that much. He only understood that Dawn had taken action. Linza said that if that was all, then there was no point in responding to this financial group yet. But in fact, the Dawn Group was known to the young man from his past life. Their actions had led to inexplicable mass benefits for the great guilds. But the young man did not expect them to become active so quickly in this life. Linza could finally get down to business and asked how much money Wankufu had and how much money they had now. The girl explained that large amounts of money in circulation, if not from the point of view of ordinary players, then from the point of view of business development, were stable. The cash flow was not bad. Of course, he would have liked to get an answer from the perspective of an ordinary player. That meant they were literally swimming in money. Lindsay said he needed a lot of money. This time, he would start implementing his plan to create a business empire. His goal was not only in pharmaceuticals, but also in other industries. Vancouver was thrilled with this grand plan and waited for further instructions from the boss on the next steps. Linza wanted to get the money first because he had spent every last penny. Now he needed to buy potions for the whole company. In response to this request, he was given the latest gold credit card. At the moment, this should be enough for everyone, and that was great. Everyone was happy. The money was needed to safely pass through the dungeon, successfully level up, and prepare the necessary items. There was a mysterious shop that Lindsay wanted to visit. It contained a key item for clearing this dungeon. After all the preparations, the company finally found themselves in the gloomy stream dungeon. It deserved to be called the most difficult. The surroundings alone made you feel that this dungeon was unusual. Moreover, you couldn't talk loudly here. Everyone claimed that even the best guild would not be able to clear this dungeon. It was divided into 3 floors, each floor more difficult than the last. The best guild had already failed on the 2nd floor. Skeletons lay scattered around, covered in crawling bugs. But the group was confident they could handle it because Lin Zhe only took on clearances when he was sure of victory. It was believed that if Lin Zhe had brought his friends here, then they would definitely succeed. Nalo watched as the whole team was confident in their leader. He also wanted to see what Lin Zhe was capable of. Perhaps in the future, the blonde would introduce the young man to his mentor about creating a business empire. Lindsay confirmed that the dungeon was extremely difficult simply because it was the very first dungeon of the underworld. Ordinary players did not know how to fight the monsters that lived there. At this time, in a completely different world, a group of players were discussing strategy while enjoying dinner. The players believed that the game operators had no control over what was happening, and that the virtual world was actually much more complex than it seemed at first glance. The girl decided to contact the administration right away. She connected with a distant intergalactic space station drifting above Earth in outer space. The team leader sat on a throne and was ready to discuss and answer questions. The girl started a communication session with him and introduced herself. Chief Administrator Hai Yang, commander of the space station, said that all data was distributed between the galaxies, the space station, and the outside world, and that players should continue their missions until further notice. Lindsay showed his comrades a tiny thing that was worth more than a gold coin, but he believed it was money well spent. It was time for everyone to get acquainted with the monsters of this dungeon. The young man was confident that this time they would destroy the monsters on the first try, and he opened the flask containing the golden liquid. Looking down into the ravine, the players planned their next move. They knew there was poisonous gas below. it seemed that Lin Zi was going to be the bait to lure all the monsters out alone. If you looked closely, you could see huge, terrifying monsters scurrying around the dungeon. They were also very hungry because they rarely got to eat players. The young man knew that the monsters of the underworld were indeed very sensitive, so he asked everyone to speak very quietly. He had a plan that he was going to explain to his team. The players had to prepare an advanced holy morning dew. As soon as they used it, all attacks would gain holy properties and deal real damage to the unholy monsters. In addition, the players themselves would receive the Holy Radiance effect, which would serve as protection. After everyone understood the plan, Lin Zi confirmed that he would be the decoy and rushed down alone to attract the monsters. The players were completely calm and confident in their commander. They had long been accustomed to this and just needed to follow Lin Zi. The young man disabled his passive skill, Blessing of the Great King, and used an instant poison-dissolving potion. He rushed between the monsters and landed on the snow, not going unnoticed by the beasts. Using his excellent stealth, the player prepared to attack. He could see and sense the monsters very close by. A wagon drawn by 2 horses was traveling along a forest road, carrying a carriage with passengers. The man clarified the information he had been given. The master of the Shay Guild had led a squad and headed for the gloomy stream dungeon. It was the head of the Sky Dwellers Guild, named Unsurpassed Blue Cloud. His deputy, nicknamed Fallen Whale, confirmed this information, saying that a representative of the Misty Union Guild had also led his team to this dungeon. Unsurpassed Blue Cloud hadn't seen Lin Zi in a long time, but the guy was as awesome as ever. They said he had recently humiliated Squirrel. It was clear that the young man would attract the attention of all the experts, but the alliance with Wolf Fang confirmed the existence of an alliance if the situation became serious. It was clear that Guildmaster Shane was deliberately opposing Lin Zi, and it seemed that this confrontation would be fierce. Well, that means that since they became allies, they must be worthy of this alliance. Blue Cloud wanted to assemble a team to engage in battle at any time. If war broke out, the Celestials would show no mercy. Blue Cloud was certain that war was inevitable. The team of ghosts was still on the cliff, looking down into the gorge and wondering where their older brother Lin Zi was spending so much time. Finally, the Darkbird saw her commander. Nalo noted that she had very good eyesight if she could see Lin Zi in stealth mode. Lin Zi continued to attract the attention of the dungeon monsters while remaining invisible to them. The guy made sure that the monsters on the first floor were lower level than him. With his current strength, he could pop them like popcorn. However, his goal was to attract the hatred of all the monsters on this floor. First of all, he needed to find the boss. The young man drank another bottle of instant poison antidote and knew that he would soon meet the boss. In his previous life, he had memorized the map using a multitude of commands for this winding and complex underground path, similar to a maze, so now it was easy for him. Right where he expected, a huge, disgusting creature appeared. The centipede, which was the boss of this floor. This bloodthirsty centipede was level 70, which was significantly higher than Lin Zi's own stats. Due to its lower level, it was easy for local monsters to detect it, but the guy was prepared and used the advanced Holy Morning Dew. This was done just in time because at that moment, she noticed the player. The young man knew all her tricks very well. The centipede immediately sprayed poison when it encountered an opponent, so Linz activated the neutralization of the toxic mist effect. Then the guy struck the centipede's body several times with his sword. Next, he activated the invisibility of evil spirits to make the monster feel disoriented. With the holy attribute, this feeling was intensified even more. Linza struck with a thunderous blow in a natural style, and the monster's head split open. With his current strength, the guy could easily finish off the bloodthirsty centipede. The members of Lin Zi's team were playing solitaire. They were tired of playing cards because the wait was dragging on. The Bird of Darkness knew where their leader was and did not get lost because it saw that there were many caves below. It would not be surprising to get lost there. Nalo suggested moving forward to see what was happening. He thought it was wrong to let Mr. Lin Zi lure all the monsters in alone, but all this was caused by his distrust of his older brother Lin Zi. The main thing was not to interfere with his plans, and for now he could calmly continue playing cards. Lin Zi in turn continued to destroy monsters in the dungeon. He used the instant poison dissolving potion again and heard someone wheezing. It was Centipede, who woke up and began to move her legs. Lin Zi was glad that she had come to. He was afraid that he had accidentally killed her, because that would have caused a lot of problems. The young man did not want the bloodthirsty centipede to die here, so he waited for her to recover and rushed to escape. The enraged and embittered creature saw its tormentor rush into the dungeon and, without hesitation, rushed after him. Lindsay wanted to bring Centipede to his team to share the reward with the others. In one of the dungeon's labyrinths, a lone orc was devouring the slain monster. He heard sounds that distracted him from his meal and turned his head to look at the source of the noise. A player rushed past him at tremendous speed, followed by the huge bloodthirsty Centipede, the boss of the first floor. Lindsay was glad that his plan was working. He jumped from place to place, maneuvering between weaker monsters and making sure that the Centipede kept up. The guy wanted to lure all the monsters from all corners. No one could be left unattended. The group of players stood near the gorge and felt the ground shake beneath their feet. They thought it was an earthquake or something approaching. The players immediately activated their abilities, saying that it was all very timely. Otherwise, they were already starting to fall asleep. Their boss ran, shouting to his companions to prepare potions, followed by a huge crowd of all kinds of monsters led by the bloodthirsty Centipede. The guys said they had been ready for a long time and were eagerly awaiting the approach of the monsters. Finally, the command was given, and all the players, full of excitement, enthusiasm, and thirst for battle, rushed into the gorge. Lindsay was absolutely happy, and together with his comrades could finally begin to destroy all these monsters. Lindsay destroyed monsters and instructed his comrades not to leave anyone alive. Soon, a notification came that the dungeon had been cleared. Nalo confirmed that the entire first floor was so boring, and very few bonuses dropped from this boss. The second floor of the dungeon consisted of stone ledges with lava flowing between them. The battle with the first floor boss was delightful. Lindsay realized that he could have handled it on his own. It turned out that this was normal practice for Lindsay. He always lured monsters himself, but in the previous dungeon, he had lured them and destroyed them all along the way. The players were supposed to level up together, but in the end, Lindsay got everything. So Lindsay made the whole team redo the mission so they could earn their own level ups. And it was the first time they had to do the same thing twice. The players approached the middle of the second floor of the dungeon, and before them lay a sea of boiling lava, with stone islands floating on it and all kinds of monsters. These monsters emerged from the lava, and it seemed that the second floor was designed to test the accuracy of the players' movements. It was known that the top guild team had failed to pass the second floor. Most likely they lost right here. This terrible place looked simply disgusting. In the sea of lava, you not only had to be careful not to slip off the rocks, which were basically impossible to stand on, but also had to deal with monsters at the same time. Lindsay was sure that the first guild didn't lose because of weak technique. They were defeated because they couldn't handle the monsters. Nola jumped from rock to rock at tremendous speed, maneuvering between the monsters. He returned to his companions and stated that if they did not have the advanced Holy Morning Dew, and their attacks did not have the Holy Attribute, the monsters would receive minimal damage. Therefore, the fact that the top guild managed to overcome the first floor without the help of the Holy Attribute spoke volumes. Nola agreed that with the advanced Holy Morning Dew, they had dealt significant damage to the monsters. Lindsay sarcastically remarked that he was sorry the guild didn't know where to buy Holy Morning Dew. The young man estimated that it would take them about 20 minutes to cross the sea of lava, and now all his companions understood why they needed to buy so much Holy Morning Dew. His companions rushed across, even though the level was quite difficult. In their previous lives, players had found it difficult to deal with the elusive lava monsters. The team led by Lindsay was able to damage these monsters with the help of Dew. Each of them performed their function. Thanks to the commander's supervision, little Rico and Tilus were under reliable protection. The team's silent understanding grew stronger and stronger, and in the end, Lindsay's group finished clearing the second floor in just 18 minutes. A beautiful mountain river full of clear, cool water flowed between the gorges, and a voice came from the cave saying that they had not yet come out. The other team members, who were ambushing the other exits from the dungeon, also did not see them come out. Near the entrance to the dungeon, the players sat in ambush and complained that it had been a long time. The leader of the Wolf Fang Guild, named Shane, said that these guys had potential. Shane wasn't sure they would be able to clear even the first floor. At that moment, a message arrived that the Misty Union Guild and the Celestials Guild were gathering their members and sending them here. It was not surprising that the Misty Guild was gathering, since Lindsay was a member of theirs. What was surprising was that the Blue Cloud Guild was so enthusiastic about their ally and was going to come to their aid. Suddenly, red smoke appeared from the body of the Wolf Fang guild leader, and he began to moan and fell down in front of his subordinates. His body began to disintegrate, his health bar dropping, and Shane announced that conflict seemed inevitable. He gave the order to prepare to meet them, no matter how many people showed up. He had no intention of giving up on his decision to chop the celestial thief into mincemeat. The next stage of the dungeon appeared before the team, and it was simply beautiful. Glowing crystals covered all the walls of the dungeon. If you didn't know you were underground, you might think it was a starry sky. Linza explained that in the impenetrable abyss, the glowing ore really did resemble stars in the night sky. The third level of the dungeon was called the False Sea. It all looked magical, of course, but it was still unclear why the players had been given boats. The difficulty of this level was that you had to sail in boats all the time, simultaneously attacking and defending yourself from attacks. This last level was very curious and interesting. There were splashes of water all around, and some people were seasick. The players had been traveling along this underground river for quite some time, but they still hadn't encountered the boss. Linza said that the boss might be near the entrance, but then a notification popped up. The bark water began to turn red, and it was unclear what was illuminating it from below. Linza warned the team to be very careful, vigilant, and not to make any sudden movements. Soon, a red mountain began to emerge from the water, and the waves on the river became turbulent and restless. A few seconds later, the boss of this dungeon appeared in all its glory. It was the monster of the False Sea, Leviathan. It was simply enormous, and it was hard to believe that the players were going to destroy it. While they were still trying to examine and study the monster, Linza pushed off from the boat and jumped up towards Leviathan's head. With him was a player named Dark Feather, who also had excellent reaction speed. He noted that a professional archer must react quickly to danger, and the players attempted to attack the monster. They soon realized that attacks on Leviathan's body did minimal damage as long as it could regenerate in water. The monster's only weak point was its eyes. However, Leviathan could cause a lot of trouble by creating minions to defend itself using crystals from the dungeon. The players used advanced Holy Morning Dew and were tasked with destroying all the minions first, one by one. The most terrifying minion was created in the False Sea itself and was enormous in size. The Birds of Darkness jumped on this minion and prepared to destroy it. Several gunshots came at just the right moment, and yet again, firearms proved capable of working miracles. The other players on the team also wasted no time and fought the minions with all the means available to them. The Burning Phoenix dance was activated, and the minions were literally burned by fire. The girl reminded the guy that he owed her a wish and asked him not to delay, to decide quickly. Linza said that he had to make a wish and she would grant it. But the girl insisted that she just wanted to get rid of all her debts as soon as possible. The addition of dew and holy attributes made the attacks more deadly for the minions, and it was truly amazing to see them burn up in a whirlwind attack. Next came a series of deafening cries, and the minions burned in batches. The players were happy because their level allowed them to deal with them very well. Linza warned the team to avoid the tentacles. Nalo noted that his lightning attacks only enraged Leviathan and did not damage it at all. It was clear that the monster was not afraid of fire, so they had to create a storm for it. The huge, nasty suction cups on the tentacles moved in different directions, preventing the players from aiming and attacking accurately. Linza used his dagger to cut Leviathan's tentacles. Enjoying the process, he turned to the monster with a proposal to neutralize all of his minions. Of course, it was a joke. The minions had already annoyed absolutely everyone, but the commander insisted that as soon as they destroyed the minions and crystals, they would be able to deprive Leviathan of its energy. Therefore, they had to throw themselves into the fight against the minions with renewed vigor. When all the minions were finished off, it was time to kill the big guy. The players realized that they had survived so long thanks to the advanced Holy Morning Dew, and that other teams would definitely not be able to cope. Linza agreed that his information was worth money and that it was important to know such things in advance. But now they had to clear the dungeon first and then sell the information to other players. Lindsay wanted the players to distract the Leviathan's frenzied tentacles, and then he and Nera would combine the most powerful elements of thunder for the attack. Lindsay planned to pierce the monster's entire body with lightning and blow up all its eyes in one fell swoop. This would require the help of each of his comrades. Lindsay had always wanted to see if it was possible to combine his magnificent skills with thieving mastery. If it really worked, it would become the guy's signature move, his deadly attack. Linza commanded everyone to get ready, and the battle was coming to its final stage. The young man rushed into the attack with a dagger in his hands, planning to use a disposable grappling hook. Rising higher, he looked at his future victim and planned to send him straight to hell. All possible attributes were used: the great sword, various verses, and in the end, all this was added to the rumble of thunder, and a powerful explosion shook Leviathan's body. The player behind the wall tried to remain unnoticed. He didn't understand why they needed to follow this squad. He was a swordsman named Toby Gamma, and he belonged to the Promised Light Guild. The young man wanted to challenge the gloomy stream dungeon again, because he felt that there was a way to somehow clear this demonic dungeon. Sweet Bones said she'd rather go on a date than go into that dungeon. All these activities were not for her. She would rather go to a bar and ask a few NPCs about the dungeon, and besides, she could drink some delicious drinks. Bloody Lion had no intention of going to the bar with her, because last time it ended in a fight. He didn't find it interesting, as the girl managed to drag him into her squabbles. But then a notification signal sounded, and Taba saw something that surprised him and caught his attention. It turned out that someone had beaten their guild. A group of players had completed the Gloomy Stream dungeon and set a new record, the first in the north. Linzu and his team also received a notification that they had taken first place and made the first entry in the Dark Stream dungeon. Linza, as usual, was stern and serious because he had no intention of resting on his laurels, as a new challenge awaited him. All the players read with excitement and surprise that the Misty Guild was the first to clear the Dark Stream dungeon. It was an incredible achievement. In addition, clearing this dungeon opened a passage leading to the underworld, and in 3 days a major update awaited all players. The players realized with surprise that their actions had triggered such a huge update. There would be new equipment, missions, and dungeons, as well as a new large map. Nala was glad that all his efforts to destroy the minions, which had left his hands numb, had finally paid off. Lindsay noticed that the influence of this dungeon was stronger than the players had imagined. Now they belonged to the underworld. The process of playing in the underworld turned out to be much more interesting and exciting. It felt as if he already knew all this. It seemed surprising and a little strange. Lindsay noted that the library was full of books containing many clues, and that all games had rules that they obeyed. The young man was already being pestered with questions. He was worried that soon everyone would learn his secret. For a long time, the players continued to whisper and chatter cheerfully, discussing upcoming new features. But then a light appeared in the cave, and someone sighed. Finally, the players emerged from the cave to the surface and were able to look around. They planned to go to the guild first, but then messages started pouring in. These messages were from friends and other players, and they had accumulated in huge numbers while Lindsay was in the dungeon. Apparently, there was no signal there. Most of the messages were from Sister Tina and friends from other guilds, as well as representatives of the Silent Waters Guild leader. The messages were full of warnings that the players needed to leave the dungeon immediately, because the leader of the Wolffang Guild had surrounded them and they were now in danger. Reinforcements would arrive soon. But at that moment, Shane's voice rang out from the cliff, announcing that they were already waiting for them. Shane looked at the players who had emerged from the dungeon and realized that Lin Z was standing before him. He jumped from the cliff right into the middle of the clearing where the players were standing and ordered his warriors to surround them. Shane immediately rushed into the attack, warning the players not to even try to run away. Nalo used his lightning bolts, but the damage was zero. His attacks did nothing. Shane continued to destroy everything around him, enjoying the process. He considered his opponents to be useless little weaklings. But at that moment, a furry paw appeared from the cave and deflected Shane's attack. Linza and his companions didn't know who it was, but decided it was most likely the little guy Ryuko. The players of the Wolffang Guild surrounded Lindsay's group on all sides. A6 recognized the thief and was happy that he would now deal with him in an instant. But then someone's voice rang out, asking who this Shane dared to call tiny. And smashing the rock to pieces and breaking the cave, a huge hairy baby named Ryuko climbed out. He said that he was fine and didn't even have any itching. Lindsay was surprised that Mr. Shane himself, a titan in armor, had come to lead the team that had surrounded the Shadow Union. Shane said that he had recently received information that the Shadow Union team was the first to clear the Darkstream dungeon. Therefore, he was honored to meet this team in person, especially the thief Lindsay. The young man quickly analyzed the situation. He knew that Shane was called a titan in armor for a reason. He was a terrifying entity, combining high defense skills and strength. In his previous life, Lin Zi had heard that the player possessed incredible strength, but it turned out that he was also fast. Judging by the blow he had just received, it was very likely that Shane was capable of taking away 2/3 of his opponent's health. Nalo noted that Shane had brought a squad in armor with him to destroy them. At that moment, Shane looked at Nalo, recognized him, and said that he was a traitor and that Shane would destroy the traitor first. Lindsay immediately announced that Nalo was now part of the Shadow Union, so the young man suggested that Shane abandon this plan immediately. Shane ordered his squad to attack, and the armored warriors rushed down. Lindsay used a spray, and they were able to change their deployment a little with the team. Nalo was very upset by the fact that the guild leader Shane held such a strong grudge against him. Come to think of it, the young man had never had the opportunity to stand up to guild leader Shane on his own, and perhaps now was the perfect moment to test his strength. The young man rushed into the attack, even though it was terribly reckless of him. Nalo soon realized that there was nothing he could do to fight back, and his lightning bolts were completely useless. It looked like the guy was going to die right there on the spot. But suddenly, Ruko's huge paw snatched the boy out of the way. This was followed by a series of blows to Shane, who continued to advance despite his powerful defense. Little Ruko struck again and again, trying to break through his opponent's resistance. It was noted that Little Ruko was indeed strong because he could withstand the spray. He was indeed a pretty tough guy. Nalo couldn't leave. He was amazed by the fact that little chatterbox Ryuko could become a giant. Lindsay commanded unpretentiously and told him to get away from Shane. Soon Little Ruko went one-on-one against Shane. The kid used a shockwave, but Shane considered it a tickle. But then the players of the Wolffang Guild noticed that the shadows were trying to escape. Shane loved to chase his prey and preferred to slowly torture his opponents to death. He ordered his subordinates to give chase. It was clear that Wolffang would not give up easily. They had excellent defense and perfectly synchronized attacks. It was a truly powerful and well-trained group. To avoid capture, they needed to get to a safe place and then teleport from there. Lindsay suggested that they spread out as soon as the players crossed the stream and then come up with a strategy for returning to their guild. Jumping off a cliff into the gorge, they heard a voice saying that he didn't expect the players to escape. There was a huge ship on the water, and that was Lindsay's plan B. They had been waiting there for a long time. A thief nicknamed Squirrel from Wolffang said that he had been waiting for the guy for a long time and was surprised how he managed to escape this time. Lindsay was not happy with this encounter. He did not trust the thief named Squirrel. And he was right not to, because Shane appeared on the rock with his guys and greeted Squirrel. Shane smiled happily and told the players that now they felt like a turtle trapped in a jar. The players didn't know what to do now. Shane and Squirrel, as well as all their subordinates, were here, and so the situation was looking very bleak for the shadows. The Bird of Darkness thought that it would be difficult now because their group was very large. Together with Lindsay, they could have handled it easily. Lindsay laughed out loud, then said that there was a reason to be happy because the head of the Wolffang Guild was personally leading the squad. In addition, the deputy head and all members of the guild were participating in this action. The guy reminded them that their team was Shadow, and after this battle, the Shadow team would become super famous. Belka demanded that they stop fooling around and said that the players were seconds away from death, and this time they would fall to their knees and beg for mercy. In fact, Shane really liked this bold and arrogant thief named Lindsay, but he had to be stopped. The team players were very inspired after listening to their commander's speech. They decided that it really made sense to fight, because after this battle, they would become legends. Shane ordered his followers and subordinates to attack and knock all determination out of the players. At the last moment before the battle began, someone's voice rang out, addressing the leader of the Wolffang Guild and saying that he should be ashamed of himself for bringing so many people to surround a team of 5 players. The deputy head of the Misty Union Guild, Coco, along with other players, declared that they would kill anyone who dared to touch their guild members. Lindsay was really glad that his colleagues had arrived at the scene in time. He hadn't expected them to come. Everyone was glad that they weren't too late. Steelwater personally showed up to stand up for his players. He quipped that he never imagined he would be such an important person to Steelwater. He noted that Stillwater had been in hiding for a very long time, incognito, and suddenly decided to show up. Steelwater replied that he had no other choice because he understood that the great leader of the Wolffang Guild would show no mercy to his team. Shane literally reveled in his position and enjoyed how everyone treated him with respect. The players greeted each other sincerely, and Stillwater said that his players' problems were his personal problems. It turned out that Tina had received information about the ambush and immediately contacted the guild leader and other guild members to come here. In addition, the guild spent a huge amount of materials and money to open the teleportation gate. The information about the ambush came from Wasabi. No one had seen him in a long time, but he specialized in gathering intelligence. It was all too perfect, but now they could take revenge for the past war all at once. Delidi and Belka commanded their subordinates to attack. The Shadow Guild took up defensive positions. They needed to protect Tina and the teleportation gate well. The center of the battle said he was also joining the party. First, he would eliminate the priest Stillwater, and then he would break the thief's neck. Coco advised her boss to abandon the idea of setting someone as powerful as Shane on the priest. Shane continued to taunt his opponents, saying that he didn't even feel their attack because his defense was so terrible. Lindsay ordered the young Ryuko to go and protect the head of the Stillwater Guild. Lindsay sensed the approach of his old enemy, who was hiding behind the fog. Little Ryuko became a giant again, activated the Lion Shield and deflected Shane's attack, which surprised him greatly. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed across his eyes and blinded the Titan. Stillwater created a divine glow that followed little Ryuko. Stillwater was glad that Lindsay was able to unlock little Ryuko's enormous potential, although the boy was still no match for Shane and needed help. Little Ryuko received a special bonus from the guild leader, and all his attributes were increased by 1.5 times. Shane was sure that no one could withstand his attack so easily. He believed that Lindsay was the only interesting guy in the entire Misty Guild. No one could have imagined that there would be such a giant among them as little Ryuko. But this senseless battle had to end. Shane rushed to attack his opponent, but suddenly his actions had no effect, and he literally hung in the air, missing his target. Coco was an excellent archer and sent flaming arrows at the enemies. She asked her boss not to stray too far. Stillwater was one of the chief priests, so he should not be underestimated. Coco announced that she needed a break, but she knew that Stillwater had been weak as a child, and now he shouldn't pretend to be a hero because the girl didn't want the chief to be crippled. The battle was in full swing, and there was flirting and childish resentment between some of the players. Coco prepared for another attack, but her strength was already weakened, and the leader offered to take her by the hand. This led the user to create a reinforcement split. He created clones that had the same attack power as the main effect. This helped a lot, and with such speed, the normal attacks became even more impressive. Coco sent fire arrows at her opponents with renewed strength, protecting the guild leader with increasing confidence and calm. The deputy head of the Wolf Fang Guild named Belka crept up on Lindsay and crossed the deadly line. But suddenly, instead of Lindsay, there was a shadow in front of him because the invisibility of evil spirits had been activated. Belka did not want to fall into the same trap again. He hoped that he had improved his skills since their last encounter. However, it seemed that this had not helped. Belka did not give up and tried to strike Lindsay, but he was already an unusual thief who simply rushed into battle. The battle continued. The young man summoned a knight who was excellent at dealing with attacks. Lindsay put the knight on Tina so she could use him as she saw fit, and he went to help the little kid Ryuko, who was still fighting Shane. Lindsay noted that Belka had not improved his skills since their previous encounter, so Tina and the summoned knight should be able to handle him. The young man did not want to waste time on a player he had already defeated before. He was not interested in losers. After all, defeating such an enemy is not enough. He must be humiliated so that he never feels confident again. Defeating Belka is not the main goal for winning this battle. It would be best to defeat Shane. Lindsay understood that with a victory over Shane, victory in the battle would be in the bag. Suddenly, new teleportation gates appeared on the battlefield, and a carriage drawn by a pair of horses appeared in front of the players. The Celestial Guild, represented by Blue Cloud and Fallen Whale, got out of the carriage. They noticed that the battle had already begun without them. Blue Cloud turned to his brother Shane and asked if they were too late. The representatives of the Shadow Guild did not know what to do now. Judging by the situation, they were completely surrounded on all sides. If things continued like this, the situation would become extremely difficult, as Stillwater imagined. Lindsay also had an unpleasant surprise in store. It turned out that the Sky Dwellers and Wolf Fang were allies. Meanwhile, Shane continued to fight the young Ryuko, who was already struggling to hold back his opponent's onslaught. Shane shouted that he had finally waited for the Blue Cloud to appear. Little Ryuko felt that the reinforcement from the guild leader had ended, and his blows could no longer cause any damage to Shane. Lindsay came to the kid's aid, and Darkbird suggested dealing with the Sky Dwellers first. Unfortunately, the battle with the players from the great guilds offered no advantages. The Darkbird said that he would show his support for little Ryuko himself and prepared to fire his sniper rifle. The shot hit its target and Shane's arm was damaged. The shot was powerful but still not enough to radically change the situation. Now the attack came not only from the Bird of Darkness, but also from the recovered little Ryuko, who joined the fight, striking Shane. Stillwater admired his players. He was seeing them in action for the first time, and the use of firearms was a very rare occurrence. The Bird of Darkness was right. If the Sky People attacked, they would have almost no chance of winning. He was eager to see not only the team's potential, but also Lin Zi's analytical abilities on the battlefield. Linza asked the chief not to test his abilities, which confused Stillwater. The young man said that he was not good at leading troops in war, which is why there were only a few people in his team. However, the young man believed that his goal was very simple. In any battle he participated in, if he had to fight the enemy, he would first capture the leader. It's just that so far, the young man hadn't figured out who the leader was in this battle. Shane from the Wolf Fang Guild or Blue Cloud from the Sky People. Stillwater was very pleased with Lin Zi, who had voiced a very effective strategy, but it was necessary to wait until the Sky People began to act. Linza asked his leader, "Isn't it time for them to start acting?" However, Blue Cloud saw no point in this and ordered his men to simply stay where they were and watch the show. Fallen Kit believed that they had come to Shane's aid, but Blue Cloud said that he had come, but that did not mean he would join the battle. The leader of the Sky People believed that it was enough to simply cheer for Shane, because helping a strong guild fight a weaker one would be mockery. Fallen Kit understood that Blue Cloud did not really want to turn against the Misty Union for good. And all this was happening because of the thief Lin Zi. Fallen Kit had been watching him for a long time. Everything Linza had done before was like the butterfly effect. The young man alone influenced every player. It was frightening to imagine how much stronger he would become over time. Nalo approached the Celestials and began to mock the carriage in which they had arrived at this celebration of life. However, the guy thought it was totally uncool when the Celestials entered the battle, picking on others. Representatives of the Celestials Guild demanded that the guards remove the stranger and shouted at him that he should not speak disrespectfully about their leader. Fallen Kit drew his sword and said that he did not know whose side Nalo was on, but he wanted him to get out of sight because his words had insulted the leader of the Blue Cloud. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder and a voice said, "It's been a long time." Blue Cloud turned to his subordinates and told them not to worry. After that, they asked Nalo when he had become close to the Misty Guild. The player admitted that it was a forced situation. He had become a servant of Lord Lin Zi. Blue Cloud was very surprised to hear this, and Fallen Kit understood why his head somehow showed respect for this stranger. Nalo explained once again that he now had a master and that no one was allowed to touch him inappropriately. At that moment, Lin Zi, who had been searching for his servant for a long time, jumped up. Lin Zi, holding his servant tightly, asked the head of the Blue Cloud Guild why their guild had come this time. Blue Cloud promised that he would not take advantage of those in danger, which was very strange to hear from such a rude man. Lin Zi left the Celestials, taking his servant with him, and asked them not to cause any trouble, because he had a battle with Shane ahead of him. Fallen Kit wanted to know more about Nalo, and then the guild leader told him everything about this player. His full name is Nalo Delro. He belongs to an ancient family that owns huge assets in the real world. Players communicate with such families for investment purposes, and the young man appeared as a representative of the family. But soon the guy got bored and became a player. His family owned huge assets, was very ancient, controlled the world's financial flows, and with its help, the guild was created. This guild is now ranked first. It is the guild Promised Light. Shane rushed after the little boy Ryuko, saying that he was the first to withstand the Titan for so many rounds in a row. The kid understood that this man was very cruel in defense and had strong offensive power. In addition, the energy in his body was becoming more intense. Most likely, he had not yet fully revealed his potential. At that moment, Lin Zi and Nalo joined the battle with Shane. They realized that little Ryuko and the Bird of Darkness were unable to break through the Titan's defense. Lin Zi realized that the Celestials weren't interested in the conflict. They were just watching the battle, so the goal was clear: neutralize the leader. Stillwater had heard from Nalo that he had come to his senses and left the Wolfang to join them. Now it was possible to calmly assess Lin Zi's current strength. Coco was glad that at least the Sky People had been dealt with, and now there was a plan. Soon, all the team players gathered on the battlefield, greeting each other and Shane as well. The enemy had been identified, and the leader of the Wolffang Guild had to once again show his power, or perhaps lose. Lin Chi was glad that the leader had been found, and that the representatives of the Shadow Guild should not be blamed for their unworthy behavior. They would all now show what they were capable of.